some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down.
Oh my God.
Finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar, he's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top and they be asking where I'm at.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. Good morning. It is time for Challenges at the Major, and we have some games for you today. Some of the big teams have dropped into the lower bracket. Some of the big teams have made their way to the winners bracket. But we'll find out who has got what it takes to make it to Sunday today. My name is Bryce Rodney, Chris Tuff.
Yep, very happy to be here on Saturday where things are going to get extremely interesting. We have somewhat weeded out some of the teams from yesterday, and we are very much in our best of fives, and this is where the money is made on days like today for these squads. There are so many big winners bracket games. It looks absolutely insane, but we are starting off with the losers bracket and another big game. We'll be talking about that very, very shortly, but yesterday kind of went how we expected it would be, right? I mean, realistically, I think outside of, look, we'll talk about it a little bit, but outside of one or two teams, everybody else kind of breezing through up until this stage and expected to get to this stage in the way that they did.
They certainly are, of course. Well, so many big games today. It's time to give you a little taste of what to expect here on broadcast. Well, first up, elimination round 5, Huntsman and Treaty One Gaming. It's a very big game. One of these teams will be leaving us. Then, elimination round 5, of course, and this one's a bit of a complicated one to say because it's a combination of two teams, but it's Noir Omit X Kabal Omnia versus Kabal Omnia X Stallions. I won't be saying that whole thing. Then we got Falcons XR8 versus Like Unlimited, and Apex Stallions versus the Carolina Reapers. That's enough for elimination games, and then we've got our winners games. These teams are still in it to win it. Falcons Academy Green versus Rock Esports, and Project 7 versus P7 Notorious.
Yeah, I mean, those bottom two games are absolutely insane. It was so hard, and we were actually been discussing of what winners bracket games we're going to cover. It'll be Spaceman and Colin to take you through those, but realistically, there was so many we could have chosen. Like every single winners round 5 game is an absolute banger. Rock Esports against Falcons Academy Green, that was kind of my pick. I think our reigning champions going up against a Falcons roster who look absolutely incredible. And then you got the Project 7 derby as well. I mean, that's going to be really interesting. But we have to get through the elimination round games first. What are they actually playing for this weekend? Well, let's have a little peek at it. $30,000 for first place. And look, there's so many teams who are still in it who could take that first place. We've been having this discussion between ourselves and the talent team. It's so hard to decipher who's going to go on to win this. Of course, Rock will technically be favourites, but the teams from North America are very much here and playing very, very well.
They certainly will. Every single one of these teams trying to get the lion's share of that prize money, or as I like to call it, Miles' daily fee. But there's also points on offer for these teams, and points, well, it kind of means prizes. What it does really mean is good seed and everything else here. And maybe one thing that we haven't talked about, Tom, that is quite important, qualification for the Pro-Am.
Yeah, top 2 teams qualify for the Major 3 Pro-Am. You want to go up against the pros. You want to show what you can do. That will be a massive, massive opportunity. I always love those events. It takes me back, Brycey, to the good old days.
Well, that is winging its way towards in the future, of course. But before we get too far into the future, let's take a little walk down memory lane. This is our bracket so far. These are how the teams have gone down. Of course, we've talked a little bit about these so far in our winners' quarters. The ones we didn't go for is FC Stallions and For Fun Esports, and then Telluride Bush Gaming, who won a big game last night, Ton.
Oh, I mean, to be honest with you, when I seen that Bush were going up against Able, I was like, okay, that'll be a good game, and I expect Bush to kind of walk through it to a certain degree. Able are serious. Normal elite viewers will know we've been preaching the good name of DK for quite some time here. The kid is an absolute demon on LAN as well. For Able, they will absolutely drop into the losers bracket, but a very, very good performance. We'll see them later on in the tournament, absolutely no question of that. But Bush, just about getting through that one. Potentially a banana skin, but they've set up a date with Omit Brooklyn. Absolute banger again. Honestly, to see Stallions here, actually going on to be formerly Oglis, of course, going on a different organization over this event of exceptional gaming. The Frenchmen of Linz & Co. losing to Stallions 3-0, by the way. So, look, again, we've been preaching again about the French not necessarily been lighting it up this season. The struggles are continuing. They will be down the losers bracket.
It certainly will. Well, the winners bracket, when it wings its way, is basically just full of the biggest teams. It challenges elites, and we'll see how they all start to get on here. But Our elimination games, they add a little bit of pressure, a little bit of spice to the proceedings now because only one of these teams can progress. And as we know, there are big names in the lower half of this bracket. How much do you think that pressure is going to weigh on them walking into the venue this morning?
I mean, it will. Look, I mean, you've got through the first day, you're into the second day, but this is where things do get serious. Look, you've got through your best of threes. That can be a bit of a slippery slope on occasion, but you're into best of fives now. You have the opportunity to feel properly, you know, get yourself set up correctly and think about these series in a full normal manner. This is where the pressure is really there, though, especially when you are down that elimination bracket. You don't have any more chances. For the initial game that we're going to be talking about here, actually, Treaty One dropped in a little bit earlier than they probably would have liked to, but we're going to talk about their opposition first, and let's talk about the Huntsmen. They, unfortunately for them, probably lost their best player because Liam obviously moving up to Thieves, but since then, look, it's been a little bit of a struggle for them. They haven't necessarily lit it up in the same way they had been. But in this tournament so far, dropping down, not too much of a surprise. They have had a little bit of a struggle, but they have a game up against Treaty One, which is a winnable one for them. When we were watching them yesterday up against Light Unlimited, probably a little bit closer than you would have liked to see for Huntsman. That's that kind of game. Risby was fantastic, though. He will have to be fantastic again if they want to advance.
Well, that was one of the keys for me when I was looking for it. Of course, took down Light Unlimited, but Light Unlimited did get their licks in. Of course, going up against P7 Notorious, a little bit different kettle of fish here. P7 Notorious really doing well over on the North American circuit, and for them, they'll be looking to try and get back for a little bit of revenge against them later, but you know, P7 Notorious got their own road to run.
That's just another EU team, man. That's what that is. And for the Huntsmen, they're going up against one here as well. So let's see how they're going to do. It's a really, really testy game. Look, I don't think we would have looked at either one of these two teams before this tournament and said they're going to go on and win it. I think we would have said like a top 12 kind of thing would have been one of those side of things. And the same will be said for this Treaty One game in Team Lampy, Overlay, Kez, and Rush. Look, I expected a little bit more out of them this season in Challenge Elite in Europe. I really did. We haven't necessarily seen them take that step that a couple of the other teams have done, though. And that's been their struggle. They haven't really got that much better. And it's a roster that you look at and you sort of think should be able to do something. Haven't been able to do a great deal. But it is an opportunity here to go up against a very popular team and stamp your authority on this losers bracket early on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, 21 Gaming is a very talented roster, to be honest with you, and might be seeing some people as the underdogs coming into this just because of how popular the Huntsmen truly are. But make no mistake, they are not a team to be underestimated in a best of 5. They are not going to roll over. Advantage, of course, being on home ground a little bit in terms of it being in the EU sector, but it's certainly going to be a big game. These two teams walking in fresh this morning, it kind of says to me, like, how well are they both adapting? I mean, we made jokes yesterday about, you know, teams struggling to get up early, just in general. But you got to think, you know, everything you now have to stress over overnight. You're coming in the morning, some of you might not have slept well, some of you might be a little bit rough, like me, you know.
Slept well, it wasn't rough.
Very rough. So it's pressure, right? You're going to have I don't think you can have a good sleep. You can't go to bed going, oh, I might be out of the tournament in the morning. You know, that's not going to be the easiest kind of thing to drift off to, but a lot of pressure for these teams. They want to go a lot further here, and dropping out this stage is not a lot further. It's actually not a great placement for a lot of them.
No, it won't be. I think both of them will be expecting to be cracking on, do better than what this placement would be if you go on to lose. But that's land. That's you come to this point, you've already lost a game. You know the pressure is on, but the pressure is only on yourselves from yourself, right? I think a lot of these organizations are looking at how they're doing. They know how it kind of works out. Sometimes it's just not your day. Call of Duty, how often have we talked about it being on the day game? And it really can be. Let's see how they're going to do, though. I think for both these rosters, they both look at it and say that it's winnable. I think Huntsman will be the favorites coming into this. Yes, absolutely. But I think Treaty want to look at it and say, I tell you what, these being down here now, this is a really good opportunity for them. They've went on a little bit of a run through this losers bracket, by the way. I think they won 2 games in a row to get to this stage. So that's that little bit of momentum, but that momentum gets killed when you go to bed. Let's see how it's going to carry on into today, though, because they will still be feeling confident. I think both teams, as mentioned, will be looking at this game as one.
Yeah, I think so. And obviously coming into it as well, it's one of the reasons this game is now going on to the stage here. It's because we expect this to be close in most aspects. We know that we've seen a lot of Huntsman yesterday looking pretty good. Obviously losing to P7 Notorious. It's an interesting one when we talk about it in context because P7 Notorious are incredibly good, right? They are expected to come top 3 at a minimum at this event, right? So for them to go up against them, the Huntsman may be a little bit of a step below. But where does that step below actually put them when it comes against Treaty One Gaming, and the truth is we are unsure, but we are excited to find out.
Yeah, hopefully should be jumping into the game very, very shortly. There's plenty of other games going on this morning as well. We'll kick them out of bed nice and early once again, ourselves included, to get here early before the proceedings, of course, do start later on this afternoon on the CDL side of things. But let's have a little chat about what game modes and what maps in particular we are going to. Well, we know the game modes, let's be honest with you. But we are going to be heading into Exposure to kick things off. We'll be there over on Den for Search and Destroy. We'll see Scar and stay on Scar if we need maps 4 and map 5. Will be Exposure, Search and Destroy. I'm anticipating a good game, to be honest with you. I think it will be a relatively close one, but a one that Huntsman will take in a 3-1 fashion, something along those lines, I would say. If Treaty One Gaming, though, can turn up to the best of their ability, we know what they can do, then they will shove them all the way. But this is a game that I think Huntsman will win the maps, but not ever so comfortably, but in a relatively comfortable scoreline map-wise anyway by the end of it.
Well, we will see just how they measure up. Do Huntsman have it in them this morning to take the maps against Treaty One Gaming and stay alive for a little bit longer? It's still not going to be an easy path. Whichever one of these two teams makes it, there are many, many hurdles now on the way, and it's going to be a long day for them. You've got to remember, we are ending the bracket today. Only one game will remain going into Sunday. So it means pretty much continuous play on a 12-hour day. So get your wins while you can, and it's why we kind of talked about the lower bracket of this event as a little bit of a gauntlet. You drop in too early, you're going to be playing over and over and over again. And yes, we're sitting down and we're playing with controllers, but it's a mentally taxing game, so you have to be in it to win it for the long haul.
Yeah, absolutely. And some other teams who are in it for the long haul are the teams over in Delta. We're going to have a little look on how things are going on over there whilst our Alpha game gets up and ready. By the way, the Alpha game, we're on a bit of a stage today. If you've seen what was happening over on Bravo in the CDL yesterday, that's where our Challengers team are today. All the CDL matches happening over on the big stage with, well, nearly 6,000 people around it. But we have the feature stage here today. So that's maybe a little bit added pressure, right? Okay, like, I mean, look, what I will say, and again, I'm not just saying this because I work for the company, but we've seen all the setups yesterday. It was so good to see all the feature stages. And you know what actually surprised me? How many people are there watching it as well?
Oh, it was packed.
Absolutely rammed, which I love to see. We were chatting to some people sort of saying, we love being over here. You get to chat to the players. Temp wasn't necessarily impressed by it, but at the same time, it's nice to be able to interact with people on a more level, I suppose, when not seeing them on the big stage. A lot of players walking around, and if you are coming to the venue today, if you're catching a couple of early ones, Challenger Scene's a nice spot to start.
Certainly is. Well, at the moment on board with Reaper, which is really going to throw us down when we talk about the Carolina Reapers.
Team names are the wrong way around, but we'll get that figured out. DK, of course, on Able Stallions. And this is the team, obviously, who went on to lose to Bush yesterday in a... Well, what I will say, it was a relatively close game in the 3-2 scoreline, but the Search and Destroys were not close. Very, very dominant for the side of Bush, which is what you would expect. I mean, in absolute fairness, Able Stallions are a bit of a pickup team of some sorts. But Scythe yesterday, what was he? He got like 40 or something along those lines up against... I mean, look, they really did well. And I seen DK yesterday, actually, as we were popping in for food. I said, how are you feeling about tomorrow? And it was that big run tomorrow. And this is the start of it. Carolina Reapers are a team that Able Stallions should be able to deal with.
Oh, we're going to find out whether or not they can here. A little bit of pressure coming into the P2. And they've managed to get it here, but they don't have the flank secure here. Reaper trying to stay alive, finds the first, but no more. And now the spawn's really going against them. That's why you see so many teams really just sell everything to get that back spawn onto this one, but with a little bit of time left, Lee will try and just take some scrap time. For the rest of this, though, there will be a rotation over to P3. And they'll have to see whether or not they can gain it back.
TK 7-4 to kick things off. That's been impressive. Getting a lot of love online as well, and rightfully so. Setting an 8-4 to kick things off. Overlay coming through, and he will manage to find something here as Carolina Reapers trying to find a way through. They're in control of the point right now, though. 30 seconds to their name, looking to get maybe just a little bit more. DK will find one on the flank as well. Now he is just somewhat on his own with the pressure coming in from mid. Can he clean anything up? The shots are there. Can he find any more? Not quite. Helps on its way, but Able Stallions will break through.
DK just holding fire here. Just trying to do everything. There's been a lot of talk about DK. But now he's trying to just see if he can continue to pump every little bit of he can as the more and more kills go down. They have the streaks here, the Reapers. And then moving into the lead, this is a really big rotational push. They've managed to find Ton as well. Basically, almost a perfect transition. They just got to grab this back spawn.
Well, 5 out DK Hellstorm in his back pocket. Bear that in mind as we head over towards P4, which is typically where we're seeing everybody bring it in. Villix now trying to hold this down for the Carolina Reaper, trying to get something going here. These gunfights not quite going their way. DK will find a way through. 12-6 from him, looking at another 13-6. DK looking for number 14. Can find it as well. I mean, how many times do we have to say that this kid's the future? He's 18-year-old. He's first elite stage on the last one. And now he's starting to lighten up on LAN as well. 14-6 out of him.
I'm going to be honest, right now, a lot of players were wondering what he would do. They were wondering how good he really was. Accusations, rumors, everything else in abundance.
It's ridiculous.
But the truth is, you come to LAN, those excuses melt away. Those reasons, those rumors, they do not stand up to the light of day. And now DK, he's 18-6. He's on a 6 streak again, and the Stallions are looking at potentially a hero.
122-45. Carolina Reapers will find a way through towards the back end of that P4. It's all about this P1 control now. The Stallions in a good enough position to try and hold down that P2 side. We'll try and continue to do so. You're right there, Bryce.
Yeah, I failed to drink. That was. We'll ignore that as we get back into the game here. But this is a very good showing at the moment out of Able X Stallions. The Carolina Reapers really trying to get back into this game and hold it down the best they can. Leading P1 here, but maybe a little bit of a hesitance coming in from the Stallions as they look to maybe secure their position on P2 first. They look like they were ready to absorb a push. Whether or not they actually can remains to be seen, but this is huge from the Carolina Reapers.
Yeah, that's a big moment that get a hold of P1 the last remaining time of it. All you should do, continue to find these kills, and then all of a sudden you've got that rotation up towards P2 as well. Very, very helpful. Scythe not doing too bad of a job, so now 15 and 18. Looking to see if they can keep this up. Symbols up top. He's been playing well for them as well. Absolutely popped off at the end of that Black Heart hard point, which sent it to the map 5 up against Bush. I'm really curious to see how far Able Stallions can go. Look, I'm not going to say they're going to win the tournament, of course. I think it would be miraculous if they could. But I'm curious. I think they'll deal with Carolina Reapers. We've seen already a pretty good start out of this hard point. But they have to be careful through this losing break. They can't make any more mistakes, as mentioned. But they definitely could be a shark down here. There's no question of that.
Right now we can see just back and forth, and this is a good P2 hold again.
Yeah, doing well.
Managing to get it all down. We heard everything come in there. The streaks starting to fly in abundance, but for the Carolina Reapers, this has been nearly perfect. Burnt their way back into this game. This rotation could prove instrumental. They're already going to be there. They have a little bit of an advantage as players start to run through the tunnel.
Yeah, and the thing is with these LAN performances, like so often you can feel yourself when that comeback starts to cover through. Start shouting at the opposition, you get that bit of momentum, and that's exactly what's happened for the Carolina Reapers. There was a really good break over towards P1 at exactly the right time. They found a 4 dead, set them up for a lot of success over towards P2, and they have closed that gap. DK has definitely slowed down. I think it was 18-6 at one stage, and now we're on a spree of good 1 and 8. So we don't see that. Yep, we did curse. Absolutely. You said they found a hero, and I think you found 1 kill since then. So well done.
At the moment, the P3 hold is good. Just trying to hold it off here, Symbols, as you can see. Players now pouring in. Huge 3 kills going down. Only 1 left of the hill, but it's going to be DK. DK finds 2, not going to find any more. Unable to face down the entirety of the Carolina Reapers, but at this point, both teams are fighting for it. You're probably going to see Able push through as hard as they can. They'll be looking for a good P4 rotation as well.
Symbol's just going to run forward here. Nice hold by Overlay over towards the backside, though. Can he find anything else? Timing just not on his side that time around. Players just going to make sure they find that rotation round. DK is back here, as well as Scythe. He's going to try and hold it down on their own. Big players coming in from Clutch. He'll find one over towards the backside. And again, he's another player. It's his very first elite. He's a very first LAN tournament here for Clutch as well. And for them to be able to come in and step up to this level already, a real testament to both him and DK as a duo. Big fight coming in there, though. That was nicely done there by Leave. Symbols gets taken down. DK over towards the backside, cannot hold it. Still spawns towards the back, though, for Able Stallions. Carolina Reapers finding their way through the front.
Did a really big job of fighting those rotationals, and it is just playing off very, very well. But if you're enjoying this game, you can catch it on the alternate channels. It's going to be on Delta, but we're going over to our Alpha game elimination match. Treaty One Gaming and Huntsman are going to throw down. And first of all, we're into P1.
Good start from Rush. He's a player who we've really enjoyed watching over this season. Like, he really does light it up on occasion. Him and Disarray, for me, two very, very solid players. We know what Connor and Kez are going to bring to the table. Disarray been around for a long, long time. And honestly, just they've been improving in some of these elites over the past couple of years, and he's going to really have to bring it to the table here up against the Hunt. Nice start for Treaty One Gaming, 21 points to their name. Just being cool, though, trying to find a way through. These P2 rotations, very, very important. Connor going to try and stay alive over towards his backside, but Huntsman have control of P2.
Oh, Connor trying to make a bit of a play there to get the spawns or at least keep his team in it. Wasn't quite able to, and now they're going to run the gauntlet. They know players are going to be here. Rispy going to be the first one, going to call for reinforcements. Players now going to pour through, and they've done an incredible job at holding this off completely. One player has found their way into no man's land. They're trying to do it. It's Kez. Kez going to get cut down as well. A massive spawn out for Treaty One.
Absolutely in Omnia. On their way back over there now. They've got the cut through the middle of the map though, so Renegade will get taken down. You can two-prong attack this to a certain degree now. Dimensions, can't find the second. Connor will be there to find two. A couple of different trades falling their way. Treaty One Gaming will find a way through. Rispy though will shut it down on his own momentarily. Everybody else now coming from the outside, but Rispy, Renegade all combining well. Really nice hold from Huntsman. Rispy popping up.
And now onto this rotations here. You see Dimensions just backpedaling. He's got reinforcements as well. He is not alone on this next one. And it is just clean up crew after clean up crew.
Jeez.
Nothing for Treaty One. They really needed that bounce from spawn to spawn. They have not found it, and one more time, they will have to run a rotation gauntlet to get into this.
And the problem is, well, towards P2, when Rispy was on his own, they had to make that push. They found a couple of kills. They found themselves in a good position. Just couldn't quite execute, and that's now allowed the side of Huntsman to find this rotation over towards P3, and they are benefiting from this so far. 35 seconds to go here. Over towards the backside of the map. Dimensions has been solid, and as solid as those shots are, he will continue to be a threat for Treaty One Gaming to deal with. Freely finding 5 in a row. Renegades here, he's found 3 in a row. Dimensions still just lining everybody up. Absolute beamer with the M15. Far too easy for Huntsman. Treaty One Gaming a little one-dimensional now. Need to try and hold this down if they can. They've been spawned out. Disarray finds 2, but it is not enough. Spawn out will come. Treaty One Gaming will be threat to a 10-second scrap time, but the rotation once again belongs to Huntsman.
And this is practically perfect from Huntsman. Every fundamental falling their way. Manipulating the spawns, getting the other team to spawn the opposite side for the scrap time so you can take the rotation. For Treaty One Gaming, this will now have to be a little bit of miraculous play. They keep finding themselves on the back foot. They keep finding themselves in the wrong position.
Now it's slayed by 15 already by the time we head over towards P4. And that will continue to grow. Johnny and Co keep shooting like this. 35 seconds. What's the route in? Can you find a way through? You may well be able to. Connor and Rush found 2, but it's just, again, the execution. You leave 2 alone. You find the first 2 kills. Johnny and Dimensions clean up the entire team all on their own. Dimensions found a flank, and he was able to shut down this push, and now he may be able to shut down the rotation over towards P5 as well. Johnny just disrupting. They flipped him out again. This is perfection in hardpoint form from the Huntsman so far.
Disarray is on the other side trying to fight for his life, but this is unbelievable. If you talked about what you should do in a textbook scenario, Huntsman are doing it. They push on the scrap time, they flip in the scrap time, they have the next rotation. The Treaty One Gaming, this is damage control. They're only getting scrap time, they are not getting spawns. Finally, they get a little bit of a toehold in here towards the back. But still, the time going to the Huntsman.
It really has been a lesson so far. Huntsman just jogging this one in, to be honest with you, Bryce. It has been a very, very solid lead being built up over time through rotation, through just better hardpoint play. Dimensions has a Hellstorm in the back pocket. At this stage, I don't even feel like they need it. Treaty One Gaming just not able to find a way through. Russian Kez can find something over towards bad. This is an opportunity now, but it's for 18 seconds. 5-3 from Rush is good, but what's it going to get? Need to try and find a setup over towards P1, but Dimensions here to shut it down. Can't find the third. Disarray will pick that up, and the scrap time will go over towards Treaty One Gaming to prevent there being a 100-point lead heading into the second rotation. Renegade doing such a good job. 13-7. He's the man that's finding a lot of these positions for the squad. Will get taken down. Treaty One Gaming trying to find a way through and can find 3 to find their way through. And some time at P1 on offer.
Just round 5 here, getting to that P1, and P1 was good for Treaty One Gaming at the start of the game. They're trying to do it again here, get the majority of their time back. And I tell you something, Ton, for all the talk we've had about fundamental rotations, a big hold here would bring Treaty One right back into the game.
That's the thing, when the deficit is kind of at this, it's one really good hold, and this has been a good one so far. There's 4 dead as well. You're not going to be able to benefit from the spawns. You went far enough out, you got 1 player to deal with, and that's going to be Rispy. So he's going to hold that side. Treaty One Gaming at this stage, though, would love to probably extend back over towards P2, but they know they need the time, so they've got to stick around in it if they can. Kez, he'll get taken down. They do neither one of those things, and Huntsman just take both. Scrap time, rotation belongs to them. Treaty One Gaming there need a stick or twist for me. They either all need to hold inside of the point, or they all need to rotate out for P2. They do neither, they get punished. Huntsman's leads around 65 now. It has been reduced with Treaty One Gaming stepping on their toes here.
There you go, more Hellstorms coming in here. Rispy just trying to back off, and well, gonna not get anything out of that one. I say a line, actually, Rush ends up going down to it as well, but maybe, just maybe, Treaty One Gaming now into the P2. Looking to lock it down from the angles.
That might have been a Hellstorm actually from Treaty One Gaming. We've seen a couple of their players coming in with a streak. It was about 5 or 6 for a couple. So if they got some time in the hill, it wouldn't have made sense that none of the Treaty One Gaming players died if their, well, Huntsman were calling a Hellstorm over towards their backside. It's nice and open. Huntsman have to rush. Treaty One Gaming walk in. Can they continue to hold? This is a lot better for them. They found 2. Rush can get a couple in Dimensions. He'll take down the teammate as well as Connor. Tries to find a way through. Shut the door. Nicely done from Treaty One Gaming. We have a hardpoint game on our hands.
This is crucial. At this stage, they need to break into this one. Rush is looking out towards the back here. Big fight for the rotational kills. He knows where the player's going to be. All players are going to hunt him down as well, but they do very well here, the Huntsman. Clear their battle lines, send Treaty One Gaming out.
Yeah, really good hold there off that initial push. Treaty One now, you kind of want to get rid of Rispy. Try and find that push through, but they're going the opposite direction. As we'll find Johnny. Getting through unscathed, but Renegade over towards the backside. He's the one that's going to shut this down. Can he continue to do so? The snapper on the Kez, and the hold from Huntsman has just been far too easy. Treaty One Gaming going to have one more swing at it, but they have to be so careful not to get spawned out. You can see Huntsman are probably going to want to push forward in the next 10 seconds. Rispy finds 1. Can they find a bit more? Johnny through the middle, and now he'll start to try and make tracks. Can't do. Treaty One Gaming have the spawns for P4. Have to be careful not to give them up. But look at that lead. Huntsman roaring back towards nearly 100 points once more.
There we go, trying to lock and load. This is a big push for them as well. A couple of major kills coming in for the Huntsman. They are looking to lock this one down completely, in the mentions. Almost rips him asunder. Rispy can't get him either. A little bit of a chase there onto Kez, but it's just a chase. And they are out again here. Treaty One Gaming are not into the point. Johnny's going ham. And this may be game.
It looks like it will be. Hellstorm may well get called in as well. They spawn them way, way out. What a performance from Huntsman. Set themselves up for success time and time again. Treaty One Gaming just were not at the races. Huntsman surely going to take map number 1.
And the Huntsmen have showed us how to play hardpoint on this one. A series of perfect respawn rotations. Over and over again. They have made themselves into the position where it is most effective to find the kills. And Huntsman geeing up the crowd here, which has gathered around the feature station, Ton.
Any pints this early, boys? I tell you what, I think if I'm Treaty One Gaming now, I'm a little bit worried about the rest of the series now based off what we've seen in that map number 1. That was, again, it just felt as if they offered it up on a play. It. So many occasions where they would neither stick nor twist. They need to maybe be a little bit more decisive in their play, and Huntsman punished for them for every single time. And I think that's the difference. I think you go up against one of these other rosters coming through and sort of saying to yourself, okay, well, we played that well or we didn't play that well. How are you going to get punished? Huntsman punished them so severely every single time. Really good performance coming out from them. Dimensions for me, again, time and time again, was just finding so much success with that M15. Rispy once again, of course, and personal, everybody doing their job on the side of Huntsman. Really good. Map number 1, they take a lead in the series.
Yeah, and now we get to see, is this the way the series is going to go, or does S&D start to equalize things out a little bit? We know Treaty One Gaming are a very good team. They seem to get a little lost in the sauce on that last one. They'll be kicking themselves after losing rotation after rotation because their P1s were very, very good. The problem they had was everywhere else.
Yeah, I think it was just one of those scenarios. Like, I think P2 first time around was a real good example. when you've seen that they found 2 kills, and then they were able to then set up to try and find that pinch and execute, but on multiple different occasions, they put themselves in good spots. They put themselves in a good position to find a break, and then Renegade or Rispy or Johnny, or of course the mentions, would just find 2 kills each, and then they'd hold it down 2v4. That happened on multiple occasions, and when that happens for Treaty One Gaming, you find yourself 100 behind. There's a couple of occasions where 20 seconds would have went your way. If you'd managed to find those kills, that's a 40-second difference, which ultimately is an 80-point difference of what you were then kind of sitting at. So many different ways it could have went better for Treaty One Gaming, but it was ultimately execution that was the problem. Then Search and Destroy incoming. Wonderful start for Huntsman here in this best of 5. Elimination round 5. Loser goes home. Huntsman with a cracking start.
And this is what I was saying. Pressure is certainly something on the players' minds this morning, not only moving on to the feature stage, but walking in first game for what is essentially their last chance. Obviously, the winning team will move forward, but the losing team goes home. And like I said before, it seems, on an outsider's perspective, that, you know, it is just a number. If you've already gone to the loser bracket, it's not too bad. But falling out of the tournament at this time will severely impact these players in terms of not only how they look to go into the next stage of the tournament, they won't be going to the Pro-Am.
Going the game with Able Stallions, and Carolina Reapers over in Delta. For Able Stallions, yesterday Search and Destroy was their problem. So looking to try and find a way through. Good snap. Leaves there to finish it off. Now at 2 versus 2. Can they manage to continue to find the kills? Clutch finds one more. They're going to go, oh, lovely bait and switch. Far too easy. Did they get there in time? I think they did.
It was very close, but I think they should have it, and they do. Just enough time, and you are right. Chemistry there to get that one down. The call had to be made. One player had to take the chow, the other had to defuse. And funnily enough, they went, all right, well, the player who's nearest the bomb won't defuse. The player who's furthest away will. Get out of it, get the switch, we'll get it going.
Just having a quick look as well. Loser of elimination round 5 goes out top 24.
Yeah, that's not a good placement.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. Like, if you go out of that stage, it is horrible. Obviously, you know, you're talking about teams that are well respected in the elites. You're talking about teams that are planning to try and make it to the Pro-Am here. So going top 24 is a devastating placement.
Smokes out here for Able Stallions, looking good in their series 1 up. You can continue to watch this over on Delta if you're part of the DK fan club like myself. Treaty One Gaming though in Huntsman. Here we go into the Search and Destroy. First blood for Treaty One Gaming around number 1. They could do with a good start.
So far so good. They're taking control of this one, but they're not going for the plant quite yet. However, somehow lost a couple of players. I do not know how the trades went that badly. And now he cares. Left in a 1 versus 2. Rispy running through the middle of the map with his teammate Renegade. And they are not on some happy little jaunt. They are looking for blood.
Moving with intention. Kez was there to find the first blood for Treaty One Gaming. He's there to find the last one. Not the final one that he needed, though. Huntsman, take round number 1. And yeah, that traded over towards the site. You would have just expected maybe just be a bit of a pinstripe kill feed. But it's Rispy who finds 2 towards the end. He'll pick up the final kill. Good job there from Huntsman. Nice retake.
We'll see if this can continue, because of course, these two teams have had more than enough veterancy, both in their elites, in their respective regions. So we will find out just who walks away with this one. Of course, with Huntsman taking that first one, we were actually expecting after a numerical disadvantage to go the other way, but somehow Treaty One Gaming just didn't get it done, and Rispy almost finds one. Rush is in a bit of trouble. Fortunately, nobody's be able to get the trade onto him as well, and maybe a trade themselves. Rispy somehow staying alive after being chowed against. But everybody's still alive here in a 4 versus 4. Rush will find Johnny, though. Advantage out of Treaty One Gaming as everybody throws the bullets through here, and Huntsman have not found a way forward.
Kez having a good Search and Destroy, at least start to it. And there's the round for Treaty One. Nicely done. Getting themselves back into this one. Sitting at 2-1. He's going to have to start taking over. Stravak in hand. He's going to have to be the spearhead, if you like, for this squad. But very, very difficult going up against like Rispy and Co. Not an easy thing to do.
Well, this is what Treaty One needed. You got to remember they did not have a good time on that hard point. That deflection against Huntsman onto this B point was good enough. B point will be the battleground they choose one more time. Dimensions will be here. Rispy will be in the middle there for potentially some support. You already see the rotation coming back. Renegade also joining them. That stun check has allowed them to kind of guess where the players are going to be. Rush. He's throwing out a smoke towards middle here. Pushing through as well. He's now in a good position, but there aren't many against him. Rush making a massive kill, but will be traded down here, and the Huntsmen have found the trades again.
It's a great snap by Rush, but ultimately not enough. And that's where you don't have the trade ability. That's when the sniper kind of come into play. If Huntsmen are going to get aggressive like that, what can you do if you cares? The answer is not a great deal.
They just found their way in here. I mean, the smoke was an interesting tactic to get Rush forward, and it did work, but trades are better on the Huntsman side. They managed to get more bodies stacked up for it as well, and one of the questions you have to ask is whether or not Treaty One Gaming should have waited that long. Huntsman were able to rotate back into defend that site with plenty of time. Now as we go into this next one, the Huntsmen are on the attack here. What do they choose? It's maybe looking like a mid-dominant push.
Try and find a pick. Things up. Recipe this time doesn't get it done. Johnny is there for the trade, though. He'll take down Rush with 3. Lost the bomb in a bit of an awkward position, though, and Colin's going to punish Renegade for that. Going to have a bit of a look here as Johnny now pushing forward. Does he find an angle? Not before Disarray does. Dimensions going to have to back on down now, left in the 1v3. Nice trades coming in from Treaty One Gaming. Very much keeping themselves alive here in the Search and Destroy.
Great deflection. The pressure just not enough for the Huntsman. He's now running around. Disarray takes him down with ease. Not too worried about that one. Able to find enough pressure on the defense to keep them at bay, but very aggressive from the Huntsman. We saw Rispy kind of fly through and wasn't able to make his way any further forward, but game still very much on for these two teams.
Very close Search and Destroy. Seeing if they can keep this one up. Oh, Treaty One Gaming trying to get themselves in a better position here. The first map was just not that great, was it? Bit of a poor one, and they want to try and answer back as quickly as they possibly can. Big hit over towards this B side. Renegade watching over towards the middle, but fights starting to break out over towards the B side. Spear's there to find the first. Rush will be taken down, so the Spearhead is gone. But look at these actual passion ships in the night through the middle of the map. Kez, you've managed to find a way through, but there's just no teammates left. Kez left now in a 1 versus 4. He did well to find this position, but the rest of his team fought.
And Kez finds himself against a sea of Huntsmen. And they're just throwing bullets at him. I mean, he's throwing bullets back, but he finds the first here, but he is trapped between 3. Just nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. It is very difficult to pull off a 1 versus 4 when they know exactly where you are going to be.
Yeah, and that's somewhat fortunate timing for him through the middle of the map, but it's one of those moments where if you're Kez, you've got to be calling out to your teammates to sort of say, can we stay alive? Can we just be a little bit passive here? I found some timing. And unfortunately for them, they all fall. So not necessarily ideal. Was an opportunity for success there for Treaty One Gaming. Didn't present itself in the end. Huntsman 3-2 up. Back and forth, though. This one's far from done. Rispy sending 6 and 2. Looking to add to the tally. Oh, there's some smack talk going on in the pit now, Bryce. It's starting to get me warmed up here on this wonderful Saturday morning.
Players finally awakening. They start to see who's going through here, but Rispy with a big kill to bring it back, and somehow more trades going down. The Huntsman just ran over them like a freight train. Certainly not subtle, but very much effective.
Promise to really read into. Just good gunfights coming through the middle of the map. Nicely done by Huntsman so far. And that's the first time we've seen them really get themselves a decent lead. Now 4-2 up. Putting themselves in a position for success. If they go 2-0 up in the series, it's only heading one way. It kind of only feels like it's heading one way right now, honestly. Treaty One Gaming need to find something deep inside them. They are very much gone from this tournament if they're not careful.
Oh, Rispy is going to call this one out very, very quickly. Again, he's a solo player here. With that amount of nades coming through, you're going to start to see the Huntsman rotate over, but they are really not. Rispy has been left alone on an island for too long. Got to question what the Huntsmen were thinking. They really have not pushed that tempo at all here, and now Treaty One Gaming find themselves in a fantastic position. But down to 2 versus 3. Treaty One Gaming is pushing through here. Dimension's not able to get the kill either. So it works out for Treaty One Gaming. Johnny left alone in a 1 versus 3. Oh, and he may have found a gap. 1 versus 2. Surely not like this.
4 in a row from Johnny. Already has a hold of that Hellstorm. But the thing is here for Treaty One Gaming, you've got to get this bomb down.
Johnny's going to come check. He might get the exit kill. He's not going to, though. Going to get into it as well. There's no 2 against him. He's heavily damaged. The regen and the re-chow. Unfortunately, they now know he's in the area. Johnny does not have the information where they would have gone. Checks out several, checks back into the bomb and will be cut down before he can do any more. Treaty One Gaming get that one over the line.
Good performance from Treaty One Gaming in that round. Managing to find everything they needed. Good opportunity there, though, for the clutch. Doesn't come through. They need something to get themselves back into this game very, very quickly. Huntsman just seem to be executing. When it does come down to, you know, those breaks, etc., when I'm talking about execution, I'm saying just kind of winning your gunfights, right? There's all very well having a plan, but you still need to have your gunny up and find the opportunity that way. Huntsman just seem to be a little step ahead in that regard, at least. And now finding their push over towards one particular side. Being careful because we're live in venue there now. Just being very conscious of that one. Here we go. Hellstorm missile coming in. Doesn't matter what I say, they'll be hearing this. Renegade now ready for the push from Kez. It's well orchestrated from Huntsman. Most people with the bomb will likely be getting this one down, and Johnny will find another 4 versus 2.
Yeah, that call would have come in. It takes a second for that information to get relayed over, but now it has been. Most people recording this out towards the mid-map here as well. Sees Connor. I don't know if he saw Disarray. But they are going to try this from a different angle. 30 seconds to go, and they've got to take on 4 players from Huntsman. This is not impossible, but it does require superhuman effort. Well, there's 2 down already. They're 2 versus 2. They find a little bit of light, a little bit of love, because they now try to push this one in, but they've got Johnny in towards the middle, and Johnny will cut them down as they try to get through here, and Connor will have to find 2 kills. Cannot find the first, and Huntsman stay winning.
Sensational job from the Huntsman once again. Treaty One Gaming, though, did make it interesting, didn't they? They put themselves in a position. Mentions there to shut Connor down towards the back end of things. Johnny with a cut through the middle of the map. Very trusting of each other in that scenario. Very, very split up, but covering different angles that they needed to. Really nice job from Huntsman. 1 round away from going 2-0 up in this series.
Well, let's see. The Huntsman pushed this one straight over the line here. Treaty One Gaming did try to make it a little bit interesting, but unfortunately, 2 versus 4 is still 2 versus 4. A lot of gunfights to win. Crispy now already flowing out here. This is a very aggressive defense. Already pushing into couches. I think he saw a player as well. Kez may have seen him and did so. Crispy finds himself cut down. The aggression, risk versus reward does not work out here. Renegade also damaged.
Yeah, really good job there from Kez. Backs Renegade down. And now they've just made their move over towards B. Kind of tilted up inside of the site, but that's all they need to do. Rush is quite happy to be here. Johnny with some good shots, but a hard round for a Huntsman to win. Attacking from a couple of different angles. There's got to be the play, but Treaty One Gaming, I mean, very stringent in their hold at this moment in time. Got to find the next gunfight. That's massive.
Okay, he tries to make a bit of a play here, but pinstripe. Johnny in a 1 versus 2, but time very much not on his side. Looking for it, not going to check the close corner. Down he goes. Treaty One Gaming do basically what they were just done to them on that same site. Get the trades in the right place, have the numbers, and you can get that win. It's not pretty, but it is effective.
Nicely done, to be honest with you. As soon as Kez kind of finds that kill on the flank, that allows them to make their push over towards B. They've got a little bit more pressure. They've got the numbers, and they just set up really tight. Nicely done from Treaty One Gaming. 2 more rounds in a row needed. Huntsman just one out. 5-4. A 2-0 lead in this series will be huge for the Huntsman. Still need to find another round. Making their push now on the attacking side. Treaty One Gaming set up with a bit of a line across the board. Nothing really too aggressive just yet. Rush might be tempted. But either way, Huntsman in a good spot to make something happen over towards it.
Just clearing the corners. Oh, that's a big nade onto them as well. They thought they might have had an opportunity to put this one down here, but Treaty One Gaming were waiting. Here comes the trades again. No, Risky will find one. Rush out towards the back. Does not get it. It goes down to a 2 versus 2. They're going to know he's here as well. They push Kez. Kez does wonderful to get a kill there. Gives the opportunity to his teammate to at least make this a 1v1 fight. Dimensions versus Rush. Rush, ever so patient. Dimensions also all stalling.
So Dimensions just try to bait it out there, and they trying to make him think he's made the rotation. Yep, ready and waiting, and 2-0 up just like that. Nicely done from Dimensions. A technical 1 versus 2 to find the map. And Huntsman now cruising in this series, 2-0 up.
Huntsman very much also playing to the crowd that has gathered in front of the feature station. Players in the pit very much enjoying the spectacle they are now watching. And for Huntsman, certainly the favoured team in this matchup. But it's not been all plain sailing. Pretty good performance there on the hardpoint we saw just a little while ago. When it comes down to the S&D, could have gone either way. We could have been seeing around 11, but they get it over the board. They grind it out. Big kills from Johnny. A lot of aggression from Rispy in many scenarios here, and it could have been an issue. He had 3 first deaths, but they carried the day regardless.
That's a stinger for Treaty One game. I didn't realize how many of the first ones they actually did manage to pick up. I mean, what is that, 7? Out of the 10 rounds we played. That's what, about a 40% conversion, something along those lines. That's not fantastic. Again, it's execution for Treaty One Gaming. There's definitely potential there, but they're just not able to match Huntsman right now. They find themselves 2-0 down in this series. It looks like it's going in one direction. Huntsman need one more map to advance. If Treaty One Gaming can't find the reverse sweep, that's a top 24 placement.
Big games, big players. We'll have to see whether or not they can step up. Lots of positives there for Treaty One Gaming, but you are right, Ton, that all the positives in the world aren't really going to take the sting out of this placement.
No, and again, I think they're just outmatched at the moment. It's difficult. They came into this tournament, I mean, what was it, the top 8 finish within the EMEA Challengers season. Huntsman, top 12. For them, not making it into the playoffs would have been a massive disappointment. So if they can go in a little bit of a loser's run here, then maybe they can feel better about their season. Good start to this series for them, though. 2-0 up and absolutely cruising, to be honest with you. Treaty One Gaming just not quite at the races yet. Being a difficult one for them to match the pace, the power, if you like, of Huntsman, who found themselves 2-0 up in the blink of an eye. Map number 3 will be Scar Overload. I don't think we'll see Scar Hardpoint or Exposure Search and Destroy at this stage.
It's not looking that way. We'll have to see how they play on the Overload, though. Treaty One Gaming will not be looking for this one, but while we are waiting for it, we are going over to have a look at our Charlie pod to see how these teams and players are getting on. And, well, looks like they're in game. Let's have a little look at how this one is going down. A little bit of communications as they load into it, but Falcons XR8 up 1-0 versus Light Unlimited. And they're going to try and knock this one down as best they can.
Should be an interesting game. I believe, obviously, as we're saying, Falcons are up. Names are switched on our screen. Light Unlimited, unfortunately for them, getting put to the sword right now here in this Search and Destroy. Let's see what Gentle and Abdul Atif can do here, but Abdul gets taken down. Now Gentle left all on his own. Real Charm having a look. Trying to see if he can find it. Would be a 1 versus 4 if Gentle can pull it off. And he's another one of the Saudi Arabian players that just seem to be taking the world by storm right now. There's another. Let's not offer this up on a plate for him, though. Gentle in the middle of a 1v4. 2 more players to find.
Already walking over here, worried that somebody's in the area, of course. Wonderful technology that is Codcaster, telling there isn't, but this is going to be difficult. Gentle, if he doesn't get this down soon, will lose the opportunity. Bomb is going down. Timing is going to be nightmarish here for him as well, though. And, well, they know he's here. He's not going to get a bomb down. Goes for the reach out. And truth being told, there were just not the options for him.
Yeah, first round for Light Unlimited there. Scary one, though. You just don't want to allow Gentle those opportunities. And those kind of rounds can kind of feel a little bit different, right? You love the 1v4. If you do still pull it off, it's still a good feeling, but at the same time, it's not as satisfactory as just a nice, clean round. Gentle, though. Good effort from him. Not able to get it over the line, but you can continue to watch this match over on Charlie if you wish to do so. Back over towards Alpha we go. Opportunity maybe on the board straight away for Treaty One Gaming. Dimensions just going to tightly shut it down. 3 kills like that out of the gate. The pressure will now be on Treaty One Gaming. Huntsman move up the map.
Oh, and Dimensions is moving a little bit mad there. 4 streaks straight off the rip. Very different prospect when it comes to this push, though. It is not easy to get it done, and already they are closing him down. Kez takes down Renegade. Oh, switching back to Treaty One Gaming for just a second. They are not making the kill, so they're not going to move it.
Started a very, very fast pace, this one. Dimensions with a hell of a start. Probably a good job that he has done, to be honest with you. Treaty One Gaming and put themselves in some positions here. Little bit of a look over towards this B side. Leaf Blocker and Rush. Kez all combining well. Renegade has to go absolutely massive. He finds one. Oh, the kill's going to follow up here as well. Rush down to 1v1. Can't find it. Rispy. Big plays coming out from Huntsman. On the back foot. Managing to find the kills, but still an opportunity here for Treaty One to be in a good enough position where they can maybe just bundle it over the line.
Renegade went so massive to make that stop here as well, but Treaty One Gaming seem absolutely determined to push the tempo of this game right up. You can see they're being aggressive every single step of the way here. EMP moving, though, for Huntsman shortly. I am a little bit surprised Johnny didn't grab it. Has now been grabbed here, but this will be another wave of kills they need to find. So far, so good. It's Red takes down Rispy. More pairs coming through. Johnny looking for more. Not going to get it. Trade still in abundance. Dimensions will have this one with it, but is not going to be able to get it in. It will be dropped.
I wouldn't mind him just slowing down for a second because his teammates are literally just right here. Gets it over the line. And Rispy then finds Disarray. Can they keep this pressure on, though? That's what Rispy's got to try and do here. Try and stay alive. Kez and Go do well, though. That's really, really good retake over towards their side of the map. Okay, they'll lose the point. They are on the technically weaker side. And they do manage to clean house, which is really, really important. That kind of situation can get very, very scary. The Huntsmen find another wave of kills. But Treaty One Gaming haven't done too bad on this side so far, to be honest with you. We're sitting at 10 and 7. They've been able to formulate a couple of different pushes. Haven't been able to quite get it over the line just yet.
Oh, just waiting. Doesn't want to give them anything else from this. He's going to move it. He's going to move it, but there is a player right there. He just did not know. He thought he might have a bit of a clear shot. Rispy trying to push the tempo here again. The EMP might move for the Huntsman if they're confident. Renegade's in position. There's one. He knows the pressure's going to come through the other side here as well. Dimension's trying to get through. Going for the pistol chow, and he gets it. That should be in, and it is. Huntsman get their second one on the board.
Yeah, nice creative play coming in from the Huntsman. One player from the side of the map just to be able to get a little bit of position over towards the fence. Finds an opening. But just maybe a little slight overextend from Treaty One Gaming on a couple of occasions where Connor picked it up, went for it with the EMP. Did not work out. They tried and then flex out of their spawn without any kills. Did not work out either. Back foot firmly in the side of Treaty One Gaming. Rush finds 2 big kills. Pressure still here though. Rispy trying to get it over the line, cannot. Good defensive work from Treaty One. Just 2-0. There have been opportunities from both these two teams. Honestly, Treaty One, if they can find something over the line here, they have more than have enough in their back pocket to find something in this second half.
You can see these two teams looking to really sum their authority under this match here. But Treaty One Gaming desperately trying to get that one over the line, but they cannot find the trades. I know a lot of people have expected them to make that conversion, but really, once you get into that funnel, it is a nightmare to get through. However, with 3 down, they have an opportunity. Renegade stands alone. Already takes down 2, though.
Reset.
Refusing to go for it at this time, and Disarray also falls to him. Renegade says enough. I am the goalkeeper. Get out of here.
And just a bit of a reset coming in. Just a little bit at the wrong time there for Treaty One Gaming. They had it in a good position to maybe just bundle it over, but does not happen. They now have a setup over towards the motel. They're finding the kills as well. Huge opportunity now. They've got to get this over the line. 40 seconds to go. Golden opportunity. They'll get it. Treaty One Gaming with a point on the board. 2-1. 35 seconds to go. They've got good map control here. All going to spawn over towards the middle of the map too. You keep these kills flowing. They have an opportunity to add them. Big kills.
They're trying to. Dimensions with those 2 may have shut down this push here, but You wouldn't be surprised for me to see Treaty One Gaming try to make this the free play. It's a slow roll, got to wait for reinforcements. Russia is going to go down here. This might be for Huntsman. Now, with this in hand, it will at least give them an extra 30 seconds.
This will be devastating for Treaty One. Honestly, they put themselves in such a good spot to be able to get something done at the end of this first half. But as it goes now, they're trying to make a move, and they're having to defend. Huntsman got ball in hand, have 19 seconds to do something with it. The kills are starting to flow. Treaty One Gaming need to get the gunny up.
Renegade's in a good position as well. He's coming to help out his teammates, and Rispy will find two. Dimension's last one. Gonna go for it, and they do get it in. The dive is good enough. And this is a good score for Huntsman, but it is not impossible for Treaty One.
There have been opportunities for them, though. And that's what they have to be positive with here. Now they're onto the side where it's just a little bit more difficult, obviously, to defend on. So they are going to be able to maybe find more opportunities over towards Grandma's side to find some captures, to be honest with you, because they have had opportunities. It's a 3-1 score for Huntsman, but Treaty One Gaming, again, being close, but not quite with the cigar. Need to try and find something here in the second half very, very quickly. 3-1 down. But Huntsman are not clear here by any stretch of the imagination, but that Hellstone for Dimensions could be something to either formulate an attack or a good defense. Let's see how it's all going to break down in the second half.
Well, just throwing the bullets that they can all around. It's a big first wipe. You can already see Johnny moving forward to be the lead blocker. Going to try and get these players to the respawn here, but they will be watching for him. He slows them down, just a heartbeat. The rest of the team now swinging into action. Rispy finds one. Renegade threads the needle, not able to get it against Rush. Not the perfect scenario. Body still dropping from the Huntsman. And while Rispy's doing God's work, he has to do a little bit more for this one to go in.
Rest of the Huntsman on the way back through after the respawn. Let's try and keep it up. Yeah, if he can keep a hold of the EMP, the team are on the way. Baited out Kez, if anything, is Renegade then will pick up the pieces. He gets taken down. It's good defense from Treaty One Gaming. We'll need to try and find a wipe somewhere. Well, sooner than later.
This may be the longest defense I have ever seen. Dimensions eventually will go down. That was almost a full minute of them having to defend that point.
And one of the things is for Huntsman, they don't necessarily need to make that move. They're 3-1 up. The more time that they got the EMP in hand, the less time it is for Treaty One Gaming to do anything with it.
Saw on the minimap there, Treaty One Gaming now worried about where Renegade is, and they should be. Dimensions will grab this again here. Renegade waiting for the push that's coming through, finds his first. Looking for a second, isn't going to be able to get it here, but Treaty One Gaming reacting well. They are not letting this one go. It's Huntsman put the pressure on one more time. Dimensions is an absolute menace with this pistol.
He's an idiot. What the hell's he went for that for? The rest of the team are now in, and that's a 4 dead again. Pressure continuing to be put on here. Huntsman with a big opportunity.
Now Renegade trying to fly through. Pirouettes in the air as high as he possibly can. But for Treaty One Gaming, damage control is basically their mode they have switched into. They are being outslayed. Rispy towards the back. That is a huge stop for them. Dimensions doing the same thing. They won't expect a second here. And Disarray managed to get another kill. Treaty One Gaming are throwing everything at this defense, and they are doing it just well enough. The issue they are going to have is time. You cannot win an attack on defense.
Maybe they'll get this over the line before Dimensions can actually do anything about it. Hellstone takes a calendar year to bring in. Now they're going to be careful for the wipe, though. Can Treaty One Gaming put themselves in a position just to not get wiped off the map? They're just going to try and slow this down. Can't find any of the respawn, and they will hold. But Treaty One Gaming get one over the line at their very first opportunity. Their defense has been brilliant, which is then really offered them the spot to be able to find a cap in that manner. But there you go. That's going to be pretty much a wipe over towards the field. Disarray over towards Top Church will have to stay alive. Renegade's done well to find him. And now the Huntsman can start playing a little bit of ball through the middle of the map. 2 minutes to go here. 3-2's the scoreline. Still something in this for Treaty One Gaming.
Renegade tries to make a move here, but Treaty One Gaming are very much entrenched. They've held this defense for quite some while, and they're not looking to let it go quite yet. Again, EMP is moving. Huntsman will have it one more time. Johnny with his pistol, throwing bullets down for Huntsman. They're looking for this wave of kills. They've got a couple here, but Treaty One Gaming will be back in a position. Renegade doing God's work. Rispy just holding, but he's going to see his teammates go down one by one ton, and he knows that scoring opportunity is not going to be there.
But the thing is, with this motel push, you can kind of just back up and waste their time. And he's doing more than that. He's finding the kills. So So now for Treaty One, can you find a way out? You can't, because now Huntsman have found a way up the map. There's maybe a play being made by Kez here. If he can find a flank through the side of Motel, if they can get rid of Johnny, all of a sudden they're in a good position. Johnny, good gunfight win. He's got over the top. There's just no way that he gets that one over the line. Not going to happen. Crispy. He can find a couple of kills. Now keeping this pressure on. Every single time you think Treaty One Gaming are finding a way out, Huntsman shut the door. Is that maybe a capture coming over the line from Renegade and Co? Nobody's got the ball. Nobody's making the move because Connor is there. He shuts it down. And 55 seconds to go now. Treaty One Gaming somehow hanging on.
80,000 people have died in about 4 square meters. That EMP is not being allowed to move beyond a certain point. Treaty One Gaming have stopped it every single time. In terms of possession, it's been 90% Huntsman, but the only actual score this half is Treaty One Gaming.
The thing is, though, Treaty One Gaming have just been camped there. They haven't been able to get out. They've defended so well. Huntsman found themselves in a 3-1 lead off an overtime play. We're heading over towards that overtime in 23 seconds. Bit of pressure here from Treaty One. The pressure, though, will be soaked up by Huntsman. Now they can find a way out, and they can find a way out and find the kills on top of it as well. It may well be their opportunity to get something done. They don't need to, though. They have the 3-2 lead. They just have to defend the EMP. The kills falling their way. Connor and Rush, though, found a couple. Can they find a couple more? No, they can't. Renegade may well have just shut this one down. Huntsman 3-0. They find the victory and advance on in the loser bracket. Treaty One Gaming, their tournament is over.
Treaty One Gaming will be disappointed. They had opportunities in that one to do something. But as I said earlier on, you cannot win when you are behind by being really good at defending. And truthfully, they were incredible at defending. They just could not move it out of it. Huntsman kept the pressure on. So all they did was fight. With Treaty One Gaming, that is a devastating loss in the extreme.
It's hard because I think they'll probably look back at the series and say to themselves they probably didn't offer as much as they have. So weren't able to get things going, and Huntsman very much were. Really good showing from them. They will deservedly advance on. Everybody pulling their weight in that one, to be honest with you. And for all that, Treaty One Gaming defended extremely well. For that to happen, Huntsman have to attack well as well, right? I mean, they were putting themselves in so many positions. They were keeping that pressure on. And that's fine for them. It doesn't have to result in a score every single time because realistically, they're just wasting that time. Incredible work from the side of Huntsman. They will take the series 3-0 and losers round 5. A quick start to their Saturday, which again I think is important. These losers bracket games come thick and fast. You need that energy, and a 3-0 helps you conserve some.
Well, I've also got a little bit of information. I believe Able were able to overcome how far they were behind in the overload. I've been given information that was a 3-0 for them. So also making a bit of a statement there on their bracket run. But we'll see what we can do. Right now, these teams are all still fighting for survival. Many games going on to the pit here, but I'll tell you something, Huntsman didn't even see that jubilant when they won. That was one of the things that kind of struck me out.
I mean, it was a walk in the park for the most part, right? I think, you know, you look at map number 1, just did what they had to do, executed better on every single angle. Search and Destroy was a little bit closer, but realistically, it always felt like they were leading the dance. And after that overtime capture with a 3-1 lead, it was still possible for Treaty One Gaming. They huffed and they puffed. But the house very much did not blow down. Huntsman 3-0. They will take that one nice and easily. More games though going on here in our first round of the day. We're going to head over to Charlie, which I believe is into the Overload. This is Falcons R8 taking on Light Unlimited. Falcons R8, 2 to the good.
Have a little bit of a look as they run through this one. The Falcons XR8 have looked pretty good so far for the majority of this series from what we've got. But Unlimited having a little bit of an issue dealing with Dental already. Oh, he's just dancing around. He's almost killed both of them. That's an outrageous chow. Light Unlimited will scoop.
Get this one away. There's a lot of pressure being put on them though. Clock's already with the Hellstorm in their hands. Names have been switched around here. We'll get that figured out. Falcons R8 2-0 up in this series. Players switching teams all the time. We'll just blame them.
It's exactly what it is. It is the players picking it as well, but there is a massive defense on the goal line. Charm managing just to hold that down for a few seconds for Light Unlimited. And then they're going to move it back. You can already see the wrap coming through here. Has one blocker. They don't have a lot of bodies to throw at this ton. Already losing one, and Real Charm's like, oh, where are my teammates going? I'm in a dangerous position. Really, really dangerous. There are players going for him at every single angle. This one should really be a score. They've got so many players into it as well, but still team cannot get through the gap. And the Bodhi is actually going to continue slaying instead of moving the EMP.
I mean, Colossus is calling the Hellstone from his spawn as well. Yeah, that's a bit of a strange one from Falcons R8. Maybe a bit of miscommunication. Because they just had a free run there for the most part, didn't they? Falcons R8. Again, just to reiterate, these names are the wrong way around. We'll get that one sorted as quickly as we can. Let's 2-0 up here. Looking good. But now they have the opportunity to defend, and well, they aren't going to have the opportunity to defend. That's going to be one apiece. Light Unlimited just walk through an open door. You see Falcons were just trying to get themselves in a bit of a better position as far as setting up for their own attack. Couldn't get it done though. Falcons got that right now. There we go. We switched it around. One apiece. Can they bring this one back?
They're looking for it as well, and they're going to really regret not putting that EMP forward when they had the opportunity. Can't make that many kills and have it right onto the cusp, but they just seem to be going for the slaying game. Gentle flying out. That will go in here. Oh, no, it won't. No, it won't. Oh, my goodness. 116. Shut it down, and that was unbelievable.
Big plays to be made. Until Latif, though, can keep this pressure on, and that's what, honestly, Falcons have been doing really, really well. Finding more kills through the middle of the map and keeping that pressure on. You got the lead blocker and Abdul Latif. He can keep it moving. 17 and 5 out of him, by the way. Bodhi can just bully this one over the line. Not going to happen. I feel as if there's been a couple of occasions that, don't get me wrong, Light Unlimited are defending well. But Falcons R8 are like seeing a creak in the door and trying to squeeze through it. Take that extra step. Just make sure you get it over the line. Absolutely gunned. Bodhi dealt with. Fox will be the only one who can find a kill, and now Light Unlimited have an opportunity to maybe take a lead into the second half.
I'd actually go one further and say Falcons R8 are making a mistake on that final push. 100%. Almost every single time they are playing it a little bit wrong here, and Light Unlimited will take it over. Falcons R8 are doing a great job in slaying. Well, they are not doing a great job when he's playing here with the EMP. They should actually be up into this one, probably 3-2.
May well have an opportunity here, though. 3 kills. Gotta find something. Gotta find something. Danny can shut one down. Can you squeeze around the corner? Not quite. Good shots again. They really just haven't utilized the A side of the map whatsoever. Really good day once again coming in from Light Unlimited. And they take a lead. A deserved one, if anything, into the second half. Can Falcons R8 just take a step? That's all they need to do. Take your time.
Yeah. It's weird because they are doing so well at moving the EMP for the first third, and then a little bit of a misstep. Like Jenna went out to block and then went too far, didn't get the block, ended up losing every single gunfight they needed to. The other time they ran it a weird way. Bodhi went to going back to couches instead of just running it back to where his teammate was. Maybe a little bit of bad communication, maybe a little bit of reps needed to get that chemistry flowing perfectly here on this team. But the benefit you can take, the silver lining as it would be for Falcons XR8, is they did actually look the better team, but that last 10% is what's costing them.
I mean, they're passing around the middle of the pitch like prime Barcelona here, Brycey, but when they get to the further end, they look like Newcastle. That's a niche reference for the football fans. We are in the UK, actually. It's not even a niche reference whatsoever.
Let's see how this one goes again here. As you can see, both teams just fighting for control in the middle. At the moment, Falcons, they're going to get their slaying down. Abdul gets 2. Now General going to be able to move. If Bodhi gets 1 at the same time, this should really be all in. And they managed to get it as well. That is some speed from Gentle to slam that one home.
I mean, it's kind of carbon copy again, isn't it? It's just brute way to play Overload. That's coming up from Falcons R8. And it's somehow working. Clock's now in a position to maybe try and keep things rolling. Finds one over towards Dojo. That's not bad. Bodhi, you can find one, but nice defense coming in once again from Light Unlimited. Maybe they can start pushing. Have a little bit of a lead blocker here. And challenge 115. He's going to get taken down, though, but now he can start to put this pressure on. Falcons R8 can have to defend for a little bit.
Charm just trying to make a little bit of a move here, and they've got a couple of kills with his teammate. They are certainly putting the pressure on. This is going to go in. They've got enough kills to make it so, and Light Unlimited will retake the lead. The big issue for them now is heading through couches. They have to get back and defend. One player going for the flank here, but if I know anything, is that Falcons are not going to wait. They are going to go through all this at full speed. Will they even get through time? I don't think they will. And it will be picked up by Light Unlimited.
A couple of scuffed players, absolutely. Finding some kills through the middle of the map, though, which has never been a problem. I mean, Abdulatif sitting 23 and 13. Real charm, though. Having a good time with things as well. 23 and 18 from him. Hellstorm in the back pocket as well. It's going to help you out on a couple of occasions. Although when it comes down to Overload, honestly, they just take too long to call in for them to really be... It's hard to judge when the right time is, realistically, to call it in. It certainly isn't right now when you've got it in hand. General Abodi, though, finding plenty. Charm's probably going to have to either back down or try to make something happen.
As we see now, just a little bit of play going on with this EMP. Bit of a chase going in from Abodi all the way around here, but what they've done is left the door wide open.
Wide open. Falcons R8 are not locked in this overload. How is that so easy?
I was trying to work out, and like I said, Abodi was trying to make a hero play when the EMP was the other side of the map. A long flank in that scenario, it's not going to get you an awful lot.
Thing is, you need the trust of everybody to be able to do that. And right now, Falcons R8 have just not played great Overload. You need somebody to be able to make plays. You need players who can play make. But the trust isn't that. It hasn't necessarily been a great showing whatsoever, and now this could be another one for Light Unlimited. They could be sending this to a map number 4. So by the sounds of things, it's been pretty convincing work from Falcons R8 and the other 2 maps. They are going to lose this Overload if they can't come back with 3 captures within the next minute and 40 seconds.
Light Unlimited are just a far superior Overload team. Every time that EMP moves, it has a destination. Still, a little bit of push going through. We can see Danny now trying to just hold this off for the relay. 1 minute 30 left to go here, and well, challenge 115 is staying alive for as long as possible. Here comes the scoop. Falcons will have it, and they're not wrapping, they're just headbutting. They are going for this through Dojo with everything they've got.
Got to kind of do what they were doing in the first half and just make the most of half opportunities, or try to, and this is one of them. This should be a capture. He hasn't got any lead blockers, by the way. He's going to get it. I mean, look, it's hard for defensive team to do much with that. Now they need to find a couple of exit kills here. Do Abdulatif and Co. Light Unlimited, try and find what they can. Abdulatif's found 3, and that may well be the layup that you need. It's going to spawn over towards the rooftop side. This could well be another capture. You need to find the next couple of kills if you're Light Unlimited. Abdulatif can get 1, Cox the other, 5-4. It is a 1-point game. Great work from Falcons R8. They just chained that all together. 30 seconds to go, as well as overtime if we need to see it, if we get to see it. An opportunity for Falcons R8 to get something done here.
Players getting back into position. Kills all going the way of Falcons here. Again, the scoop. Going to go down there before they can do much more. Got to now hammer it. Fortunately, this is a team that only likes blunt force, and they're going to go for it.
Oh,
He's gone through. Somehow they've not managed to get him. Can he get around the corner? No! Oh, my goodness. A hero play, a pirouette, and they get away. Not to be, and that is parking the bus. Falcons not able to get that one over the line, and almost misplayed by Light Unlimited. And you could feel the tension as they were desperate to get in position first.
All I will say is that they had to consider the overtime as well. It felt like they were trying to play up against the game clock. They would have had an opportunity to maybe get it done in the overtime, but then you would have had the then added pressure of the extra time as well. That would have been interesting, but irrelevant of that, that will be Light Unlimited to send this to a map number 4. Yeah, Falcons R8, that was
poor. I'll tell you what it was poor.
Yeah.
There were crucial decisions in the last 10% that cost them. They should have probably had 8.
I think the thing is, though, is I'll give them the credit. Is a pickup team, you know, is the communication there yet? Is the cohesion there yet with them? Quite clearly, I mean, Abdulatif has dropped 32, and the slaying ability is absolutely there. We know that from this team. We know what Cox and Abdulatif have been able to do with R8. Okay, they haven't necessarily performed great in the MEA, but you can tell there's something about them. Gentle and King Abodi, obviously, over in North America, have been doing relatively well. But now they're put themselves in a position where there's another map to come when they really and realistically should have won this 3-0.
Not the easiest. The Falcons XR8 still alive. I mean, they're still 2-1 up technically in the series, so they're not going to be too worried about it. Whether or not they can continue, whether or not this is a turning of the tide, a moving of the momentum that they've built up so far. Light Unlimited have been thrown a lifeline.
Really good work from them, to be honest with you. Real charm calling that in at the right time. I mean, we've seen in the first half, Fox calling in his Hellstorm as well, and it was just such a weird time. There were so many opportunities for Falcons RA. Light Unlimited had a few opportunities, but they made the most of it every single time. Whereas Falcons RA had a plethora. They just didn't get anything over the line. Even this from Gentle was like, okay, I know he slips the net there, but it's still very unlikely, isn't it? It's one of those moments where you maybe just have to get yourself set up, wait for the team to come through, but easier said than done. You had to a map number 4 between these two squads on one of the feature stations. I still would expect Falcons RA to get this done.
Yeah, so would I, to be honest with you. I think they have been looking like a very strong team throughout this run for them. But we will see if that is to be so. The teams and players just warming up. I'll tell you something, the players brought a towel with them. That is genius.
Genius?
Yes,
You
genius.
go that far? Okay.
Yes, I will go that far. You got to think about it. You know, you want your hands dry. You want to make sure you're in a good situation. Bringing your own towel. It's essential, right? What every good traveler should have is a towel. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference, Tom. I know you want to read it.
Yeah, went over my... Yeah. That did go over my head entirely.
Yeah, no, I know.
I thought you were just kind of making things up. As
No.
per usual.
That was a bona fide reference.
Okay.
It's
And
been
then you just
it's been verified.
insulted my intelligence straight after as well.
Well, no, I just knew you didn't read the book. That's all. I just knew you hadn't read it
You'd be right.
because it's a book.
Oh,
Anyway.
Seymour got it. Yeah, okay. Well, there you go.
Let's see how this one plays out. Light Unlimited certainly going to be in a good mood after getting a map back onto this one here, but a map is not a series, so they need to lock in.
Falcons are it. You're a little peed off, to be honest with you. I think they'll be coming at this and just wondering how on earth they did not win that overload. And how did they respond? That's the thing. Unlimited with a nice start here over towards P1. Motel rotation belongs to Falcons R right this second. They're going to try and get their first decent amount of time here over on Scott.
Well, they are doing very well at holding down that P1 and now roaring into this one for the P2. Bodies coming through. Wonderful double chow over the top. And for Falcons, not really showing up yet. Gentle is 0 and 6.
Hasn't been able to get a go. And the cuts are there from Canny as well. Gentle will get his first kill. Pressure coming in from the top side, and Gentle will help back that up. That's a nice break though from Falcons R. Unlimited now going to try and get a little bit of map control and find their way through, but Gentle, he's done well. 25 seconds remaining here. This is some good time and some good kills to be followed. Nicely done by Falcons R. 20 seconds out now, Light Unlimited still in the lead, but it'll be a close game by the time we head over towards P3.
Gentle finally a little bit on the board here. There's a lot of streaks coming in for the team of Falcons R8, and well, they'll get a bit of scrap time and they will go into the lead. Now we're looking to see whether or not they can convert into this one. Already 116 has called out the issue. They know there's going to be a bit of a problem as clocks will go down. Bodie clearing house on his own side as both teams will now meet in the middle.
See what they can find here. Light Unlimited on the better side of things and continue to do all right, but then Utility finds 3 out of absolutely nothing. The fourth won't fall over, the rest of your teammates will, and don't find anything. 115 managing to find something. So they just about hold on once again. Light Unlimited coming up clutch.
And now you can see the push coming through. Falcons looking to put the bodies in position here, but they aren't really getting it done as well as they would like. Fortunately, Clock says, hey, I've got a 2-piece, I can lock this one down. He gets 3. And now Light Unlimited will have the spawn for next, but the pressure is already mounting.
10-second game. That time we head over towards P4. Gentle, big gunfight and wins it. 4 dead. And that's at the right time. Spawns up. Come here for Light Unlimited. Very, very close and very, very quick. Bit of a split spawn though. Can these two players continue to defend? Everybody else from Falcons R8 on the way. 1 player remaining is Real Champ. Going up against his compatriots from Saudi Arabia, can't hold it down. The Falcons are right. We'll find a way through and have a nice setup here as well. Light Unlimited are miles away.
Opportunities here for Falcons to really hammer this lead. They eventually do take it. 1-6 are already up top here. Great inroads made from Light Unlimited. Dental flying over the top. Not going to get any more from them as well. They don't have the opportunity, but Real Charm now going for it. And they break in here, Ton. This is pretty good from Light Unlimited.
So some good time, but have to be careful not be flipped out in 25 seconds. They want to try to make their move, and 115's done absolutely brilliantly. Combined well there together inside of the point, and 15 seconds to go. If your Falcons are right, though, you just walk away, tail between your legs somewhat, and set up over towards P5. Nice break, though, coming through from Light Unlimited. You're right. Very close game as we head over towards P5. Again, the slaying ability is absolutely there from Falcons. But it's somewhat been the fundamentals. Not quite there for the squad. Big push coming over towards his backside. Cox has got some work to do.
Already Cox looking here, just trying to make sure that he can hold everything down. Doing a very good job at it. You can see him already backing up. Expecting the pressure to come through. Light Unlimited trying to find a way into this one, not having the best time to do so. General now on a 4 streak. Who is that to slip the net here? They will catch him eventually, but a little bit of a gap opened up for Light Unlimited to get in.
Doors has that big kill coming in from Real Champ. Can keep that pressure on, even though Falcons are still with their spawns over towards his backside momentarily, and still have them now. Still control of the point, but not for long. Danny can find one, but the trades start to come through. A Bodhi with the 2. Spawns over towards the back, though, and, well, this is 15 seconds, so we have a very tight game heading into P1 again. And I think if you're Falcons, there's been a couple of occasions where you've had the setup, you've had the rotation, haven't been able to make the most of it. Relatively far behind after P2, though, and they've managed to bring this one back into the realms of possibility, not that it ever was out of it. Good job from Falcons, still a very close game. 10 points heading into the second rotation.
Truthfully, anyone's game. Danny slips the needle, finds one. Not going to find the second into store, though. Unlimited had a very good time on P1 last time around. Falcons weren't really able to break that deadlock. This time they're going to try and do a little bit better. Clock's already looking through store. He knows he's going to find one, and the second spray down. Everybody out from Light Unlimited. And for Clocks, pretty much a perfect position to try and cut somebody down before they find him. 115 has been looking for him, but just did not see the shoulder.
So top 5 in a row. Will eventually get shut down. He's starting to step things up, 21 and 11. This lead has changed hands very, very quickly over towards P1. Get some great time in a Bodhi. That's a big win to find. Can't find the second as Danny's trying to make something happen, but only with 8 seconds to go. You got to be thinking about P2. You get wiped. The Grandma spawn is there as well, and if Cox can do his job, you're in a phenomenal position if you're all right.
Cox is 23 and 11.
God damn.
Yeah, not moving. I mean, Abdul Latif is also 21 and 13. The slaying is now starting to come in here for the Falcons. It's what they rely on. And at the moment, they are winning a considerable amount. Light Unlimited, though, will have an opportunity to start sticking their toes into the pool of P2. Charm looking for the cut. Not going to be able to find it. Bodhi is ready for it at the same time. More players coming over the top. The Falcons, they're still getting the time here. They try to take down 116. Not going to be good enough for them. Abdulatif is going to find it. General does not find the second there either time.
Just butting heads, aren't they? Falcons are coming out swinging. 165 and rising. Light Unlimited have barely had a point in this rotation. Falcons have blown this one out of the water. And again, I kind of mentioned it. Abdulatif now on a 7 spree. Clocks is 25 and 12. Doing their job as the Slayers. And setting their team up for, well, a lot of success over those last 2 hills. That is now a scary scoreline. All things considered, Bryson, when we headed into the second rotation, it was a very close game. It's now no longer that.
Light Unlimited doing a massive amount of work here to get back into it, but they sent 3 players in. They managed to push them back for just a few seconds, but Falcons will come out on top in the end and start accumulating points one more time. It is the slaying that is defining this game for these 2 teams. For Falcons, they are just winning way more gunfights.
It's working out for them right now. Didn't in the Overload. Right this second. Extremely impressive performance from Falcons here on Scar. Light Unlimited need to turn this around or their tournament is done. Real Charm he can find 2. Ability from Gentle will fall. Good cross coming in from Clocks. Clocks is passing the eye test on that.
I mean, he's just not missing a bullet.
No.
Very clean. on some of these kills. Now, this is the biggest test. You can see Light Unlimited have an opportunity to potentially try and push this tempo, but Clocks is behind. Finds one, finds two, finds three. That is outrageous that he has been allowed to do that. And now they will try to spawn bounce. They know where the spawns are going to come in through. There's nobody at P2. They will be coming through the mid here. Already looking for it. General's going to find at least one, but that is actually going to go the way of Light Unlimited.
That was a Hellstorm called in as well for absolutely nothing gained. It's Light Unlimited. This is really where they had a lot of their positivity coming out of the first rotation was over towards the back end of P4. General's found two on the way in, though. A body will find another one, and they get broken back almost immediately. Light Unlimited, that was maybe your opportunity. Falcons already can close it out here, Brycey.
They're looking like they're going to try to. Clocks is going out. He is trying to push these players back. It has not worked so far. This will be a good test for a few seconds. Light Unlimited find their way in for a heartbeat. Enough to at least send it to P5. And Falcons are going to be here first time. The Falcons are already on to the next point. Light Unlimited are not even close. They've been flipped down, and that is going to be game. Falcons R8 will take down Light Unlimited in a dominant hardpoint performance.
That's a little bit more like it. The Overload was really one they'll want to forget. Everything else they needed to do, they did it. Falcons R8 will advance on through Light Unlimited. Eliminated top 24. Tough one. I think that's a hard roster to come up against. Falcons R8 have really been doing quite well. Overload absolutely needs some work, but the other game mode's looking pretty solid so far for a pickup team. We'll advance now into, well, a relatively decent placement. Let's see how much further they can go. Great performance from Clocks there every single time we're on board with them. Slaying it out on every single level. 26 non-traded. I mean, look, that's the difference. Massive slaying performance from Falcons R8. And when they needed to find the holds, they did. Really nice performance on Scott. They'll advance through to what is going to be a long Saturday for them in the losers bracket. Plenty more games to go.
There certainly are. This is going to be a run and a half. Lots of opportunities for these teams to excel. Lots of opportunities for them to move further in this competition. Not easy to do from the lower half, but more than plausible. And funny enough, that's where legends are made.
Yeah. How many times have we talked about the momentum in the losers bracket? Falcons R8 may well be getting some wind beneath their sails, but so will some other teams. There are some sharks down here. And there are about to be a few more when the next winners round comes up in a couple of games' time, but really, really impressive performance from Falcons R8. They get their job done. We'll see them in losers round 6.
They certainly will. Well, big games from a lot of these teams. We've had to say goodbye to some already very reputable names here in Challengers, and that's going to continue. It's going to be the theme of today. We have to whittle it down to 2.
Yeah, and it's going to be a really interesting Sunday morning for some of these teams on that main stage. A bit of a scary opportunity for them, but who's going to end up there? That is the big question. Still a lot of teams and games to get through before we find that out, Brycey, but it's going to be fun.
We certainly will. Well, more action coming here on Challengers at the Major, but first we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Major 2 Open as we are getting into our second day of action through the bracket even further to see who's going to be our Major 2 champion, Spaceman. It's a great day of action. My name is Seymour. With me, Sean Spaceman Rogers. It's a great day of Call of Duty to look forward to.
It's a long day of Call of Duty, and I mean that in all the best ways, because not only was yesterday a gauntlet, but today we applied so much pressure to the players and teams yesterday, and we said, look, this is the most important day so far of the event. Obviously, it's a bunch of best of three, so the room for error, the margin here is not super big. Today is Saturday. What does that mean? Well, we bring into focus the fact that the top two teams from this event who place top two will qualify for the Pro AM in Major 3. We talk about the fact that Season 2 Elite just came to a close, as well as Cup 8, and now we get to really see the fruits of that labor coming into Saturday. And for a lot of teams, your gauntlet through lower bracket starts here today. So this is going to be an elimination day for a lot of squads and a chance to create some upsets and some victories for those who are looking for a title.
We just saw a couple teams get eliminated for top 24. You know, teams pushing forward through that elimination bracket. I mean, Huntsman looked great in the bounce back for their series. Is going to look at the Able X Stallions, Falcons, and R8 at the end of their matchup too. And off stream, well, we got to see, I think, Fellow and Co. kind of moving forward for theirs too. But we are going into the winners bracket. So teams not on elimination just yet, Sean. We're going to be looking into Falcons Academy Green and Rock Esports for our alpha matchup on stream. We can see Rock Esports, our Major 1 Dallas champions. Finally getting a look at them, to whom Kicks, Dom, and Rolled all taking the stage here. A team looking to go back-to-back, and a team looking to kind of double up on history as they were our first ever Saudi Arabian representation in Call of Duty to take home a championship to kick off the Black Ops 7 year. That was incredible to watch.
And it's incredible that we had the option for today's matches to look at an international matchup, both from the Saudi Arabia perspective of two organizations that rep from the kingdom, and also the fact that, you know, Falcons Academy Green are currently playing North American Challengers Elite, and it had a pretty good run of things. Didn't obviously have the season-ending performance that they would have maybe liked, but the way that this team has turned around, specifically how Standy has come into his own as an IGL, how he's really been picking up that place that he had trained under with Clayster in MW 2019 that had been really reinforced in him through the likes of Fellow and company. That's where Standy's maybe biggest boon on this roster has come into fruition, is just simply not only has his individual gameplay kicked up, but he's been able to rally troops together in a way that feels like Falcons Academy Green, a lot like Omit Brooklyn, have been able to find a second gear late in this season. And if you're a Falcons fan across the board, you're very happy with having both these matchups because it means somebody's going to move on. But this is a real test for Rock, and this is a real test for Falcons Academy Green, just to see where we sit in the organizational structure. And there's just so much to look forward to. And starting off with our series, of course, Blackheart Hardpoint, which has been a staple this weekend here at Birmingham, and I expect nothing less than absolute chaos.
And a test on who's going to be one of our first teams to get into the winners semifinals further down the winners bracket. Yeah, Blackheart Hardpoint, Colossus Search and Destroy, Den Overload to kind of kick things off for this best of 5. Would like to see the Colossus Hardpoint and the Raid Search and Destroy. I know we've been getting a lot of 3-1s, a lot of 3-0s. Yesterday, you and I, we got to see that map 5 for Bush, and that was a lot of fun to see go all the way to that raid. So maybe we're in for a treat between these two teams. I think that you're right in putting this into picture for Falcons Academy Green, that this is a big test for you with Rock Esports being the Major 1 champions. You fell short in the Elite, losing to the runners-up in P7 Notorious. I feel like you've always kind of been the bridesmaid this season, never the bride. And, you know, you're looking at a team that restructures. You bring in Aluka, the hot rookie from Germany, to kind of take over that superstar role from Standy. Standy gets to take more of an IGL role, very talkative. We love to see the growth from Black Ops 6 for him. And then you have QK, talked about one of the most renowned players from the Saudi Arabian region in Challengers right now, and Roxas to round out this roster. It's just, it really seems like this Falcons Academy Green are hitting some strides going into this Major 2, and I'd like to see them really bring it to Rock Esports. But before we jump into our alpha matchup, we are going to be moving on over to see our matchup on Delta between FC Stallions and For Fun Esports. It is a Den Hardpoint, and a big one too because this FC Stallions roster making some changes going into Major 2, coming back together. Started off Black Ops 7 together, Spaceman. They left, went their separate ways, and now they return to see if they can do it again.
And they're doing it in front of their boss today, who, again, was able to turn up yesterday and check out some of the watch parties and the matches as well. And they played great. Stallions had a very, very good day one. But again, this Saturday is so much about temperance and cadence for a lot of teams, and just knowing that it's going to be a gauntlet, a marathon of a day. If they're able to just commit themselves to the game plan and slowly work through these opening matches, I think you're going to have a very happy Zuma and a very happy Stallions across the board. And once Stallions get going, no pun intended, they are a bit of a dark horse. They can absolutely create upsets, and that's one of the scariest things about them.
I mean, you just look at their results from the opening of the year. I mean, you win the Challengers kickoff that we had, you know, courtesy of Amateur Stats, and then you move into Cup 1, second place runner-ups. That is huge for players like this, and it really skyrocketed their stocks in terms of landing onto the rosters that we saw them on. But you know, for the opposite side, for Fun Esports, it's been kind of a weird ride for some of these players, especially Vivid and Mac. Their stint on C9 doesn't go the way that you want. You see Afro and Beans finding all the glory in Challengers right now, and they just haven't hit that same stride since falling down into the Challengers bracket. You're alongside Gio and Yuli, winners of Elite 1. This is a roster that on paper should work. It hasn't been working the way that you want to. So going into this Saturday, a lot of eyes on them to see how they can turn it around.
And this has been a storyline that is not relatively new to Challengers across the years, of teams that look fantastic on paper, those who should be able to commit to the bit and get podium finish, and they don't. That's kind of the beauty of the competition down here, is that no matter how good you might be, you still have to execute. But to that point, absolutely. You look at previous Challengers experience, not only the fact that in CDL experience, we at one point were looking at Vivid on Boston Breach and saying, okay, this dude's got the straightest sub shot in the game. You bring these players together, hyper-aggressive squad, hyper-S&D focused, incredibly poised in moments where they have to play patient. Specifically in Respawn, this is a team that is rounded out with some of the best Respawn players in the history of Challengers over the last couple of years. And like you said, they've just struggled to put it together, which gives room and leeway for the likes of FC Stallions to continue to come back into these opportunities and say, we're going to try it again one more time and see if we can swing through and maybe find some success. So for Fun in Esports, a lot of the times the conversation is, when is it going to click? Now is the time of, it's Saturday. If it doesn't click here, then there's got to be a discussion moving forward for
Better late than never against these young Stallions. KB, what a turn on, though. 3 in a row for himself. Ruper's going to kick off that 4th kill. Spawns flip in the back for For Fun Esports, and it's 20 seconds that you definitely need to contest. Look at the scoreline you have. Ruper's nade takes down Geo, but it's finally a breakthrough for Fun as they get in for the last little bit of scrap time. Already looking towards new FC Stallions. They got the setup. For Fun, looking to pressure the spawns.
Great couple of kills to follow. FC Stallions, who had to rely on a lot of big breaks, 2 pieces, 3 pieces initially in the season, this time can weather a bit of the storm and take some pressure off that opening push, because so far they are looking quite comfortable. Back on P1, rotations begin. And again, if you want to see more of this match, you can at youtube.com/COD Challengers. 202 to 114 was the scoreline, but game 1 is where our attention sits, between Rock Esports and Falcons Academy Green. Start off Saturday. Good lord, let's get into it.
And the whole story for Rock Esports is that you really found yourself at the top echelon of Challengers really fast this year. Black Ops 7 couldn't have been better for these 4 players. And now you're trying to answer the question is like, was it a one-time deal? You don't win Elite 2, you get knocked down by P7 Esports, you go into Major 2, you still feel good on LAN, and we want to see those results. We want to see them back up that opening Major with a performance here in Birmingham. I'm not saying they haven't done it. They've been fantastic, but this is those tests that you're looking at in Winners Round 5. If you can just continue to be that team that is dominant, that team that just continues to shut down North American talent again and again.
They're being asked to do it against not only a brother in arms, but another group of Saudi and American players who are rounding out North America, both wonderfully in terms of mechanics, and just specifically a roster full of talent that cannot be overlooked. If you're Rock Esports, your biggest 2 keys to victory in this matchup right now are controlling the subs. You have to keep standing Aluka at bay, Aluka specifically, but that's really the win con for Falcons Academy Green. It's what propelled them into their win against Bush, one of the rare times Bush fell this season. Standy and Aluka together can absolutely burn a roster down from the brink, and it's going to have to be that way going into our next set of hills. If you're Rock, you've got to be ready for it today.
Rock Esports. Rotation over towards P3. Have the setup that you want. Falcons Academy green. Everybody going to be grouping up towards mid. You can see Dom quickly making a route through the middle of the map to see if you can cut off a couple of these players, but it's a shutdown from Falcons Academy. They're looking to contest from the front line. Standy with a double kill gets behind him. Kicks is still here for 4 in a row, holding on as best as he can. And Rock, with their lead, continue to grow.
Oh, good shots, and that's what you need. You just need a little bit of extra pressure. Being able to, again, wrap through mid, take up some of these opening fights, and work through the window. It's been excellent so far, as Rock will, again, extend their lead just by about 2. Rolled. In company, trying to get going. Bit quiet on the back front, but all good for Rock, as they're more than happy to play through these back spawns and, again, take the one-on-one.
Dom in the back line. Oh, how do you expect it? That's all 3 aces. Falcons just missing the mark on a couple of players. Still fighting from the front line, though, and you can see that Aluka, another triple kill, breaks in for Falcons Academy. Flip those spawns. Still a player to deal with. It's Dahum in the back line. And Aluka is hunting for this last remaining player. He knows he's back there. A little bit of damage towards Falcons in their setup. You're still collecting time here. Another wave to deal with in the back line, and Aluka trying to be that front man to hold on as best as you can, but Rocket on throw, now in for the contest. It is a 4-point game, just margins away, and Falcons green just continue to hold on.
You might even get the 5th. We'll negate 1. It was a team kill, but a valiant one at that. And essentially a tie game. With it, a race to 20 kills. That's the question. 13 for the side of Kicks, 17 for Aluka. Just found a 5 spree. And as numbers settle, rotation again, top side of your minimap, 2 numbers, Falcons Academy green, playing the 1-2 out, keeping mid-map secure, picking up the back line, but it's Rock who open up the proceedings. First blood's there, the 1v1, they win it as well.
I think there's a big conversation to have here for a player like Aluka because, man, I've never seen somebody break into the challenger scene and have as much motion as this guy did when he first popped into the cup. He was putting up numbers that are just unheard of. And he immediately gets picked up by FaZe. A lot of questions surrounding that, you know, post results in what we got from him. Was it, you know, complacency? Was he starting to slow down? I think that those questions have really started to put him to the test inside of challengers for his rookie season. And bouncing around a couple of rosters now, landing onto Falcons Academy green. I like to see that he's finding that confidence yet again.
I think the closest example I can really tie to him was maybe Draz's entry into like the Cold War specific challenger side. That was really a time where we knew basically on day one when Draz was playing checkmate control, we're like, all right, this dude's going to the league. He's league ready for sure. Same kind of situation with Luka, where when you have that talent down here, it's not just about making them feel comfortable enough to be able to pull up to the league, but you want to surround them with talent that can pull the best out of them. And Luka's been getting that, like with the likes of Standy and company, and that's really been the impressive part of Falcons Academy Green this year, is that not only have they gotten better as the season's going on and been a little bit more polished, but their star players are adapting to the change and the systematic updates that this team's getting, and that's the good thing, is it's happening at the right time as the majors on the horizon.
I mean, like, more ways than one in the comparison to Draza as well. A young man playing from Alaska on high paying, a young man playing from Germany in U18 God, and he is disgusting, to say the least. And Falcons Green for a moment held a tie game, but you can see on the minimap that you need to focus on these rotations over towards 2. Luka looking to be that key role yet again. He has gone all the way around the world. Does that pull the spawns, though? And it doesn't for now. You can see all 3 members of Falcons Green spawn up on the opposite side of the map. Luka's going to get caught there, and Rock Esports with a 20-point lead have to set up to P2.
And really good recognition, right? Like, you understand if we're able to get this kill, specifically play the math. We've talked about that a lot this weekend about teams making sure they count the kills, but that's one of those moments where you just need to execute. Fundamentals look good for Rock Esports, and it's been great since Major 1.
That's from front line. Luka again. Oh my goodness. He turns or burns 3 in a row. This guy is a walking 3-piece. And no matter what Rock Esports can do, it just cannot silence him. You have to imagine that if you get a little bit more out of QK, And the rest of the team, Falcons Green, this is way closer than it should be with Aluka's performance.
QK and Roxas, the two ARs here. I mean, we've seen QK at times, you know, having the Dravik in hand, having to play close inside the hill. Minute 26, really the most bulk you're getting of hill time from Falcons Academy Green. So it says two things. One, obviously, the lack of an AR presence to help out the likes of Roxas has certainly impacted the game. Two, your subs are getting in with kills, but they're not getting time. So it's putting a lot of pressure on QK to have to pick up that extra flex. Now the question begins, how long does it last? Can Rock push this the distance and rely on the fact you have free Dravik to work out in front? So far the answer's been yes. They continue to break, find two more in the process, and as good as Aluka's been, still has not been able to find his way in for time.
How do you turn these kills into hill time? Well, that is step one for Aluka. Solo mission inside the hill to hold on as best he can. Roxas on the staircase looking for some help. Back in for Falcons Green. It's trades for Rock Esports to hold on. A teammate's going to get them in, and Falcons Green find the break. 15 seconds, and they have the rotation towards New. So is this the moment where he can start bringing it back?
S&D has to play perfect here. He cannot afford to overextend or just run out and give himself away for free. He is the eyes and ears, the Odin Raven, making sure that the cross is covered, the rotation picked up, and a couple of kills to boot. Able to find one, the second as well. Standy right back into the mix of things. A couple extra challenges do come through, and off the heady, it will be Rock Esports who once again take control of the hill and the break. They're able to flip. They're able to push. The spawns remain intact. Falcons Academy Green still here, still fighting.
Split spawns. Roxas in the back line would have been a good fight to take, but to whom? Happy to rip him off that heady. QK is going to be overwhelmed, and it's 3 down for Falcons Green. Again, Aluka in a 1vx. Taking down the first one, but he has just no allegiance to get inside of this hill. Another wave of kills for Rock Esports in what was once a 20-point game, now blowing up into a 60-point game with 15 seconds of scrap still.
Yeah, they get to the doorstep and they just get blown over. I mean, so many times they're able to set up and put Aluka in a power position just to create chaos in the hill, to contest, to fight those ones. And instead, we get wiped, we lose 3, and now we're just playing off the back foot, fighting through rotation, and now playing off scrap time alone. Rock Esports applying the pressure and not looking too uncomfortable doing so. In a very good spot to close out this game 1.
And again, you focus on rotations, you're broken within 10 seconds. Rock Esports have back-to-back hills where they waste no time on breaking through the setup. 3 players here, a turnaround. Roxas gets 2, but it's rolled to answer back. No, it's Dom to answer back for a double kill. 25 seconds. You can win off this hill. Falcons Green needs some hero moments, and it's just not going to arrive anytime soon.
They needed some help from QK. You needed just an extra AR presence. They tried to pick it up with the Dravik. It just didn't work. There's a lot of time to be given, but so little to take when you have nothing on the map to work with. And that is the credit of Rock Esports. They have been gunning since the start of this hardpoint. And though it's the first match of Saturday, it doesn't matter in the end. 250 to 140 will be the final score here of Game 1. And Falcons Academy Green, after keeping it close, lost control of the game, and Rock Esports never looked back.
Dominance from start to finish from our Major 1 champions. And moments where you look to see who from Falcons Green is going to answer the call that Aluka was asking for again and again, and it just never arrived. You see moments towards the end where they're doing the right things. I mean, they're checking off the boxes. You get the rotation over towards the new hills, but 10 seconds, you can't even hold against the first wave. And every single time Rock Esports knocked on the door, I mean, it was just, they broke it down. They kicked down the door on every single hill that they find. I mean, just look at the assist column for a couple of those players for Rock. I mean, very low for Kicks and Dahum. Didn't need assistance in a lot of those breaks. Kicks goes 33 and 20, 3.6k damage, 24 non-traded, and he has a minute of hill time. Everybody on Falcons Academy Green, aside from Aluka, negative, just cannot hold down on their positioning, cannot win their fights versus Rock Esports. And this game was very close up until that P4 rotation when Falcons Green put so much agency in that rotation towards New and get broken within 10 seconds. It just got knocked off their feet and they never stood back up.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like at one point when the distance was being levied against Falcons Academy Green, when there was separation that Rock Esports were finding, what did the game come down to at the end of the day? Rotations be damned, hill holds be damned. What was the simple factor of the game going the way of Rock Esports? It was the slide. the end of the day. That's just how it goes. And sometimes it is that simple. We look at the fact that as close as it was, basically a tie game through our P3, P4 even on first rotation, Rock Esports continued to slay, and 1AR and Standy slowly on Falcons Academy Green kind of tapered off midway through the game. And that's just the difference, is you're going to have to keep up the slaying that often, that frequently throughout the entire hardpoint, as everybody knows. And so the start for Rock Esports, very happy with the results here. I think for Falcons Academy Green, obviously nerves start of the day, you're still kind of getting warmed up, but it can't be a 90% effort and then adapting to the end. Like they have to be green light ready to go, as we're going to expect on Colossus coming up.
Kind of circles full back to the test that they have right now. You've played fantastic throughout this season. It's just when you reach the top echelon, can you step up against teams like Rock Esports to reach that next level? I think a lot of people are looking for Falcons Academy Green. A couple of these players, if they want to be, recognized in making it all the way into the CDL, it's games like this that you look at to really step up the big ones to take on down. But we're going over towards Charlie. We get a look at the pods with the players locking in for a Colossus hardpoint. It's Telluride Bush Gaming off of a Game 5 victory in Day 1 to stay alive in the winner's bracket. Now facing up against the Omit Brooklyn.
God, Saturday is just a beautiful thing here, man. The variety of matches, the difference of team organization, skills, compositions, and the fact that we all get it here today to start the morning. Couldn't have asked for much more here at Birmingham for Day 2 of this DreamHack, and it's been phenomenal. Start for Telluride Bush Gaming. They know the deal coming in. They escaped through a bit of a dangerous series last night, but nonetheless, the S&D was clean. Omit Brooklyn, we've talked a lot about this team being a dark horse, or if not, just an upset waiting to happen for a lot of teams. And look, this is going to be a tough matchup, no doubt about it, for Bush. Still feeling confident for sure, especially as their Overload looked a bit better as of late. But Omit Brooklyn could absolutely give this team a run for their money, and what an upset it could be.
They could, and honestly, they should when you look at the talent that's on their lineup. I think that Omit Brooklyn have a fantastic roster, and they've showed it again and again against Telluride Bush. They've had plenty of chances to not only scrim this team, but play them in officials, and every single time, it is a great watch. So, let's see if Omit Brooklyn can finally get the better of the Bush. And a rotation over towards P3. Two players. It's Cammy and Brack for a one-on-one. Abe traded out. Prolode's going to slide in, and it's still Omit holding onto the hill. 5 in a row for Cammy.
Cammy and Brack working together are so good. They are so difficult to kill. You look at that last team fight. I mean, there's been a couple of cheeky angles that Bush Gaming were able to push into that P. And they just looked like they were in moments where it was going to be a bull rush into the point. It was going to be a 3v3. Didn't matter. Cammy picked him up with a pistol, and it just looked so clean. Again, we'll keep you updates on that. If you want to check out more information, action, you can. YouTube.com/COD Challengers. We are back over to our alpha stream now as we continue on with Rock Esports versus Falcons Academy Green, Colossus S&D. And a big one, really. We harp on all the time, best of fives, but a big one here on this S&D for Falcons Academy Green, because going down 0-2 with the way the respawns have looked, it's going to be a very tall task.
Well, for Falcons at Green, I think their search and destroy is always something that I really enjoy watching QK play. I think for respawns, sometimes it can get a little chaotic on this team, but search and destroy, put a sniper in his hands, he has pulled off some miraculous clutches. This is the underdogs in this matchup now. A little bit shut out on that hard point. Trying to see if you can meet some merit and bounce back in map number 2. On the defensive side, caught open. Is going to be a couple shots onto Standy. He's locked in with the nade and a first blood for Rock Esports. And the back pedal for Dom to find a second, too.
Timing is everything on Colossus. Nice shots. Not really much Aluka could do in that spot when Standy got hot with a nade. I mean, you can't overshow that. Don't exactly have the info. Don't really need it when your teammate's picking up the kills on the back end. And a very quick, succinct, clean, precise round number 2. Rock, not slowing down.
No, I mean, Falcons are a little bit slow, though, on a couple of these plays. No response to Standy going down. Everybody waiting to see what Rock is going to do as a secondary option. And I think I'm just seeing a team that early on looks like deer in the headlights for this matchup. Could it be fact that it is so early in the morning for a couple of these players, maybe struggling at getting some energy into this matchup, but somebody's got to turn it around now. This is not the game where you want to slow down.
A deer in the headlights is a perfect way to put it, and it's a bit surprising given just the caliber of the team for Falcons Academy Green. It's only been the start of a series, but knowing the matchup here between both Saudi organizations and obviously brothers in arms, as Rock and Falcons maintain their titles across both the Kingdom and the USA, you do have to wonder, at some point, is it just a little too overwhelming to start the day for Falcons Academy Green? Still a very young roster to keep that in mind, as well as Rock Esports, no doubt about it. The Falcons have had to battle through a tight North American gauntlet, relying on the likes of Standy as a veteran, which is wild to say because he's only like 20. It's just an absolutely bursting team full of talent.
Oh, kicks. Is anybody going to watch this flank? There it is. QK is going to pick it up. Dom with the sniper. 1v3. Would be... Oh, technical 1v4, and he's got an M15.
A lot of money.
The sniper at range. Couple of shots there. Not going to let him get the snipe up for Falcons Academy. That's a good round to answer back. I think Rock Esports going to round 3. A little bit of a heat check on Statue. Players meeting head on at the Statue side, and Falcons Green with their guns up, just expecting the aggression. Way to play it. And even in the 4 versus 2, you saw they did not want any funny business in that round. No funny business at all. Strictly serious business.
And when following that round 2, where there was a bit of hesitancy to follow up on Standy's first kill or Standy's first trade, that round there, being able to execute quickly on the plant, the post plant, and the kill, just small things, right? Where it shows you where the mentality is for the team in that round. Already making some small improvements that have had results that clearly work. Falcons Academy Green now just trying to tie up the game.
Well, I like this proactivity from Aluka to take P1, not overstaying his welcome, poking and prodding for some space and information, and it's a first blood to Falcons Green, immediately going to be traded out. Aluka back up top, P1 a second. Some numbers advantage for Falcons Green. A backpedal to give back that space, see what Rock can maybe do with this round. Looking to tie us back up. Roxas in the re-clear for P1. He doesn't fully check it. You get a little bit more time to divulge this 2v2.
God, timing is insane. Green had eyes. They had eyes over towards bomb, and just the slightest turn, it allows Rock to pick it up cleanly, but still you have to execute, have to get it down. There's the other battle here.
I have no idea. Aluka, 55 HP, 1 versus 2. Suddenly it's all down to Roxas. 0-3. Good trigger discipline. Locks it down into the 1 versus 1. Does he expect the sniper? He doesn't. Who would? And look at that. Rock Esports, they know. They are just running on pure passion in Birmingham today.
Yeah, that's one of those kills that when it lands, you are either tilted or the one tilting. And I think you would like to be the latter.
You just see
What
the
a
glint
snipe.
come up and you're like, crap.
Yeah. Yep. It just when you know you're caught in dead sights, and for Rock, I mean, that's one of those rounds that, again, it's just simply put the easy ones away. Don't worry too much about the extracurricular. And again, at the end of the day, Rock Esports fundamentally 8-2 off the start for Tahum. Rolled 0-2, still looking for their first, but on a 4 spree, you got 8 kills off of 4 rounds. Come on. That's Crim6 numbers.
Oh, he is looking robotic on the snipe. Back onto the attack for Falcons Green. It doesn't seem like they want anything to do with this A site originally on. Just seeing what Rock's going to offer them. And they are giving up nothing. In fact, Rock Esports might have themselves a little bit of a timing here. Into Green, rolled, has himself a flank play all the way through. Kix is setting up to fully flank this post plant. This is a 3-pronged attack on the retake.
And yeah, Kix is in, and QK didn't see him at all. And look, Kix is now behind because of the snipe. He gets so much info, so much room to now move up and get aggressive. He's able to tag a couple and converts on the first. Helped out from the rest. Kix there just for good measure. Last one alive and not for long. That is a beautiful, sustained, patient, three-prong approach that uses the flank and the snipe together to collapse the space towards the bomb. And when your shooters are shooting, it's as good as ever. It's a guaranteed win.
I'm just a little unsure on where Falcons Academy are going with some of these setups. You know, you're giving up everything on the B side. You know, you have 4 players dedicated to statue. Eventually, QK is going to re-rotate through P1, but I mean, you're fully giving up a lane into your spawn, and you have no information where Rock Esports is, so you really don't know where that retake is. You want to have people watching that lane. You want to make sure you're denying those routes, but huddled up, trying to fight as a team, and they just don't know where the fight is.
Waiting for the counter snipe. Kind of where I'm at right now from Falcons Academy. I know that there have been changing rules of the GAs across the board. Snipes have been in hot contention for sure. But the fact that there is no parallel fight, there is no counter snipe.
And usually that's QK.
It does bring cause to pause about what the game plan is here for Falcons Academy Green, especially in that last round with how much space and time to whom was given to sit in the back line with that snipe and eventually find the second kill. We look at this time, though. We'll be in the right place, right time to find 2. And now things start to look all green across the board. Make that 3. Falcons Academy are able to cleanly wipe the board. A perfect team win across. And they keep themselves alive in this game, too.
Okay. A little bit of passion there. I like to see, you know,
Yeah.
a little bit of conversation, too, from Falcons Academy Green. Maybe got a little silence in the doom and gloom that was going on through this series, but just like we say in the Hardpoint, there's no better time to show up than the present. And I think for this team, I mean, we know Standy. He's a part of one of the most miraculous comebacks in Call of Duty history for Grand Finals. I mean, game's never over until when you see that 6th round is on the board. So you see if Falcons Academy can kind of piece things together on the attack. I'd like to see some form of patience on where to go. Draw out Rock, see if you can get some site control, deny those lanes, and make sure that your post plant is safe and sound in where you're looking.
Make sure your hit's safe and sound. What's the game plan here for Falcons? Get info with bomb and then rotate back? Play the peel?
Full
The
steam
longer
ahead
this
over
takes-
towards B.
Yeah, it's just the only problem is the longer this takes, the more, obviously the more insight Rock gets. So you gotta really just kind of punch your way through on the kills alone. Roxas luckily will get first blood for Falcons Academy, and they're gonna double fake back to A. Let's Rock pick it up.
This is so good. Fight through P2. You know that Rock is going to be here, but where's the follow-up? Standy goes alone. He loses the bomb, and Dom finds the snipe for the second. So if Roxas is his first blood, that's all you found so far. He's going in for more. Dancing around, he's got QK, slides out. M15 not able to hit those shots 1 versus 1. Dom with the sniper. He's completely flipped this map. There's no time to go for the plant. Dom knows that. All he has to do is wait out the clock. Check the bomb. And in a game of hide and seek, Rock Esports, they don't fail. They wait out the time and they go up even further in this S&D. Sheer iron will in the setup that they have on their defense. Nobody breaks. Nobody falters. You stand your ground. You hold strong. And not a bad look there from Falcons Academy Green for their attack. You full flood into B, you force the rotations, you wait for the late flank out of Roxas to draw that first blood, and that is an immediate sprint over towards A. Why you don't lay the bomb? Maybe you don't have a trophy? I don't know, but you went a little too overeager in that play, and it cost you.
I don't hate the play call. I just think at this stage of the S&D, you do have to question what was the intent of that play. The windup was fine. The hit was fine. It took a little bit of time to develop, but the execution was sloppy. It was lazy. I don't understand how... You know how Rock's going to play this. You know how far back they're going to sit. You know that you haven't gotten Standy in position to find kills. He's running bomb. Why are you sending him on a solo to go take a fight on the back line, that tier 2 defense, when you're not even close to getting control of the point.
Well, here's Standy.
So many questions.
It's the smoke. Tom looking for the trade, but Standy for 3. Doing it all himself for the round. Kicks last alive, 1 versus 4. Welcome back to the round. Welcome back to the map. It is plays like that you look for to light the way. See if the Falcons Academy Green can make the comeback now. 3-5.
The duality of man never ceases to amaze me. Because you go from a round that is just objectively awkward, sloppy S&D from Falcons, and then right back, control the bomb. What they wanted out of Standy with possession. This time, playing defense picks up 3. Yeah, and you have to force Rock to respect you a little bit on that 50-yard line. And that's, you know, across all series, but that's kind of where the patience has been tested for Falcons Academy, is that they have been giving up so much of the map and just not being able to follow up with the kills. Rock are more than happy to play patient.
Just how do you find the attack is what we're kind of looking for here for Falcons Academy Green. And Standy for 3 in that round. Smoke going down at A. Does that draw some players of Rock? It does. So we got P1. Standy finds an angle through the smoke. Dom gets caught. First blood. Bomb down. And numbers for the post plant. Look how patient QK is going to be playing through 1. It's still going to be caught there by Rolled. He re-clears it. 3 versus 3. They have the bomb site, and Falcons Green are scattered in what to do.
And it's not a bad play for Falcons to be scattered. They just have to kill. They just have to find the kills. They do. Was watching Rolled sit in that 7 spot, playing kind of on that wing underneath and picking up kills. Was by himself for about 20 seconds as the play's developing. Was able to find information, get in, find a pick, get out. And then you see the rest of the Falcons Academy Green arrows splinter, and you're thinking, okay, either this turns into a nightmare scenario where they get picked apart, or they know exactly how they're going to hit site and retake, and boy, did they. And this team has turned it around the last 2 rounds, and this was the opportune time to lock in and plug your controllers in, because it was starting to look a little scary.
Job's not done. 5 in a row for Standy. A little bit off of a Hellstorm. How good would it be to have a round 11 Hellstorm now for Falcons Green?
That'd be insane.
QK caught with the snipe, though. First blood to Rock Esports, looking to put this one away, going straight for the throat of a 2-0, and gotta stop peeking this man.
Whom is 11-5. Everybody else 3-6, 3-6, 5-6. It is a one-man show. Rock Esports trying to capitalize on that first blood and roll this into a 2-0 series lead. Good lord.
They keep giving him chances.
Yeah.
Re-clear P1. And the timing works out. 3 versus 3. Tom gets caught. It's going to slow this bomb down. And look at Standy's hitting the ultimate flank. That is bomb out of the hands of Rolled. Kick's trying to chase this. Tom's going to trade it out. 2v2. Bomb down. And now it's Luca's turn to push the agenda. And he has perfect timing. Kicks has no idea. He's lost. 1v2. Doom has a sub. And Luca's going to send us the distance. Round 11. Falcons Green are back. And they are shouting.
I cannot believe the duality of rounds 4 and 5 to now round 11. Aluka, if he doesn't turn the corner that way, if he chooses to go into the cut instead of around the back, it's likely a kill for Rock and a win in the game. Aluka, heads up awareness, intuition, off the charts. But the fact that Standy hits the flank, goes in, immediately takes the pinch. Aluka then follows up, has to play aggressive, does so. It's a high risk, high reward situation. And he gets behind him. Again, those kinds of plays are what separate a player like Aluka from the rest, and what's really allowed Falcons Academy to play above their means.
Well, let's get some good news and bad news for Rock Esports. The good news is Standy doesn't have that Hellstorm. Bad news is Falcons Academy Green now have momentum into a round 11. Rock Esports now a little bit worried on what can they do against this team, where they haven't been met by the counter snipe of QK, to whom still gonna have it out though. 12-6. No reason not to with the way that he's performing, but now you are facing down a barrel in front of your face.
Aluka and Standy, they were doubling up towards kicks. They got to be careful. If they go down, I mean, that's so much pressure taken off the map. They're doubled around each other, and the ARs are split for Falcons Academy Green. They're really relying on this first blood. They're relying on that first push.
my
And once they get in,
goodness.
they apply the pressure, and there goes the subs. There goes Standy and Aluka.
And Kicks just backs on down. He misses both of this information. Standy's going to have the ultimate timing through mid. First blood reads the second one. Not going to have any assistance just yet. Aluka has stayed silent. Kicks is going to back up towards P1, 25 seconds. And Roxas gets caught. Aluka's going to be watched out. Won't be able to find the trade. It's all down to Aluka. 1v2, 17 seconds. And Rock know exactly where he's coming from. 2-0 up. The Major 1 champions. They will not go quietly in this Colossus.
They had the look. They had the opportunity. It was going to be tough to get regardless. They're having to swing out wide. They were going to have to go outside and work together. And they did. They got a couple of looks over towards Kicks. But if they're going to commit on the hit, they have to commit all the way through. And it's not just about getting that first blood. They had to have held the retake on site. And Standy needed to win that 1v1 heady towards P1. Aluka needed to be able to either clean up around statue or be able to move back into position from underneath. And it just didn't happen. And it's credits to the pickup, the resolve, the execution, the resilience from Rock Esports. But though, again, those small windows of opportunity where Falcons Academy Green, when they start to put themselves in position to find that success like they did in the Hardpoint, right? Back on the P3 and P4. They put Aluka and Standy in positions to find kills, to be a nuisance, create opportunities in spacing. And it was Rock Esports yet again who play patient, and the ARs for Falcons Academy Green today have just not shown up in the ways that we expect them to. And because they haven't, that's been enough of a window for Rock Esports to take advantage where they can allow a player like Rolls to go 3-8 and Kicks to go 5-7. It's just consistently one or two small mistimings or players on different pages that has been the downfall of Falcons Academy Green to start today.
All right, Saturday has not disappointed so far. I think for Falcons Green, I definitely expected a little bit more from this team, but these are the Major 1 champions for our Open that we're talking about. We knew it was going to be a difficult matchup, no matter what way we spun it for this green roster. But even across, when you're looking at other matchups to kind of talk about, you got Exceptional, our French representation, the number 4 seed going into the Open, down 0-2 to Felony & Co. And on top of that, P7 Notorious leading against their counterparts in P7 Esports, their roommates for the weekend, up 2-0. Those are Cup 8 champions out of North America. In the lower bracket for eliminations, you got FaZe Falcons versus Able Esports X Stallions. Noisy & Kel versus Huntsman. Riyadh Falcons R8 versus For Fun Esports EU. So many matches that is going on right now. Too many to really kind of keep our eyes on for the day.
Yeah, I can't even believe that Fellow is already up 2-0 on another team. It's just the variety of roster changes and storylines that came into the season for Season 2 Elite, specifically with Fellow in our season company. It was like, okay, there's a lot going on here for Fellow. Love the guy. And the fact now that he is, again, like picked up a roster last minute for LAN and is already kind of punching his way through Saturday is, one, just awesome to see. Two, man, the stories keep on brewing for this season. And, I got a feeling that Birmingham's going to be right up there with Dallas when we're all said and done.
Iconic is the only thing I can think about some of these events for Black Ops 7. Bush down 0-1 versus Omit Brooklyn. Raid, Search, and Destroy. Tied up 3 apiece. We know that this is where Bush like to play their S&Ds, so for it to be a map number 2, can they answer back? Abe is dancing with fire in front of Laundry. He has the information, he just hasn't been able to get eyes on the player. Finally does, and it's Cammy to fall. First blood for the Bush. Trades out immediately, but it's Proloot to answer back. 2 kills, they line up. All down to Real, fighting through mid. Back around Laundry.
Saw him. They know. It's going to be an easy plant for Bush. And so far for Bush, they had been trying to work through this S&D where Proloot was losing the duel against the other sub on the other side, specifically, and wondering when that was going to turn things around. How quickly would it happen? A seem way too dangerous to let get hot early. And Proloot picks up 3 in the round. And all of a sudden, we got ourselves a nice little tight situation here for Game 2 for Bush. We know that their biggest factor in this season, the biggest talking point was the overload, and their hard points continue to get better at S&D as well. But coming into this event, Seymour, as you pointed out rightfully yesterday, you know, you focus so much on one thing, other things start to slip. We've seen them slowly kind of lose their grip on S&Ds and hardpoints overall. So you got to think, if this game 2 does go their way, there's a lot of questions into the confidence of this team overall as they go down 0-2. We'll see if they can turn it around.
I also said yesterday that this is a team that also went back to back to back in Dallas for Game 5s. You know, they won 2 of them, they lost 1, and that was to P7 Notorious at the time, the Elite 1 champions. So this is a team that, you know, yeah, you don't want to go down 2-0, but, you know, for the Bush, they never back down from a challenge, and, you know, the fans know that too. They're always prepared for heart attacks. And right now, leading in the Search and Destroy. That's a great way to kick off this, what would have been a retake. You shut down the bomb, but I see him hiding in the pool. Abe's going to get shot in the back. Fire 1v3. And he really doesn't know where to start. That's would have been a good beginning if he can take down Cammy. That's a great way to drop it into a 1 versus 2. But how do you escape the clutches of this one? Brack up top. Fire knows he's pinched. Has to dig himself out the hard way. And that is by challenge 1 by 1. Fire in the 1-on-1. 3 in a row. Looking for number 4. Dance around the Tiki. And it's Brack to shut it down.
That was almost a choke of the tournament. That was all. I mean, Asim has a free route to A. They have money window, they have bedroom, they have steps. They can go right to A with that bomb. I know they don't necessarily have positioning where Fire's at, but you can make a choice to triple commit and hit together. Because he can't kill all 3 of you at once. And then all of a sudden he tries to. Asim goes down, so on and so on. Oh my god. If you're Omit, you are breathing a sigh of relief that was not a 1v3 and an absolute world star reel. Good lord.
Sometimes you gotta lay the groundwork brack by brack.
Nice. I like that.
See if Omit Brooklyn can take this back the hard way. Real's got a timing through mid. Is anybody going to be watching this one? Slipping all the way through R. Nobody is watching their back. Everybody focused on the bomb, and Awakening bails them out. Oh, buddy.
Not even a look at driveway? We played this map way too long to do that.
Wait for the laundry. Able to slide out. Fire trades it, and Bush on map point for the map number 2. Man, Real has got to be kicking himself about that one, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's just one of those, like, if you don't, if he's going for the hop, you see, you know, players kind of laying down in spiral under the white van. If he doesn't see them, then your next thought should be either I pick up driveway just to check out the window, or I run down into driveway from the bottom side, and I play through weights. It's just one of those, like, you gotta check. If you know there's pressure here, but you don't see them immediately at spiral, always expect driveway to be hotly contested. Bit of a head scratcher for sure from Real, but a chance to make up for it here in this round.
Big play from Giga. And now Bush looking to put away this raid, search and destroy, tie things up in the series. Looking at the mini map, it looks like Abe is on the hunt through pool, and Real not going to be tracking this one. Fish out of water, first blood for Bush.
Well, I'm kind of stuck in a difficult spot. Pro loot. So close to getting a timing here. Even if this goes down, again, the retake's going to be really difficult, but not impossible. Bush Gaming will try to set up. All 4 still alive. Fire. Far back a garden. Zen light. And let some shots ring out as Proloot picks up a seam. That second sub down. Brack and Cammy last alive.
It's all peace for Fire, but not quite quiet. Cammy keeping things alive for Omit on their chase down, but won't be able to escape from Proloot and Awakening. 6-4 in the search and destroy. Bush tying things up in this series. A very calm ending to the map number 2. A very calm fist bump across the board for both of these two teams fighting on a wire to see who's going to make it to that winner semifinal matchup and who's going to fight through that lower bracket.
And we came into this, Colin, with Asim kind of leading charge in the sub role for both teams, really kind of dominating that front line. We jump in, Prelude gets 3 kills in the round, and since then it was all Bush. It was all, oh, we're going to reestablish that first level of defense. And they did. And that is why Abe has slotted in so well with this team, specifically because when Vancouver lets him go, you're thinking, is it going to affect him too much when it comes to challenges? The answer's been no. He's been playing really good and slotting in like a perfect piece in the puzzle. But again, you're getting a consistent 1.2, if not 1.0 out of Fire, Awakening, and Prelude now not getting off to slow starts. But if they are in S&D, they're bouncing back quickly. That's been a change from yesterday. This is where this team, again, like they slowly churn themselves into becoming the full force Bush that we expect. And when they do, those are the kinds of S&Ds you're going to look back on if you're Omit and be like, damn, that was one that got away.
Let's go to the roommate brawl for Project 7 and Project 7 Notorious on our Bravo stream. P7 Notorious are Cup 8 champions. Looking to be in full form here for the first half of this overload. They're going to dunk it through for 4 captures at halftime. And P7 Esports, I mean, this is a team that you definitely don't expect to fall this easily, especially in a matchup like this.
I think that just speaks to how good P7 Notorious are. You're right. You're absolutely correct. Maybe the loser of this pays rent for the month. That'd be funny. But this absolutely is P7 Notorious. I mean, we know that they were good going into the season, but I think what separated them from the rest of the pack and what separates them from a lot of the conversation this weekend that I think people are still overlooking is how quick they play through respawns, both in overloads. But their hardpoint to overload compression of the way that they slay, the way they play through the routes, P7 Notorious have gotten better and better and better as the year has gone on, and a lot of teams are still trying to figure out their rhythm as we get into this major. So keep an eye on them if you want to. We're going to jump back over towards Alpha, Falcons Academy Green, Rock Esports. Again, a 2-0 lead for Rock, and a dangerous spot to be in for Falcons Academy. You are in the winner's bracket, but if you drop down to lowers, it's a gauntlet for sure, and did not expect this series to be 2-0 as quickly as it was.
So what can you offer us in map 3, Den? 3 dead for Falcons Academy Green, and it is doom and gloom yet again off the break. Roll looking for some players off spawn, deep into throne room, not able to find a second one. Look at the pivot coming out from the device, all the way through mid. It's a bamboozle, wraps back to B, and sends it home for a first. And pop some Benny Hill music on that one. I did not know where he was taking the device.
It took everything to get that through, and granted they do first goal on the board, but Standy was ready and waiting, able to pick up 3 in the process, kept the back line close, and able to push everybody else forward. Now a chance to wind up Falcons Academy Green, going to try their hand at things on the offense. They'll get 3, Roxas does, and punches it right back. Oh, the goal is good, and we got ourselves a foot race now to the EMP.
You need something big right now from Maluka. He's going to be flanking through P2 because you can see Rock Esports got the close spawns towards rooftops. They're already through towards Falcons Green side, and it is Hunt to see if you can clear out your spawn. 3 dead though. Dom off spawns, looking to grab this device for a home free capture, and the spawn trap is in, rolled for the crossfire. Let's see that 2-1 lead.
Wow.
Rock Esports, that is clinical in the answer back.
That's 7 kills to 1 in the last 10 seconds for Rock Esports. 1, it opens up point. 2, look at the positioning they get at mid-map. Again, now fighting for the retake and vying for a spot back into that 50-yard line. Falcons Academy Green are just going to have to focus through the kills. Players 3 and 2. That's Doom and Daham playing together. I mean, if they're able to pinch this and work this together to pull away attention from EMP, that does a lot for Rock. This time, though, they meet the challenge against Aluka, and Aluka wins it. Finds 2 in the process and opens up sight.
Looking for a little bit more. If there's anybody to punch a hole in this defense, it is the German phenom himself. However, still some difficulty coming through from Falcons Green. Tried to get this attack going. Haven't been able to even get an eye on this device. So Rock Esports continuously sending somebody through mid-cut to deny that grab. Roxas is all the way through into the spawn. He is forcing out the tower spawns, and he won't be able to get anything more than just that 1 kill. Trades out from Standy. Middle map control, but that's it. Rock Esports keeping you at arm's length from getting any sort of attack, and it is another flank from Dom to slow it down yet again.
They were looking for Roxas. They didn't want to push up, Rock being the case. They wanted to make sure they had the numbers. They were counting. And finally, they found him. And now they can start to get aggressive here. They'll find 2, the third to burn, 1 more to go, and they get them all. Oh, baby. Mid-map is wide open. P1 is free real estate, and they're going to push this EMP forward. 1 more team wipe to get through before that third goal goes on the board.
3 players here for the defense. Falcons green needs to stand their ground now. Around the outside, Roxas is looking to finish this one off. Shots in, the nade tags him up, and Dom does it again. He finds a second one. God. Oh my goodness, the breakdown in the moment. And Rock, never count them out on the attack. Oh, it is such a hard game to play versus this Rock Esports team. They're relentless.
And they can play denial. They can just play through this. They can play through the Hellstorm. Like, you're allowed to play. You're allowed to keep rolled out on a wing here. Let him roam, be a roaming slayer. This is why it works. You have pressure, you have patience when you need to defensively. You're winning your ones. You have a streak to get you out of a bad situation. You're up by 2 goals. And my goodness, it just keeps going. But there's still time on the clock. Falcons Academy Green, if they're going to get something going, they have to start hitting one side of the map. This time, they've been really letting mid-map that P1 side get absolutely blown over. They're going to need some help from the subs.
Over the top, though. Last chance to get a dunk through. Middle of the map. 16 seconds. He can't get through couches. 3-for-1 trade. Roxas is here. Kicks is going to close it out, though. You're too far away from grabbing this device yet again. So we go into the halftime, or reaching into the halftime. It is going to be a 3-1 for Rock Esports. Looking to close this series in a sweep. Falcons green swapping sides to see if they can rally back and hold on, force us to game number 4, and keep going in the winner's bracket.
It does not feel like we're swapping sides watching the likes of Bush Gaming on Scar Overload. It doesn't feel like we're watching a tactical disadvantage. We're down 2-0. That's okay. We got Greenside coming up. Our spawns are going to be good. This is not the same scenario. This is Rock Esports absolutely dominating the slaying department, controlling those lanes, creating opportunities. A couple of good pushes from Falcons Academy Green, but indicative of the overall gameplay. That last fight specifically over towards site. A couple of kills on the pistol, and just how good Rock have looked. They look like they're playing with the utmost confidence.
See if Falcons green can start things off strong. Already a capture over towards the A portal. They have a player too with Allegiance in the back spawn. Standy is looking for a little bit extra to bite off from Rock Esports. See if he can rally things back. Standy gets taken care of. Rock will have a defense. Can they get the kills though? Can Falcons green continue to do what people might doubt them for? Rock shut it down before it even begins, and Dom's already looking towards this counter-attack, pushing on forward, can't get around Aluka. Roxas there to help out, 3 down the other way, and it's just kicks.
The blockers just die way too quickly. Falcons Academy Green now trying on their route. They're going to hit the counter-attack. They have to pick up mid. They don't pick up mid. Kicks is allowed just to walk in. How is this happening? They're so close so many times. Finally, Q-Kick combines the 2. Kills start to fall and go the way Falcons, and they come into this second side off a hot start, a spree, 2 goals in a row, and very quickly get themselves back in this game.
It's not a moment that you want to really get ahead of yourself for. You still got to worry about this rooftop spawn. Rock Esports were the first ones to recognize that. Well, as they were coming off of those early deaths, Dom's going to pick up the device, and he's going for the sprint. Standy tracks him down. Could have been scary, but instead, Falcons looking for 3 in a row. 3 dead for Rock Esports. Device can be picked up from P2, traveling across the rooftops. Standy not quite in a position to find these frontline kills, but will go 1 for 1. An opportunity to take him down. A team kill as well. Roxas from the outside, 1 versus 1. The pistol's up. He's got some help, but Dom gets there in time, shuts it out, and we stay tied.
Dom, masterful play. Big time clutch, standing strong on the goal line. moments there where Falcons just needed their lead blockers to stay alive a little bit longer. It's a tough one, but it had to happen. And unfortunately for them, they're going to have to play defense now.
Kicks is on fire, but not even against Roxas right now. Falcons green is something has ignited in the bellies of these players. It should be a free capture for number 4. QK won't get to the platform, but he does sink it in. Lead for Falcons green on the comeback. That is 3 unanswered goals. And Roxas is taking his time. He's not going to let you get over the half wall. This is perfect. It doesn't get better than this. You now pick it up and see if you could be a hero for number 5, the dagger.
World's going to get there. It's going to be 1v1 on point. They
He gets
tied
it!
5-3. My God. Roxas, the routes, the plays, the goals. The dude is everywhere in this game 3, and we talked about it consistently in the hardpoint. We said we need another AR to step up. You need that presence. Look how much of a difference Roxas has made in this game. 23-19, picking up the mid-cut, getting another golden boot. What was a 2-goal deficit going into second side is now a 2-goal lead. Unbelievable.
Luther on defense, 22-20. Enough stalling is going to be made from Falcons green that you got players here off the respawn, and you in fact have Roxas on the OE through mid. He goes 1 for 1. You clear out arches. Ball's going to reset. This 2-goal lead feeling really good with 1:10 left on this clock. Rock Esports have been shut out in the second half, and this reignite of Falcons Academy green is giving you hope that this comeback is very much possible. Standy 3 in a row. Here comes the dojo push over the block. He finds the wall being damaged. It's 4 for Standy.
Oh
QK on the
my
front line
God.
blocker. He gets all 4. Capture number 6. And here come the Falcons flying through Den.
They just resuscitated out of the depths of nothing from that S&D. The hardpoint was scary. But Roxas put this team on his back. Aluka and QK have picked up the slack, and Standy is leading the comms, man. This team is a different squad coming into this game 3 when they absolutely needed it, when their backs are against the wall in the winner's bracket against their brother in arms. They stand up strong. 20 seconds on the clock. Still a chance here for Rock Esports, but one streak invested and not a lot of real estate to clear. It's been all green in the kill feed. It's been all QK and Aluka. My goodness, the Slayers have stepped up. And this is the Falcons Academy green roster that was able to take down Push in the Elite, and the one we expected to see in this series. We got ourselves a brand new best of 5.
Good morning, Falcons. We've been waiting for you to attend this winner's quarterfinal match. And albeit around 11 in the Search and Destroy, that you look back, a couple things go your way, and you could be looking at a 2-1 on your side, but a lot of work needs to be done for this reverse sweep. And if you're looking at a list to start checking things off, this is step 1 on the way back. Not only do you win the overload, but you swap to the better side and you ring off 6 unanswered captures.
Yeah.
Rock Esports just got sucker punched.
It's not just the 6 points, too. The last minute and a half of that game, score be damned. That was the way that Rock was dominating Falcons. The slaying, the control, the aggression, the aggro, the control at mid-range. That's how they were dominating in the hardpoint in the S&D. Falcons Academy Green in the last minute of this game went on 3 different team wipes, a multitude of defensive stops that led way to a counter goal, and they were able to just simply play better Call of Duty than they played to start today. That is scary, because it means that if now they're starting to feel comfortable and they finally feel like they're starting to click and hitting their timings, the next hard point isn't just as one-sided as we expect.
Saturday never disappoints, Sean. Saturday never disappoints at
Nope,
all.
never does.
And I think for these Major One champs, it's nice to see them getting a little bit of a fight. You know, you don't want to see a team like this just kind of mosey their way into the semifinals, just beating up everybody in their wake, because that's a team that doesn't really learn anything going into these later matches. But for Rock Esports, I mean, that is definitely something you're going to be looking back at on what went wrong in that overload. Just can't find any footing after you get displaced by Falcons Green. We get a Colossus Hardpoint map number 4, and it really tees us up for the back half of this series to see if Falcons Green can fully put on a reverse sweep. Just look at that scoreline. Map 2, map 3. Fantastic stuff that we get And across the venue, big shout out to CDC Intel because he is giving me all of the updates in the venue that I could ask for. Stallions 3-0 for Fun Esports. They move on to the winners semifinals. P7 Notorious take down their roommates in P7 Esports 3-0. They also will be in the winners semifinals. Bush Gaming going down 2-1, losing an overload on Scar. It looks like there's still 3 minutes left, and they're down 7-0. Like, that game is over. It is so
that's
far
one point
over.
away. Yeah, that's over. Yeah. It's a difference of 1 point. Yeah, it's GG's. That's well, you know, of all things considered, if we were going to come into this weekend, Colin, and say that Overload was going to be a struggle for Bush, at least in some aspect, whether it was a series alone or a theme, okay, like we know that's kind of been the story of this season, but that Omit Brooklyn team is going to be a tough one to roll over for sure. I mean, this is the fact that Stallions have continued to go on a hot streak. Now Falcons starting to get hot a little bit. This is you got Colossus coming up, and now QK starting to shoot back with AR. This is a very good latter half of this series, second half. For Falcons Academy Green, you got Colossus, you got Raid. It's a pretty good map pool for them. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, players going to be taking a step back to see if they can get a little bit of a break before this Colossus does begin. We're also going to take a step back, and we'll be ready when the Colossus is here for some more action at Major 2. The teams don't want to make us wait too long getting into this Colossus Hardpoint as Falcons Academy Green are red hot from that den overload, looking for the comeback. Can they beat the monsters in their closet right now for the Hardpoint? Down by 30 in this opening. Colossus, Rock Esports, and the bounce back, they look good so far.
Could be the teams don't want to wait. It could be Adam Apicella just smacking the headsets off. Get to your station right now, I swear to God. And you know what? Fair play. Love me some Adam. Hope everything's going well over there because it has been a fast tournament for the first 2 days. And it has been a dominant start for Rock Esports again. Into these hard points, a 30-point lead. And all purple kills. Dom, good for one and a second. Kicks off the break. 44-5. And for a Falcons Academy Green roster, look, it's a long marathon here in this Colossus, but this is a map that favors those AR plays. Looking at the likes of Roxas and QK. QK has to have a good game here.
Well, kind of shut out for these first two hills. Hit from the front for Falcons Green. Nice nade from QK over the top. Sets up Standy to the back line. Luca won't go any further than that. Rocky Esports back spawns holding true. You re-flood, you re-layer, you're back in. You've given up no time at all. What a hold from Rock Esports. And right away, Falcons like, all right, yeah, we don't want anything to do with that.
Breaks aren't even contested, right? It's just like they're flying in, they're finding the kills. It's so easy. Not a lot of resistance in these gunfights, and you can see it being reflected in the score. 77-9. Not often you see a team on Colossus just cross double digits into P4. But that does happen. P3, I should say. Excuse me. It does happen. And this might be one of the reasons that Rock, I should say, feels so comfortable right now. Is that it seems like everything they do can do no wrong. 10-5 for Dawn. 28 seconds in the hill and counting. You can't ask for much more.
One of the big issues of Blackheart is the amount of times we saw Falcons Academy Green rotate early and get broken within 10 seconds. P3, same thing. Rotate early, you get broken. However, newsflash, they break back. So 20 seconds that you'd love to get here for Falcons Green. Definitely it's Colossus. You're never out of the running. always susceptible to comebacks on this map, especially if your subs can be as hot as Falcons Green have been throughout this entire best of 5. Going into P4, a lot of purple arrows are here to whom all the way in the back spawn. He has gone untraced until the kill, tracks down Standy, nearly reads the third two. Rocks still have some agency to block out these spawns. It's a foot race for the splits, and Kix needs to get this done fast to go turn his attention back over towards the hard point because Falcons Green, they're in, they're collecting the time, they are just surrounded, they won't stay long.
They forced the flip and they kicked the aggression up to 11. They said, we're going to play tempo and we're going to rush the rotation. And boy, did they. They took the fight head on. They didn't allow Falcons Academy Green to breathe into their fight. And it worked. They flip, they retake, they hold. They get 25 seconds or so. And what was looking like a slow pullback for Falcons Academy turns into another hill lead. A full 60 for Rock Esports. Finally, some signs of life as the boys in green get into the hill. The damage is done. That was a executed play out of Rock Esports saying, we're going to push the pressure and try to flip this, and they did. Now they get back to P1, and we'll see if they can hold it here early for the first time.
That's what we're looking for. So for Falcons on the comeback, down by 40, maybe 50 points here. Going into this P1, it's a good break in. You have trophies. Are you going to be avoiding these nades and these tacks? Well, you need the kills to back it up. A Luca over the top for the whoop pounce, and Roxas is going to trade you out. Falcons Green holding on to some much-needed time in this first heal. You've even flipped out this map. That is not a bad way to start your P2, our second set of hills. Second rotation going good so far. Luca is even knifing up the competition.
You got to think, if you're Falcons now, you start considering where you want to allocate those resources, whether it's below with your sub Aluka, or who you like to have going pro, you like to have them comfortable, or do you start to put more pressure on left side, right side of the map, wherever it might be, when you're creating space in these hills. There needs to be some decision now, knowing that you're down by about a hill, and you've been playing off the back foot, especially late on rotation. It'll be interesting to see if Falcons elect to consider one side of the map more than the other and how they want to set up, because so far they're taking the gunfights head on, and while it's worked at times, it's also allowed them to get flipped. And when that happens, they've struggled to get back in, so we'll see what they do here on this hill.
So we will. 80 trailing 125. P2 spawns should still be intact. And both players going to spawn up alongside Standy. Getting flanked out by... Oh, nearly turns on him. And enough damage is going to be done. It's still 3 down in favor of Falcons holding on. You look at 7-2 and Aluka. He is already all the way through P1. Forcing these spawns so far for Rock Esports. A lot of time to be gained here against Rock's lead as they travel through the map. Spawn to the back still for Falcons Green. QK on the first contact. Good for 1. Finds a second off of the initial damage. Roxas is there too. Another 3 down. And it is a tie game going into P3.
QK picked up some pressure over to Aluka. Takes out that player rotating to P1. Stays alive in the hill. And pre-fires into a double. Those are the kind of plays that those last 15 seconds that are saved by QK's awareness to pick up the P1 cut. It's small, it's quick, but it buys them time and gives them momentum to rally that hill into the next and give them space in mid-map. A tie game, essentially, and Falcons Academy Green have had to rely on the ARs to make a presence in this game, and they really have, and it's made the difference.
Tie game and Rock are here. Finally, they're going to have themselves a setup. Nice shots from Dom with the sub in hand, but it's still not enough to keep QK at bay. Rolled in for the initial damage. He's going to finish off that kill, but Falcons Green a little bit closer for the follow-up. They're into green. You get a flank play from Kix on one side, Dom on the other. The pinch is going to work out for a little bit of pressure towards the contest. Kix takes down 2, but you can't get through Standy right away. You're finding so much trouble battling against the slaying of Falcons now that you lose the rotation over towards P4 and you're playing for scraps.
Nice couple of picks, and we get in these kind of like odd stalemate situations where we're watching Rock Esports and Falcons kind of go head-to-head in the hill, contest each other, and waiting to see where that tug-of-war goes. Oftentimes, a bunch of team wipes, a couple of kills that go the way of Rock, in the last 10 or so seconds that go into the purple hands as well. It has just been consistent wins in tight situations, but it's not enough to build them a solid lead. As we look towards our next hill, Falcons Academy Green have to recognize that this could be a money hill. This could be one of the biggest rotations of the entire game. Last time they got pushed and flipped. This time, they're just trying to focus on keeping the back line locked up.
Roll's going to be here. Nice win from Standy. Another one to deal with, though, as he is dancing around the generators, and he won't fall. 3 dead again. Rock Esports now trailing in the map. Roxas on 5 in a row. He is pushing the space through statue. We get to the third set of rotations. Falcons green have activated, looking for a map 5 spaceman. This is what we've been waiting for.
Yeah, we've just been waiting for this team to wake up, and it takes a while on a Saturday against your brother-in-arms. It takes a while against a talented squad of Rock Esports, champions in their own right. But do not forget who makes up this Falcons Academy Green roster. Do not forget the major champion that exists in Cold War and others. Do not forget the fact that Luca is a standout star, and they've built this team around QK and Roxas with this AR presence that can rival any. This is now the comeback that we expected to see from Falcons Academy Green, and QK with every single weapon is dealing damage at range with the Dedu's turret.
That's what I like to see. It's just not only fights for spawns, but it's fight for that hill time, and the whole team of Academy Green are playing for the OBJ. 40-point lead. Still 25 seconds of this P1. Time Rock Esports desperately would like to gather before we go toward this P2 hill, but look at the spread from those purple arrows. It is a complete diagonal cut in the map, holding on to those P2 side.
Big 2 kills. Standy trying to find the third. Standy so crucial. He's been struggling this game, but those 3 breaks for time, keeps himself alive mid-map, and they can put so much pressure on P2 now just because Standy stays alive and finds a couple of kills. Opportune moments call for big-time players, and Standy does it time and time again. Now he's waiting for that back pinch, and player 7, Aluka, might get perfect timing in mid-map.
Where have these kills come from? The flank. Standy always picking up these back spawns. And he is here to stay, pitching a tent back here. He's not able to stay alive, though. It's good play from Rock Esports just to value their life for all 4. Staying alive, down by 30. They're in for the hill time. Lots to grab from this P2. And Falcons Academy Green have to break this one from the front. In for the top for this. It's Dandy. He jumps across, takes down a double kill, breaking single-handedly off the damage from his teammates. Can they stand in? They're doing enough to steal this time away from Rock Esports, and now we look to new.
Do you want to fight or do you want to win? You have to know when to lose the hill, and that's exactly what Falcons Academy Green recognize. You can't see red all the time. You have to focus on new. You know it's going to be a tough battle. You know the team fight's going to be wall-to-wall gunfights. You got to get ready for it. Kicks absolutely was. QK is as well. A big 2-piece with the drawback, and inside he goes. The AR flex has been everywhere today. 31 and 25 and a monster game from QK at the most opportune time. Finds a 4 spree, and they are taking over this hill.
This is what a superstar looks like when he activates and plays his best. 238 playing 211. Dom's going to take down 2 to get his team inside the hill. Rock Esports fighting from a deficit, but they are not done yet. 3 players on either side. It's an even fight, and it looks like Rock are just a little bit damaged, or a little bit better in the damage that they're laying down. 22 seconds won't net you a win if you're Rock Esports, but it will flip this lead on your side, and Falcons, they know that they need to flip the map.
And where the spawn's going to be for Rock, they're getting pinched in the hill. Okay, they're going to be close, so that gives you a little bit of an advantage to Falcons Academy Green. But if nobody's there to pick up mid, and if you don't find the kills in the back, it's all for naught. That pinch, that push, that opportunity goes nowhere, and it doesn't go anywhere. They completely wiped the back. Rock Esports just took care of a masterful bait and switch from Falcons. They're 5 seconds away from winning this game and this series. Surely not. Surely the contest.
Aluka.
They stay alive. Falcons still in. Falcons stay alive. Aluka for 2. Doom, you gotta be kidding. Trying to contest, but no, we're not done yet.
A nade in the back. Rock have to contest. Fights from both sides. There's a pinch play from Rock, and they stay alive. They do not fall away. A 3-point game from a deficit in the third set of hills. An Aluka 3-piece to keep the game alive. It doesn't matter. Major 1 champs for a reason. It is never over until the screen says so. And look at how much that means to these guys. Dom is letting the camera know that these guys, they are looking to go back-to-back. And they do not want to fail their community.
That play will be looked at for months. That calculated risk. Instead of hitting P3, which there's reason to suggest, and there's an argument to be made that you could have hit it or not hit it. Comes down to execution at the end of the day, folks. But that play, to wrap through the back, to try to get a jump on both the rotation, the spawns, and to it seemed like from the perspective of Falcons Academy Green to recognize that they weren't going to win the gunfights teeing up, and they had to create some pressure, some difference. That play, not only the execution of it, but the pickup from Rock and their ability to shut it down, that will be talked about for many, many months to come, because it absolutely shut the door on a comeback dream from Falcons Academy Green, who looked like they were in the driver's seat of setting this to 5. That is a heartbreaking loss. It all hinged on that one play. Rock Esports didn't falter, didn't blink. Unbelievable that Falcons Academy were unable to pull that out.
Maps 1 and Map 2, they were messy from Falcons Green. Map 3, they really took hold of this series to keep this to a 4. I mean, that was a chess match of a Colossus. We saw it from both sides. Just great plays coming through from your subs, looking for those priority spawns, constant battles for the backline. Not pretty really in the scoreline for some players, but that's what it's looking like when you make, or when you're the one doing the dirty work for your team.
Yeah.
I mean, just looking back at a lot of these plays, everybody did their part on both sides of the field. And it was so scrappy across because of that. And you had QK with a sub in his hand. He was drawing 3 pieces inside the hill. A thing I've always said that, you know, this Falcons Green team really falls behind with in the respawns is when your lead slayers like QK and Aluka are finding kills, but not really around the objective, just kind of selfishly around the map. This time in the Colossus, it wasn't that at all. They were finding it in the hill, fighting for that time, fighting with your team. All well, you had Standy playing for those spawns, really prioritizing locking down the backline, fighting against so many Rock players and winning most of the time. It comes down to the wire when you're playing Hardpoint like that, because both teams were playing exceptional in that map number 4. A 3-point game, a flank from Rock Esports, a gamble to trust your team. And it's vet calls like that that make you Major 1 champions. It's vet calls like that that put you into the winner's semifinals. And for Falcons Academy Green, your road to championship, it gets a little bit longer, Spaceman. So we look away from our alpha matchup. We move in with Telluride Bush and Omit Brooklyn to see how we're looking with our Season 2 Elite Champions from North America getting pushed now to match point against them. Omit Brooklyn up 2-1. Den Hardpoint on the dog.
Well, hopefully this one, a player like Roxas is holding a streak and that key 3 is still open. We won't see them not use it. We'll come back to that talking point. Good lord, what a game. But, if anything, Omit Brooklyn and Telluride Bush Gaming have been putting themselves to the test today. ProLoot had a bit of a slow S&D, but when the team gets going and when ProLoot picks it up, the best players in the world. Absolutely unstoppable. And Telluride Bush Gaming, champion Season 2 Elite for a reason. Now going against one of the best, quietest, brutal teams that we have in North America. Omit Brooklyn can turn things on a dime. And one of the reasons why, Asim and Cammy. They've been so excellent this weekend. Need a little bit more out of Asim right now, but still holding onto their lead by about 10 points.
Hey, quiet is a great way to explain this Omit Brooklyn roster. I mean, you look at these 4 guys. How often do you really see them get loud? Maybe Cammy at times. You'll see shout a little bit across the stage, but this team is silent but deadly. Every single time we see these players, we know what they're capable of. And they put the work in day out to see if they themselves can be champions yet again on this stage. So tie game heading into another set of hills for Den. P1 setup for Omit Brooklyn. Real slaying out towards bottom computers. 3 dead for Bush. That's going to get Brooklyn back into this hard point to see if they can push this lead.
Nice patience by Abe. Gets the close spawns. Abe with a beautiful job, not just hitting the hill solo. Gets his teammates in position to come up immediately and go for the chow. The trade, they're in. Awakening for 2. Abe the 3rd, the cleanup. Oh, baby. 2 in a row for Awakening. All white in the kill feed. And closing in on tie game once again. Expect nothing less between these 2 teams.
Contest in. Brack finds the angle. He's going to be flanked out by Awakening. So back and forth trades from each side of the field. Omit Brooklyn looking to put this one away in 4. They got themselves a lead, holding on to these P2 rotations. Looking at the bush to see if they can fight through old, see if they can get all the way through couches and put some pressure to the backline of Omit Brooklyn for a quick break.
Omit scattered off spawn quickly. They do it with synchronicity. They do it together. All arrows up. All looking the right way. All good for 3. Make it a wipe.
It is. Seems all the way across the rooftops. It's a good read from Bush to be ready for that, but Brack's the next up. The team's not going to check this one this time. Bush just fly past him. 1-for-1 trade, 218 and counting. It is going to be a win if you hold on to every single second. So Bush desperately need a break here, Spaceman. You see Abe now, he's the only one. You're completely shut out of this hill.
Yeah, that's a perfect way to put it. There's just no entry. The only entry is through the guns. Awakening falls off the bat, picks up kill in the process. There's a bunch of random trades, all white in the kill feed. We remain unshaven as we get back into the hill. For the moment, Telluride Bush Gaming still stay alive, though. They're about to play perfect hardpoint, like we've said. Down by about a full 60. 233 to 197. Omit Brooklyn. One more push is all they need.
Good hill time is what you need, not a 4 down in the feed. 17 seconds. Omit Brooklyn are in, flooding through Dojo. A rogue spawn from Proloot. Not sure if anybody's going to be able to read this one, but Real spawns behind Proloot, and it doesn't matter. 6 seconds in for the contest. Aim for 2, aim for 3. Fire over the top, watching him like a hawk. You're not out of it, but it is 6 seconds that you need. And Bush cannot... They cannot give up any time to this Omit Brooklyn squad. Here they come. Brack, a deep flank through Dojo. 3 players hitting through the arches. Wow. Right into the eyes of the Bush. Brack has yet to show himself. He's just pulling these Dojo spawns, and it seems gonna do it all. Everybody spawns out. You're close if you're awakening, but can you get in for the touch? You can't. Omit Brooklyn send the Elite 2 champs down to the lower bracket to face elimination for the rest of their run.
We told y'all to stop sleeping on this Omit Brooklyn team. We told y'all in Season 2. We said in the playoffs. We said yesterday. Top 4 does not define this Omit Brooklyn squad. They are dangerous. They got hot at the right time. They started clicking late into the end of Season 2 Elite. And their respawn is as good as Bush Gaming is. Their S&D can keep pace. Their overload is their overload. It changes every day. But the hardpoint is the big thing. The respawns here for this Omit Brooklyn roster have continually been excellent. They are the likes of the P7 Notoriouses. They are the likes of a good day Stallions. They can get up on that spree, and they look good. They are so well designed for this kind of tournament, for this kind of run. These players specifically, the Challengers history, but the gauntlet experience from Asim, Brack, Cami, Real. There is a group of, you see a lot of times in tournaments where it's like it's a group of misfits coming together and making a roster. Not so much misfits, but this is a group of experienced, scrappy gunnies coming together, making a team. You cannot take them easy. They are absolutely here to play, and they are able to orchestrate one of the biggest upsets we've seen so far of the weekend, really, for our top North American teams, Colin. What a day already.
What a day indeed. I mean, people forget that Brack and Asim teamed all the way back at MW3 on FaZe Clan Black, and they went to consistent grand finals alongside Rex, alongside Exceed, winning championships in Challengers, doing everything that you could ask for to be at the epitome of the talent. And, you know, you come together on this Omit Brooklyn roster, yeah, it's a little bit bumpy at the start. No team is going to be flawless right away. But you see it start to come together. You look at matches like this to understand how good this team truly can be. With Real, with Camby, you know that they have a chip on their shoulder coming down into the Challengers block as well. So it's nice to see them finding form inside of this open. But you can't forget for the Bush, this is almost deja vu from what we had in Dallas. You sneak out a Game 5 in winners round 4 to a roster with a Stallion on it. You go into winners round 5, you lose, you drop into the losers bracket. This team made the losers run, so we know that they can do it again here in Birmingham as well, and I'm excited to see if they can do it, or if a team is going to knock the Bush out of Birmingham. What a Saturday we have so far on the desk. We're going to be taking a step back while we set up for our next set of blocked matches. We'll see you soon with some more Challengers. Welcome back, everybody, to the Major 2 Open, as we got Project 7 and Noir Omit x Kabal Omnia taking on a head-to-head in the Delta stream. This is an interesting one because we truly haven't seen either one of these streams really on stream or been able to talk about them yet across the bracket space, man. And I've been waiting to kind of hint on this Omit Kabal squad because it's a really interesting one in the way that they all came together, because I feel like these are another group of, I'd say, mismatched players that, you know, come together looking to make a run. You had Felony playing on For Fun inside the Elites, Manny and Rex on Death by Kabal, Alpha, who kind of got left for dead before the qualifiers, didn't even get a chance to qualify for Elite 2, and you come together for a revenge run inside the Major Open, and so far they've been unreal together.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a team that has been through the ups and downs, and you can say that about both rosters, really, but Project 7's had a very successful season, obviously. They come down to the lower bracket after losing against Project Notorious. But Noir, Omit, Kabal, Omnia, first of all, name, good lord. Second of all, we know the entire season's been chaos because we had that entire ordeal with, you know, Fellow coming into a roster and people wondering what would the fourth look like. Would Fellow have to play the sub? And if so, would he flex more often or just play sub? He played sub, didn't really work out with Arthurs and company. So last minute, he finds a team here for Birmingham. And who does he find? Manny, Dylan, Rex, and Alpha, like you said. And it's just felt like a rotating group of players and a captain, really, in Fellow that's been trying to find the right fit this season. Though Kabal did have a pretty strong showing in Season 2 of the Elite, none of these players on their teams really felt like they were in the right spot. So this has been a very interesting culmination of both personalities and storylines from about midway through the year, and now we find ourselves combining them all into one large team and trying to see if they can take down some of Europe's best.
Yeah, I think I really like this roster. Alpha, French Phenom, really banking on himself with the help of Sensor to get to North America to play inside of Challengers.
Yeah.
And, you know, he had a good roster going into the qualifiers. Bad things happened. Didn't get to play. Manny, another guy I'd love to talk about, just pure passion for competition. And he is always the one left out as a scapegoat. And he always performs. I mean, he got brought into Omit Brooklyn for one cup in the Major 1 Open for Dallas, and he won that cup. He placed top 7, I think it was, in the Open, and that is something that's impressive for Manny. So the fact that he is struggling to find himself on a team, yeah, this isn't the greatest map 1 from him, but, you know, he is a guy that I always look at to be a difference maker for a team looking to be an underdog.
And sometimes there are players that are just guaranteed buckets, right? Like we go into a series and we say, okay, I know what I'm going to get out of you, or if I'm put you in a tough spot, if I'm changing up the dynamics, the atmosphere of a team, if I'm forcing a lot of moving parts to happen around you externally, how do you handle the pressure internally as a player? Manny's one of the guys who's shown up in really awkward situations this year and just made the most of it. And one, that's resolve as a player, but two, it speaks to the depth of his talent, and I'm sure why Fellow saw him as a opportune player to pick up for this event, knowing that you need somebody who can dig deep in spots like this.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've been glazing Omit Kabal this entire time, but look who they're playing against in this matchup, too, because P7, Elite 2 champions for EMEA, and players that, you know, we just cannot talk about enough. You got F-Dot, a Major Open champion in his own right, alongside Harry, same thing for himself. F-Dot, not only that, but he's been an MVP in the event that he won for a Major Open. Mythics, who looked to be the best AR coming out of EU for Black Ops 6. And then you put Aspect, who, since he was a rookie coming into Challengers, has been slowly climbing into better rosters every single year. He finds himself with Project 7, and they are fantastic from EMEA. So this is a tough matchup for Omit Kabal. For Project 7, one you really don't want to miss.
If you're an AR playing in the EMEA region or in Challengers across the board, and you're a player who's been trying to work your way up the ladder, as Colin says, you are judged by the reflection of your peers. You are judged by those who you surround yourself with. And if you're a young player like Aspect, and you're already on a team with Mythics and F-Dot and Lucifer, you've got yourself in the right spot. You're doing the right thing, and clearly it has worked, because as good as Mythics has been, he has needed that 1-2 punch. Aspect's delivered, F-Dot has done the same, and we'll see if they can keep it going. But off the start, again, to our first set of hills in our second rotation, it has been essentially a tie game for Noir, Omit, Kabal, Omnia try to get in and get some time.
30 seconds. Omit Kabal inside the P1, P2 rotations as well. Project 7, they have a player inside blue. That's Mythics. Everybody else is going to be spawning up over towards green. Mythics across the top of the rooftops. In behind Alpha. Finally strikes, allowing for a break. Project 7 with the scrap time holding on to this lead. And a big kill from Mythics. He is in great position to punish the respawns.
Very good position. You would love to punish here. You thought exposure could get bad. It can. This can also be dicey. Moments like this where if your fellow, you're calling out quickly, you're saying, I need pressure and I need it now. You need to capitalize on this opportunity. You're not going to get a lot of chances to keep Project 7 pinned back the way you have. They're handling it.
Handling it well. 20-point lead. Flank around the back from Felony is going to get shut down. So 3 players on the front, and FDOT takes it into his own hands. Harry's going to take down Rex with the trophy system. It won't stop Omit Kabal from breaking this hill. But plays like that make Project 7 so flashy to watch. Omit Kabal trying to get some time off this, but even with disadvantage in numbers, Project 7 just keeping them away from the time and keeping their lead by 30.
ARs are singing. Kid Cudi's humming. Things are looking spicy. 40-point lead. We've broken out a foot race now. And they can't even get past mid-map. They're going to try to split some of these numbers as they should. And keep the game wide. It's just not working, though. Aspect picking it up. Lucifer helping. Manny has to use a streak. Very specific for the break. And now you better capitalize on it because that is a big investment.
So hope he can turn this into some good time. Manny playing through mid. Good cutoff for a couple kills. Flipped spawns, and does this get recognized quick enough? You still have to worry about Aspect to the middle of the map, and Alpha is there, so Rex happy to soak up this hill time. Big win for the hill time as well. Rex is winning his ones, and he's got teammates to watch over him. Omit Kabal cutting through this lead, only down by 10 now. Mythics looking to break alongside Aspect, but they have completely been getting shut out. If you look for value off of a score streak, this is how you get it.
Yeah, they're trying to play contained, but there's just so many numbers. There's too much on this map to worry about. It is so close. The reason players struggle on Scar, there's a reason that teams never feel like they're safe, no matter where you are on this map. The streaks have to be well-timed and pre-planned. And that felt more like just a kind of a panic play to get the AR out of position than it did to really clamp down on a hold. And now they're going to have to play off the back foot here. 172 to 163. Aspect doing some damage in the back. Numbers trickle in. Still hill timing for Project 7. And the opening 15 has been clean.
Alpha is just blocking these back spawns. Waiting for his teammates to get here to break. 2 versus 2 for the hill time. Not going to expect Harry down low. Alpha goes down. Felony for the trade. Can't double down. Spawn in the back for Rex. He won't get through Mythics. Project 7 holding on to this hill time. A very big P4 to lock down. You can get so much off of it. And that lead, which was once maybe 5 points, has once again bolstered it into a 40-point advantage going into a P5 where Project 7 are looking to close this game out soon.
I don't know if you have to give up those last 20. I understand there's the reason for it. It is the you win if you do it, you lose if you don't. But that is 30 seconds, if not 25, right? Like that's a 2-10 game that at one point, like you said, was 5 or 6 seconds, and it's an early rotation, it's a heavy commit. Can you do a reverse of what Falcons did? Can you commit and execute? Because you have to. If you don't do it here, you put this game out of reach, you give Project 7 a chance to win.
So far, so good. First wave cleared. Manny, 4 in a row. Back spawns on lock and green control for Alpha. He was there. He's gone. Harry's up top. So now you got a little bit of pressure onto Manny, and he gets shut down from the top ropes. You can't get through the players off spawn yet. You haven't flipped out, so it's 1 by 1. Omit Kabal just layering back into this hill. Alpha's turn now to soak up this hill time, down by 8. 13 seconds of scrap. Still Project 7 fighting for this hill time, throwing bodies at it.
Wow.
This could get dangerous. It's a tight game, and now a lead change heading into the 3rd set of rotations.
Yeah, that gamble really paid off. Why the kills landed. You get the blueprint Joker, you're feeling good, multipliers hitting, you're like, all right, we're going infinite. Got to make sure that you do the math, though. That's the big thing. 215, 209. Keep it considered as a score. Keep it considered tied. And we have that just now. All control in the kill and in the hill and kill feed for Project 7. Good lord, 29-29 for FDOT. By the way, nearly 60 engagements across the board. And still, they're having to play neutral time because they're playing TDM now. They just want to focus on maintaining spawns, keeping their position, and then get the time when they have to.
That's why he's considered an MVP from EMEA. One by one, that turret is knocking him down. 5 in a row for FDOT. He's playing over towards P2, looking for the rotations for his team. Only 20 seconds left for Project 7 to put away this map number 1. Kabal, Omit, still vying for that scrap time over at Old, keeping this game in by 4. FDOT goes down. Rex is at new. A couple players from Omit Kabal looking to fight for this initial time, but they have to fight against 3 players of Project 7 battling through the front in the slide. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Can Alpha get here on the slide out? Keeps it uncontested. Won't get a double kill, but is it enough for Rex? Yes, it is. 2 kills in for Dylan. Manny follows it up, and Omit Kabal are in.
And the numbers are here. The Cavalry can flood. Tie game. Spawns are close for Project 7. They're going to triple stack and keep 1 on the outside just to pick up the kills. Aspect leads the way, and follow-ups there. All trades are good. The Mythic slides for 2. Responses from FDOT, 34 and 31. And the break into the hill, they just need to hold on for the last 20 or so. And folks, we could be looking at a very tense Game 1 win.
It's going to be an nail-biter. Harry gets 2. Still a trade in. Project 7 on 10 points away. You can win off this hill, so Omit, they have to flood. They got to flood fast. 4 seconds in. Is anybody going to be able to touch? Here come the nades. The stun's out. Mythic's just laying down with the rest of his team. Picks up everything else. A triple kill from Aspect to close the gates on a Scar Hardpoint. Project 7 open up this best of 5, and they are continuing to look good in Birmingham.
Project 7 are champions for a reason. One of the best teams in EMEA for a reason. And you can go punch for punch, blow for blow against strikers like this. But when do those bruises start to add up? When does it start to hit late in the game when you feel like you can't keep stride? And Project 7 keep their foot on the gas. I mean, we saw them, kind of hit a little bit later into that rotation. They focused specifically on picking up the TDM game at P1, then into P2. They played it simple, played it smooth. You have the close spawns, you basically flood through Catwalk, you control red. When you do, they didn't need to get fancy. They just needed the kills to land, and that's what happens. Project 7 relied simply on what's worked this season, which has been their team shot, and you can see why. Nearly 5,000 damage for Aspect, 4,200 for Lucifer, down the board. That is unheard of. I know it's Scar, but that is 3 players on both teams crossing nearly 4,200 damage apiece. That's unbelievable.
It's almost identical on both sides. I mean, Easy Mac out there, somebody, Boston's stats, like anybody. Is this the highest combined damage that we have across 2 teams in a map? This is ridiculous. Even when you're looking at the Omit Kabal assist column, like that's where a lot of their value came in at the end. Just the assistance on that P5, P1 break that they did have over to P2. Rex's double kill really teeing up for some major moments to have Manny inside that hill time to try to steal away that map number 1. It's an 11-point game. It's a nail biter. And I think if you get a little bit more in those big moments, from someone like Alpha, and I'm not going to put him like on the block, but there's a couple moments towards the end where you just get caught out in those clutch 1v1s where Project 7 are beating you in the slaying. I mean, when you're really judging something coming down to a 1 versus 1, you just know how close that map truly can be. And, it's one thing that you're in the race still. If you're Omit Kabal, you're going to shake that one off knowing that you can beat a championship squad like Project 7. Hardpoint doesn't go your way. You still got at least 2 more maps to regain. No worry in the world for Omit Kabal. I mean, they are playing on house money right now with a pickup team, a team that has had significantly less time to practice together than Project 7 had. And they're playing like they're one of the best in the open right now. So, this is a fantastic judge of skill for these players of Omit Kabal, showing what they can do when they come together, fighting for some nice renown in this open. And I'm excited to see what they can do with it. Sean, across for a couple other matches, because we're waiting for some matches to finish so we can get into the next stage of eliminations, the next stage of winners bracket. Able x Stallions, 3-2 Game 5 win over FaZe Falcons, knocking down what is a brand new roster of Arsities, Paul X, Turiel, and Nox, knocking them out of Birmingham completely. For Fun, 3-1 versus Riyadh Falcons x R8, so they move on as well. That is some big things going on between those two matches. It's huge to see the dream of Symbols still carrying on here in Birmingham.
Yeah, it has been a nice resurgence for Symbols. I think in the Season 2, there was questions not so much about where's Symbols going to end up and is the stock lowering or rising? No, but it was just results. We just wanted to see would Symbols continue to have the results that we expected, but also that Symbols kind of deserves, because in terms of just skill, like Symbols has been one of the players that we've kept on the brink of being a CDL pull for a long time. Just in conversation lifespan, and it's nice to see that, one, it's still working out, and two, I say all this because I had a thought. I want to jump back too quickly from our last game, specifically for Noir, Omit, Kabal, Omnia, and Op Project 7. Manny and Alpha both had 15 kills in the objective. That was a hard point that was solely lost off of the damage, and it's very rare that that's the case, or like that much of an outlier, but I want to keep that in check as we go into the S&D of, let's pay attention to how Manny, though he was off to a slow start, how Manny played and how Alpha played in that respawn. They led the lobby, both 15 kills apiece when it came to protecting the hill. They were in doing the dirty work, so clearly it's not a question of resolve or talent or competency. It's just the game plan, that if it gets tightened up a bit, this could be a long series.
I think you expect every series at this point to be as long as possible. I kind of tuned in to the Bush watch party for a second when they lost in that map 4 versus Omit, and Jerry was sitting, he's like, all right, we got to win 5 matches now. That is potentially 25 maps of Call of Duty in a day.
Yep. That's happened before. We've done that. Not with Bush, but that has happened. We had a team go all 5 maps, and it was a long time.
So you got to think, like, when you're locking in as a player trying to go through an open bracket like this, you know, obviously we don't get that same schedule in the CDL anymore, but for these players in the open bracket, you're playing 12 hours of COD.
Yeah, it's definitely taxing. There's no doubt about it. It fortunately comes with the territory. Oh my word. Oh my God. Piss on them. Oh, is it raining? No. Here's the thing, though. Yes, you're absolutely right. Like, we look at the gauntlet of these open brackets, right? And it's, you absolutely have to prepare yourself mentally for that pull. It comes with the territory, sure, but the pacing is obviously important. But you, at some point, you get frustrated. You're like, we just keep going 5. We just keep going. No matter whether we win it or clutch up or not, it's exhausting. It's tiring. You keep going 5. How many times in the history of Call of Duty esports have we seen a team from the lower bracket go on a miraculous lower round one run, make it to grands or make it to winners, to lower finals, and then they just gas themselves out because they've been playing for so long. It doesn't matter how good you are. At some point, the exhaustion's going to kick in. You're just hoping that you get on the other side of it ahead of those game 5s before they hit you.
First Blood's getting traded out. Project 7 looking to go back-to-back in rounds now with the attack. They are flooding through arches. Bomb is down. They know that. Omit Kabal, they're just going to flip this map out over towards Dojo, slowly seeing if they can catch somebody out of position. But newsflash, we know it. They don't. Nobody's home.
They could be. How brave do you want to be? How brave do you want to play this? Alpha and Dylan. The famous UT crew Dylan Rex, who I just learned the other day is a cousin to one of our players. Blew my mind. Alpha? Good lord, F-Dot's on a heater, man. 3 in a row. It doesn't even matter if you're going to peek. Wherever you go, you're going to get shot. F-Dot is shutting down sites left and right with a snipe.
You never knew Rex and Phantoms were cousins.
I had no. Maybe I did in Cold War, but I don't trust myself, so I'm going to say no, I didn't know.
One of those things that it can slip your mind. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, blew my mind.
They've been competing for a very, very long time.
Yeah. I knew Timmy when he was with Simp and, Pemby, so, like, he was at that point, like, 17, 18. He was just coming up. The dude's been in the game for a long time.
FaZe Clan Black. Remember? I remember. Substitute for Paris Legion and MW 2019. Never saw a CDL official match, but he was there. He was on the team.
He was putting in work. I mean, back then when the subs were there, we switch over to our alpha match. I mean, that was the time where, again, like Tish on Dallas Empire, those guys, those challengers, grinders, they put in work both as coaches and as sub players. They were excellent.
So we move over to our alpha match. We got Huntsman For Fun Esports on the side station. Looking to go head-to-head in an elimination match. Mac Vivid still looking for redemption in the Challengers pit. Huntsman looking for the bounce back from yesterday when his team just continues to make changes, make improvements from a top 12 finish in Elite Stage 2. Can they grind back to another top placing in an open?
Every win from here on out for Huntsman is a bonus. Every single win they get is more confidence, more resilience for this team, and a chance to potentially run it back next season. They had a really detrimental season 2, but the changes and the work that they have put in during the offseason, I should say, during the weeks leading up to the major, through the cup and so on, have turned things right. 44-13. The subs are here, the ARs are showing up, and the timings look a bit cleaner, a lot less scrappy and scrambled, and more like Huntsman know how their hits are going to go this time. Finally, the boys in green living up to the Huntsman name, really carrying that legacy forward.
I mean, you look at a player like you mentioned getting gambled on for a tournament for a team like this. Your top placings in LAN is around a top 8. I'm looking back at Boston Open back at MW3, playing alongside players like Mamba, players like Johnny, Major Maniac. You're teaming with Johnny yet again. Mamba's in the lead, and Major Maniac is your coach. So you got Huntsman banking on a player that you know his ceiling, you know his heights. And although the project hasn't turned into success just yet, you continue to work on that. You continue to work towards new heights. So Huntsman making those changes. A 50-point lead going into this P3. Still 20 seconds left. Players from For Fun fighting from the less preferred side in for the contest. They are just getting slaughtered on the cross. Another 4 dead. Soaking the hill time for Huntsman. Where have For Fun gone?
I know that Major Maniac is smiling at this. He's looking at how the Dimensions is playing. It's an aggressive AR, and he's having the time of his life. Do not underestimate the power of that coach and the brain behind that skull. Renegade, on your screen, more than happy to play patient in the back as they have held their lead and continue to look dominant off the start. A Huntsman team that looks nearly 180, as they did 2 weeks ago. They're going to have to work through the pink wall. If you know, you know. Challengers Legends. For Fun Esports now, into the hill. And the first one's there to set up.
So For Fun, they need to find something to stand on now here on Colossus, and this is a good step. 4 dead. You look at the arrows, too. You're blocking those back spawns. Mac all the way in P2. So you can prey on a couple of these players playing off the respawn damage. Time wasted. No kills. He's going to get For Fun over that 50-point marker, now trailing by 40. Good break from the front of the Huntsman. Still back spawns for Fun, but it doesn't matter. Scrap time for the Huntsman anyways. You flip things out going into the second set. For Fun still looking to regain.
And if I'm Huntsman, I'm thinking about P3 already. I know the flips comes in. I know we're contesting for the next 2. From here on out, not only did you have the opening break, not only do you have the spawns now to really start dictating some of the flow of action here. P1's always going to contest. You have a bit of time to give. Time is a resource in Hardpoint. I'm thinking about that P3. I'm thinking a couple of hills ahead and trying to get my team in a position to make sure that we keep this lead.
50 points up and growing. Trophies down. Rispy gonna bounce out for a second, see if he can value his life. Drops right into Mac, so happy to take that kill. Rispy turns it into a double. He hops back in for the hill time. Knows players from For Fun are going to be flooding out through P4. First contact in, takes another one down, sets up Johnny for the double. Not able to transition over to Geo. Renegade there to clean it up. Back into the hard point. Another double for Renegade. Another scrap time to Huntsman.
He plays it like he plays the other title. When he sees somebody weak, he's going to go. A lot like Stellar, a lot like other players where, again, it's just about getting up to speed with Call of Duty timing. And once Renegade is online, there are dangerous players, and then there's Renegade, world champion in his own right. Recipe to mention Johnny trying to help out that veteran and keep this team moving through the lower bracket. Stuck now in the atrium as Johnny is 21-13. Maybe the standout of this roster in this tournament. As good as Fire was in Dallas, Johnny has been here in Birmingham. Absolute walking nuke. And now they'll try to get themselves back in the hill.
Rispy. Yesterday, quiet in the hard points. Today, he is loud as ever. 5 in a row, 23-13, 37 seconds, soaking the hill time, taking the kills, taking the space. This is true Huntsman. He's got his axes out, and he is slashing. In with the subs. Team kill onto Geo. That's going to slow things down for Fun. Continuing to fall away. Down 110 points. Renegades ripping you off ahead of you with a Drophic. You know everybody's here to play. This is one-sided.
It is one-sided, but Huntsmen have really had to fight for this. Every single engagement, every single team fight has come down to a couple of crucial sub-wins. It has been contextualized for Huntsmen. It has not been just knife through butter. It has been, we must win the gunfights outright. Credits to their gunnies for showing up today on Saturday. The game's not over yet, though. Thinking about that P3, we talked about it back on their second set of rotations. You have to think ahead for the next couple of money hills. If you're Huntsmen, they've relied on the breaks today. It's worked. You've relied on Renegade to get aggressive. It paid off. And now they're just about a hill or two away from winning this game and this series.
Renegade.
Oh my god.
Almost turns it into a double. Yuli, though, tagged up, still has some assistance. Looking for a break for this 20 seconds. Mentions stalling as long as possible. 3 dead. For Fun are in. Can they take more? There's already those pink arrows flying at this new hill. 3 players from Huntsman are going to spawn up. Now looking to battle for their base.
Wow.
It's Rispy again. He is unstoppable.
Oh my god. He picks up the flank. He kills both. You shut him down. You force them to have to split off spawn. They don't get any time on old. Now they have to rotate to new. Slow as hell. Oh my god. Rescue the pick up. The double. Why not? Keep it going. All the pressure, attention turned away from the hill, and it's free time. It's free real estate, folks. It could end here. Huntsman, 212 to 84. Don't often see them on the other side of a 100-point club, but they might just do it here.
Huntsman looking to take things in 4 maps. We got For Fun in for the hill. Can this be one of the greatest comebacks we have on the weekend? Or will Huntsman stand to suppress it yet again? 3 dead, Mac. Good luck, have fun. Spawns are broken, hill is broken, and the Huntsmen turn around, take you to your spawn, and take you to the grave.
You're soaking all of it. I don't care if you want to rotate to P1. You just soak all of this time. Put as much pressure, as much of an opportunity as you have into the center table. You have to force For Fun Esports to outplay you, to win the gunfights, and they're not. And Renegade is starting to feel it. 24-19 for him on a 4, 31-23 for Johnny. Respy, 31-21. Your subs are here. 31 kills for Respy, 31 for Johnny. This is the system that Huntsman wanted to play with in the Elite. This is the system that never got online. The sub pressure, the explosiveness from Renegade, the consistent, overwhelming dominance in the hill. Finally, it shows up for Huntsman. It comes to life in this major at the best time on Saturday. And all of a sudden, this team looks strides better than they did a week ago. And that is scary for everybody else.
It's an honest day's work when you're wielding an axe. And, you know, albeit not an easy run at all for the Huntsmen for what we've seen. They have been tested across this weekend. But you get to the main stage now. You get into our alpha look-in and a team that from Friday to Saturday, we were asking questions on, you know, how do you upgrade in terms of your hard points? Well, it really comes down to your young guns, Rispy, Dimensions. What do you get out of them on days like today, on Saturdays, where you really need these guys to become those stars that you really drafted them to be? And for Rispy, I mean, less than 3k damage for the amount of impact that he had. All over the map, just finding double kills, locking down those spawns, denying For Fun, you know, in every single lane. Dimensions in the hill, a minute 41 time, 3,500 damage. Not a lot of kills, but look at the assist column. 21 assists, always involved in the damage for your subs to clean up those kills. It's why Rispy was getting so many multi-kills. Renegade at times, he's playing around the hill time too, always getting his hands dirty in the plays. Johnny just doing Johnny things. When you see Johnny putting up numbers like this is where he lives and breathes. It's when you know the Huntsmen are in the flow state, is when Johnny is playing at his best. And a game like that, he is just going Shaq and Kobe with Rispy in this map. For Fun, they got dunked on in map number 1. It has been a weird run for this team, and I mean the questions for Fun now, Sean, because this is a squad that we even said earlier today. How are they struggling the ways that they are? You look at Vivid and Mac last year in Black Ops 6. They went back-to-back on LAN for DreamHack and Challengers champs. It's why they got a chance back in the league for C9 this year. It doesn't work out. You don't have a system that works for your team. You go into Challengers, you get teammates that you want to play with for the elites and for the open, and it just still doesn't seem like it's clicking.
If it's not the system, it's the players. If it's not the players, it's the coaching. That's usually how it goes. If it's just not clicking, you have to give credit to the players for one, knowing what they need in terms of their roster comp, which is obviously why For Fun has been so excellent to make it to this point. You can't really doubt the individual skill because the empirical data says that they have more than everything, both in terms of mechanics to win, and the history says and shows that they have been successful at the highest level. At the end of the day, if the system is just failing, yeah, it comes down to maybe just it's, you know, as good as it feels on paper, it's just not clicking. But that's where coaching makes a difference, right? Like, at the end of the day, you can see the difference clearly of both the scrim results that Huntsman have and obviously the impact that Major Maniac has had coaching this team, the ability to get Renegade more comfortable being in those tight pockets. I mean, Renegade and Dimensions together had the highest average hill time of their team in that map 1. That is, one, a difference from the Season 2 Elite when you have Johnny as well on your squad, but that's what coaching does. It gives you that extra margin. So maybe it's just simply they have all the pieces, they just don't have the system or the eyes to get them in the right perspective. And if that is it, For Fun Esports need to find something else to keep them involved because Huntsman look too confident right now.
It is do or die for both of these teams on the Alpha stream, facing elimination. Yep. Huntsman making some great strides in the hardpoint, leading the series 1-0. We got a Blackheart Search and Destroy and a For Fun Esports team looking to bounce back and stay alive in Birmingham. We got the Search and Destroy coming up very soon after this break. We are back with our alpha matchup. Huntsman up 1-0 after a dominant force in the hardpoint for Colossus. Not a Blackheart Search and Destroy. I don't know why I even said that because Blackheart Search and Destroy isn't even a thing in my brain.
I would manifest it too. Honestly, I would like that though. I'd like a Blackheart just to shake things up and, you know, see them.
I'm scared of a Blackheart Search and Destroy, and For Fun are scared of a dead right now. Oh my god. That was a 4-on-4 retake. They didn't even die.
Yeah, they just absolutely gunned him. And we'll talk more about how Huntsmen are going to potentially go on a deep run, which would be hilarious for stories across the world. But it would be quite a sight if our picks and bans came back in the middle of the series and we just decided to create a new S&D map out of absolutely nowhere. Like, you what's up? You didn't want to play Raid S&D? well, you're going to have to play Blackheart now.
Oh, we're loading up on a gridlock? Yeah, okay, a little early. It's not even out yet, but okay.
You know what? I am happy. It's chaotic, and there's a reason why the players don't trust that. And they should. Let's get into it. Den continues. Huntsman, after that amazing hard point on Colossus, again, talking about the fact Dimensions and Renegade looked absolutely phenomenal in the hill. And Johnny has been Johnny this weekend. He has been the fire of Birmingham. Aha. I mean, what more can you say?
It's hard to argue, too, because one would say fire is the fire of Birmingham right now, but
Yeah.
maybe it is Johnny. 3-1. 3 versus 1. Vivid. Bomb in hand. And Huntsmen are holding hands across the rooftops. They are right in behind Vivid for this play, and he has no information on where they're going, and he still has no information on where they are. However, timing be damned. A-site is open now. Plant the bomb.
Vivid's got to be sweating, man. I mean, it's just you've seen nothing, you've heard nothing. You're just hoping they've committed to B, and you are correct. How do you pull this off?
Early chow over towards throne room. Stun up. Vivid inside the closet. Good for 1. Slides out. 27 HP. Can't transition to Dimensions. If he wins that fight, gets out to computers, maybe you can use a heady to transition into a third as well. But Huntsmen don't give you the time of day. Wonderful collapse.
I always appreciate when a player will dive out the window and go for a Sui. I just want to make sure that you time it so you don't lose your streak. Because we have seen that before. We've seen players, unfortunately, not do the math. This time, though, all good when it comes to adding up those numbers. It has been Dimensions, time and time again, talked about for Huntsman. And it just seems like the team's clicking. And that has been an intangible difference that we can feel. But all the things that looked like were weighing Huntsman down, whether it was game-related or personnel-related, they look like they have at least been put on the back burner, if not addressed. And that is a good sign. If you're a Huntsman or Optic fan, you're feeling very good about where this team's at right now.
Bomb going down. Quick plant from Huntsman. Double flank from For Fun. Johnny, he's going to get some bad timing there, and Mac beats him to the punch. Still working through tower. Yuli's got the read for Renegade. Sniper in the hands of Dimensions, and it's Mac Yuli, the tag team duo, stone cold pile driving them in the round. Back to back there between Mac and Yuli. Mac for 3. Yuli helps him out. Wow. That is what we're waiting for.
Apart. They straight up picked him apart, man. That was a beautiful double pinch. A gorgeous, patient bait and switch. They throw their shoulders where they have to. They collapse when they need to. Mac has no control. Poor guy was stuck on an island by himself. That is a beautiful round out of For Fun Esports for a team that needed some extra jolts of life. And just start slowing the bleeding a little bit in this S&D. It's only been 2 rounds, but a really, really phenomenal retake and orchestrated pinch.
1-3 split for Fun. Johnny in a close angle. Is anybody going to check it? They don't. Still, Gio trying to do some damage mitigation alongside Mac, but Renegade on the bomb. Lines up both of them. Bomb down. Vivid again. 1 versus 3. Okay.
Dude, don't. Please don't.
Should we talk
Please
about it?
don't. No, I don't want to talk about it. I want them to find the kills. Okay, I was going to say for a moment, dude, you just watched Renegade peel a heady off of Mac that quickly. I'm like, Renegade's shooting. Okay, we're playing Streets Oddball, baby.
And
then I watch Dimensions fly off.
Dimensions turns over with his fist up, and he's like, yeah, would have been cool, though, guys. Would have been cool.
Can we not clayster this within 5 seconds of doing something really awesome? Can we just focus on staying on the map?
Oh, would have been amazing. Huntsman now back up to 2. For Fun, need to do some deep thinking for their attacking rounds when they get back there. But before that, how do they stop this offense of Huntsman? They've given up the A site. Playing very passively is Vivid, so hoping for at least a retake if not Huntsman biting off a little bit more than they can chew and Vivid getting a first blood, but it does seem like it is going to be a retake with Johnny late flanking from B.
Oh, Renegade, he might get awful timing, though. For Fun Esports, they're going to double stack it. They're going to pinch together like they did 2 rounds ago. Picked up by Renegade. He knew it. He was there, but he gets a couple of tags in. Not enough to clean up the kills. Pistols out. Johnny for first. Johnny for 2. Oh, Johnny on the opposite side of the map. He's good for both. And Renegade cleans up the third, the last one to fall. Johnny was in a pivotal position, as was Renegade. Johnny in no man's land still manages to pick up 2 on the flank. Renegade tags them both, slows down the push. And Huntsman hold the irons.
This team looks complete right now.
Dude, what is happening?
They really upgraded from day 1 to day 2.
Like, you're seeing it too, right? Like, we're not crazy. They just look different.
It just looks so complete. Yesterday was messy. So many mistakes in the hard points. A lot of team kills. A lot of kind of falling over and tripping over each other. It's just unison. It is a full system that is in place. Trust over each shoulder. And For Fun cannot break it. Dimensions, first blood on the sniper. Rispy on the slide out. Almost gets 2. You sneak away for Vivid in a 1 versus 3.
And they're going to throw bodies at that all day, every day. You might think it's over-aggressive, but if you have the angle, you have the option, you're absolutely going to throw bodies at it. It's a resource. You're up 4-1. Yeah, a bit cocky, but you're going to do it anyway. You want to make a statement in this game. You also want to make sure you play consistent S&D. 2v1. Vivid's been in this spot before. This time, 1 less number to worry about.
Oh, I like this. He's got a sub. He knows dimensions. Has a sniper.
Oh, God.
I mean...
God timing is insane. It's insane.
I didn't know what to say. You're laying prone, you're watching the angle, and then you just slowly wobble your way over, thinking the flank is coming through. Vivid, just a second of doubt in his mind, and it lets Huntsman now up 5-1 in the series.
There's nothing like it. I've never seen anything like COD timing in all my years. It just is absolutely insane how often it happens. Thank you, replay production as well. The observers picking it up.
Oh, it's heartbreaking.
It's unbelievable, and it happens at the top level every single event. There is no other esport that's been like that. It's just flipping insane. I don't know what to do else but laugh. It's just nuts.
It's just so silly sometimes. Call of Duty, you liveth and you dieth by the timing. Rispy over the top, trades out 3 versus 3. Off the map we go. Bye-bye. Renegade's going to get blindsided by Geo. Nice shots coming out from the ARs, and technically, that's 3 kills from Geo in the round. Assistance from the outside of the map, but you know where Johnny is. Everybody is collapsing. Possibly an ace, but Yuli says, nope, we need rounds.
You do. You need rounds, and you need them 1 piece at a time. Slowly but surely, you can work your way back in this game. And they've been able to isolate, they being For Fun. When For Fun's been able to isolate the likes of Johnny, the likes of Renegade and company in these one-on-one situations, when they've been able to isolate them away from their teammates, where Yuli can get aggressive, where they go for these pinches and they find Huntsman in these weird pockets, they've been good to convert those to kills. And that's usually converted into pressure in the round, if not outright numbers advantage. 2 rounds now. They just have to stay consistent with that. It's been the first bloods that have led the tail for Huntsman. They've continued to find success in the advantage early in the round.
And look at the space they're giving up off of this one. Quick flank from Huntsman. They are not blinking an eye from losing out a second to For Fun. Geo flooded. Yuli won't be able to trade it. Bomb going down at B, but it's a 2 versus 4 in the post plant. And you still have tax and nades on Huntsman across every single player. A smoke down for Rispy to cut the distance. Tracking down these players. A full wrap around. Vivid gets 1 on the point. Is it going to be enough to tee up Mac to maybe close out the rest of them? Can't escape the clutches of the Huntsman. Now up 2-0 in the series. And a 2 players left standing. Smiles across the board for these members. Fist bumps from the coach. This team has hit a second gear in Birmingham.
You know what this feels like today? And this is a poll. It's not entirely accurate. I don't care. This feels like watching Team Revenge in Advanced Warfare when they went on their lower run all the way through COD Champs and they made it to the finals. They did eventually lose that to Denial. But at that time, Team Revenge at the time was like Nagafen and company. That was the squad that just got hot at the right time and they looked like a completely different team. They're always competent in their uplinks and the hardpoints at that year, especially the Redwoods. But that was a squad that just found their rhythm at the right time. You can say the same about, I think Vicento was on that squad at the time. He was. This is the same kind of thing where Huntsman, like, it's maybe not the same skill level, but they're just finding not only their groove, but they're executing on everything that they did wrong yesterday. And it's just separating them from the rest of the pack. And it's exciting to see because Huntsman is a talented roster, and I'm curious down the stretch if we'll see them make that deep run. But we're going to jump on over to another match quickly to give you an update. Telluride Bush Gaming for Fun EU. Bush now in the lower side of the bracket. You know, it's not like it was impossible, but I don't think we expected it to happen the way it did. And now they have to do the same thing the Huntsmen are trying to do.
And Bush also kind of bouncing back from losing to Omit. So For Fun EU wins their matches. They're on the run through the losers bracket. And you talk about this team, which we have yet to see on stream. Mighty, Six, Denza, Detain. You got some real shooters over here, especially one of the most consistent unks on this side of the pond in Denza. I mean, he truly is a player that you want at the helm of some talent like this. I mean, you got Mighty has been playing fantastic this year. Jed Detain really finding his own in Black Ops 7. 6 sometimes can be a player that I look at to be a little bit more consistent, but it's okay if not everybody's firing off at the same time, because you know that somebody else will be there to pick up your slack.
How long have Jeds and Detain been a duo together? I mean, it's got to be back to Singularity days, the early MW 2019.
Wow.
You couldn't go anywhere in European Call of Duty in the start of the CDL Challengers, early COVID era, without knowing the names Singularity and without knowing the names of Denza, Detain, and others. Singularity ran the gauntlet, one of the top premier organizations in COD Challengers, and Denza, Detain, the reasons why. And we'll see how good they are here on exposure. I say that. Just look at the score. They're up by 60, damn near 2 hills, and they've kept it going.
Yeah, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say that I doubted you. Cold War. Denza, Detain, Bids, Maple, Singularity. Wow.
Yep. I'm actually kind of glad that you confirmed that because I was slowly starting to doubt myself.
I was just, I'm curious because, I mean, that's such a pull. You hit them with the Team Revenge Advanced Warfare run, and now you hit them with some Cold War facts. Statesman, dropping some knowledge bomb for all of you who just don't know these guys. They've been around the block, and, I mean, although Bush are a team that has been hitting some strides this year, you know, the show stoppers, the superstars of challengers, everybody's looking at them to light the way in an open. We've been talking about how much struggles they've been having in their hard points, and For Fun are putting it on display that maybe getting knocked down by Omit has done a little bit of irreparable damage.
I want to hit on that point. I'm so glad you said that because I want to bring up this conversation now. We're kind of in the throes of our rotation here. We haven't talked a lot this weekend, rightfully, about the fact that we have a bunch of international matchups now, both in the lower side and throughout the bracket, sure, but this is one of the first times really at LAN that Bush Gaming have had to go against the European talent of Season 2. We understand it's different regions, we understand a lot of the games play the same, but there's always been a difference between EU, Call of Duty, and NA. It's gone as far back as Challengers has. But this is, again, one of the first times where Bush Gaming are getting their real test of what the other side has to offer, what you know, the EMEA region is bringing to the table here. And they're going to have to deal with a lot of these Slayers who have legacy histories both in Challengers at this level and competing for a spot on a CDL roster when there wasn't many back in the day, even like now. This is going to be a very tough matchup for Bush.
How do they deal with adversity? Abe, 21 and 22. He is still firing. Maybe a little bit of a slow game from Awakening. But you know that when you look at a player for exposure hardpoint, ProLoot in the elites was second to none on this map, especially for these P3 breaks. So how can he get things going? A double kill from ProLoot, trying to find his way in, looking to get through Detain. It's Awakening from the back, a break for Bush. They're in.
Need some of that magic from Fire. Need some of that 1.5 KD. Good Lord, now is the time. The map's starting to condense. Losing sight as the light goes out and For Fun EU. Pinching through the back, but ProLoot picks it up in time, in rhythm. Gets 3. My T quickly falls. Awakening is there for the cleanup. It looks all good for Bush, but nonetheless, the break and the contest still here for Fun. They try once more. They keep their numbers in, and they find the kills.
Oh, team nade from Fire, and he maybe steal away a little bit of the scrap time. He wants to value his life and maybe take down a couple of these players looking to escape, but we're towards P4. You did a little bit of damage on that setup for P3. To another money hill. Bush needs to get this lock in. Player spawning out, though, and Abe's a little bit detached from this early setup. He will make it in time before the hit from For Fun EU does start. Fire's looking to get there, too. Denza drops the Hellstorm on Fire. 3 versus 4 around the back 6, keeping them jailed inside of P4. And it is a graveyard for Bush. For Fun chop you up. They're in for 200 points plus, trying to push the Bush to the edge.
And watch how they rotated. At some point, we're going to have to go back and take another look at that minimap. It was Mighty and Six who were working the front. Denza was on the cut at mid-map. He's waiting. Do I push the front and stack, or do I get my teammates in position to find kills? And then do we split and pinch together? You get the latter. They waited. They rotated perfectly. Once they found the entry, then they start moving into position. You have a double-up pinch from Six and Mighty. Then you have Denza helping out to come in for the cleanup. And then you see them collapse inside the hill. It's all purple. It's a kill box. It is beautifully executed in the end, and those are the small things where, yeah, we're at the end of this game, but those 15 or 10 so seconds, that's enough to break a team down and to show you the kind of resolve and the testament to the structure of the hardpoint game that For Fun EU bring to the table. So masterfully executed in that small pocket, and now for them, they're just about 20 away.
A little bit of pressure for the Bush. 3 players in. For Fun EU off the respawn, looking for P1 control, work through the mid-map, take the high ground, and go top to bottom. Hellstorm number 2. It's detained this time. Awakening out in the open. Can't find any kills before the Hellstorm does drop. So it's just one player Prolude up in the box trying to maybe hold off the rest of them, but he gets traded out. 18 seconds left is all For Fun need. There's time to win it off this. Bush need a break.
Boy, do they. They need the nades to land. Salvo gets something. Mighty gets the rest. Pinstripes, Abe trades, Abe for 2. How many times have we said that this weekend? The newest addition to Bush this season. Coming down from Vancouver, and he has not slowed down. He's been putting the naysayers on the back end. Good lord. Able to push out that defense just a bit and keeping them at bay. Finally, some resilience, some respect back in the hard point as Bush try to stay alive.
9 points is all you need. How much resolve do the Bush have? Abe down in P5 on a 4 spree. Not going to get a kill. And numbers now For Fun EU trying to get the break in. Triple kill from the Bush. Holding on strong. There's the 4 wipe.
Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. The Unshaven boys put the razor down and grow into a Game 1 win. Oh, Fire for 2. For Fun just need 9 points. They need 1 break. They need 1 lined up. They're going to go in for free. It's just a single second to pull some attention away from that top window, and now rotation is the name of the game, but you can still end it here. You can still end it here, and Bush have to contest. They have no other choice, and they're not going to get there in time. It came down to the final few seconds, and that is the beauty of building a healthy lead early in the hard point. How important was that rotation flip from Denza and Mighty back in 2 hills? How important was it to continue contesting back on that P1? The answer was very. It brings them down to the end. They get the win, and they've put Bush Gaming down 0-1 on the lower side.
It's quite scary when the Unshaven meet a glistening head sitting across from you, your nemesis, sitting there sipping water. And Denza calls game 26-24 out of himself. Minute 16 on the hill time, but For Fun, that was so good start to finish. Maybe a little bit off the gas towards those last couple of hills, but that's the exposure swing. You get P3, P4, P5, all hills easily manipulated, and the Bush do a great job contesting for that time, playing for the long run, and keeping your foot in the race for this map number 1. Maybe you don't get the win, but the ending was a lot better than the beginning, and you got to remember that the Bush knocked down are still trying to kind of find that confidence again after losing to Omit Brooklyn. So you fall here in the map number 1. You know that Bush have been having a little bit of a hit or miss in their hard points over the course of the weekends. So it's not the biggest surprise here for Bush to go down 0-1 in a series. It's just, you know, you look at the Search and Destroy now as another must win for Telluride and For Fun EU. This is a fantastic search and destroy squad. A team that the Bush don't really get to match up against quite often. An international head-to-head, a different system of S&D that I'm curious how the Bush will approach it.
And there's a lot of VOD in all these teams for a reason. The VOD exists, but it's different between watching VOD and having the experience tactically in game with that kind of matchup. So it's going to be fun. We'll be keeping you updated on what happens with Bush over on this side of the stream, of course. If you want to find out more information in action, youtube.com/top-challengers for the Bush gaming matchup. We jump back over to Alpha to continue on again our series that still is going. Huntsman, For Fun Esports, the North American boys this time, but Huntsman up 2-0. And it's been a beautiful start to Saturday for the boys in green. They look like a brand new team, and they are just about 10 minutes away and about a goal from sweeping their way through and continuing on the lower bracket.
So we got to see the resilience for Fun Esports. When is it too late for this team to heat up in the open bracket? I think that it's really when the game is over, but you know, this is a squad we know has what it takes. We can still see them fighting for a map win against the Huntsmen. Which is the Huntsmen have proven to be a team that doesn't break, continues to improve, and the practice between day 1 and day 2 is showing that is exceptional if you're a fan of this squad.
If the EMP is in neutral time, if it's down, who are you banking on to win the solo fights? Of the subs on the field right now, who are you banking on? Johnny and Recipe. That's it. Like, they're just, when they have to play neutral, they do. Renegade and Johnny together can play dumb time. They can play kill the EMP. Trying to get in for the goal. Stun. Recipe leading the charge. Blocks in. Blocks the bullets. And first goal. Huntsman on the board early.
Yuli trying to make the flank around, see if he can at least stop this rally, but he doesn't find anything. Dimensions reads him like a book, and Renegade off the respawn has picked up the rock, and he is looking for number 2. No teammates in the front line. No lead blockers. So right now, Renegade is just buying some time for his teammates to spawn up and hit that defense button. All 3 going to be here. Johnny with a Hellstorm as well already. Surely that will come in handy.
Hold that. I mean, if you're holding that Hellstorm, we saw it earlier today where teams got punished for using the streak too early. Manny, this is one of those moments where, again, you keep the game in front, and that Hellstorm becomes the win condition, the closing statement, the final nail in this series.
Ball in the hands of Renegade. Running it down through 10. Johnny, middle of the map. He's trying to break on through Dojo. Does he have a read for the spawns? He does, but Mac beats him to the shots. It's a good shutdown there for Fun Esports. Damage mitigation is the name of the game when you're playing from this side of the map. So far, For Fun are doing a great job at keeping this a 1-goal difference. Ball's going to reset over towards 10. 2-2 split for Fun, working through mid-cut. Mac is there for the nades. Dimension not going to go down. But the damage is here from both sides. Flanked from Geo. Dimension's not able to hit the wall bangs. One player still alive. Geo buying time for the rest of your team. It's scrappy, but it's necessary for Fun Esports.
Geo is getting them out of tough situations. He is breaking this open. Geo is on a heater. He finally goes down. Is it enough to punch it through? The answer is no. All of that work, all of that pressure, and those kills that led up to that push. The amount of time spent on that side of the map just for Huntsman to get it back and essentially reset the team fight. It is an exhausting effort for Fun Esports. They are so close to being able to really break down Huntsman and get them on the back foot, but Huntsman aren't stopping. And because they've had to put so much pressure and attention on that right side, now they can re-rack back through the back and just overcommit themselves anywhere they want on the map. And it's going to force For Fun Esports to have to hunt them down.
This is risky.
If they don't find the kills, it gets dangerous like it does here.
It's risky because you just don't want somebody to sneak away with a hero capture like Mac could have in that moment. Huntsman layering their defense, trying to work out of their spawn, burning that clock. 21 seconds. They know as long as they hold a lead, flipping over to throne side is still possible for a win. So you might want a couple more captures here if you're the Huntsman. For Fun have not allowed you to cross through the middle of the map for the past 2 minutes of play. Now looking to tie things up before we cross the halfway mark. Geo, frontman. Yuli, flanker. Will it work out? Gio's going to find the first one. Yuli in through a broken. He's shut down 2 for 2. Trade on the cross line. Mac trying to get through. The halftime mark is procced. 1-0 for the Huntsman. Looking for the sweep still.
When it turns into raw S&D, what did we say earlier? Who are you going to trust to win these kills one-on-one? Johnny and Renegade. The way they've been shooting. A little part of me was worried that there would be a panic streak just to keep the round intact, keep the sanctity of that hold alive, because you never know how close the inches are going to be in this game. You never know if that is going to be the only stalemate you really get, and you have to capitalize on it. I'm glad there was no investment, because now, again, it is a versatile offensive and defensive option for Huntsman. You can use it to clear zone, you can use it to zone itself, you can use it for a single isolated push, or playing defense and catching rotation off the EMP. A variety of ways that Huntsman now have a win con in their pocket. And just comes down to execution. As long as Johnny is shooting like this and Recipe is responding with the M15, they're going to be just fine at mid-map.
Sean, this is a moment for Fun that I think we really need to take some history from what we've seen across the day. Falcons Academy down 0-2 going into this side. You flip, you rattle off 6 unanswered captures for Fun. That is the opportunity that I see in front of them. A chance to pull things back, and there's the Hellstorm from Johnny. Finding no kills. Maybe he could have attempted in a second capture, but it doesn't. And you don't have that tool anymore. Geo on the slide out. Renegade's going to be traded. Mac now giving numbers over towards the team. Can you find anything more? It's just back and forth split. Huntsman hold on. Defense stays strong. And although Yuli through the middle of the map is still creating some issues in terms of positioning,
Nice shots.
there's no cap yet for Fun.
And you can take up space now. That's a big kill from Yuli. It just gives you a little bit of sign of life, a little bit of positivity for the rest of the team. Because as long as Mac is pushed back, you're playing a 3v4 up to the point. Trying to shove this through the goal line, but that defense is going to be stout, and they're crouched in the corner. They are waiting. They are ready. Oh, the pistol's better, though. Geo trying to go Superman mode, but it's just not enough. He's doing everything he can. The pickup there from Yuli a little bit too late, but nonetheless, they keep their numbers alive, and For Fun Esports are sending more in the house. Once more, trying to push Huntsman back.
Here's For Fun, second opportunity, and right away, you can't get through that defensive wall. Mentions of the pistol. Dancing around with Yuli. This is a lot of time wasted. You won't find that kill. Somehow he's still alive, and it's 3 dead. Rispy. Can you be the hero for the team to keep this lead? For Fun attempting their first capture. There it is. Tight game. For Fun finally showing life.
Just a small couple of shaky shots is enough to squeak through. For Fun Esports, that pressure they were able to build at mid-map Yuli sets the tone there.
Oh.
I mean, you've seen it from... Okay, well, you've seen it from across the board outside of the two base. Rispy, like, that the tone that was set by Yuli, staying up, staying alive, and picking up the cross to P1 all the way into Dojo, those are the moments, Mac for 4. Wow. Those are the moments where when you need a player like Yuli just to make plays, when you need a player like Mac just to come off spawn and help out, when they do, you better capitalize. And For Fun Esports has done it once. I'm gonna try to do it one more time.
This is greasy, but slipping their way through. 1 versus 1. Vivid picks up the objective, and Geo gets there. Nice shots over the shoulder. 2-1 now for Fun. Spawn up over towards the rooftops. Mac's gonna meet them there. 2 dead for Fun Esports, and it's a race from Geo to see if he can stop this push. Johnny shot in the back. 3 dead again. Overload device is gonna be dropped down. You know Renegade is in your spawn somewhere. Won't make anything out of that play. Look at Vivid's positioning. Frontline blocker. So far forward. Damage is all you're going to get for right now. You need to be careful and cautious, and you're not cautious enough. Huntsman 3 go down. Yuli on the flank. Here we go for a chance to counter cap. Johnny leading the way. 3 in a row.
Yeah, Dimensions is not dumb. He knew that there was another player lurking around somewhere in the back. They're able to tie it up. These are the moments where Huntsman started to look a bit shaky. They were starting to get spawn trapped a bit. You saw 3, 4, 5, 6 kills in a row. Arrows were turning frantically. but they slowed it down, and that's the difference between Huntsman of weeks ago and Huntsman of today. They've been able to come back in these tight situations and make the most of awkward plays, but can they work through spawn? Can they get out of Vivid's way? Right now, the answer is no. Vivid, so good up close for 2, still punching it through, and a 3-2 ball game, another goal for Fun Esports, and down to the final 50.
For stages and cups, we always question what is the good side, what is the bad side. Obviously, teams are figuring it out. Good side for Fun, that's 3 captures to take a lead. And Mac is stalling out that time yet again. Gio's going to clear out those arches. You know where Nementions is going to be playing from. Can you find yet another kill in this position? Nementions does good to stay alive, but Mac is going to catch him on the flank. So, for Fun, 20 seconds. Can you get a dagger and put this game away? Forcing yet another hard point. Potential reverse sweep. Gio in the heady takes Johnny through the wall. Mac up front. Can't get through Renegade. 2 dead. 6 seconds. This is it.
How important is that lack of a Hellstorm now? We're about to enter S&D territory. Out in front, Johnny just baits himself into a first blood. Full defensive stack. For Fun Esports not going to leave anything out in the open. A response, still a 3v2. Recipe behind him. He's got to go. You have to go and get in position. He does. 2v3, still alive. Renegade trying to move.
Even if you do capture this, you have to play the OT rules. And that is not something that Huntsmen were set up to battle. For Fun, weather the storm, live to tell the tale. They get a Den Overload under their belt. We get a map 4 in this Alpha Series. Spaceman, I was worried for a second because we get this For Fun team playing on the ropes, looking to stay alive in Birmingham. And map 1, map 2, it was scary from their side. Huntsmen were all over them. Map number 3, they do a good job at limiting Huntsmen on the good side to just 1 capture. You flip it over Huntsmen. They even kind of toyed with that idea of, you know, maybe 1 capture is enough. They're holding on to that device, keeping a lot of positioning on their side of the map, denying For Fun a chance to tie things up in the first half. You flip things over, and For Fun Esports, man, they took full control. We finally get to see Gio putting up numbers that we are used to. 31 and 20. He was a monster beside Mac, punching holes in the defense of Huntsman. 3-2 they go. They put it away. And now we get to see a map 4 on our Alpha Series. Another one to look at. Telluride Bush. Lose map 1 to For Fun EU. We go over to the Search and Destroy. A must-win for the Bush. 3v2 as they're tied.
Another way to slice it. Can't doubt. Just have to make it happen. And now you're going to have to make it happen with no numbers and just an M15. Not going to be here for this round. For Fun, take the lead in the exposure. 4-3. This is why Saturday is beautiful, man. It just gets into these spots where teams start to go on runs. You start to see responses. Veterans start to look like new challengers. New challengers start to look like veterans. Oh my. It's going to be a fun day of COD, and we've just gotten started.
It's day 2. We're looking at Telluride Bush against the ropes versus a team that nobody would have expected can take a hard point off of them or really push them against the ropes. But you look at their history, you look at the accolades, it makes sense. For Fun EU, not a team to scoff at. And the Bush, if you show up unwilling to match that energy, you can see that they are really having an issue throughout Birmingham. And you need somebody to really step up to be that motivator. See if you can change this outcome. Bush do not want to exit this early. What a shakeup it would be for the bracket.
Denza and Fire were kind of peeking at each other. I don't think they had eyes, but it was about to be an intersection of hell. And Pro Loot makes the most of it anyway. A walking 2-piece. Always that way. And they'll clean up the rest. Yeah, they will. Bush Gaming strike back. 4-4.
I think there's a couple of things that we can even touch on when you're just looking at the bracket in general. Teams that you expect to be in the top 4 of Birmingham. I mean, you put P7 Notorious in there. You put, you know, I would put the Huntsman in the way that they're looking right now. And then you obviously think Telluride Bush and then Rock Esports. Project 7 have a really good test for a lot of these teams, especially considering that they are going to be the team to play for whoever wins between For Fun EU and the Telluride Bush. But in my mind, that was the top 4 teams to look at on LAN. And for the Bush, this would be massive for them. Not only that, as we swap over towards our alpha stream, but it's also Able Esports and Stallions versus Falcons Academy Green. Able and Stallions, they take the map 1 hardpoint. So some issues are still there for Falcons Green on the Saturday that, you know, not a lot of would say was possible.
And to be fair, as we've seen, you know, Falcons Academy Green not playing their best Call of Duty this weekend, sure. But still, it was a tough loss against the matchup earlier against Rock. And I know that probably stung a bit, the way in which it came to a conclusion. But again, that team is full of so much good talent, so much young talent, that the ability to bounce back, to rebound, to be a rubber band and just bounce off of those losses has to be of paramount importance. They have to be able to regain and get back into the series. So far, though, I mean, Stallions, again, just looked really, really good. And the teams that we kind of expected to show up to this event, who came into a hot streak at the end of the Elite, yeah, they've had a pretty good weekend, man. They've just been able to turn up and do their thing. And one of those players has been Geo. We look back to the first game we had, or I should say the last game we had here on our stream, and Geo is like the reason they get through that overload. Yeah, he was going up 31-20 or so, but sometimes you need a player just to turn on the afterjets and just become an X Factor, become a valuable MVP, and just make plays happen. Geo quite literally did that. We've seen players do it across multiple teams this year, but Geo stepped up for Fun Esports, and now it's up to the rest of the team to respond to that aggression, to respond to that performance, and help him out.
And it's really been the expectation for him, too, since, you know, even having him on our radar in MW2 Challengers. This is a guy who is not afraid to take out a sub, has one of the straightest shots in the backline that you can ask for, and is uber competitive. Geo, definitely a player you look towards, but you go towards the black card, a break for Huntsman on the P3. They have the back spawn set up, and Johnny forward pressure is going to be an issue in this setup. Do they read this? Stun out. It's going to note that he's there. Steal goes 1 for 1. And that's going to slow things down for Fun Esports, trying to break this one from the front line. 28 seconds. Yuli going to get cut on the cross, and Dimensions tagged up. Another team nade onto Mac this time, keeping Huntsman in control. Johnny backing up, waiting for his team.
And they've been trying to hit this for 15 seconds. Johnny cut down that first rotation. Everybody else still waiting for numbers to collapse. Renegade's been looking for kills, but all that time going in the pocket of Huntsman. Enough of a distraction from Johnny, enough of a slow from the rest of the team. A team nade that gets traded by Geo. But in the end, still free time here for Huntsman, where once again, you look at opportunities for Fun Esports, they get in position to make the play, and they come up just short on the goal line, trying to turn things around now into our next hill.
Mentions holding him down at a distance. Good shots from Vivid. Johnny outside. He's going to get tagged, though, before having a chance to hit that wall bounce up top. Spawns in for Fun Esports. A team nade. This time it's Huntsman. Renegade still going to keep For Fun Esports honest. Here comes the contest. Bouncing out, though. Huntsman still trying to bait some players away. And another team kill from Renegade, taking Dimensions out this time. For Fun playing off of these mistakes. Flip the lead. 20 seconds still. And Yuli's looking for more.
He's on a 4 spree as well. And Yuli is out to the old hill. Eventually gets picked up, but 3 members of For Fun Esports are ready and waiting to get on the prowl. They are absolutely gunning now. Mac for 2. And all of a sudden, For Fun Esports starting to show up in the slang department. And when they get going, now the question becomes, Huntsman, how do you respond? What do you do when your backs are against the wall and you had to rely on the likes of Johnny and Respi, Dimensions at times, to pull you out of these sticky situations? How do you dictate the middle of the map? Because so far, it's all of positioning and poise for Fun Esports. They've completely controlled the last 3 hills.
I mean, Mac was 2-7 at one point, so 12-13. Major comeback from the subs of For Fun. Yuli as well had a slow start, so that's a big shift in momentum, in pressure, and Huntsman are feeling it. Johnny, what do we say about the hard point in map number 1? He is going to be a big dictator. When you see him playing good, the team is better for it. It's 9-13. He has some impact to keep his toes on this hill for 16 seconds. Not able to find anything more than that, but going into the second set, he is
my
somebody
God.
I'm looking at to turn it around. Another team nade.
That was... It's only 2 seconds, 3 seconds at the end of the day. But that's... It's just... It's timing more than anything. It's not player error. It's just timing, unfortunately. But it's just unfortunate. It's like there's no other way to cut it. It's just, damn. You don't need to be nading your teammate when you're getting free time in the hill, especially with how close this hardpoint has been and how tight going into P1 the windows of opportunity will be. Beautiful jumps around. We're playing Black Ops 3. Yuli and Mac are looking good. And the spawns are split. Huntsman thinking about P2, but they need to start thinking about that contest because right now they are losing a lot of time.
And the teammates, you know, for some of those breaks on P3, P4 were really impactful on both teams holding their respective sides. Sometimes they don't matter, but every single time it notes it in my brain like, oh, that just happened. And there's been like 6 or 7 inside of this map already, which is crazy because it doesn't happen all that often. And when it does,
we just don't need that.
It's just continuing dominoes to fall for the Huntsman in this map number 4. A map like Blackheart that usually is a favorable one for them. For Fun, I mean, step 1 in the reverse sweep was the overload. Another step would not only be taking this hardpoint, but doing it comfortably. And Mac 21 and 16 locking down those P2 spawns. You got one more player to worry about. Johnny, Mac does it all.
Oh my Mac. Oh my Mac. What were we looking at for Huntsman? Spent a little too much time picking up the cross together instead of, again, fighting for those back spawns and trying to simply flip the hill. Now they'll get in. A bit late to the rotation. That's okay. They are rewarded. And these 30 seconds are huge. This just keeps them within striking distance. It will not fix the problems. It will not stop the bleeding. But it can give them a second life here in this hard point. Otherwise, For Fun, as they should, recognize that there's blood in the water, and they're going to go.
80-point difference. This would be good time for the Huntsman. Whether you get it or not, the contest is everything. Yuli around the back is going to steal away the back 9. And the spawn's still there. Yuli gets another one. How annoying is that to deal with? It's going to separate this attack initially over towards P3 for the break. Back spawns for Fun. If Mac can get a 2, that would be everything for Fun in this setup. Huntsman, though, battling for the back spawns. Good trades. They get 2 in the back line, looking to turn around and turn this into something new.
And it's a 2v2 punch it. You gotta win it, and Respi does for both. 19 and 25, but 2 of those kills came at the best time possible. They needed a break. They needed the kills. They needed presence on the map. And they buy themselves some security. At the moment, still pressure on the front of the hill. Geo responds, and Yuli does as well. They'll take down 2. Here come the numbers for Fun Esports. And here comes the gunny from Huntsman. Dimension's trying to help Johnny for 2 in the back. All of a sudden, the subs are starting to step up, and Huntsman are right back in this hill.
Only down by a handful of times, so going into this P4 can be your way back in. The Renegade knows that. He needs to block those spawns. You force a split for Yuli, and a race here for Dimensions to take advantage of it. He's in for 1. Dimensions, a second one. Get rid of those trophies and look to lock in. Yuli catches him in behind, but it's still Huntsman walking away with the kills. A 40-point game. The Huntsmen are here. Arrows all over the map. It's pandemonium on Blackheart.
Mac's here too. Mac is here. They have to wait for teammates to get help. They know he's here. They do pick it up in time. Do they win it in the front? Yes, they do. Crucial kills across the board for Huntsman. Absolutely crucial. They picked up Mac, and they picked up the cross into the front of the hill. They've done it. Again, shoving into the front of this hardpoint. For Fun Esports have thrown everything through the front and back. They're going to try one more time on the break, but it's not working. Dimension so close to the double. Damage done. Rotation out. Attention swung. Renegade on your screen. It is about to get very dicey in our next hill.
It is about to get twisted, Sean, going into P5.
Yeah.
From an 80-point difference to a 40 to a 30 now. Back spawns for Renegade. He's only able to find the 1. Fork down for Huntsman, and For Fun will have the initial. Yuli through the middle of the map. ARs set up.
No.
Yuli gets 2. Huntsmen really need to dissect this quickly, and they cannot afford an overstep. Yuli is going to be the backbreaker, though. He's been waiting in the shadows, and as soon as he strikes, it's just damage to set up Vivid. A double kill inside the hard point. 33 seconds. It's not a win for Fun, but it seems impossible for a comeback if it does go to For Fun in the rest of this time.
No control of mid-map until now, until late into the hill. 40 seconds wasted. Huntsman had no control. They couldn't get through Vivid. They barely get through Geo. Everything is everything. It is not coincidental. It all comes down to the decision in the end, and they have to pick up control of mid. They have to shut down Vivid and Mac. If they don't, we're going 5.
15 seconds. Huntsman, they battled. Is it all for naught? Respawns over towards P4. Split spawns on P3. Huntsman from both sides trying to pinch this one together, but you look at that kill feed and it's all pink. 3 seconds. Last one is going to be Renegade. Is it going to be enough? Vivid for the wall bounce. He's just contesting at the moment, and the Huntsman take him down. 37 in the hill time. For Fun scrambling now for position.
And now you have to post up. You have to set this thing in motion. Get the train on the tracks. You had 3 from Renegade. Can you weather the storm? So far, the answer is yes. Johnny's keeping you in.
They're in.
For Fun Esports are keeping them alive in this series. 2 points away. 1 contest. 1 more kill. 1 more point is all you need. And the reverse sweep gets put on the center table, and we go to 5.
1 more chance for Fun to stay alive in Birmingham. And although it has been a turbulent season for these 4 players, it is a season that is yet to be over for Stage 2. As Birmingham, it is a show that never ceases to amaze me. It's Huntsman, it is a little quiet on their side for the first 2 maps. It was smiles, fist bumps, happiness, and glory. Now it looks like stress on the faces of these 4 members. How do they deal with that stress? Well, you look to the guy behind them, Major Maniac, one of the iciest players that you get in a coaching role. Looking at those stats, though, we got to talk about For Fun because we talked about how many struggles that they've had across this weekend, across Stage 2 in general. Mac 37 and 30, Yuli 30 and 29. They started this so down bad, and they turned it around immediately. Just look at the impact in the non-traded kills that not only the 2 of them had, but Vivid as well. Geo not far behind, and they're assisting each other. So that damage full circle is all 4 members of For Fun doing their 25%, helping each other out in those big moments, and capitalizing on what your teammates are looking to do.
How big was Mac in that game? I know he didn't get the most damage. I know Geo was Geo and Vivid was doing what he's doing, but I mean, there are moments where when Huntsman start to get the engine online, when they start to put things together, the kills are falling finally. They're getting some position in mid-map. They're set up perfectly in the hill. Mac consistently came up clutch. A couple of big 2 pieces, sure, but was able to draw attention away from the mentions and company, specifically towards that P3 and 4. And just working quietly through the back, Mac a very, very impressive 37 kills. And it's 37 kills, man, but it felt like all of those last 10 or so came at times where you needed to swing momentum back into the hands of For Fun Esports. And that's what Mac did. I mean, both controlling this P1 side, and then Vivid would eventually take over. Yuli, who opened up proceedings in the beginning of this hardpoint with a lot of that aggression. But we look back to that P3. That is where Mac really found his footing. And it just felt like as much as Huntsman tried to play correctly, Mac was not letting them have it. And it was enough to set the difference. And it's clearly enough to keep this series going all the way to 5. That is what you needed. We talked about it with the Overload. You needed something like Geo to step up and make those plays. To begin this hard point, it was Yuli. Now it was Mac. And in the end, Geo kind of laying down here, taking control of the hill. But Mac sets things in motion. Everybody else executes. He's the catalyst. That's how it needed to work. And they get it once again. That is the danger of this team and why they're so good at being able to come back off of 0-1, 0-2 situations. They just find ways to dig deep, and when somebody steps up, other players start to step up. But it was a team effort for Huntsman. Now becomes a team problem. How do they handle the likes of Mac and Geo and company? How do they handle the superstars standing up and standing out in this series? Is anybody else for Huntsman going to do the same?
The end search and destroy was so clinical from the Huntsman, and that seems like eons ago. But the way that For Fun have just been relentless across the den, the Blackhearts, a team that truly just never gives up, even in the heat of the battle. Exposure, search, and destroy. This is going to be a weird one, I'd say, for both squads, because, again, I mean, it opens up the opportunity for somebody from For Fun to pull that sniper out. Nementions was more than happy to use it on that Den Search and Destroy. We didn't really see too many pop-off plays like, you know, what we got from Dahum, from Rock in their matchup for the Colossus, but Exposure, you know, we're going to see some sniper action from both of these squads. So For Fun, are they prepared to go for that matchup? That is something that will be answered very, very shortly. Across some other matches, I mean, we talked about our other ones that we were kind of jumping into. For Fun EU, Telluride Bush, tied 1 apiece. Spaceman. So big one for the Bush to hold on, keep things tied. We got so much action here in Major 2 to kind of dissect and talk about, but while these players get ready for this map number 5 on Alpha, we'll take a step back, take a break. We'll see you with the Exposure very soon. Welcome back to Major 2 Open. It's Bush, For Fun EU, tied 1 apiece going into the Overload. And this is a talking point that you love, Sean, because the Overload for Bush has been won originally. It was a pain point. Now, is it their saving grace for the Major? I mean, they lose one in their match versus Omit Brooklyn. They got smoked on the Star. This time we go to Exposure, and they're up 1-0 already.
They are, and they're going to need a very, very consistent Overload game just for Respawn's sake, I think, in this series to get some respect back for Fun. I mean, that opening hardpoint was quite literally non-stop aggression, non-stop presence of Detain and Denza. And back on Exposure again for Bush Gaming. They play this many times. They have experience here on this map mode combo. And they shut down Detain. The answer so far, yes. EMP still in the neutral. And they'll try to fight back over possession now.
You know, what a crazy weekend it's been for the Bush, just in general. I feel like they went on 17 side quests before even making it to the Major.
It really did. Yeah.
Every day it's just something new with this team, and it's never not entertaining to watch. For Fun EU, though, what a statement it would be if they can beat the Bush in the losers bracket to eliminate our runners-up to Major 1, our Elite Stage 2 champions, and a team that has really, in the big tournaments, not placed out of top 3. So this is a moment for Fun EU to really make a change in Birmingham on home turf too. So Denzo with the ball in hand, rotate back over towards P2. You got a player lead blocker. It's Detain around the backside. He's going to get caught by Awakening. Awakening with 2. Denza trades it, but he has no angles with the ball to run it down.
And it's a foot race down to the EMP. They are trying so hard, so close. Abe able to get there on the goal line and stop the push. Now that they have numbers, For Fun EU, think twice about the engagement. Try to play for the kills here. And at least get one. Get some info away. Solar control. Pressure. Time. For Fun EU. Maintaining their poise. Still finding kills along the way.
Also going to reset back over to dirt. With players just looking for positioning right now, and Denza is the catalyst to this setup. Abe has no idea he's here. Overload, as soon as he slides out, goes down. Denza for 2. Is that the opening? Well, they haven't gotten a hold onto this ball just yet. Fire not able to trade out on a Mighty. You're looking at Denza off spawn to be the carrier, but he's caught by a nade. Abe over the top, slows things down, and denies For Fun a chance at this attack.
Yeah, that defense ain't falling today. They're not letting that up for free. And look at how slow Sykes has to play now. You're playing a lot of these close corners, these 1v1s, making sure you create space when you do. Then you start to extend just a bit. Find that next level of defense. Find where the angles might be and where the lane might open. But Bush Gaming off spawn every single time are ready for the challenge, as they are here. Sykes still up and going. Mid-map controlled. For Fun. Trying to get in position, but just getting cut down too quickly.
I feel like again and again, I mean, For Fun are just dominating in terms of the slaying. It's just the 1 or 2 kills that Bush continue to find are just kills in the right spot. And you haven't been able to pick up this overload device. Bush haven't been able to get out of their spawn. Finally, you start to get some work, though, through the map. 3 go down. You have Denza behind him. AR in hand. Won't get the kill onto Abe. Fire immediately turns on it. 3 players now looking to rush down for Bush. Try to get their second capture. Slide over. Fire's got the help. And the Bush lead with 11 seconds left. Spawn up for the device in the middle of the map. Can anybody for Fun get here on the touch?
Denza Kane. Detain. Good lord, I'm having a stroke. Detain can be there. He can. He's got to shut it down, but Proluke keeps it alive. It just keeps going. Again, OT continues. It could be another punch through. Another goal for Telluride Bush Gaming. For Fire. For the team. They push this. They lose it. Leading charge with the EMP. A valiant choice. An interesting one. It doesn't work out this time. But they do grab the lead 2-1. Inside 1. And sometimes that's enough.
For a second, Detain and Denza became legendary striker Harry Kane.
That was a whole sequence trying to get that one out, man.
I mean, it's
I'll tell you
fitting.
right now. Yeah,
to be fair.
I respect Harry Kane. You know, my big man Harry Kane. I like that. That's all I know about soccer.
Well, For Fun.
And also Wayne Rooney.
Yeah, hey, that's a good shout.
On the cover of FIFA.
Is it coming home? Is the question For Fun need to answer.
Oh God, has it ever come home for the Europeans?
Well, I mean, like if you're...
When did England win last?
Oh, dude, don't ask me that question. I don't know.
There's been so many weekends of just distraught on the time.
I just got like an encyclopedia of Call of Duty knowledge that I just got no space right now for football. So
I respect that.
We got First Blood into the round for 6, working his way on down for Fun, trying to answer back on the side swap. They got the better sides to see if they can take Bush to elimination points. That is all going to be on our Bravo stream. Moving back to our Alpha. For Fun Esports on the reverse sweep, taking the overload, stealing the hard point. Can they go 3 in a row to eliminate the Huntsman? What a change of pace this series has been.
What a change of pace exposure could bring for the Huntsman in all the right ways. Still gonna have to work through the kills as they come. First stun out, doesn't hit anything, but you know, Geo knows. As he does, he slowly pulls back and allows Vivid to plant for free. Now they dip out and they say, you come to us.
I don't know if Geo actually has an angle from back solar on that cross, so you don't know where these Huntsman players are, but vice versa. You have no idea where the post plant's going to be. Vivid's going to be spotted, stays alive, and Geo, he has been playing so quietly this entire time. Strikes when it matters most. Dimensions gets caught. 1v2, 18 seconds. Johnny doesn't know where to look. He is chasing shadows. For Fun on the momentum swing. Strike first.
It really is chess pieces back and forth. It is. Pawn moves up. Rook comes in. Stays stationary. Irons up. Vivid is ready. Guesses correctly. And kind of getting back to the point originally of what this map could bring. We don't know how it will play out. But the way that Johnny's had success on Den, along the likes of Renegade, being able to sit in corners on Colossus as well, and just sit and wait to create plays and to break a team down from the back. Exposure's great for that. Exposure has a lot of opportunities and places for Johnny to get comfortable. If he does, like we saw in the opening 2-piece, Huntsman can find success here. They have to take down a really tough team who's working on a reverse sweep.
And you get put in a position like that, you know For Fun Esports are right where they want to be. This is the equivalent of being 2-0 up for all they care. You're just in another search and destroy. Yuli. Good timing onto the bomb carrier. Great communication for Fun. They get in, they get out. It is a bang job.
They gotta be careful though. I mean, this post setup, this hit, this hold, I should say, For Fun is excellent. It's perfect. It's perfect. It is just... It's tight. It's contained. It's malleable. They're able to keep their subs both on the move and their ARs posted in the window. You don't have to fly at the kills when you know where the numbers are at. Good kills out of Yuli for 2 in the round. I mean, again, they take up about, what, 15% of the map? Really? And they completely shut down all of the rotation, all of the flank potential. They bring the defense to them, or excuse me, the offense to them, and they still get it done. It's just... That's really, really good S&D out of For Fun.
2-0. Huntsman need a break point. And they need it sooner than later because you don't want to start seeing For Fun Esports run away with this game the way that you did with that Den. I mean, no matter what For Fun did towards the end of that Den search and destroy, it didn't feel like they were in the running at all. So the Huntsman need something here. 4 players answering the call for the B hit. 3 players here for Fun Esports. 4. And the Huntsman, smokes go out. Bomb is slowly making its way, but Rispy doesn't want to give you the chance. He's going to rush in. Yuli, first blood, flying through in the smoke. Yuli gets 2. Johnny the trade. Vivid now into the platform. You have no idea that he is flanking you. For Fun continue to pounce on the opportunities. Walking all over these Huntsmen. They don't know what to do.
They don't. You can feel it. You can tell it. It's not that they don't have a game plan. It's that they don't know what to call for it as an audible. They don't know where to go with it. The difference between a team like For Fun Esports and a team like Huntsman in a Game 5 S&D is that you have S&D superstars built for these moments on For Fun Esports. You have that experience. You have those veterans. That's where being on paper really comes around to brass tacks in the series. And championships are won on the S&Ds. This Game 5 quickly getting out of hand.
Back.
Huntsman desperately need a round.
Back. Oh my god, what a position to be in, and nobody has gone this way. Do they have the information? As soon as they do, you know that Mac is going to jump up, and nobody's going to be looking for it. Mackenzie melts, opens up the door. Yuli right there with you. The dynamic duo with the subs in hands, crumbling the Huntsman underneath the wake of their feet. 4-0 up in map 5, 2 away from the reverse sweep. For Fun are here to play, doubting everybody.
This could be the perfect time to remind y'all of what happened on Express S&D in 2012. This could be the perfect time to go ahead and use the remainder of my jinx. I'm not saying it happens often, because it doesn't. But surely there's no way a full sale's in the cards. You never know. I do want to point out, though, as we've all seen, Johnny has 4 kills. We're in 5 rounds of S&D. That's it. Nobody else has a kill for Huntsman.
What is going on in the Texas camp? For Fun Esports down but not out across those first 2 maps. Slowing things down in the attack, letting Huntsman sit and dwell in their thoughts. Questioning whether or not For Fun are going to hit through B or hit through P5. So many angles to be taken. So much space for the Huntsman to play off of. Still, Mac is going to catch you for his 6th in a row. 3 go down for the Huntsman. And again, it is a 1 versus 3 dimensions. Can he get a kill? Can he get the clutch? He's got his knife out.
I think we've just seen a team lose full. That is, in any other situation, timing be damned, COD timing, thou art heartless. In this, carelessness is too much of a harsh word. But I have to say that that is an inexcusable moment for Huntsman. I know the game's getting out of hand. I know you're in moments where you feel like there's nothing you can do. But you cannot rest on your laurels. You cannot play sloppy. Even in 1v3 situations, you must have your gun out.
Hellstorm. For Mac. Does he need it? His gun is shooting missiles. As Huntsmen are poking through the middle of the map, Nate is going to force them away. In through Zig we go. Slowly fishing for a kill. Here's the Hellstorm now. And the Huntsmen can say it's time to jump into P3. All 4 members from both teams. It is a tight corridor. 2 for the Huntsmen. Rispy answers back. Geo makes it a 1v2. And Mac's going to call game for a 6-0 sweep. A reverse sweep in the lower bracket. And saying bye-bye to the Huntsmen in Birmingham. When nobody thought it was possible.
0-12. Combined 2 players for Huntsman. In a Game 5 S&D. After being up 2-0 in the series. 0-12. Into round 5 of S&D. A combined 0-12. With 4 kills to count. In the end, Renegade Dimensions dropping a donut. A donut. In Game 5, a world champion, 0 kills. Johnny, the only reason it was even remotely a game, Respy in the end was able to get something. The damage. Respy did 179 damage in a Game 5 S&D. Renegade, 191, 347, 788. That is one of the biggest slams in a Game 5 we have ever seen in Challengers Online. Like, 100... You know, chat, 179 damage is breathing on a guy twice. That is just insane. 0 for 12? I mean...
For Fun. I mean, what a turnaround for this team.
That's insane.
Yuli and Mac, 14 kills combined, 5 deaths. I mean, Geo lit up the Overload. 30-21 to start this reverse sweep. Mac and Yuli, they picked up the fire on the Blackheart Hardpoint. You go to the Search and Destroy, a little bit of a break. You know, you look to your left, you look to your right. You got champions side by side, players who know how to win. When the going gets tough, they get going. And they ride that momentum all the way through the series. A reverse sweep in Birmingham. Huntsmen go home sooner than expected. When everything was looking good, a little bit of adversity, they crumble. And For Fun, a team that you do not want to give an inch because this is what they take. And the entire time, I just felt like we were watching Mac make every single right call. Yep. The entire game. You call that Hellstorm in round number 6. Everybody's forced in the inside. Huntsmen are thinking, all right, it's technically a 4 versus 3. We just got to win these fights. And Geo, a double kill, sets up Mac to close that game. 6-0 sweep. They stand up. Oh, my goodness. That is an earned pop-off.
Yeah.
For Fun Esports, 3-2, a Game 5 that they will remember, a Game 5 to haunt the Huntsmen when they were looking to pack a punch after losing some members to the league. You switch things up, An unfortunate end to Elite Stage 2, an unfortunate end in Major 2. This is a team that's going to have a lot of questions going into Stage 3 on what it's going to look like.
Yeah. I mean, I think of the end of that S&D. I think about the Dimensions knife out. It's more so everything's gone wrong. You cannot blame it on a sole player, so we won't, and we shouldn't. It's a tough example, a tough window into the look of how lost Huntsman looked in that Game 5. And it looked like just from the start, even with the Johnny... Again, this Game 5 opened with a Johnny two-piece. It opened with Huntsman just kind of doing what they did best in S&D, which was letting Johnny get aggressive and playing through those first 2 kills. And then from there, it never was the same game again. And it looked like after round 2 or 3, Huntsman completely had lost. Like they'd been in Space Jam and that alien stole their power. They had no idea what they wanted to do. It was just completely oblivious to how they were going to either retake on site or simply shoot back. And it looked like once the mental clicked that they were chalked, they believed it. And it never stopped. And you got to think that that's one of those losses that either propels a team to something great, or it causes them to really reconsider how the organization, how the structure of that roster comes together, and if there should be a change. I feel so badly for the Huntsman boys, but a tough way to lose that Game 5 regardless. Credit where credit's due. For Fun Esports, keep moving on through a reverse sweep. We jump back over to continue on the other series. Bush Gaming, For Fun EU this time. And maybe this one goes 5 as well.
Yeah, I think I just want to put a little pin in that too, for I'm sure a lot of people are going to be coming at the throats of some of these players, and it's just, you guys got to remember, it takes a village to 6-0 sweep, it takes a village to 0-6 lose. Like, it is a system error that went wrong there.
Program crashed. It happens. You just debug it, work on it next time.
So Telluride Bush, look at this turnaround for themselves. They lose the hard point. A lot of questions were there for what to get out of Elite Stage 2 champions. Going into the lower brackets, well, we've seen them face a test in the past in Dallas. This is exactly where we saw them, and they tested well. So For Fun Esports now, how do they answer back being down into the hard point? Can they steal yet another one away from the Bush to force a Game 5?
Interesting little series this has become as well. Saturday never disappoints. Backs against the wall For Fun, who came out swinging in the opening hardpoint. We had so much to say, and rightfully so. But Bush Gaming, remember that they are them for a reason, and they have played through so many adverse opportunities, games, scrims, matches, you call it. They've seen it all. Sometimes that does come back to help out the team at moments you don't expect. 128 to 100. Brand new hill to fight over. Brand new P1 to go into. And For Fun EU, the key to victory into this game, really, eyes left on Denza and Mighty. You have to find efficiency, success. You have to be a constant presence against the likes of Prolute and Abe. If you are, you keep them at bay, you get a real chance to put pressure on top of Bush Gaming and take the lead.
128 playing 114. For Fun going to be in for that P1 time, looking for the push into new. As you can see, Detain on the spawns. He's going to block on that side of the map. It's still split spawns for Fun EU, so it's all over the place right now what to expect. Bush fighting for this P1 time. Good 15 seconds to grab just to separate yourself from For Fun Europe. There is a player to track down. It's 6 all the way in the back of the map. 3 go down. 6 wins his fight and spawns in the back for new. For Fun got initial at P2.
Nice bit of chase down there as well. Controlling the right side of the map, left side, depending on where you're sitting. And you know the name of the game from here on out. Do the math. What's the next step? Control the spawns. Bush trying to hold up and post up. They get gunned. And they do the gunning. Iron Awakening for 2, Prolute the 3rd. There go the numbers. And they keep finding ways to succeed as Awakening at 24 and 14, who at times has been the victim of slow starts on hardpoint, is leading the charge in this lobby for everybody, and for Bush, that is a good sign.
It's like the highest highs or the lowest lows on the starts for Awakening sometimes. This is quite high, 25 and 15. Detain's going to get in for the break, though. 20 seconds. That's what you're looking at for Fun EU, so it's Mighty to play for this new time Rotating for P3, alone in this endeavor now that he's lost his teammate, but 6 shows up through mid, 2 versus 3. Can they get across? Can they deter a couple of these players from Bush? Actually blocking these spawns in the back line. Bush doing a great job at fighting from the inside out. 3 players still in and around. Abe wins his fight versus Mighty. Denza's traded out, and it's eyes forward now for the Bush into P3.
If you're watching the map at home, keep in mind the colors are flipped, but everything else is the same. So Bush Gaming currently in pink on your minimap. White For Fun EU. It's Bush with control of the hill right now. And complete control at that. They try to get back to P1. It's not going to happen this time, but damage done. They've built a 30-point lead, and they have looked quite good doing so, as Bush Gaming look to close out this series.
Oh, we're still in a little bit of a podcast form. Update is just for Falcons Academy Green have now taken Able X Stallions out of the lower bracket. They move on to now play For Fun Esports.
Wow.
So big turnaround for Falcons Academy Green after losing to Rock Esports. Turnaround on the Saturday that is very needed for those 4 players. Really fantastic run from Able X Stallions. Sad to see it end, but they gave us a lot of entertainment. And I'm happy to have been able to commentate them here in Major 2. So looking back into the action, Bush now on 200, 50 points away from closing this series.
Team's starting to find their rhythm late in the day. Late perspective. Top of Academy Green moving forward. Bush trying to do the same thing. And it's looking good right now. All pink in the kill feed for the team that needs it. And that's Bush. They have control of the hill. 222 to 160. It's a full 80-point lead. I can do math. In real time, gets another. Mighty trying to be big timer. Not going to happen this time, though. Prolute responds in kind quickly. Holds on the last 15. And it just feels like the wind has been punched out of For Fun EU. It's been constant dominance from the rotation of Telluride Bush Gaming. And they are just merely 20 seconds away, live 10 from closing out this game.
And For Fun do the impossible now. Detain in 6 over to P5. You got Denza blocking those spawns. 3 dead in the feed in your favor. Bush, no, they don't have to rush anything on this break. It is just a systematic spawn in the back, though, and that is weird. 6 still wins it. Abe had a chance to steal away this game, but not just yet, Sean. Over to P3 in the setup. It looks like we're going to be fighting through P1 as best as you can, but instead, Detain's going to funnel you into Denza. You got to collapse in as well. Detain trying to work with his long times duo. You get into the back line. If you're Bush, in fact, you break with that pressure, but you haven't cleared out everybody. It's Mighty last up. 5 seconds left. The Bush are in. Everybody now racing for For Fun EU. This is where your run ends. And for Bush, it's where your lower bracket begins.
Coach Temp very happy about that. Saw him tweeting earlier, like, look, if you're in the venue, I appreciate the love, but I'm here for the Bush boys, and we got to make sure that we show up on match and play well. And he's got to be feeling good about that one after how that opening hardpoint started. Again, a bit shaky, but it's kind of been the model for Bush. It's been like, all right, start slow, get hot. If they are able to scrape by some of these series, they get better and better and better and better. And they do. Awakening 34 kills. Fire, a rare negative game from Fire, but even then, able to put up 13 untraded.
Almost
across the board. A very good team, man. It's unreal.
You know, there's something that I remember Prolute said in the grand finals playing P7 Notorious, and it was a game where he was near double negative. He was not having a good game whatsoever. Bush still win the map. And it's a situation where he just sits there and he says, like, look, like, even if I'm not putting up the numbers, I know how to give value to my team. A moment like that from Fire, you're negative, yeah, but 3 minutes in the hill, like, you can't ask for anything more. You don't need to slay when Awakening is putting up a performance like this. Awakening's taking the brunt of the slaying. Abe is just running around frantically chasing down these For Fun EU players. And for Fire, he's just soaking up the hill time. It doesn't get easier than that for a player like him. who just gets to take a break from being a superstar for this Bush team. They continue their lower bracket run. For Funny You, man, I was so stoked to see the way that they came out in this best of 5. Taking away that hard point really led to some question marks on what to expect. Those question marks might not have been answered the way I thought they would be. I thought For Fun was really going to push this one the full distance, but Bush step up. They do what we know Bush can do, and they answer those questions. And they tell us that they are still one of the teams to look at here.
It does feel like Bush's run is entirely dependent on which version do we get, or do they shoot themselves in the foot, which they haven't done too often, right? It was mostly just their overload was a problem, and because it was such a significant problem in perspective of the team is so good, that's the only thing we can really knock them for. It was the only thing that held them back in Season 2, though they did eventually still figure it out. So for Bush, if you're a team playing them early on Saturday or kind of midday right now, this is your best chance to beat them. They're still kind of waking up and getting into the flow of the tournament. The longer they play, the harder they get to take down. And the more reps they get, you better believe Awakening is going to come online, and all of a sudden, things are going to look different. So right now, Bush feeling very good about that win, and it started off in a rough note, but the fact that they win that one outright in 4 and do so the way they did against a very good European team, okay, they settle some of the questions about today, and we'll see them keep going on.
The Passion Pit, baby, goes on and on. 12 hours of COD. You cannot complain. So much more to look forward to. And after this break, it's the winner semifinals here in the Major 2 Open. Right into the mix for the winners finals, the winners semifinals, as we got Omit Brooklyn taking on P7 Notorious, our Cup 8 champions in North America, heading to Birmingham, looking to be the #1 team in Challengers. Omit knocked down the bush. This is a team that when you talk about accolades, Omit has so many on their shelves. Challengers, Finals champions, and Black Ops 6 DreamHack champions in the Open for Major 4 last year as well. Can they find that height once more here in Birmingham?
And this is going to be a series decided entirely on the S&Ds. We can flip the hard points. We can go back and forth about the overloads. There are strengths and negatives to each team. There are positives about the respawn capabilities, both in the potential of these subs and the overall picture. Omit Brooklyn and P7 Notorious. But those S&Ds will be the difference maker. And it could be just simply Omit Brooklyn playing a bit better, or P7 Notorious doing what they do best. But this is going to be a very tough matchup for both teams.
P7 spawning up over towards blue. Can be 8-2 to open up this map. Has led Omit Brooklyn to the lead that we're looking at right now. Everybody's still trying to flood from the front for P7 Notorious. Another 3-hit teammate onto DC. Eric Boom drops a scene finessing inside the hard point as long as possible. And he's still got Real behind him in for the contest. P7 to get the break. Scrap time is what you're grabbing. A race over to new.
This is an interesting start because Eric Boom is the best hardpoint sub player hill soaker in the game right now in Challengers, and he's already off 1-9, and that's Omit Brooklyn keeping him at bay. They've done a really good job of shutting him down. That's why the lead is what it is. They've been able to recoup those points, and as long as Eric Boom is kept out of the hill, you avoid a lot of that pressure, a lot of that contest time, a lot of those scrappy 2v2s that eventually roll into team wipes. And Omit Brooklyn are picking up the scraps and doing so on Scar so clean, so efficiently. They've done a very good job of shutting down the best player in this hardpoint. He's 1-10 to start.
Well, this is a matchup we saw in the Elite Stage 2 playoffs, a lower semifinal matchup that, you know, for Omit Brooklyn, I'm sure they want to get some revenge on, because when it came to P7 strengths, it was in the respawns. They win the Blackheart Hardpoint, they win the Exposure Overload, and then they win the Exposure Hardpoint to close the entire series in 4. So for Omit, you go into it knowing that you can steal Search and Destroys away from this team. You switch up the vetoes. We get a Scar Hardpoint this team, and obviously they've been doing homework, Spaceman.
They've been doing homework, and they have been grinding. We talked about the likes of Huntsman putting time in the lab. This team, Omit Brooklyn, they gave us a taste of what was happening at the end of Season 2 Elite. Again, on the lower side, lower round 3 when they played P7. It was a 3-1 victory in the end for P7, but there was something there for Omit that was cooking, that was brewing. And finally, it's starting to really blossom here at this major. And when it has, this team has looked unstoppable. Yes, there have been times where they've lacked in the slaying department. Yes, there's been times where they've made mistakes. But when you're looking at the likes of Brack and Asim to make plays, and you're looking at the likes of Real and Cammy and S&D to be steady, they've absolutely done it. And so far, they're having a lot of success here in Game 1. For P7 Notorious, now the main method of this game, the MO, is just simply get in, soak time, and get Eric Boom comfortable. Once he gets online, this team turns around.
Look, everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days. For P7 Notorious, maybe you get a little bit of a slow start for this map, but you've clawed your way back in P4. Great time to cut that lead down by half. And you look at the line of scrimmage that you've drawn through the middle of the map to hold on to the rotation to new. Brack up and over. Won't be able to slip past Afro. Solid double kill. Will close off that P2 positioning. Now for the rest of P7 Notorious, just looking to set up to see if they can defend. It's only DC left standing. Spawns in the back surely will be there, but Omit sieging from the front.
Wow. And good read onto DC. DC is usually going to be the last one back there. He is the anchor for this team. He is the first one out, the last one in. He can always change up the tempo, but a recognition from Omit Brooklyn. Once they got the first 2 to fall, Eric Boom went down and so did Afro. They could apply the pressure and apply it, they did. Asim next one into the hill, and a much closer game than we had in the opening 2 hard points, but this one 116 to 70, still an important money hill here for P7 just to stay involved in the action, as Afro certainly does. Finds a 2-piece and Beans off the start, letting a couple of utility rip, but this is a nice response from P7 with how scrappy it's been and how overwhelming the kills have fallen for Omit Brooklyn. This game is not out of stretch by any means.
Stark differences from the start to what we're looking at right now for P7 Notorious. I mean, you talked about Eric 1-9 to open up this game, now 9-17, starting to get some time. You look at your ARs to get a little bit hot as well, and you know, DC and Beans, they've been doing their job. Just looking to see if he can translate that into hill time right now for P7 Notorious. Omit Brooklyn back in the second set of hills. This is where you started to run away with it. And again, solid setup in P1. You break through market, starting to work for this P2 setup. Real's got an angle. DC trades it. Omit just keeping P7 on their toes.
Seam was tasked with picking up the flank. Responsibility fell to him. Once one player went down, he then steps up into that second man position to take point on the hill. And P7 recognized immediately where they needed to pick up the cross. They get the team shot and they get the wipe. This was good defensive positioning from Brooklyn and better offensive wins from P7 Notorious. And because of that, be able to break out of P1, essentially control all of Broken. Now we rotate to our next hill. This is all of P7 in position to clamp down once more.
140 playing 91. DC shoots back in the back. It looks like in this race, it was about to be Real in first, and it will. Thought for a second DC was going to have his gun up, but backed off by the nades. Afro shut down on the flank. A couple of trades back and forth, and Brack from the outside in is just going to have to sit and wait for his teammates off spawn. A little proactive, though. Fred back down again. 17 HP. Brack just hasn't been able to catch a break in this setup. Nice nade from Beans. A double kill from the AR. P7 with 25 seconds left. I mean, they're looking at a 10-point game at the end of it. So Cammy up and over will get the break in for Omit Brooklyn, trying to hold on to the scrap.
From the opening start, when Eric Boom was 1-10, he's now gone 12-11. So he's been kept at bay still from the hill, been having to use the M15. But it's keeping them close. He's been slowly putting kills back on the board and reestablishing a baseline for this P7 team that relies so heavily on his presence in Hardpoint. The rest of the squad just as good as ever. Eric Boom still contributing, but you can tell the difference that it makes when he's not the first one in and the one getting the most time. That right now goes the way of DC, which happy to play that way. But into the hill, again, still going to be a lot of pressure here for Omit Brooklyn, for P7. They have to recognize that this is one of the most important hills they're going to have this game. DC picks up 2 to help. Afro for security, and they're just 30 behind.
The protocols have been so good in trying to climb their way back into this game. It just feels like every time you look at the scoreboard, they're trailing by 30. It doesn't matter what efforts they bring to it. So this is good time for P7 Notorious. Spawn out for a couple of Brooklyn. I'm not sure if Notorious is going to be able to read this one. If not the flank, then maybe Cammy can disrupt it.
Wow.
Not able to finish anybody off. Fork dead. A 10-16 point game. P7 Notorious have found their way back in. They flipped this map. This is a lead change of momentum that P7 Notorious are going to latch onto.
Yeah, it doesn't kill you, but it definitely hurts. That's one of those situations that you're happy you have a lead to boot. Tight corridors out ahead. Eric Boom on your screen, trying to turn things around. Trying to put his 16th on the board, pulling attention away and allowing DC and Afro to do what they do best, which is just simply isolate the gunfights. Beans up top. Ooh, pulling out a little bit of a vintage Kelsey Rooney from the Omit side. Love to see that little spree. Shout out Kelsey. Hope she's doing good. And again, 168 to 181. This time, though, the lead changes and things swing as P7 Notorious take their first lead of the game.
Now, almost pulling a little theft inside the hill. Afro continuing to contest in. Spawns to the back for P7 Notorious, and Omit Brooklyn actually putting themselves in a great spot to transition over to P5. Cammy doing some damage to these players. Real reads the flank 3 in a row. And he doesn't even need to stay to witness what's next. He can drop back, wait for the next line of pressure, and try to take some more players out. Damage is there, no kills to boot. 2 go down for Omit Brooklyn. 7 Notorious trying to knock on the door of a break early on here for P5.
Real is such an impact player in S&D, and in Respawn, he's one of the toughest kills you can get in a hardpoint, a lot like Eric Boom. He's been a bit quiet today. It's been really the only negative you can say about Omit Brooklyn is just simply how good Real is. We haven't gotten 100% Real in some of these respawns. He starts to get online as well. Things look very different, but they maintain their 20-point lead or so, and they control the spawns. They've kept the front line locked away, completely out in the open, no util to worry about. And this is an Omit Brooklyn squad that is happy to post up with ARs and just sit for time.
Here is a very Real setup for Omit Brooklyn. Bracken open up this kill. Real follows it up. Asim lines him up with the rest of the team. 4 dead for P7. Omit Brooklyn opening this game wide. And now we go to P1 yet again. 3 sets of rotations. P7 looking to lock in on this first hill.
Yeah, they got Eric Boom on the M15, and you can just tell it's just not the pace he wants to play with. Still making the most of it, but 31 kills for Afro, 33 for DC in the hill, taking control. Beans, 34. The disparity is simply left on the shoulders of what would be that flex, that sub. Eric Boom more than capable of turning it around, but you can tell the difference it makes on a map like Scar, where you don't have his sub presence, and he has to now get Mixie in the back, and he does. Veteran plays out of the young one, the Spaniard coming up big, and they'll take the lead back.
22. 24 seconds at old. Omit Brooklyn would love to step onto this hill and at least contest. Afro making it difficult. Nice track down. Still into the hardpoint. Brack finds a way through. 2 dead on either side. And for the scrap time, that is looking to bring us back to an even playing field for this P2 rotation, where, Sean, we might be finishing this Scar.
He might be. Need to keep an eye on the P1, though. Those spawns, they're real close, and they are. Player 7, Eric Boom. You can make an impact even if you're not in the hill. You can make plays even if you're not near the point. Eric Boom does go down, but Cammy trying to draw his team towards the hill. It's not enough. P7 Notorious are 10 away from the win.
The Englishman sliding into the comfort zone. 7 seconds away for a comeback. P7 struggled at the start of the Scar, but as soon as they got going, they never turned back. A Scar comeback that popped off at the end. Our Cup 8 champions for North America showing up in the winner's semifinal and throwing some force back to Omit Brooklyn. What a game one.
What a game one to know that you had 3 dominant performances. Beans leading the charge in most of that game. Eric Boom doing what he could in the end. And yeah, there wasn't much to give in the slaying department, but the kills that mattered with that M15 to protect P1 on our second set of rotations, to protect P2 on our third set. That's where Eric Boom came up clutch. If you can't get it done with the sub that you're used to or the gun that you're used to, you can still make plays on the map. You can still be an impactful off-ball offensive player, and that's what we got. That's why he's so good. 22 and 34, 17 assists, most in the lobby, 11 non-traded kills, nearly 3,500 damage. Again, it's just there are small things about this team that if Eric Boom is the one that falls down, everybody else steps up. If somebody else falls down, so on and so on. They continue to find ways to get it done, and nearly a 40 bomb apiece between DC and Beans. That tells you everything you need to know about the gunnies coming into this winter semis and how hot this team is.
Game 1 concludes for our winner's semifinal. P7 Notorious is going to be feeling good about that, even looking back at this one. It was tough at the start. I mean, you had some slow beginnings from the sub side, and a good shout towards Beans and Diamond Con for the way that they were able to carry themselves through this map number 1, continuously keeping them in the race. Omit Brooklyn came out hot. You shut down the bush, you moved on forward, you step up to the recent champions of the latest North American events, and you thought this would be a great statement to open up into hard points, and I mean, you fly a little too close to the sun, you burn your wings off, and P7 Notorious still carry the crown for now. Omit Brooklyn. You talk about this team in the respawns. I think I've really been impressed with them in their map 2s, though. The Search and Destroy, definitely something I always look at as a focus point for this squad, so I'm excited to see where they take us in the second map.
I just want this to go 5. Like, it's been up and down kind of days and a whole lot of marathon action. Those are the kinds of games, the series that just straight up inject life into you. And I am locked in. I'm ready to go. I want to see Scar Game 5. This is a weird map pool. Scar to bookend it, and Den right through. Yeah, okay. I'm kind of down for this. Let's get it going.
Good Scar Den sandwich. 2 slices of bread on the ends. I hope you like Den, guys. Lock in for the next 3 maps, because surely Omit have a little bit more in their tank than just Search and Destroy and Overload. So looking forward to see that Search and Destroy when it is ready. It does sound like we're going to be jumping around to our Delta stream, which, surprise, surprise, Falcons Academy Green have found their way back in, and this is going to be a fun one to shape up in terms of storylines, Sean, because you got a resurgence of Falcons Academy Green moving into this next lower round 8, taking down Able X Stallions, and now they're going to be playing a team of For Fun Esports that just reverse swept the Huntsman, another green team that they have to play.
it just feels like no matter the journey to Championship Sunday, it's never going to be easy. It never has been. But For Fun Esports had to rely on a reverse sweep, and we don't really count the Game 5 because it was just a masterclass of S&D on exposure. But Falcons Academy Green also kind of playing off the back foot today, right? Like, it's just been two teams that started slow, have more to give, and now that they are, they're going to a middleweight fight right now. And whoever lands that last blow, whether it's in the S&D or whether it's simply in a Game 4 or Game 5, it could be as even as you like. But it might just come down to one single gunfight that decides it all. And I can't wait to see which one it is.
Look, this is a battle between, For Fun Esports fighting their second green team in a row and Falcons Academy knowing that it was a purple team that knocked them down to the lower bracket. Pretty close to a shade of pink, maybe I'm stretching with this
Under the
right now.
Yeah,
but
no, I'm with you. I'm with you.
this is a big one for both of these squads. Aluka, he was fantastic in the hard points for this Falcons Academy Green team up against Rock Esports. He was kind of the only one that we are looking at. We talked about QK, Roxas, the performance that they need to bring in the hard points to steal away games against the top competitors here in Birmingham. And so far, they're doing a great job at keeping this one even.
And we were looking at Standy on that Colossus hardpoint specifically about the slow start that then led to more mid control over to P1, out to P3 on Colossus. It was like, all right, Standy's now contributing, finding two pieces. He's getting the kills he needs to, and he's allowing Luca to get space. QK was starting to pick up in the slaying department. All of a sudden, things look good. They eventually lose that heartbreaker of a game, but that's where this team currently sits, is that there were some questions, some shaky moments against their series earlier to start today against Rock. Now, Danny's online, QK's looking more comfortable, Aluka and Roxas doing what they do best. For Fun Esports, as talented as they come, and we've just seen how they were able to handle pressure. But they're going to have their work cut out for them against a team that is as fast as they'd like to play, and probably a bit more mechanical than they're used to.
Well, here comes back, charging into P1. 3 players up for Fun Esports in this setup. Spawns from Falcons Academy on either side of the field, so trying to work their way on the bottom side of the minimap to see if they can break in through cut. The bounce on forward. Max gonna meet them there. 2 dead for green. And you gotta start thinking about these spawns because you notice it when you spawn to P3 that you got a lot of work to do to not just break through this P1, but break through those spawns as well. And as soon as you get in there, you're traded out. 3 down for Falcons. For Fun still in it.
Really nice, clean, consistent clear for Fun Esports. Look at how they've been able to spread out on P1. I mean, just camping. Kitchen 10. Building s'mores. Good lord. They do let one slip through, though. Doesn't matter. They take care of it. And Gio, who's been excellent in the control earlier today, who was excellent on Blackheart Hardpoint way back in a series ago, has continued to show up and just make crucial kills happen. 18 and 12 on a 4 spree, working on that Hellstorm. We got ourselves a nice little game.
Roxas over the top, fighting from the front line, down by 20. Into the back we go for Falcons Green, trying to find their break. Max standing tall, 3 in a row. Can he get anything more? You know the spawns are going to be here. You got Gio on your wing, and Gio's got some assistance too. So working together, the teamwork is flourishing right now on the pink side of For Fun Esports. And you can see that those green arrows spawning in Timbuktu. They got a long way to go if they want to fight for this 20.
Ooh, for a moment, I thought Gio might just try to play the streak. Instead, things fall away. We reset the counter and continue on our little sprees of 1v1s across the map. Again, we're going to split our numbers here. Keep 2 up front, 2 in the back. Those spawns are good. And Falcons Academy Green say thank you. We're in first for new. Down by about 50. They would love to hold for 45.
For Fun, contesting this one. Good 3 down from the Falcons. Blocking down those spawns too, blocking it out. Don't really have pressure out to the double window just yet, so close spawns in for Fun, and Aluka's going to meet them head on. Nice kills coming through from the subs. You lose a couple of members, but you still got the spawns to layer back into this one, and my eyes on number 8, Gio, taking a route all the way through the back line. He's losing his teammates, so he's got to be the one to make a play, but Standy pops off 3. He's got a 4 spree being worked on right now. 4 go down. With 20 seconds, we're looking at a lead change for Falcons Green if they get the rest of this time.
Aluka threw his shoulder when that player was rotating to spawn. He's like, hey, I'm over here. And as soon as that player starts to go on the chase, who picks it up? Standy. I mean, that is, again, the classic, like, I recognize where we're going to be. I'm going to go ahead and just try to get that bait out and trust my teammates to pick up the kills. And again, this game, matters so much in the long-term stretch of where these teams sit in the lower bracket, of course, but for two teams that are so evenly matched, it does feel like this one could be a 240, 245, 250 game between the two. And I believe we are almost ready to jump over to our other stream. We are youtube.com/COD-Challengers. If you want to see the remainder, it's Blackheart Hardpoint, it's Bravo, it's Project 7, Telluride Bush Gaming, and we keep going.
There are so many stories to follow right now. I don't want to miss any of this action. And you guys don't either.
so much.
So youtube.com/challengers, you can catch all 4 streams and make sure that you're keeping up with the Challengers Pit as we move to Championship Sunday. Telluride Bush, another meeting in the lower bracket to a European team. This time it's the European Elite 2 champions versus the North American Elite 2 champions. Both of them fighting for their lives in Birmingham. And the Bush are making some enemies on home turf right now.
Yeah,
This
they
is
are.
scary for them, just fighting against every European team that you could ask for. But that is also going to be on youtube.com/challengers, the Bravo stream. We got Alpha ready to go. P7 Notorious up 1-0. Den Search and Destroy.
I love COD Red Zone, and then there are so many times where it's just about to pop off and we have to jump. I'm like, no, I want to see the rest of it. And we can't, but it's okay, because we're going to tease you. And if you don't like being teased, then go find the rest of the game. youtube.com/COD-Challengers. This time, though, again, like Seymour said, on Alpha. Bomb going down. P7 Notorious take a very strong game 1 against Omit. A hell of a hard point, all things considered, from both teams. And a snipe at the hands of Beans. Oh, come on, baby. You got to hit that one. Eric Boom helps. Hit and defuse. Stick it. Oh, they lined up, baby. Oh, no. Brack got them both. Oh, they got a little too cocky. And Brack said, No, 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 no. Not here. Not this time.
I would get it if Beans had it, like, just the sniper, but M15 there, I really thought they were going to full clear that together. Eric Boom wanted to fly. He was called back, and, you know, Brack doing Brack things in a moment where he knows that you plant for 3 different angles, really. You just hold down one side, play for the timing. And oh boy, is that some delicious timing right there. 3 in the round from Brack to open up this S&D for Omit.
That's a freebie. You don't get that often.
No, you don't.
I mean, that's like a... I'm thinking the whole way through as you are. It's like, all right, well, this is a 2v1 they should win. And nope.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
They lined up for Brack.
And the lineup is just Eric Boom running in circles. Yeah. Why not?
First blood for P7 Notorious, and the second one, too. So both SMGs are going to be caught there. Nice shots from Cammy. Oh, that is so hard to take, but Eric Boom's going to continue the advantage here for P7. Brack 1 versus 3. Can he make this a 6 spree? No, he gets the first one. 3 HP. Has to play for the regen. Eric's not going to give him any timing. Great chase down for P7 to answer back.
In an S&D where you can control the pace of play, you can control how you want to approach some of these gunfights, Eric Boom is going to take all the time in the world to get himself in the right spot to get back online. 4-1 off the start. Again, 1 in 10 to begin the hard point. They still win. This time, leading the charge after that first round could have very easily been 2-0. 4 kills for Eric Boom, 2 for DC, 1 for Beans. Afro's still looking to get online, and that's the thing, too, is we've talked about this before in Season 2 in the playoffs and so on and so on. It's like, when you get P7 Notorious in these S&D games, where if you're lucky enough to get a slow game out of Afro or Eric, you got to capitalize on it, because the moment that, like, a player like Afro starts to get kills and all of a sudden that 4th player exists on the map that you have to deal with as defense, I mean, good luck. It just, there's so much you have to work through.
It's a great system, though. Drop the smoke. You block the information. Beans does not back down, though, with the sniper. And as soon as the team is going to show foot, Beans rips it away. First blood, pre-7. Omit going to stick the plant. 2 versus 4 in the post plant. And how in look at Real's positioning is really going to be the one to look at through the middle of the map. Real brings it into a 1 versus 2. Is the bomb planted for him? It isn't. It's planted safely in the back. Afro's just going to stick it. Beans watching over you. The nade doesn't even land. The defuse comes through, and P7, they will not falter in a moment where you are that confident that you could just hold square.
Real was in a perfect spot to really destroy this round. Does get 2. But that plant, you liveth by the safety of the plant, you dieth by the safety of the plant. That stretch is not as clean as it looks. It is not raid. You can't just reach across. If only the nade could puncture, through that metal case. It can't, thank God. As we keep it going. 2-1. On your screen, Beans. Afro trying to get aggressive. And he will find first blood.
For Fun Esports did finish off that hard point on Blackheart, so leading against Falcons Academy Green in their best of 5 for elimination. After reverse sweeping, might I add, so full momentum on their side. They just continue to carry 4 maps in a row. Real, we home back in 3 in a row, 1 versus 2. Can Omit tie up the series? Real almost a chance to make it a 1 versus 1. Could have got in and out before they even knew it. That is Eric Boom versus Real, 2 former Spaniard teammates. Oh no, there's Afro at the end. Taking him down.
An honorary Spaniard. You know?
Yeah, he's teamed with
Sure.
Eric for long enough.
Yeah, that's how we do transposition of nationalities here in Challengers. I'll take it though. I like the little. I mean, this P7 Notorious team. Well, I forget which team we were talking about last night, but the P7 Notorious team literally covers all of the globe. There's been a couple of rosters in this event that have been global, and that's awesome. What was also awesome would be a counter snipe at some point, as Eric Boom will meet his demise. LSEMIS maybe open up proceedings.
It's like Falcons Green, 4 players from a North American team, the only 1 American on the team, and that's Standy. Diamondcon walked on over towards P2. With Brooklyn have agency at A. 2 players going to be side by side inside the closet. Candy Noah, he's got a player up top and full flank coming through. Afro shot in the back. Omit Brooklyn put themselves back on the board. A good round on the A site.
Really nice pinch from Real as well. You'll see it in the kill cam. But he found space towards P1 2 rounds ago, and this time does a very nice job of being able to help out LSEMIS. Pinch, protect, pocket your best sub. You got it. 5-3 for Real.
Where do you go from here on the defense for Omit? Do we see a Cammy sniper at some point?
I hope so.
I'm kind of waiting for it, honestly. Because Beans, he's not going to put that sniper away.
Nope. Converted for 2. I mean, at the end of the day, he's finding the kills. And I'm sure there's a reason why we haven't seen the counter snipe from Omit. I got to give credit and benefit of the doubt to the players. But I am curious. Why not yet?
Well, it's the protocol. I mean, you drop your smokes, you take that space, and you just imagine that there's more consistency in the AR than there is in the sniper. Especially for a retake. So, Omit Brooklyn looking to field that one more time through the middle of the map. You got a late flank from Diamondcon, and nobody's going to be watching this. 2 versus 2. Diamondcon's going to make himself known. Connor puts it away. Nobody ready for the late DC flank. Who would be? When does DC ever flank?
That's a question many players have asked all the way back to Cold War. And all DC has done to continue to shoot straight. Diamondcon might be one of the most underappreciated or undervalued Challengers players in the history of the league that we've had. I mean, a Challengers champion, a staple of the New York Subliners Academy roster that birthed the likes of Spart and Prolute. In terms of the modern era of competition for their careers, DC is a veteran of the space and easily a top 3 Mount Rushmore AR player in Challengers history. Dude does not get enough credit. Been so good for so long.
And I mean, he's up there with one of those ARs that a lot of people just sit there and say, oh, he's too slow. Oh, he never gets aggressive. Diamondcon said to me at the start of the year, he's like, look, I've been getting aggressive for years now. The fact that nobody is recognizing that is kind of insane.
Yeah, he just plays aggressive in his role. That's it. Like, he doesn't have to fly at them.
No.
He can sit as an anchor, and he can be aggressive in picking up the lane, cutting into the offensive third, and doing what he does best. Whether it's raid, whether it's here on Den, you can play aggressive without taping down the W key. That is what DC recognized and figured out in Cold War, and it's why he's been one of the top ARs ever since.
Hey, look, I said it, and I'll say it again. It's a bumper be bumped world, and we got a lot of ARs that can get that job done. So, looking at this P7 team in general, they struggled at the start of that hard point, but you move to the search and destroy after stealing the hard point away in a comeback fashion. 5-2 up in the den search and destroy. Omit have had no answers now for a few rounds in a row. We can see if they can start this comeback one at a time. Bean still has the sniper out. It's a 2-2 split on the defense.
Thinking about the comeback on Overload this time, buddy. I don't know what's going to happen here. You would definitely need a couple of kills to trickle in. First blood would be a godsend.
Slowly moving up over towards B. Two players here have yet to make any noise. Cammy on the corner playing for Asim's contact. Asim's starting to get some information, so you know at least one player is there. Cammy! Did he fall off the map?
He did. He fell off the map.
Oh my goodness. Everything is coming up Millhouse, and suddenly you're just worried if you're Omit Brooklyn that this could be the map, because look at Eric Boom on the flank. All the way through A, in behind, and the flank is now going to be met by a flank from Real. Can he do it? Can he 1v3? No! Beans! With a snipe out, holding it down. P7 Notorious, our Cup 8 champions from North America. Winner semifinal up 2-0.
Eric Boom hit that route right as the hit was developing on site. As soon as he starts moving, which is a classic, Eric Boom play, we expect it, we know where he's going to end up and what he's trying to accomplish. As soon as he hits the play, Cammy goes down. As soon as he gets that call that they have an advantage on site and there's already a numbers advantage they can work with, Eric Boom is playing with house money. He is flying to P1. And from there, I mean, he's a guaranteed free trade. He's a guaranteed walking 1.0. If he gets a kill, it's the best case scenario. If he doesn't, you give away info. It's the best case scenario. It is resources and then some. Both COD God gifted and those simply made by man. It was all of P7 Notorious here in this S&D. It was really all of Eric Boom and DC taking over. He set the tempo, set the attitude with the sniper, allowed Afro to get more comfortable up towards P1 into the window in heaven, but DC and Eric Boom really bouncing back from that hard point and showing why he is so dangerous in so many modes. And P7, in a close series, still find ways to separate themselves from a squad that looks like a top 3 contender in Omit Brooklyn. And you gotta wonder, is this gonna be a sweep?
You gotta wonder. Omit Brooklyn, they need an answer. Unfortunately enough, their overload has been something to talk about. I mean, they 8-0 swept the bush on this game mode earlier on. We know what they can do there, but P7 Notorious is seeming to be a different beast since they've awoken in the recent cup. And, I mean, that's not to say that their runner-up in the grand finals of the Elite Stage 2 is anything to scoff at. That is still commendable, and honestly, they started that grand final off looking like the better team.
Yeah.
They didn't end that way, but it definitely woke them up to make some changes going into the rest of it for the open. This is what matters for them. You go to LAN and you talk about a squad like P7 Notorious. It doesn't get better than this in terms of trust and camaraderie. You got 3 European players and Diamond Con, the Commonwealth fellow from Canada, joining alongside them. And he is just complementing this pace so well. There is so much trust. There is so much pace to this team, and really, it's just everybody is flexing how good they can be as individuals when they synchronize.
They're a well-oiled machine, man. And we've said the same about Omit Brooklyn for the right reasons, and obviously frustration for sure, as always will be a team that can take down the likes of P7. But we look at teams, how they are in the tournament, how they come into the tournament, and where they sit right now. How is their Call of Duty day of? Right now, P7 is the better team. If they're able to close it out on Den, it's one of the first rare sweeps we've had outside of yesterday's best of 3 series. But it would be a bit of a shock to see Omit Brooklyn not take a game. But in terms of, again, that essence of who's playing the best Call of Duty right now, even with mistakes, P7 Notorious are the better team. Though, We still have more matches to get to, that being that Den Overload for Game 3. Until we get to that point, let's go on over, to Delta. Let's check in on some of the matches happening over there because, folks, we got ourselves games across the board. Falcons Academy Green, For Fun Esports. It was For Fun who took the opening hardpoint on Blackheart. Now to Den S&D, and they are 3 rounds away from, again, going up 2-0 and putting Falcons Academy Green on the back foot.
S&D having a slow start to this game. For Fun, they lost to the Huntsman on this map in game number 2. It's what put them into a reverse sweep fashion. Leading after the hard point, what kind of adjustments can they make series to series to look a little bit better on this map mode combo against a team like Falcons Academy that you know can really flex their skill here? Well, go for mid-map control there for Yuli. A big win versus Roxas is going to draw Falcons Academy away from this B plants and give a post plant for Fun Esports. 4v3, Geo hanging around the middle of the map, and nobody's going to be ready for a second.
You're going to have to be ready. It's not possible, it's necessary. There goes Aluka. But don't worry, Yuli's there. And Luca's better. No idea how difficult that is. Reaction time of a god. Mac trying to slow it down. Mac almost getting gunned, but staying alive. Aluka gets them all. Absolute perfection from the young phenom. 6 and 4 on a 3 spree. Ties up the S&D.
Sometimes you just look at Luca's routing, and I said it when we were watching that match versus Rocky Sports for that hard point on Colossus when he pops the 3-piece. I mean, like, you just look at him and you know he's about to do it. In this moment in general, I mean, he floods all the way through the pack broken, gets that kill with the snap, moves into the half-wall jump, and as soon as QK isolates the 1, he takes the challenge to Vivid. Great use of his pace, of his speed to get into positions to take those one-on-ones. And although Mac wasn't really exposed too much, that damage that QK did really sets Aluka up to finish off that round. 3-3 tied up. Attack now for Falcons Academy Green. A lot slower. Luca, mid-map, gets caught. First blood. Is it traded? No, he cannot. Roxas not able to get there in time. Max stays alive, and you wonder where this bomb is going to go, especially when Geo is happy to rush through tower and take it out of Standy's hands.
Now what do you do? Where do you go? Yeah, hope a little bit. You're going to need some of that. Luckily, you have 2 M15s to work with. Bomb really stuck in no man's land. A peek, an interesting one at that. Yep, that's the round. For Fun Esports, lose no numbers, take all the victims. 4-3. We keep it moving.
I'm not really... I wish I got to see, like, really honed in on the way that Geo played against Standy, like where Standy was sitting in that position, because the fact that Geo just pushes for free through tower and gets the jump on Standy is just a little surprising to me. Maybe a missed call for Falcons, not expecting that for Fun. The pressure there, just the right time for Geo to take a gamble, and he's got 3 in a row, 10 and 4, really commanding the search and destroy for Fun Esports. So a moment like that, a little lapse. QK still's got the snipe out and over towards B. He's actually gonna take Vivid down. So first blood for Falcons Academy Green. And Luca hiding in a corner. Good for the first one. Not expecting Mac to be there. And Mac is making magic happen. Won't be able to get the third. Roxas has the jump, but it's Geo in a 1v1. He's got the timing.
Mac melts his back, baby. Mac 11 is in the mattress. Don't peek. We are spinning the block one more time. Geo. Roxas. 2 ARs that have been absolutely lights out today. Have been playing some of their best Call of Duty this weekend on this Saturday.
Well, Roxas knows at some point Geo's got to go for the plant. Very neutral position to sit in. Quick wrap into A. If not, play through mid for B. And fortunately for Roxas, Geo just apparently can read every timing on the map right now. I don't know what gives that away. It is just a clear that favors an AR like this. COD timing giveth, COD timing taketh away, and Geo is everything on a Den Search and Destroy.
Gotta think if you lose this game, it's not over, but it definitely feels like it is.
You ever see a team reverse sweep and then get reverse swept?
I don't think so. Damn, I'm down for something new. If that's a stat, only 2 people I know will know of it, and I don't think that it's happened. So I'm gonna go ahead and put out a little limb here and say it hasn't. Let's get one just for fun.
Wouldn't be very For Fun esports.
That's true.
Look at Luca through the middle of the map. I mean, he must be on the top ledge. Looking for a timing against Geo. Big fight to win, and Geo's going to take him down. Suddenly, Mac on the flank. Everything falls apart, and For Fun esports ripping through their matches. 6-3. Another win in a row. That is 5 maps back-to-back.
You would never have got me in this position where I thought both of our matches here, one of our semis and one of our lower side, would potentially be a sweep at this stage. I mean, with how close it's been, we knew that it was going to be a tough matchup for Fun and Falcons. We knew that this was going to be a match that required the best of Falcons today in games where they haven't played their best hardpoints or respawns, I should say. But this has been the Geo and Mac show. And it's been enough to get the job done on the other side for Luca and Roxas and QK and Standy. They've all had their moments, right? But those moments come very brightly, but too infrequently. And now they're running into a team that just simply can execute round after round, game after game. And it's working. They're down 2-0 in the series. 12 kills, 13 kills for for Geo and Mac together in the S&D. That's insane. Unbelievable work there, up 2-0 in the series, and you can take a look again at more of that action as we will wait to see how that one concludes. Back over to Alpha for now. It's Scar Hardpoint, Den Search and Destroy, and Den Overload. The first 3 maps, P7 versus Omit Brooklyn and Colin. This one, we expected to be close, and to be fair, there's been moments, but it started to feel like P7 Notorious have just started to pull away, and as they have, they've made their presence known of why they're champions.
Well, I have no update on what's going on with Rock and Stallions in their map number 2 for the Search and Destroy, Sean, but I do know that the Bush are down 0-2 in losers round 9.
Oh my god.
So Project 7 on home turf, looking to silence the Bush and get their razors out. All at the same time, P7 up 2-0. For Fun Esports up 2-0. And the Stallions, from what I know, sitting 1-0, waiting for that Search and Destroy to be done to take down those major 1 champions. We're getting into the overload now for our alpha matchup. Den on the docket to see if Omit Brooklyn can do what they did against the Bush earlier on and rattle off a comeback here in a mode that they've looked fantastic on throughout the stage.
For all 2 pieces and 3 pieces and so on, you get from Omit Brooklyn, you need goals to count as well. You have to convert to points. It's the only way to slow down P7. They got really good at it on Scar, being able to keep Eric Boom down at 1 and 10. The hardpoint looked a little bit more viable, I'll say. This time, though, the goals have to be everything. The kills are falling. And we'll see if they can push the EMP forward.
Brack with it in hand. Seeing in position. Ooh, I like the stance there. Brack's going to get 2 with the pistol and the nade. However, no assistance for the rest of them. Afro sitting back, waiting to see if he can pick up the rest of them. And there is Cammy. Spot out a seam. Eric Boom should be able to win this one. Wow. Okay. Seam will go down, but he's taking somebody down with him. So Omit Brooklyn over towards the B portal to see if their defense can stand tall. Candy gets through. Drophic in hand. Diamond Congut has one too, but the sub battles across the board. Omit Brooklyn starting to work their way through 10. See if they can get this overload device, but it's Eric Boom to once again silence the play.
Every time you think things are going well, Eric Boom does what he does best, and we might have a quick reset. Make sure that his controller is okay. Sometimes you just gotta look up. Maybe there's a strap.
something going on with that. Yeah.
Maybe it's a tactical decision. We'll find out. We haven't paused yet, so we'll keep it going, but I'm sure we're going to get an answer at some point. I don't even think Omit Brooklyn recognized that Afro is currently disconnecting from reality.
I don't know if
He's back.
P7 know this. Okay, everybody's standing still, so I can imagine that Omit Brooklyn have now recognized that something is up. Afro is back. Game's still going. I got no clue what's going on. So
Sometimes it just happens.
if this is a game that's going to stand, I mean, P7 really got to kick themselves into gear because, fortunately enough, they're not on the preferred side, but giving up an overload cap like that is going to be a little bit frustrating. So let's see how they can deal with that frustration and battle their way back through this counterattack. Nade from Eric is going to get himself into position to play for the rest of the team. Reloading,
Oh my
swaps to
God.
the pistol. How does he get away with that? Eric with highway robbery, and here comes the rest. P7 trying to punch their way through. It is denied by Real for 3 kills to answer. Let's go back the other way.
Maybe they were peacocking. Maybe it was a tactical, little bit of a I'm not playing, so you can't kill me.
Don't look
And
at me.
instead, it turns around. And all of a sudden, things get very interesting in this game. Still half number 1. Oh, I know. Let's get some weird shit happening down here in Challengers, baby. Player number 6, Beans. Working with DC. Both the ARs posted up, working together, now creating the pinch. Trying to force open the lane. It's not going to happen. Asim is there for 2. Brack is there for the cleanup. And now EMP has to make a decision.
Yeah, that decision is, I don't really like being in this position. So jump out mid, drop that device. On the open, see if the rest of P7 can pick up where he left off. Nice shots from Beans, but Cammy there to back up Real. Diamondcon, it's his turn now, and potentially we can see if this device is going to reset, and it does. So 23 seconds, see if P7 Notorious can really get something going towards the end of this. A capture would be lovely after what just happened to your team, but Omit Brooklyn doing a fantastic job at giving you absolutely nothing of agency in these attacks. Another wave of kills there go their way. 6 seconds left, 3 dead for Omit, but it is a control for Asim. He grabs the device and he makes sure that there is no chance for P7 to score this half.
Oh, they might, though. Trying to wrap it. They got a lot of room to cover and not a lot of ground to do it. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. 4 guys running into no man's land. He's got nowhere to go, but Asim is still up. Asim is absolutely still up, not for long. We were given the update to go to halftime. That was a player controller issue, so per rules that have always existed, chat, relax. If it's a player issue with their controller, we keep playing. If it's a headset issue that is league operated, that's when we start to hit pause and we figure out what's going on. So Afro hopefully quickly was able to get some help with that technical pause that he was having. Hopefully it'll be all good, or just get a replacement. Regardless, though, I think the one silver lining we can focus on for P7 is simply you lose Afro for about 15 seconds, 20 seconds, and it's only a 1-goal game. I mean, it could be worse.
Could be way worse. And you're going to the more preferred side, so.
Yeah.
I felt like that was a really long break between the halves. I didn't know the overload half was like that long between the two. Did we pause it?
We might have had a little
pause it?
extra buffer. I'm not sure, but I think we might have had a little extra buffer simply for... I think that is within the bounds of if we get to a halftime and the play is considered dead, then there's an extra moment, a reprieve of so to check and make sure everything's okay.
Looks like everything's better now. 4 in a row for Beans, 2 in a row for Eric Boom. A capture right off the break-off, and P7 Notorious back into their same antics we've seen before. Eric trying to do some damage to the players off spawn. 2 dead again. All up to DC to see if he can steal away a second capture. Cammy denies it. 4 minutes on the clock, and Omit Brooklyn in control, moving this over to the rooftops.
Yeah, they certainly are. Afro's right back in it. So is Eric Boom. I told you, it was a tactical peacocking. They were saying, we are a team of 3 until you can't handle it. And now we're 4
now. He's just living, and that is the important part. Diamond Con over the top, steals it. And nobody else is there to help out Real in that play. Cammy tried his best, but he couldn't get through. 2-1 now. P7 Notorious back-to-back captures, and they are flowing like water off the top of a roof. 3.5 minutes. I need to see Omit Brooklyn really dive deep. They were gifted an opportunity that they need to seize control of now.
I mean, Beans is starting to light up. DC's pulling out the Dravik, and he's hitting close quarter shots like this. Beans very quietly in this series has been an undercurrent of consistency. We saw it in the Hardpoint. Yeah, he always is. It's just there are times where you're watching a lot of the chaos unfold. You're watching players chase down their kills. And every now and then you peek at the kill feed and you see Beans for 2, Beans for 3, Beans for 2. He just consistently makes life hell for the other side. And that, again, makes DC's job easier, and Eric Boom and Afro can play more aggressive. It's just a well-oiled machine. DC for 2, helps with the nade, helps with the Dravik. Everybody else dies. EMP in the hands of P7. And no matter what happens, their 2-goal lead could extend to 3.
Great play from Diamondcon. The nade. Split out everything about it. P7 Notorious looking to rally their 4th in a row for the capture. Asim just gets bullied. Brack now standing tall with Cammy by his side. Stuns out, guns out. And the pistol for Brack, 1 versus 2. Real here with him, flies forward. Diamondcon gets traded. Omit have the device yet again. 2 minutes. They have yet to even look at a portal. Can this be their time?
Minute 55 is not a lot of time. You have to work through multiple team wipes to punch this through and hoping that P7 don't make a mistake. 2 goals in a minute 47.
Where
not
do you
easy.
go?
Forward. That's all you got.
Onward. Let's see if they can get it going. And P7 not going to let you even close to P2.
Jesus,
so picking things back up. This could be the dagger. Nade out for Diamondcon. 4 in a row is so much damage. Derek Boom's right there. Picks up the device, slides in number 4, and surely that's gotta be the dagger in the game. P7 Notorious, they've come to Birmingham for one thing only, and that is to win an open. And they are looking like the best team in the bracket right now. Nobody is coming close to them.
Diamondcon is a freak. The dude's a creature. He's been out of the conversation of best players and challengers for far too long. I mean, if anybody was ever doubting what Diamondcon brings to this team, or how good Diamondcon still is as an AR, as aggressive as he wants to play, and still maintaining the role of an anchor at this stage of the game, the dude is unstoppable. It's just, this is a powerhouse of a team. Every single facet of AR presence and sub presence they have locked down. P7 Notorious are going to walk away with this one in a sweep 3-0 and continue on to the winners finals. I mean, this is just manhandling, right? It's been close, but P7 Notorious are here to win a title, like you said, and they might just do it.
They look like the best team of the weekend right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And my God, I know a team that is looking for 2 superstar subs that work so good together. I'm looking at 2 guys that might rise to that occasion right now. Fist bumps across the stage. A 3-0 sweep in the winners semifinals for P7 Notorious to move on to the winners final. See who they're going to play up against later on. Is it going to be the FC Stallions? The team that Zuma took a gamble on going into the major, putting together the old Kabal roster from Cup 1. Playing up against the Major 1 champions of Rock Esports. I want to know what the score is in that series. I want to know what it looks like. Because that is everything for Stallions. That could be a game changer for the entire season for Stallions. What an upgrade it's been so far.
So many teams who have been focusing on those upgrades, right? Who have been finding success this weekend, who have trying to right their wrongs and rewrite the history that is represented both by the players at LAN and how the organization is viewed across the globe for Elite Series. The Stallions have done maybe the most work outside of Falcons Academy Green and Standy leading the charge. This Stallions team has gone from winning a round 11 against Huntsman in a close match that was scrappy and sloppy at times, but still necessary, an icy win in Season 2, to what we saw today, where Huntsman start to figure things out, then crumble in Game 5. And Stallions take what they learned in those wins in Season 2, they get better, and now they're not only clutching up when they're supposed to, which has been the bane of Stallions' existence all the way back to Vanguard, but they're also just playing consistently clean, and having symbols on that team obviously really helps, but it feels like right now, I guess the point I'm trying to make is, it feels like right now, not only have Stallions overcome the hurdle of we can't clutch up in icy moments, but now they're also outright winning the games and establishing their own gameplay presence. And that sounds redundant, it is, but the pedantics matter. It is a thing that has kept Stallions away from being a real title contender in years past. And whatever roster they put together and whatever, you know, structure they've been able to build, whatever Zoom has done, it's worked. And right now they got a really good team.
They got a fantastic team. Sean, Bush have been eliminated by the EMEA
Oh my god.
Elite 2 champions. So we look at one of the top 2 teams that were in Dallas. They have been sent home from Birmingham. Rock Esports still remains, and in the winner's semifinal, curious actually what the outcome is for that matchup, as I do not have an update for you guys on the way that one is going right now. Working on it. But for what we see in front of us, P7 Notorious look outstanding. I mean, you said it yourself, and his team looks unreal. They've put together quite the powerhouse 3-0 sweep over Omit Brooklyn, another team that you just cannot overestimate at all, because you look at what happened in the Elite when these two matched up. It was a Game 4. You got to get to that other hardpoint. Games were extremely close. I mean, I'm talking like 50-point hardpoints, 5-4 in the Overload, round 11 in the Search and Destroy. You could see that this P7 Notorious team isn't the same as what we had in that Elite. Runners up to the bush. Now they stand alone in NA. We can see if anybody can rise to the occasion to match them, but we haven't seen it just yet. So we look to the other winner semifinal that's going on right now. FC Stallions up 2-1 over Rock Esports, our Dallas champions.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if Stallions managed to pull this off? Oh my god, they might. Oh, Millie. Oh my god, they might. Zuma, lock in. Your boys are doing it. They're doing something we thought was pretty unthinkable in terms of upsets. It's not that Stallions are not capable, but who thought coming into this tournament that the Major 1 champions in Rock Esports would be on this side of the bracket, potentially going down against FC Stallions? Not me.
Well, here we go for Stallions. They break into P4. See if they can push out through statue, and you can see that a couple members are just looking for space on the map. Rock Esports, they got the setup trophies in, and you lose kicks on the wing. Roper punches right through that. Wow. 3 dead. Stallions are in, looking for a lead change. Dom, the only one here. They can maybe steal away a couple kills, and the patience pays off with Virtue, and Rock hold their lead.
Every punch, they're able to strike back, but Rock are no pushover. And Dom is opening up proceedings again. Make it 2 in a row. Rolled finding the third. Controlled time right now, 191 and counting. Still a 30-point lead. Rock Esports. The dip and dive and move between the punches, and with it, gain time in the hill, uncontested at that. First team to cross 200 points. That's a full 40 on P1. And Stallions now have to make an answer.
Do they have it? Millie, back lane, trying to get through this setup. Can only find the 1 kill. 4 dead for the Stallions, and Rock now in full setup for the money hill. Look at number 4. Dahum is doing whatever he wants. He's in behind the play. He's stalling things out. Another 2 go down, and Rock, they want this game 5. They're vying for it.
They're close. Stallions can't break right now. They just can't get numbers in. Their feet are too dirty. And again, another 4 dead. I got a feeling we're going 5, Colin.
I got a feeling. We are not done just yet with this winter semifinals. A 3-0 from P7 Notorious, but you look the other way and we got ourselves going the distance. 5 more seconds. Icons won't get there. And Rock Esports, our major one, Dallas Open champions, pushing FC Stallions to a game number 5, keeping their winners bracket alive. What a story we got here. To see who is going to match up against P7 Notorious for a shot at that grand finals. For Rock, it would be your chance at going back-to-back. For FC Stallions, this would be some of the most glory any of these 4 players have ever seen in their career. I'm talking KB, who has seen trials for CDL teams in the past, but he's talked about it. Such a great mind, such a great attitude, coachable player, fantastic AR presence in challengers. Rupert, a sub player who comes from Latin America, just like KB. And, he's seen the Falcons this year. In MW2, he's been to an Elite Grand Final. These guys have been to Cup Finals, but they've never been to a top 3 on LAN. For Million Icons, I mean, you talk about 2 guys who are very new to competing in challengers. And a moment like this would really put them in the stars.
You drop 40 to get to you drop close to 40. Still, series continues, but you do that and then go to a game 5 and show up and you win. FC Stallions could become the talking point of the tournament. They take down, again, all hypotheticals here. They take down Rock Esports. They do so for Million Icons, who are playing really their first big competition at this level. Come on, man. Like, that's one, what dreams are made of if you're a player, and 2, to show up the way you have to represent an organization like Stallions, who's been through so much in challengers, that means so much to the community overall. And to have these kinds of performances, Amelia's a shooter, and if they are able to pull out this game 5, I mean, throw everything we expected of this tournament out the window. Bush is already out. Falcons Academy Green fell down earlier. Like, the only thing that I know for sure is that P7 Notorious is the best team in the game right now in North America. And we knew that kind of like at the end of stage 2 a little bit. I know that Bush eventually was still number 1 seed, went on to win the whole thing, but P7, like, their game was the most complete. We see it here on LAN. And there's a chance that Stallions, a lot like Omit Brooklyn, could be a team that just surprises you when you don't expect it. And if they do, they're creating history here, and I can't wait for that.
Oh, yeah. Not just history for some of these players, but FC Stallions, too. Highest placing on LAN. Top 6. You win here, you break that. So we can see if multiple different records can be broken for these teams. We'll be get ready for this game number 5 in the winner's final, or winner's semifinal. We'll be taking a step back. We'll be ready with a search and destroy when it's up. In the fires of Mount Doom, Sauron creates one game to rule them all, a Game 5 on Colossus, and Iraq Esports looking to double up on Grand Finals, 2 lands in a row. They just got to get through this winner's semifinal and see if they can take down P7 Notorious.
Are you hungry for a second breakfast? Because I am. I'm very down for that. Open up the Shire. I got something to talk about. Bang! There goes Icons. FC Stallions. Oh, so close. The trade is there. Do not fret, for we have resources. FC Stallions trying to do what many would consider to be nigh unthinkable. Take down the Major 1 champions, one of the best teams in the world, and to do so as a young, scrappy roster with nothing to lose and everything to gain.
And I think this is for FC Stallions, a mode that not many would know that for these 4 players is really good. But if you watch the start of Challengers and you saw these guys on Kabal at the start of the season, you know that Search and Destroy is something that is worked well for this team. Icons, the sub in his hand, he's a playmaker. Millie, you know how consistent he can be. And Rupert, he can flex to the sub, but he's also a sniper with KB. Both of them like to pick it up and put it down at times just to switch up the pacings and the timings for the squad.
Who's going to be the first one to get a little overzealous? Who might peak first? It is Skywalker, who meets the high land of this time. To whom? Takes him out. Limbs intact. Doom trying to get out of dodge. Way too tagged for a Chow. And recovers nicely as Icons meets his maker. And the rest follow suit. Rock Esports tie us up at 1 in a very quick round.
You know that this Rock Esports team, they're not going to go quiet. I look at the way that they collapse together. First blood from Boom with the sniper. Last time we saw him on this map, he was in full takeover against Falcons Academy Green, so something to watch out for is going to be that sniper head-to-head. He is 3-2. KB had it out. Didn't really get a chance to put up those numbers, but here we go for a back-and-forth affair. Already teams showing they will not back down without a fight.
Kix is way out by himself. Not a loaded statement. It's just an observation. KB there to meet him. Kix will regroup back to Dom. Bomb's going to take its time to advance. And Stallions are going to peel their eyes towards A.
Looking for some information. KB, first blood. Icons get sniped and Dahum backs on down. Do they let him get away? They don't. 1 versus 3, and it's not going to get past anything more than what was in front of you. 2-1 for FC Stallions. We stay true to defense. Teams are trading. Nobody on the offense has found really any success.
I just keep thinking back to the last season of Elite we had with Huntsman and Stallions. Going back and forth on a hard point on this map, then going to Den S&D, going around 11. Stallions clutching it up. It just felt like time and time again this team was tested. Middleweight fights, playing above their pay grade, and now having to do it against international competition. If they can do it here, Rocky Sports have their work cut out for them. But Kick still hunting for their first blood and their first kill of the game.
Quietly, Rupert gets into green. Kicks did not spot this one, so a little bit of urgency from Rock Esports to gain some information. Trophies are down over towards A on the P2 side, just in case FC Stallions want to dive in deep for this one. Rupert, as soon as he peeks out with the sniper, there's to home waiting for him to bite off a little bit more than he could chew. First blood for Rock Esports.
And look at how much of the map you have if you're Rock defending. I mean, you have Kicks with eyes over towards B. Poke and peel, that's his job. Here comes the rotation from the rest of the squad. Able to pick up 1 in the process. So now for Stallions calling an audible, gonna have to get aggressive, and he sneaks right through to A. Is the pickup there? It absolutely is. Dom turns around, gets gunned. Still, Stallions get out, but they overcommit through the back. And Rock's patience will pay off. 3v1, Bomb goes down, but all the time in the world to get it done.
Oh, Sniper's going to miss. Chance for Icons if he takes that fight and wins it, but you're right. Rock Esports continues this trend of defensive success. Back and forth, 2-2, and who's going to be the one to strike first on offense? A chance here for Rock to really split the difference. If they can take an offensive round here, that's a chance to really separate yourself from the Stallions, but you can already see both teams really chatting it up. No team discouraged on trying new things. So I want to see what kind of a form we get going into round number 5. This is some exciting search and destroy. Doesn't feel like this game is ending, like these rounds are not ending to flashy plays. It is systematic. Like, you lose to the strategy, and that's what I love about it.
It's dominoes, man. Makes you want to throw something on the grill. Just loving it. Enjoying the games. Least chaotic, but most interesting. And now Dom going to try to make plays happen. KB thinking twice. They'll keep their number single file. There's the first spot.
You know who's going to be there. Nobody out over towards B. Roper sitting on the staircase of P1. Gotta be worried that you're giving up a lot of space to the top side of the map for Rock Esports, and the sniper of Doom's gonna land. Roll the second one. Here comes Rock Esports, but KB and Icon still in it, 2 versus 2.
They're going for the chase. They're playing the chase. They're playing the rap. They know better. Both teams play it correctly, and now they'll try to converge into a 2v2.
This would be a big round for Rock Esports to win the first offense of the map. Finally take a lead in the search and destroy. Post plant's going to be in. First contact is in the back line. Dom there. Spots the cross. Bait and switch. KB's not able to grab it. It's just Icons now. 1 versus 1. Dom's going to be tagged up, and Icons continues the defensive wins. Takes back the lead. 4 in a row for Aiden Icons.
What a win. A bounce, an uncentered shot. Those are the 1v1s that feel like they are drawn out for an hour. It feels like you're in a 30-second gunfight. And the ability for Icons to slow the game down, keep it close, in tight corridors, in that situation, hit his shots, and do so in a 1v2 situation against 2 very good players. That advantage is everything in this game 5. Every single kill matters.
Yes, it does. And look at the offense. Doesn't want to do anything off the break. One thing that you're trembling is, where is Doom? Where is this sniper? Finally, you've gotten some information on where it's going to be sitting. Where do Falcons, or where do Stallions go with this information?
A lot of animals in this tournament. I don't blame you. Dom,
So
good
many.
lord.
They not
Well,
have a
that's
trophy
something else.
down? I swear the trophy was there.
We heard it go out. There's a good chance. It's just some Treyarch magic. Maybe. Oh my, just barely. Just. You breathe on him and he's dead.
On a case is going to refill, though, through P1. KB for the 1v3. Slides out, and Rock not going to let you get it done. Body shots, still. He is letting them. No, that's the one thing for Search and Destroy. I mean, you got some strategy that goes into it, but nobody talks about the mind games.
We'll come back to that one in about 4 rounds. That will be one of those, you know, when it happens, like, okay. It's either going to go great, and I don't just like the body shot. It's either going to go great, or naturally, we're going to have to bring it up at the end. If Stallions
Anybody
do
who
bring
knows
it back.
KB knows that he's the happiest guy on planet Earth.
Yeah.
That is not something that is going to break that mental.
But does it cause some bad juju from the COD gods? Which is a real thing. We've tested it.
Not very forgetful when it comes to the gods of Call of Duty. As Rooper has snuck into green yet again. And left the block here. Attack over towards A. Hiding away is going to be Icons on the bomb site. And Doom's going to take him down with the sniper close range. So bomb plant in. Chance for the attackers with numbers. Gotta be careful with the retake.
Yeah.
Barrel's going to explode, and here they come.
O'Malley couldn't peek as wide as he wanted to, but Icons does at least get one. A little bit more manageable. No shots landing for Doom. And a trade. Skywalker for 2. 2v1. Last alive. What a retake. You lose the first blood. You fight through clutch after clutch. And you get the round back. 4-3 for Stallions. Hey.
I mean, Doom was really just letting him fly.
Yeah, I mean, look, in that spot, there is no wrong answer. Like, whether you hit the shot or don't, you are trying to, again, push that pressure. You're trying to keep them at bay. You were successful in your first blood of making sure that you didn't allow Stallions to peel out onto A. Those are the moments, though, where if you're just not hitting the shot, and I know that, if I'm Stallions and I have an opening after I found that first kill in the back, of course I'm challenging you. You haven't hit the shot. I'm absolutely taking that as my window. That is my 1 square inch of opportunity in this game 5 to get away with something, and they did.
Well, I mean, it's either going to be decided on the first team to take an offensive win. We're going defense for defense all the way. Stallions, your turn. Out to A. Icons playing through P1. No pressure on the B side of the map. No spacing into green. Smokes are out. Do the trophies help with the bomb plant this time?
Keep in mind, if we go to 5, or I should say round 11, right now defense is in the hands of Rock Esports. Ahead by about 3 kills. Oh, he killed his teammate. He killed his teammate. I think they were lined up and they were trying to take that fight underneath. And unfortunately, for Stallions, it's reactions that lead to a deficit. And it's pressure for Rock that leads to an even better situation. 3v1, gunned, done. 4-4. And that's going to hurt even more knowing that that team kill goes against the kill count. Rock Esports, should we go 11, now almost guaranteed to have defense.
Both teams in a post plant at B. Retake 3v4. Back-to-back rounds, too. So you can really split the tension with a butter knife across this stage. No smiles, business, body shots, no more. You got to be locked in for the next couple of rounds here, because if you're Stallions and you let up an attack, you are going to be faced with some questions going into round number 10. This has never been more important for both sides. This is the round that might determine it all.
No dumb deaths. It's a staple as old as time. Nothing away for free. Stallions, consistency, and fundamentals are the name of the game. You got to expect the sniper's going to be in play here. And the split for Rock. It is a confident split. It is a bold and ballsy split. But now you know where numbers are going to be at P1. And Kix is ready for it. The collapse is ready for it. Kix finds 3 in the round. The 4th falls right after. And oh my word.
It's a kill box, Sean. As soon as you spot 2 there, if you're rolled, Kix playing out towards yellow staircase, finds that first blood, drops the smoke, makes it a little bit hectic to see what Stallions can do as they are trapped around the entirety of Rock Esports. So many angles to fight through, and they are trying to take it head on, but Rock, with just the better positioning in that fight, it is very difficult to hold that in Hardpoint, and really hard to hold it when you don't have any respawns either. First attacking round in the Search and Destroy. Rock Esports, they take it in round 9. And for the 10th hour of this game 5, Stallions looking for an offense to answer back and force 11.
Stallions cannot be predictable here. The reads to P1 and the follow-up trades have been a little too easy for Rock to read. They know exactly where that second hit's going to come from on these opening bloods. You're going to win the duel. You got to do so and get out. Now you know. Some pressure towards P1. No eyes at the statue, and Dom will
through.
go down first. Stallions losing numbers, but respond quickly. Icons around the bend, and Icons trying to send this to 11. And they absolutely will. It'll be defense for Rock, but nonetheless, both teams finding an offensive round win late in this S&D in a Game 5, Round 11 for tournament life.
That is some brilliant timing from the Stallions to really hit form. As soon as they break out to A, they don't stop on the bomb this time. They've been playing for those quick plants. However, round number 10, they gamble with the kills. Trust their gunny. Move into round the P2. Take those gunfights. Let KB play in silence for the flanker on P1. A big round for the Stallions. Round 11 we go. Attacking side for the Stallions. Defense for Rock. A spot in winner's final waiting for the victor.
And a stalemate at mid-map. 3 and 10 performance from Millie. If there was ever a time to right those wrongs. Couple of peeks towards A. Dom with the first couple of eyes. Smokes are out. The rotation is in, and Icon's going to try to flip this, but they're going to have to hit it together. A solo hit is not enough. This bomb cannot get down cleanly if you don't find the opening pick.
Icons has to get out of here. I don't like this at all, and he knows that. Good movement back to green, and it's a pivot to A. Rock Esports going to be able to answer this one. You got P1 control, bomb going down. And Tom AB going to sniff him out with the toes. No, but here comes the answer. They're going to flood this one for the front. Opening kill for Roper. Numbers, the snipe from Dome. And it's a 3 versus 2 for the retake.
And they're still up at
Stallions
P1.
backed into a corner.
They're backed in, but they're not down.
It's all down to 1. Flank from KB. Can he get this kill? He won't be able to. 17 seconds is plenty for the defuse. And the Major 1 Open champions. They take it in a Game 5, Round 11. And they got a day with P7 Notorious in the grand finals. FC Stallions going to have to shake that one off. They got a loser's bracket run ahead of them.
That gauntlet in that lower bracket is no guarantee. We know it. They know it. Your tournament life might have just hung in the balance there on that round 11. And as good as that audible was to re-rack from Icons, numbers start to fall. You lose control of your pitched positioning on site. You leave it down to both two teammates playing under P1 on statue side, entirely exposed, not much you can do structurally. And Millie at 3 and 11, after having such a phenomenal series, really was the difference. Again, great plays all the way around, a couple of 1v1 clutches, but you have to wonder if Millie doesn't go 3 and 11, if it's even just like 5 and 11, are things different for Stallions? Heartbreaker for sure, but a hell of a run for Zuma and company, the way that they have been able to put that team together, and hopefully we will see them again. And now we jump back over to our next match for Alpha. For Fun Esports, Omit Brooklyn. I can't wait.
For Fun Esports, it has been such a roller coaster of emotions as we draw back into our Alpha match for a round 9 of the elimination bracket. Omit Brooklyn fall to the hands of P7 Notorious in a 3-0 sweep. How do they reclaim their glory? Facing elimination against For Fun Esports, a team that reverse swept the Huntsman with a 6-0 search and destroy on exposure.
Yep.
Walked into a match versus Falcons Academy Green, one of the top teams out of our Elite Stage 2 in North America, and they swept them under the rug. And they move into elimination round 9, a chance to take on Omit Brooklyn to see if they can continue to this run, a team that we said is looking for some kind of a resurgence in challengers, a slow start to the fall from Vivid and Mac, away from Cloud9, but alongside Geo, alongside Yuli, this team is hitting form at all the right times.
That's all that matters. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you did before. It doesn't matter how you looked yesterday. It doesn't matter what the results were 2 hours ago. You have one series in front of you. You're in lower round 9. You're not here by mistake, but you're not here just to stop. You absolutely can make the run. Omit Brooklyn, For Fun Esports, so close to getting this one underway. Exposure, Den, Scar, Raid. I would love the Raid. We always would. But that Exposure hardpoint to start, I mean, that's one of Omit Brooklyn's strongest hardpoint maps. Got to expect at some point these teams are going to wake up, and if they do, we might just have all 5 players on one side. Why not? But for Fun Esports and Omit Brooklyn, this is a classic Challengers Tier 2 matchup between two NA powerhouses, S&D superstars, veteran talent who have bounced around Challengers for a while, champions in their own right, and a beautiful little MLG8s throwback. This is going to be a fun one.
MLG8's throwback. An elimination round number 9. I like this. This is a great way to kind of shape up such an important match for both sides of this server. I mean, this Omit team has faced so much kind of backlash, I would say, in terms of coming together, because obviously you go into the Elite Stage 2 with a little bit of a drama, dropping Fellow last minute. You say, you know, maybe Fellow just isn't as fast as we would like. We want to pick up Cammy, and Cammy has been a great addition to this team. I will say, I mean, he is one of a kind. Every single time he's in Challengers, we always know he's going to be the best and one of the best ARs in North American. So far, I'd say that that team has been slowly upgrading. I mean, especially making it into the winter semifinals. You take down the Bush, you're looking good all across the board. But now you need to wonder, what for Omit Brooklyn is the next step to kind of take down some of these top teams? I think you're going to be looking at this matchup for Fun Esports to really determine those factors. I mean, you look at yourself, Sean. I mean, you were saying earlier, you know, sometimes it could be a little hit or miss in Real's performance for these respawns. You look at the slaying, sometimes is a little bit outmatched to their opponent's favor. This is a match where you kind of look at them to see if that glue can come together and they can find that consistency.
I think overall, and maybe it is a little bit too simple, redundant. It likely is the case, but I think overall for this match, if you're Omit Brooklyn, what's the next step? Maybe it's just one player playing really well, having a day. Maybe it's the game type. I'm going to focus on the player specifically, Cammy. For me, in the S&D, and also just the respawns. Cammy in Respawn in Season 2 overall was kind of on the lower side of the overall KDs. He was kind of like I think it was a 0.98, 0.99. He was active, involved, but he is not the Cammy we saw in Cold War. He is not the Cammy of Toronto. He is not the Cammy that completely dominated the flex position of years past, but he still has those moments. And it's not that he's not capable, it's just we haven't seen it in a while, but we get moments on this team where Cammy is back to playing in that move. He's getting better at playing in that pocket with this team. And if Cammy has a really good respawn performance in this series, like a really good, I'm talking at least like 1.1 or above the 1.0, this Omit Brooklyn team can absolutely gun for Fun Esports. No question about it.
Thin margins. We're looking for the Cammy of Omit Brooklyn. Not Toronto, not Boston. A new look going into this matchup for Fun Esports. For the other side, I mean, you talk about a head-to-head. It's been Geo. See if he can silence this AR matchup. As we go into the exposure hardpoint, things kick off with a little bit of time Omit's way. For Fun holding those P2 rotational spawns. However, Omit gets blessed with a player in behind. It's going to be Real to see if he can flank this one out. Mac has no idea what's about to hit him, and Cammy's going to beat him to the punch.
Will. Right into P2, Omit Brooklyn are going to beat them for the opening time. Numbers will split. For Fun Esports come into this with quite a long day that they've had, from a reverse sweep in an unlikely situation, a stomping and an S&D on this very map. But Omit Brooklyn, one of the toughest teams in North America to beat for many reasons.
Tough as nails. As we enter the grind of P2, top solar control being fought by both ARs. Seam hops out the map, see if he can buy himself a little bit of time, maybe some grace. He gets none of it. Nades over the top is good to steal away a moment, a lapse of time from For Fun Esports. Fight through the middle of the map, and Omit will get that break. They got the P3 rotation, and look at Real's looking for some more through the middle of the map. Going to make it very difficult for Fun Esports to find this rotation anew.
And look at how wide Omit can play from P2 to 3. I mean, they can control mid-map. They can play solo, as they've done so often. On a 3 spree, the 4 for Cammy. And this is where Omit really gets in their bag, right? They play wide, they spread, and then they can collapse into the hill on a moment's notice. Each player individually is so gifted with the gunning. And at times where we've seen the likes of WSEMIS on a slow start. We've seen Real struggling to get into a respawn. This time it is not the case. Brack was excellent in the overloads and the S&Ds. Cammy off to a hot start. Everybody else on Omit Brooklyn punching their way forward into this hill.
Exactly what you wanted to see from Cammy. But For Fun still breaking into this P3 hill. Spawns in the back for Omit Brooklyn. For Fun, chance to maybe chain some 2 money hills together. You can already see those pink arrows in the middle of the map, buying themselves some space. Brack's gonna have to take a fight against Black Box, and Vivid will win that. So For Fun, this is a moment where you're looking to chain these 2 hills together and see if you can cut this lead down.
This is the hill to do it. This is certainly the one. Not going to happen on the rotation, though. Advantage, Brooklyn. They continue to fly forward. No stop sign, no yield. We are going. And Gio's going to have to pick up the slack on the back end. Trying to shut down the push from Cammy. They'll help for Brack. They're going to pinch together and work the 2s. And they're going to fall back in Vivid together. So clean, the back line. And they keep For Fun involved in this hill.
C might have a timing here. It's being watched by Gio. But if Gio's not there for quick enough, he's still going to find some value on this flank. As soon as he does, the rest of For Fun step up. And there is that lead that Omit got off P1, P2, gone within a P3 4 rotational chain.
No way.
And now we go to 5. Yuli, he is so deep in enemy territory. How do you even read that? Asim, last one standing, and take a look at those spawns.
This is just a swarm for Fun Esports. I mean, again, we talk about the next jump from this P5 into P1 back to mid-map. That's what you're thinking, and that's why player 3, Yuli, he wants to establish a presence, a cadence up here mid-map. He's going to rotate in with the rest of his team. But watch for one of those players like Yuli to kind of hover around and wait to see if they continue to pull attention and just create that power position as they have here, taking down the scene. And so on and so on, uncontested. At one point, Omit Brooklyn held control of this game. Since then, For Fun Esports have not looked back.
Big time to grab for both sides. For Fun Esports have had quite the swing since P3. It has been back-to-back hills that Omit Brooklyn haven't even got a second of time on. Gio on 3 in a row, make it 4 in a row. 15 and 10, he is lighting up that kill feed. And you wanted a big game from Cammy. He is average in the 13-13 start for this one. Going into the second set of rotations, I mean, the whole team really needs to step up in the slaying because For Fun, they got you by the neck.
Yeah. The progression simply from P5 to 1. I mean, we watched Yuli sit untraded over the entirety of P5 into the rotation of P1. He got all those kills. He kept mid-map controlled. He gave info to For Fun Esports. Now they have to work off the back foot, off rotation, to get back not only into the lead, but to flip these spawns and force For Fun again once more off of their split push. This is another instance where simple pressure at mid-map and temperance in your gameplay can be enough to overcome even the best slayers.
Doubled up into the lead now. For Fun Esports are comfortable in this map number 1. How do they hang on? Max going to be trading out. Gio wins out the fight for that hill time, keeping it neutral. Cammy's going to give away his position at no, so For Fun Esports are very aware that he is here. Cammy's still not afraid to take the shell. Brack alongside him. And the setup is in for Omit Brooklyn, finally getting some time. It has been 3 hills in a row without them getting an ounce of seconds. Now they're in. Can they hold?
Poor Seam has been the recipient of some bad timing lately, both on the hop-up and a couple of spawns. He's just been getting caught in these transitional periods between gunfights, and it's not working. He's a player that feeds off of the aggression, the close quarters engagements, and rolls that into more. He hasn't been able to get that close. It's been credit to For Fun Esports for keeping him at arm's length. 13 and 20 for Asim, 13 and 20 for Real. Both the subs of Omit Brooklyn are struggling. And For Fun Esports are more than happy to play the long-distance game as they go out on rotation again. And you keep that conversation, Colin, as Yuli, you see him controlling mid-map constantly as a sub on his own right on a 4 spree. 22 kills. That is the difference.
Automatic exposure. You expect the subs to have impact, but 22 and 12 on a 4 spree. Yuli is playing with a vengeance right now against a team that they could not get past in Elite Stage 2. Omit desperate for this break, working around the back of the platform. They're going to pull these spawns away, and a pinch forming alongside Cammy. Brack actually spawns with Cammy in the back line. Nobody's going to read Geo there. Real shot in the back, some question marks raised, and For Fun get away with murder.
The game has condensed. It has whittled down to simple math. For Fun Esports have removed options for Omit Brooklyn to be checking those back spawns, to be going for flanks. Now they feel they have no choice but to bull rush into the point. And the gunfights aren't keeping up with the pressure. For Fun Esports are just 40 away from taking map 1, and Omit Brooklyn looked so good to start this game. They have been absolutely shut out from P3 onward since first rotation. They lost P4 to 5, they lost 5 to 1, and it hasn't been close.
They've had 17 points since P3 of the first rotation. Finally, they have a setup over towards New. Vivid still looking to punish these back spawns, and he is fluid in this movement. Won't expect Brack to be there. Yuli on the front line gets beaten out. Same with a major win in that time. No 100-point club here on the exposure. Omit are not backing down from a challenge.
And this is where you got to dig deep. These are players who have experience both working from the winner side, the lower side, playing in long tournaments, grinding. This is the moment you have to dig deep, and you need an IGL on your team to be leading the comms and directing traffic. Have to imagine it's either Cammy or Rasim. Could be Brack. But these are the moments where you need that IGL to make the most, because right now you are just getting destroyed. 240 to 113. Over to P5 we go, and last time it was all For Fun Esports. This time, same results. They are not slowing down. The numbers can trickle in if they want to, but Omit Brooklyn still need to work through a wave of kills to keep this one alive.
Maxed up the Hellstorm, and here it comes. 2-for-2 trade as Geo is going to be ended on his 5 spree. Yuli hops in 6 seconds. Can anybody get here? Asim gonna have to jump across for the contest. He gets blocked out though. He jumps up top of the platform, and the game is gonna end just like that. For Fun Esports from being pushed to the edge by the Huntsman. Since then, it has been 7 map wins in a row. They 3-0 sweep Falcons Academy Green. Matching up against Omit Brooklyn, it will not stop here.
I can't help but think back to the comeback against Huntsman, and it's the same kind of feeling. It's obviously not the same play, but it's that kind of feeling we saw back in Infinite Warfare. I'm going to be a boomer for a second. When we went back and watched Panda Gaming versus Optic at the time where the Dynasty still hadn't won the championship, and Karma wins that 1v1 against, I think it was Fastball or Profizi at the time. It was like that was the 1v1 that kept the Optic Dynasty together as a team, and then kind of propelled them in Infinite Warfare to go on to win the championship. That is one of the most infamous kind of, open bracket runs and plays of it kept them alive. It kept them believing, and once they believed, they didn't stop. I think back to that game 5, that reverse sweep, where obviously smaller result, smaller pressure, of course, but you get a reverse sweep in such fashion where you're getting dominated. You slowly work back, then you dominate them in the Exposure S&D. Then you go on to take down a slaying powerhouse in Standy and Aluka. And now you come into Omit Brooklyn, who have every tool imaginable and experience across the board, and you make them look easy. It could just be one game or one series that is enough to ignite a spark inside For Fun Esports. And if it is, they are taking it for what it's worth. They are taking that advantage, and they are rolling it into excellent gameplay. Geo, Yuli, Mac, Vivid, they're all shooting.
I mean, you even just look at a player like Vivid and his history of competing on LAN in challengers. I mean, we know he is, a CDL talent. He's been in the league for so long. Whenever he's been in challengers, on LAN, his worst placement is the top 12. That was Black Ops 6 last year. After that, it was first place in the DreamHack Open, then first place in the Challengers Finals. Now, if you wonder how many times he's actually played a Challengers LAN, it's 3 times. All 3 of those times. So for that, I mean, you look at For Fun Esports, you understand that, maybe the online era for this For Fun team has a little bit of turbulence. We know in the past that, certain players play better on LAN than they do online. This team, they're basically the epitome of that. I mean, as soon as you get Mac and Vivid on LAN, it's a different beast of a performance to kind of look at. And you pair that with Yuli, who is now hitting strides in this exposure hardpoint, a player who we know can activate to be a superstar for this team. And then Geo, who's so consistent across every series he plays. And we've just been waiting for Vivid and Mac to kind of step up, and they're doing that today. They're showing us that they are Lanimals. Beasts.
It's really, I mean, just as a longtime viewer of the game, and you could speak to this as well, somebody who's just been watching COD for a long time, there's something special about, regardless of the teams, there's something special about watching, players who have had experience at the top level, whether it's CWL, CDL, who've been there since the beginning, one, continuing to compete in COD esports, but two, still finding resounding wins and quality gameplay as they have always been in challengers. And I look at the likes of like the Max and the Vivids as well. Like, these are the players and the characters that you see who have had so much success at the top level, and they're still doing it. And it's nice to see some respect being put back on both Brack's name specifically and Mac, because Brack got a lot of flack in BO4 when he was still a young gun, and people were, at the time it was like, is he really the real deal? It was around the Dylan COD era, and he was. I mean, Luminosity had something special there, but he's worked his way back into this position where he's now not only competing for a championship again, but he's on a team with a player like Mac, who Mac also has that experience with the New York subliners, working under Clayster, working in that era of CDL where it just felt like the young guns were having to bring so much to the league. And there was a bit of disrespect, it felt like, from a lot of teams and players across the world, of just like, hey, these guys aren't ready, they're just going to go to challengers. But these are two dudes who have been grinding. Like, these are two gamers, the entire team, really, this entire lobby, full of players who have been playing Call of Duty for a decade, and they've just continued to get better. And now they get a chance to really put their name on something great, and put some cash in their pocket. And it's just nice to see that these once young guns now kind of taking their maturity into challengers and doing so and putting on a great performance.
Yeah, I think that a big thing I think has been thrown around for a lot of players who go up to the league and come back down. It's being talked about. It's just breaking the stigma of what these performances have really been like, what like the conversation is like about these players, from previous history. So going into this year, I mean, hey, I'm all for redemption of all these players. I mean, they are fantastic. And you just look at the history of them. They've been at the top of challenges for a reason, because they are incredible talents in Call of Duty, and they just continue to prove it day in, day out. So yeah, I mean, it's a good head-to-head to kind of bring up across from, Mac and Brack on either side of the field here. I think that, going into this series in general, there's a lot to prove for Omit Brooklyn, and you saw them inside of the elites and the way that they were playing, and I think that when you look at their placing for that elite stage 2, you understand that they are right there.
Yeah,
they just got a little bit to kind of work on in terms of that consistency, and right now we're looking for that consistency to kind of find it. This is those moments where Omit across the season have tended to slip up. So a long day of Call of Duty, it's time to lock in for the search and destroy and answer back going in towards this map number 2. I think that they are fully capable of doing it. I mean, we've talked about these players for years on years, and we know that they can hit these strides.
They just got to do it a couple more times. I know they're tired. They've been playing all day. It's probably 7 p.m. or so over in Birmingham, but you've gotten yourself this far. You got to dig deep. No matter whether you're Vivid or you're Brack, you have to dig deep. Like, we talk a lot of times about, oh no, like, players fly to an event, they play one series and it's tough, and it is. When you're in the gauntlet and challengers, you got to get used to, as they are, you got to get used to the absolute grind, the monotony that can be these long days. But these are players who know how to get it done, and I'm sure that whatever ends up happening in this series, this could be enough to spark a team like Omit Brooklyn or like For Fun, to go on a little run. Whether or not they take down the likes of P7, who knows, right? Whether they take down Rock, we don't know. But after this, they're going to have to go on and play a very, very good couple of teams. I'm already blanking on who we had our last series. They're going to have to go on and play the loser of that Rock matchup we just watched. And so it's your reward is simply more Call of Duty and a larger skill to overcome.
Oh boy. More Call of Duty. It's all we can ever ask for. Search and Destroy on Den. Winner of this series plays Project 7 or FC Stallions. That is going to be happening as soon as the videos are done and those games are ready to go. That is going to be a fun one to pay attention to see how FC Stallions handle loss across this bracket. But into the Search and Destroy, Omit Brooklyn strike first on the defense, and they're going to finish this with eliminations very, very quickly.
If I'm Omit Brooklyn, I'm thinking 2 5s. That's my path to victory as of right now. The sample size being that 1 hard point, 2 to 5. I'm taking the S&Ds where I got them. The Overload's going to be interesting as well. But as good as a team is on S&D, Omit Brooklyn, For Fun Esports, again, they can respond to AR pressure. They can respond to counter snipes. They can play close. They can play wide. It'll be fun.
Here we go. Bomb in hand for Fun Esports. Real flies at him. Bomb's going to be recovered. 3 versus 3. And they're meeting Omit Brooklyn head on over to the B site. Cammy's going to be here. Very aggressive angle. Asim right beside him. The nade backs them down. And Asim's actually going to get caught in the exit. Smoke down. Cammy needs a trade. He gets it and plays his life because look at the flank. Brack is trailing them. And they have no idea. 1v2 for Geo.
Tough heady to win in smoke as well. We've seen this before. We've seen Omit Brooklyn take a hot lead. And you called it. That pickup from Brack, right place, right time. Doesn't matter how the respawn looks. Their S&D is deadly.
It's like it's the pickup from Brack, but it's the fact that Cammy doesn't fully disengage from that side. He compresses the attack of For Fun Esports between Brack. That little stint from Cammy to back up and play for that trade allows Brack for that timing. It is really smart for Cammy in that angle to take that chow. Whether he dies or not, he knew Brack was going to be there.
Does that intuition pay off? Uh-huh. For Mac, it does. One.
And Brack again. Let's see if this flank is going to work out. Grabs a sub, gets away. He's got the bomb too. Oh, Yule's got to be careful. Cooks the nade. Here we go. So much damage, and Brack, oh no! Almost gets the second. The nade might be a little out of the radius of the second player. Not enough damage to get the double, but man, did he give himself a chance.
He was close. He was. That is, yeah, that's a. You play that 100 more times, maybe like 70%. Brack wins that, and you're still feeling good about those odds. That was close. Did the most he could to make it viable, keep it realistic. Seems still looking for their first blood of the game. Vivid 1 and 3. Geo around that at 1 and 2. Bomb carrier will be Mac. To the rooftops we go. A 3-stack from Omit Brooklyn at B.
And nobody's going to be over towards A. Really passive for fun. They're throwing their lethals, their tacticals at B, drawing the attention of Omit Brooklyn. I'd like for Vivid to just sit and wait. Mac's going to win his fight over towards A. That's going to draw these players away. And Vivid, he's patient, but Asim wins such a crucial fight. Now there's a flank play.
Geo's ready for it. Geo and Johnny have been picking up the flanks all weekend, and Geo just walks by. They both skate by. Geo's going to get perfect timing on this pinch. Absolute perfection. Does he guess right? He does. He's got it. Gets one. There's the collapse. But they pick it up. Omit Brooklyn are shooting back.
Omit Brooklyn, though, it's a 1 versus 2 for Asim, and both players going to be playing their post plan all the way from the back portal. And they hold on strong. Geo gets blessed by the COD gods in some timing through P2. And it couldn't have worked any better for himself. Throws a shoulder towards Cammy. Trusts his teammate to pick up that kill. Asim has nothing to work on to get into that bomb site. Couldn't have been better there for Geo. You couldn't have scripted that route any better.
It really feels like these next 2-3 rounds is where the momentum of this series is gonna arrest itself. For Fun Esports, up 1-0. Rounds 3, 4, and 5. Oftentimes are the biggest in S&Ds, just for establishing the momentum going down the stretch.
Can For Fun pull away with the lead on this defense? Free plan at B. Real through the middle of the map. Hiding away. Mac, will he clear it?
What a read. Real able to make a play. Picks up 2. Job done.
There's no flank either. Omit have a perfect post plant because of that. Smoke down for Yuli. What a shot from Brack. Doesn't miss the head. Vivid, Sniper, and a Drovic. Hope and a prayer. 17 seconds. He's got to create this 1v2 with a 10-second interval. And there is no chance because Asim made the full route, the vet play to play for the timing, not allow a chance for the kills to come through. They deny the lead swap. Omit holds on. 3-2 they go.
It's going to be one of those bloody games, man. Get in the trenches. Get the coffins out. We might be seeing 11. For a weekend full of games that at one point was just 2-0 sweeps, granted it was best of 3s, we've been getting quite a bit of round 10, round 11s, and I've been very grateful for that. I'll take one more.
Bomb site over towards B. Asim gonna be on the cross. He's playing for the contact of Cammy, so Cammy gets some shots on. Asim breaks that distance. And looking for that first blood. Asim is in such a weird spot. Smoke's going down. Yuli try to track this and hunt the kill. Into the smoke. He's lost. Cammy, where's he gone? Yuli finds a second one. A team kill from For Fun. Makes it a 1 versus 2 for Vivid. Both players. Middle map. The nade will connect, so they know exactly where Vivid is. And instead of taking this challenge head on, they are wrapping around the world.
What do you do? What can you do? I think if you're... I like this from Omit Brooklyn. Like, look. We're just going to stay together on the move. You're going to have to take us as a pack as we rotate. You can't shoot us together. We're both moving. And that's exactly why. They reposition. They're like, we'll give you the site. We'll take mid-map for you. And they take a 2-round lead.
That is so unfortunate for Yuli. The team kill that comes in from For Fun Esports, it really puts them in that pain. Because you're in the smoke, Yuli's doing the utmost. He finds a double kill, and it could have been a 3 versus 2, but instead, you're just caught in such a bad spot. And Omit now starting to pull away with this search and destroy. Up 4-2. I mean, back-to-back rounds. Going to be feeling good for the guys. You lose that map number 1, but search and destroy, like I said, in their match prior, even though they got smoked by P7, this has still been a game mode that has been very trustworthy for the Omit squad. And Den for sure is something that you know you're going to get a performance from Real and Brack, and that is exactly what we're seeing.
And that's why you would love to extend this to 5. You want to win through the 2 and 5. If you can't really bank on the respawn against this team, Brooklyn want to send this one the distance.
Retake for Fun. All 4 members going to be bleeding in through the spawn. No flank. Geo in through the closet. Yuli with them. Trophies are down. Are there any tacticals?
How are you going to do this?
Surely the Suns are going to split this one, but it's a nade from Yuli. Another team kill. Devastation from For Fun. Another misplay costs the round. Omit smiling as they go on map point.
That's got to be at least 5 team kills today that I've seen For Fun get at the worst time. I don't know how it keeps happening. The coordination, not so coordinated. That is rough. Not so much detrimental as it was the last round. Or I should say, not so much as unwinnable it felt like as the last round really was, even where we saw in the end Vivid was playing. But that absolutely shut the door on their retake. And in a setup that wasn't great from Brooklyn. It was more of so what we're taking what we're given. They got away with one. Now they're going to have to try to get away with this S&D, and oh, they just might.
2 up top, big win. 2 versus 3. Omit Brooklyn looking to call game and tie up this series 1-1. Vivid on an island, and Geo on the other side will find the equalizer. Vivid on the run. Can he stay alive? No. Asim keeps the numbers for Omit Brooklyn. Geo spots the cross. Asim doing so much damage, and there is no chase. He's got the bomb. No need to rush this. 40 seconds to dissect this.
I know A's tough, but B hasn't worked. And the JoJo's going to be in complete control, as Brooklyn are happy to set numbers up quietly and patiently, as they do. And they tie us up 1-1 in this series. A must-win S&D to establish a baseline once again. And finally, Omit Brooklyn are on the board.
Oh boy, if I had a nickel for every time somebody in the clutch chases with a knife out, I'd have 2 today. Weird that it happened twice, Sean. Weird that it happened twice.
And I blacked out the first time, sorry. I was so enraged. I forgot the first
So, I mean, tough spot for Geo to be in. You're trying to 1v2 on the B sides when you know that Omit Brooklyn are just playing hand in hand, giving you that space. Nice little tug of war to get you out of position, and as soon as you're there, they do not let you past that spot. So, I mean, a round plagued with error, or a map plagued with error from For Fun Esports. A lot of team kills that really shift the agenda for Omit Brooklyn towards the back end of that search and destroy. And although you got Geo 6-6, I mean, the big thing that can really stand out to this is the first blood column. 6 first bloods for Omit Brooklyn, 2 for Fun Esports. The score at the top of the screen is really going to paint the picture when you think about that. And Real 10-5. He's a player that I always look at for Omit Brooklyn to make a difference in the searches. And for Den, it's a playground for this guy. He is so good at finding those timings and mixing things up in terms of the pace he sets. 1,100 damage from him. Let's look back at this map number 2 and bask in the glory of Omit Brooklyn.
Every time you think this team's getting ahead of themselves, they go into an S&D and they just show up. It doesn't have to be pretty. It doesn't have to be clean. If somebody makes mistakes, if For Fun Esports want to give away a couple of team kills, Omit Brooklyn will be there to pick up the scraps. It's been enough. It's been enough to keep them alive. Obviously, the respawn is an entire different conversation. It's the point of contest for this team in the totality of this tournament. But right now, with one game at a time, the S&D is good to get the job done. And that's all they need. They can either get through the overload or steal the hard point. Different story for Fun Esports. A team that's usually very, very structured in S&D and very confident in how they want to hit. It looked like they were on the back foot and oftentimes having to flee some of those gunfights. And a couple of team kills did not help things at all. So Den Overload will be map 3. We will be seeing a Scar raid just in case. But back-to-back Den. I think if you're Omit, you're very happy about this.
Hey, I'm just thinking about that Den Overload that For Fun had versus Huntsman. That is the map that kicked off the reverse sweep. It was a little bit weird, I'd say, for the Huntsman side. I think that they definitely had some interesting tactics in the way that they played that Overload, especially in that first half. But For Fun man, did they really show up in that map number 3. It was a 3-2 win. Can they find that again? Geo was the one that really took over in that map mode combo for the team. Omit Brooklyn looking to ride the success from this map number 2. Going into the Den Overload, back-to-back maps would really set the standard for Scar Hardpoint, which I think for Omit Brooklyn, we know they love to go to that Scar Hardpoint for map number 4. That is where For Fun Esports could possibly meet their end if they drop this Den Overload.
It's only fitting we go to Raid, man. I don't want this to end on a hard point. We got to settle it on Raid. We got to settle it in S&D, but the Overload has been the bane of a few teams' existence in this Season 2 and the start of the Elite at this stage of Black Ops 7 in the season. And we find ourselves once more in a position where it could entirely define what version of Brooklyn Omit or For Fun Esports we get. There's only one way to find out. We gotta play the game.
There is only one way to find out, Sean, and that is on the other side of a break while we get ready for this Overload. We got the Major 2 open. Top 6 we sit. Who's going to push deeper into this bracket? We got answers coming up soon. The Major 2 Challengers Open as we're getting into the late night of our elimination bracket. Sean, we got Omit tying things up against For Fun Esports, who are on a run. Not to mention, for Omit Brooklyn, they just ended a 7-map win streak from For Fun Esports on this lower bracket run that they've had. And they've answered back from the loss they had in the winner's bracket to P7 Notorious. So Omit have bounced back. They're here to play. And their run in Birmingham is far from over.
Alpha is also far from over. I've been told that we're loading in. And if that is the case, get me in, because this one has been a back-and-forth affair. Excellent analysis out of me. I mean, it's been Omit Brooklyn and the S&D. The opening respawn it honestly looked for a moment like we were going to see For Fun Esports kind of run the tables. We don't know what's going to happen in the S&D. Everything plays out. But it was like, okay, the exposure hardpoint is just straight-up domination. This is now a different scenario where tie game 1-1. You both go back to Den. If you're Omit Brooklyn, a fan or a player, you're happy about that. And one of the players that we hit on in the exposure, the Cammy, in these respawns has to be that impact player. The way that Gio has earlier, if Cammy has that kind of performance and they're playing on Den, this Omit team could absolutely go up 2-1.
100% they can. The only thing that really worries me is, other than when Afro's controller disconnected, a lot of those attacks from Omit Brooklyn really fell flat. They did not have any agency in the offensive zone. So For Fun Esports, if they just continue to slay out like they've done in the past, especially in that match versus Huntsman, you know that it's going to be a struggle for Omit Brooklyn. And Brack is wrapping his entire spawn to see if they can get something going on the rooftops. For Fun are going to have members here to defend.
I really like this from Brooklyn. Not only just the early wrap, but they're trying to force For Fun Esports to take these chows on the fly. And it's just bringing up some of the grind of the gunfights. And again, forcing For Fun Esports to have to go against the likes of Asim and Cammy and Brack in motion. You'll take that, especially when the gunnies have been so hot today. This Cammy on your screen, right off to a 1.0. Real to help. Guardian Angel on the wing. AR set up as a turret, and Real on the move. We'll get right out. Somebody check the rooftop. They will. And Real is still alive. You need him to be playing like this all day here in this overload. A nuisance, slippery, getting kills, doing damage. He could be an X factor as well.
Nobody picks up the ball and it resets through mid. I've seen lead blocker up top. Good help on the kill for Gio. Matt gets a trade and turns it into a double with Yuli's help. It's 3 down the opposite end. See if you can get something going here if you're For Fun Esports. But it is great from Real in terms of continuing to find some value through the middle of the map. Slow down this play from the offense. Cammy follows it up. Ball still on that half wall. They know that there's a player behind them. Yuli's been spotted. Surely enough, the communication's going to be there to turn around and deal with it. Brack finds the kill. And now we got an attack for Omit Brooklyn.
You get a perfect wrap from Cammy. Picks it up on the cross through mid. Secures that first goal. Omit Brooklyn recognize the window they have. They're taking the gunfights as they rotate, and they convert all of it into a goal. It's exactly what you needed. Player 1, though, Cammy off the spawn, recognizes again that For Fun have now tried to hit this wrap 3 times. It's Gio. And Gio wins it. Matt gets one as well. The pressure now mounting. The offense moving forward.
Is it a cap? Yes, it is. Tie game For Fun. From the less preferred side, keeping this one interesting.
And it feels like that's kind of how we flipped it.
It is completely flipped, but it's not over just yet, because Omit Brooklyn are rallying away on the counterattack. No map control. Just run. That's it.
How often, Colin, do we see teams elect for the B hit off start and then the other team pick up the EMP and move to A? I mean,
It's a Den classic.
it's a classic, and it just feels like if it's going to be one of those games where we're going trade for trade, we're going goal for goal, then you have to stay alongside that pace. You can't afford to try to slow it down on your own terms. If this is what you're going to get, then you better meet the challenge.
For Fun, we're looking to go bar for bar in terms of that back and forth, but Omit say, no, this is a no fun zone. Reset back to the middle of the map. A little bit of mid-map control for Fun Esports. Flank player is going to be taken care of. 2 down. Big side. Gio next up, and Real's going to win a big one with the M15. That is a full clearance through mid. Now Omit looking for some map control to see if they can start to get space for an attack of their own. But For Fun up the respawn, they win their respective one-on-ones. Vice is going to be picked up, nearly makes it over the half wall. Cammy shuts it down. And Yuli's going to get caught too. Here we go, through Dojo.
Yeah, they're just picking them apart. The team shot just isn't there. There's not a lot of resources here for Fun to stack around the zone. They'll punch through anyway. Doesn't matter if it's double. It is a 3-1 game. Granted, strong side for Omit Brooklyn. They love to play Den. But For Fun Esports, not out of it by any stretch. Your worst performance right now is Vivid. Geo struggling a bit. But even then, this game is close. And with halftime coming up, second side on the horizon. You got to think if you punch one through here, I feel very confident for Fun Esports.
I mean, this would be major for Fun Esports. Yuli's just got to take care of his team, and it looks like it's going to be home free. 4 seconds. No time for the ball to respawn on the rooftop side. So 3-2, we sit at halftime. And that is so impactful for Fun Esports to end off the less preferred side with 2 captures, a 1-goal difference. It means that Omit Brooklyn have some work to do.
Do not underestimate the sensitivity that competitors have in their mentality when it comes to recognizing who's executing. I say that because not only do you score at the very end if you're For Fun, but you score with perfect time to score, get the kills, and let the game naturally end into halftime. You don't give them a chance to go get that EMP. You time it well. Circumstances be what they are. The last thing you're thinking about if you're Omit Brooklyn going into the halftime is, we just gave up a goal. They got it just in the nick of time, and they were the last team on the field to execute. Now we have to respond. Never underestimate that kind of pressure. It can absolutely change things.
Good name from Yuli. Seam still wins that. Incredible stuff from Mason. 4 dead, though. Ball's going to be grabbed. Mac not able to hop over the half wall. Geo trying to be that lead blocker. Good for 1. 47 health. How on earth does he get to? Geo punching through that defense. Single-handedly rolling out the red carpet for Vivid to put through that goal. Tie game.
Lord, if you're shooting like that, prayers up. Better start believing. That is disgusting, even when stunned. The centering is next level. And the pickup on the back for Brooklyn still necessary as they try to regroup their numbers once more. They'll try 4-man hit this time. Same side, same situation. The first slide, good. The second, not so much, but it doesn't matter. Asim is good anyway. And the driving picks up 2 in the process. Surely this slides through. Surely it will. I say that, and yet the EMP stays still. Stagnant and static nonetheless. For Fun, get out of dodge and get out of dangerous situation.
Yeah, but Omit Brooklyn, this is not what you want to see. Every second that the ball is in the hand of For Fun Esports, it gets more difficult for Omit Brooklyn from this side of the map. Geo for the trade. Doesn't like to pick it up. Tries to go for the kills. Jumps across. Traded by Cammy. Vivid is there now. And he won't be able to get anything going. Brack, wow, what a read onto Mac. The fact that he turns that into 2, really given a chance now with the ball spawning over towards 10. It's a race to see if For Fun Esports can get into an area to stop this push. Real, the lead blocker, hiding inside computers. Only good for the 1 with the help of Cammy and can't get through the rest. It's a 2-2 split, but there's nowhere for Brad to go.
Gotta wonder if For Fun have trophies down. Surely they do. If they have them, you're using them. Those opening nades give you ideas, but they don't give you kills. You've traded for 1 through the back. Player 3, that's a seam, and tries to take on Vivid. Unsuccessful. Cammy, next up, quick to follow. And now defensively, For Fun have a bit of space on their own back line to work through.
Hey, this is constant pressure towards the rooftops from For Fun. You look at Real. He's got himself a flank going as long as the rest of Omit can buy him some time. Surely enough, it's going to be another thwarted plan on For Fun Esports' side. Mac alive for a second. He's going to draw a little bit of a stagger out in the setup. Yuli trying his best, but Rack isn't going to be fooled by this one. Can you get through P2? If you can, it's a cap, but Rack's going to be caught there. Real trying to do his best. Can Asim cross? No! Cammy now finessing the pistol kill, and no cap still.
This EMP is stuck. It's stuck in no man's land. The defense wins this and they get out, or it resets. It will be the latter. Luckily for Omit Brooklyn, they'll take that. Works to their benefit on this side of the map, but Mac is too smart. He understands exactly where the setup's going to be, and once that respawn is in, pick your positions and work through the progression as they have. Make that another 3. We'll trade it back and forth. Pinstripes again. Back to full strength for Fun. And for Omit Brooklyn, they're going to try once again to try to wrap this through. Oh.
Third time's the charm for Omit. You'd think so. GL has different plans. 2 players in position to block off the defense, and it's going to lead to another capture. Ace is going to wait as well because he can see Real hiding away on the rooftops, trying to deny a rally. On For Fun Esports' side, he's the only one that can stop this one, and so far he's done a great job at that. Cammy alongside him, see if they can do some damage to the setup of For Fun. Cammy around the back, stops the carrier, and with it being in the air, pulls it back to lights. This is good for Omit. 3 down again, 50 seconds left.
Cammy just has to buy time. Just keeping Yuli at bay is enough. His teammates now have to do their jobs on the other end. Show up for why you've been paid. Real, excellent in this overload. Rack trying to clear the way. But through the back again, For Fun, unrelenting. Though they do get caught, their defense has been enough to stall them out here.
Real. Nasty shoulders being thrown, and he's still alive. Cammy with minimal damage. Omit Brooklyn looking for the dagger for the game. Going for the jugular. And there's no one to protect the throats of For Fun. You punch through a 5th one, and there's just no time to draw back anything. Omit Brooklyn do what no team has done on stream yet today. And from the throne side, they put a win in the column of Overload on Den. Taking a lead in this series 2-1 through the respawn.
Yeah, they were very happy to have Den back-to-back. They were absolutely thriving through the S&D. Doesn't matter the amount of team kills we get, the mistakes you see from For Fun. Omit Brooklyn just had to play the way they've played all day. The way that they've gotten to this point in the tournament through Season 2, this team is better than the top 4 finish they had. They're very good. And they've got For Fun stumped. I mean, it's been one of the days where we've seen For Fun come back from a 0-2 deficit, reverse sweep into a Game 5. They win it. They didn't even look that confused at that point. This is one of the real times where Omit Brooklyn has really started to make For Fun sweat. And now that they have, it comes down to that hard point. Do the woes take a backseat? And do Brooklyn finally put it away?
Is this what you've been waiting for? Omit Brooklyn stepping into the lower bracket, losing to P7 Notorious, rattled on the right hook that they took in that winner semifinal. Drop it on down. You thought For Fun might have had their number with the momentum that they had through the last 2 series. A reverse sweep, a 3-0. 2 sweeps in their own right, just different ways. And for Omit, they kept that streak going, but now they are facing elimination. 2 losses back-to-back, the Search and Destroy and the Overload. And what kind of went wrong for them? I mean, you're looking back at this one, you get that huge cap to start off the second half, tie things up, but every other time I saw For Fun Esports grab this Overload device, it didn't matter if it was a tin spawn, it didn't matter if it was a rooftop spawn. For some reason, they just kept on electing to rotate through their spawn and force it to the B portal of Omit. You don't normally see teams do that over and over again. It's just the definition of insanity. It was not working for Fun, but they were just so sure that that was the play every single time.
And the only time they really tried to squeak out to the rooftop was when we saw a 4-man commit from Omit Brooklyn. Though the EMP did stall towards the goal line, we had a stalemate for about 10 seconds on a spawn fight. That was Omit Brooklyn committing to the cause, both on the left side of the map and on the right. I was forgetting my directions for a second. 3-5 was the Overload. 2-6. Omit Brooklyn taking to game 2. 250 to 117 for the exposure. And now Scar. A chance for Omit Brooklyn to clean house, win this series, and send For Fun Esports home packing. But before we get there, Colin, we must check in on FC Stallions and Project 7.
Been waiting for this one. Project 7, EMEA, Elite 2 champions. Shavers of the Unshaven. Into the lower round 9 to see if they can continue this lower bracket run. The Stallions nearly in the winner's final. They lose around 11 to Rock Esports, and here they go. Versus Project 7 into the Search and Destroy round number 1. Icons in a 1 versus 4. They know exactly where he is. Aspect will not give anything up.
This is a series I could see going 4 or 5. I mean, just the S&D style, the prowess of P7, the respawn determination, grit of Stallions. Very excited to see how this one unfolds. Again, these matches winding down from a weekend full of 200+ teams. Worked through so many matches. YouTube.com/COD Challengers. Again, if you want to check out more of this match on Bravo, we have every stream happening over on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Back over to our main match on Alpha. Series point for Omit Brooklyn.
A lot of matches to watch, though, right now. We are down to 2 streams, so nitty-gritty of our top 6 action here in Birmingham as teams are looking to fly into top 4 to further their placings in Major 2 Open. You still have your Major 1 champs as well to worry about. Rock Esports in that winner's final versus P7 Notorious. Winner of that not only punches their ticket into the grand finals of Major 2, but it also sets them up for the Pro-Am in Major 3 for Atlanta. 4 Challengers teams get a chance to play against CDL when we do get to Major 3, and that itself is something to play for.
There's so much on the line. That top 4 finish, not only in Season 2 was it a talking point of you have to focus on Birmingham, you have to focus on the rest of the year. But now that you're at land, the money is a consideration, the ego is a consideration, the expertise, the reps, and Major 3 on the horizon. Everything coming down to these final few games. Regardless of what happens tomorrow, you want to secure a spot for Major 3.
Asim.
And Asim is playing like he knows his spot's on the line.
Oh my god, I mean, he is taking over right now. A 7-2 start, 5 in a row. Finally gonna be taken down by Mac, re-clearing through P2. 45 seconds for Omit. And hello, Project 7 up 2-0 in their search and destroy.
Look
Nice to
at
see a
them.
little bit of an update there, but back to Omit Brooklyn. This is something we got to talk about real quick in the fact that we saw this map mode combo versus P7 Notorious. And Sean, it was a great start for Omit Brooklyn, don't get me wrong, but it quickly became a struggle for Omit. They let their foot off the gas. This time, I'm sure they know exactly what they need to do to continue the momentum going through this map 4.
Execution has been the one small Achilles heel for a lot of our big teams, our heavyweight title matches for Omit Brooklyn, for Bush, P7 not so much. For everybody else, though, it's been the execution at times. It's never been a question of the gameplay and the style, the sprees, the slays. It's always been, can you just put brass tacks down and do the numbers when you have to? And when they have, Omit Brooklyn look like this. They look like they can just take over slaying non-stop and wipe a hill from the back. But there's also times where they start to struggle. And For Fun Esports have more than enough in the tank to respond to the sub pressure and to allow Geo to get comfortable on this map, which is an M15 fest. Omit Brooklyn recognizing that every single hill is going to be contested down to the wire, and you're going to have to fight through every single gunfight just as such.
Well, 40-point lead heading into P4, and Omit Brooklyn will be the first ones there. Real on 5 in a row. A Hellstorm would be great, especially with P5 around the corner, but I gotta stop bringing that up. Good shutdown from Yuli. Now you're looking towards the spawns. Cammy in trouble. Quick trade from Vivid. The block on the spawns for Omit Brooklyn is going to send things into an absolute spiral for control. Inside the hard point, Real wants to find himself in the time, but vying for these back spawns. Sub in the hand over the fence. What a shot. Real now heading the attack for the rest of Omit Brooklyn. And the backside break, they're in.
Oh, he's feeling it. He's moving. He is saying, I'm taking every challenge if it's close. Asim and Brack are taking care of the rest. Real is moving and grooving. And this is a dangerous team to see start to get online, man. They are now starting to feel it here on Scar. A beautiful little hold in the back. They keep the spawn secure. They get a couple of heroic plays from Real. He cleans up the rest on a 3 spree. They clean up their spawn. They know exactly where For Fun's going to be. All this information given away on the rotation clean, the opening time as well. Omit Brooklyn here for the opening 20.
And fortunately enough, I mean, no progress there from For Fun Esports in terms of closing that lead. Still a 40-point, now 50-point lead for Omit Brooklyn. Real on 2 HP, just trying to hold on to top green control. He's going to back on down, wait for the pressure. Yuli jumps right into him. Real for the wall bang, forces away For Fun, getting Omit Brooklyn back into this hill with those better spawns. They have green control, so there is nothing for Fun to get into this hill with.
pickups, the team shots are excellent. It's the difference maker right now. You want to know why For Fun Esports aren't able to compete in these last few hills? Omit Brooklyn's pickup on team fights have been excellent. They've been in their spots. They've been hitting their timings. They're finding the kills. They are everywhere they need to be. On every break, every contest, every rotation. They're playing excellent hardpoint. After that first hardpoint of this series was a bit of a lackluster affair. This time, the fanfare swings back to the boys in blue, and they've held their lead ever since. 144 to 68, and plenty of time back on P1. It's a brand new set of hills, and a chance for Omit to put more on the board.
Cammy, nearly a double kill there. Omit Brooklyn doubling the points of For Fun Esports, heading into the second set of hills. A lot of urgency to take control of the top side of the map. See if you can pull some pressure away from top blue. Real, first one to strike. Still has some players to worry about. It's Mac sitting trailers. And Geo inside the hill soaking up this time. So as Omit Brooklyn find the break on in, still trades for Fun Esports, keeping Omit Brooklyn at bay for now. 15 seconds at old. Blue Arrow started to set up over towards New. And Vivid with Geo 3. Make it 4 go down. They'll have the initial.
And they have spawns. It's time to keep Geo on a leash and have him post up. You need him to be a constant presence with an AR over to P2. Yuli gets a couple with the M15. Up to the catwalk. Red spotted. Cammy down. Vivid for 2. Yuli and Vivid completely controlling this side of the map, triangulating their approach towards this hill, and it's working.
40-point lead For Fun. This is their chance to close the gap. Omit Brooklyn might be struggling from what we've seen in the past on this map mode combo. Second set of rotations, and their foot's off the pedal. They need a break now as everybody's going to group up to the front of the hill. Asim sliding on in. Nice shots from Real. 3 dead for Fun, and Omit find themselves in P2.
I don't think that For Fun were able to get that streak, so this will be, again, just down to wall-to-wall gunfights on the breaks. They've done their best to flip. Omit Brooklyn nowhere to be found, though. Finally, Cammy for 2. A third. The fourth is good. 4 spree for Cammy. 22 and 18. 3 for Real. And if you're Cammy, you would love to be able to sit mid-map and just pick players off as they run back into spawn. I mean, this is a perfect spot for a Hellstorm. It's not going to happen this time, but your positioning gives way to your teammates finding real estate. And with it, time in the new hill, and hopefully for Omit Brooklyn, a chance to post up. But they got to fight through For Fun Esports because they're not slowing down.
Cammy over the top. Nobody in the hill, keeping it neutral, playing for the kills as well. A bit of TDM before you get into it, and Mac through the middle of the map. How about that? 3 kills. A multi. Brack trying to track down this player, but Mac is hiding away, just being annoying. Well, the rest of his team soaks up this time. Much needed time. That lead, which was once 40, now down to 25. Scrap time would be great, but what's even better is Geo finding the full 2 kill at old, and Mac pulling the spawns at new.
I mean, you don't really lose much if you're Brooklyn. You're more than happy to commit. You're going to have bunch spawns. You're like, okay, we're going to throw numbers at this, see if we can break. You kind of feed Yuli, or excuse me, Geo 4 kills, which is what it is, but it is not the worst case scenario. You're happy to throw bodies as long as you have the space to do so and the time in your pocket. You do. With that said, now down to just about a 4-point game. Now make it tied. These are where things get interesting now. The lead back for Fun Esports as they try to punch their way into a Game 5.
Look it up top. Big win versus Cammy. For Fun. What a turnaround this has been. Back-to-back hills where Omit Brooklyn just have not had an answer to the slaying. Finally, you get a break. 2-2 split in the back line. You look at Cammy. See if he can find his way in. Real on the other side. Cammy won't get there. Mac turns around for 2 yet again. Mackenzie Melts making the plays. He's 24 and 22 with 2 minutes in the hill. Having an elite map 4.
Vivid is having an elite rotation. He's got a Hellstorm. He's been lights out. This is the Vivid we would see on Boston. He hasn't been missing until then, but the damage is done. He's got a streak. But Brooklyn have the kills, and they'll have the spawns. This is the money hill for Brooklyn. They cannot afford to lose the contest. Here comes the streak. Hellstorm looking for just a couple. Just a bit of damage would be enough.
Oh, Cammy's in such a bad spot, too, because if anybody dies, Cammy is going to be pulling those spawns away from the backside of green, so he's got to run to the rest of his team, see if he can make some magic happen. You still got Brack in the back, but he has to stay alive. Spawns there for Omit. Little bit of a split out towards that 8 portal. So race back in for Omit Brooklyn. 40 seconds is all For Fun needs. Only 20 seconds at old, but every second you grab at this P5 is a step closer to a map 5.
And Yuli and Vivid are the load bearings here, right? Once Vivid starts to take that spot, if he goes down, Yuli steps up. Vivid then rotates off spawn, gets to P1. Geo now pushes into that second man position as an AR. This is where the plays of Vivid really come into full effect. They don't show up on the stat card, but they do make the game easier for Fun Esports. And right now, they are absolutely reaping the benefits. 227 to 187. They can win it here.
Everybody grab your M15. Back to P1 we go. Julie for the disengage. He knows the pressure's coming through Bode. He's going to win his fight. Vivid 2 on the other side. Geo trades out a seam, and it's 4 dead for Omit Brooklyn. 10 seconds left. Spawn up to P5. Everybody's going to funnel through the mid-cut choke, and Vivid's the first one up to bat. Traded out by Cammy. The contest is in. Cammy for 2. Cammy and a seam. Keep it going.
Can they hold? That's the only question. When the numbers collapse, where are they? Nowhere to be found. Vivid for 2. Vivid the contest and calls game 5. My God. Vivid was freaking phenomenal in this hard point. Went on a 6 spree to open up that back line. Got the Hellstorm, secured the hill, the spawns, back to P1. Vivid playing out of his mind at the best time in the series. And we got ourselves one more S&D to go.
And brother, every time we look at Mac in the kill feed too, I mean, we're going to see it when we're looking at the highlights, but this guy was finding 2 pieces, 3 pieces, everything you need for that comeback. And what's Mystic doing in the chair? Coach Mystic, new 4th for Omit going into the
That's
map
how you know
5,
it's crazy, bro.
He's having a little bit of a chat about the search and destroy and what is going to be coming up next for this game 5 for Omit Brooklyn. Now backed against the ropes with For Fun Esports, a game 5 to determine who jumps in to top 4 and who falls top 6 in Birmingham. Yeah, I was saying, I mean, Mac, 2 minutes and 54 seconds, 16 non-traded kills. You just look at those 16 non-traded kills and you imagine that each one of those kills translated into seconds in the hill time. I mean, it goes hand in hand right there. Every single time Mac was finding value, it was inside of the hard point, immediately translating into time for your team. And it just gave Vivid, Geo, and Yuli so much space to work the map. Mac says, don't worry about the objective, guys. I got it. As long as you guys got me, I got you.
I mean, he straight up just took over. And it's nice when you can rely on the rest of your team to be able to make plays like Vivid did, but when you have Mac doing what he does and slowly pulling the Jenga tower out of what Omit Brooklyn really have constructed for this event, you have somebody like Vivid who just consistently is like a gust of wind. He just comes in constantly and keeps you off balance, and it's just enough to get it done. In these respawns, it is enough to shake Brooklyn, and when they've been shook, they have not been able to recover until the S&Ds. It is the hard point, but it's also the raid that matters right now because it's a brand new best of 1. Omit Brooklyn could absolutely take it. We know that For Fun Esports are feeling confident. We're going to have to wait and see how that one, again, plays out. We'll jump back to it when the time is right. Here's a quick look over at Bravo, as the S&D is currently on our docket. 4-4 FC Stallions. Project 7 Stallions took the hard point and now try to take the den.
We are still in this S&D. It was 0-1 at the start of that Scar hardpoint. You got to be thinking that this S&D each round has gone to the wire then. It's 27 seconds for the retake. Full post plan of the 4-on-4. Aspect can't get past the smoke. Nice help from KB. F-Dot, it's his turn to find nothing. 3 dead. Stallions hold.
I know Zoom is having a heart attack right now, man. I don't know how you don't. I don't know how you don't. Icons wins that. And this. I'm nervous. I'm not even playing.
I'm nervous too. It's just every single game that we have seen for the past, I don't know, it's been like 4 hours maybe, that has just been so intense. Like, there's so much weight on these matches that imagine putting yourself into the shoes of the players to see how they're feeling in these moments, because
Yeah.
it is not easy. First blood from the sniper of F-Dot. Attack leading over towards B. Rupert's going to be forced away, and he is 1-8. Maybe this can be his chance to turn it around.
Maybe. Icons got to move. Icons has to move. Not going to happen. It feels like it's just round 11 guaranteed every single time. Ay, 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 it is. We got a round 11. Come on now. Put the shiesties on. Get your do-rag tied up. We got ourselves a full round 11 here on Den. This is for all the marbles, folks. Lower side. Come on.
And surely, if you're FC Stallions, you're thinking, we cannot lose another round 11, guys. Played up on that Colossus versus Rock Esports. They got shut out of that round 11 pretty quickly. So when the bell rings, who's going to answer? Project 7 looking to trade for the series to be tied up. FC Stallions looking for a 2-0 lead. As two members from the attacking side of the Stallions going to lead over towards A. Very passive from the bomb carrier. Mythics is looking for a hole.
Mm-hmm. So is KB. Uh-huh. Did Lucifer see anything? No, he didn't. So they're going to cross through the rooftop over to A. It's a wide spread for Stallions. It's a confident spread.
Everything's going to be on Mythics. As soon as you show face, if you're the Stallions, it's going to draw Project 7 away from the B site and potentially allow for that bomb to go over. But since the Stallions have seen nothing, the call is, let's get this bomb down. 4v4 post plant.
Yeah, but when do you keep one back? Is it KB who tries to pick up the flank? They're both around. They're right there. They're right there as the bomb goes down. It's within a nail's edge of a first blood.
Okay, this is going to be a weird one. M15 close up, spots the cross. Oh, he gives himself away a little bit too early. And on the other side, Millie's going to trade it, but it's Aspect to keep the numbers there. 3 versus 2 into a 2 versus 1 quickly. It is all down to Roper from 1-8 to a potential map win. Mythics in for the damage, takes the heady. Oh, and he rips it away from FC Stallions. Round 11 to P7. They tie us up.
Whew. I needed a second. That heady. You would have heard noises come out of me that only God knows. It just unbelievable centering. That heady. Oh my God, we're going to get a run back. I don't even know how to express what I'm feeling right now. It was so close. It was as tense as you could have wanted for a 1v1. And the confidence to not swing wide into the window, the confidence to trust your irons and to position perfectly, to center perfectly, and to pre-fire in the right direction for the heady. Oh my God. That is a win and a half. And folks, we got ourselves a full series to play. That was game 2 on Den. Yeah. And Project 7 keep themselves alive.
So going into the game 3, that is a swing map mode if I have ever seen it. FC Stallions, 2 round 11 S&D losses in a row. That is a stinger. Some doubt now if this does go to a map 5 on if you can close it when you get to the end of the road. As Overload coming up next between these two. Millie, 11 and 7, 1,200 damage. Just look at the damage numbers actually across the board. 3 members on each team, over 1,000. First bloods for P7. The fact that this is round 11 and Stallions only get 2 first bloods in the entire map just shows that they were quite icy. Understand why that map was only in round number 9 when we came back after a whole Scar hardpoint. If FC Stallions were winning games or winning rounds down a player the entire time, they had to grind through that map number 2. But for themselves. At least you lose that round 11, and you still are tied up in that series. We got our alpha matchup being worked on to see if we can get into this upcoming game number 5. Let's shift our attention back over to Omit versus For Fun Esports because, Sean, this is such an important time for both teams. Top 4 in the line or your exit from Major 2. We look at this one, and For Fun, they've had the hard points both times, but it's the search and destroy on Den that is really worrying me going into this game 5.
I completely forgot that we had the raid game 5 for L5. Like, I just locked into the Stallions match, and it's just crazy that we have raid coming up. And if I'm Omit Brooklyn, I'm feeling very, very confident. Like, I understand the respawns have not been theirs. I understand For Fun just got online the way Vivid played. I would not be shocked if this is another For Fun pullout here, right? But Omit Brooklyn in S&D has looked the most comfortable in maybe all of their game modes. It would be like S&D, Overload, Hardpoint had been ranking this weekend. Their S&D's been excellent. I mean, truly, truly excellent. That raid might just give them the edge. And if it's enough to skate by, I don't know if it buys them a title, but it buys them a chance to at least compete for one, right? It might not fix all the problems they've had in Respawn, but you still punch your ticket through to Sunday. Omit Brooklyn are so close, but For Fun, if we get any semblance of the way that Geo and Yuli were shooting, the way that Mac was playing back on that Scar, if they take that kind of cadence, that kind of aggression, that kind of speed in their fights, the team shots that worked for Omit that then got transferred to For Fun Esports at the end of the Hardpoint, if that's what we get here on Raid, For Fun are going to have their way with them.
Let's take a trip down memory lane. Map number 2. It was Real and Brack to set the tone for Omit Brooklyn. Real in general. Double digits in the map number 2. Raid, very, very good for a player like himself. Brack for the first blood. Actually forces For Fun into a little bit of a weird one. With the bomb down, now they have to answer and react to the positioning of Omit Brooklyn to see if they can trade some of these kills. Geo's going to spot the cross. Can't bank the nade over. 3 versus 2 for Omit Brooklyn. This is a great place to be in Real. This guy, he is so sneaky in the positions that he can find. Geo has no idea there's a player behind him.
Nor should he. Driveway's open. Not for long. Now last alive. It's Senior Vivid. Absolutely fantastic on Scar. One of the best M15 shots we've had today. This time, though, getting tagged and bagged from long distance. Boarded, absolutely. The pull list continues, and the first issue is Omit Brooklyn. 1-0.
Oh, yeah. So we go into this map number 5 for Omit Brooklyn. It is just kind of finding some cool, calm collection going into the map after giving up yet another Scar hardpoint lead. Just like they did to P7 Notorious. If you get that first blood out of Brack, you hold on to that round completely. And now you get your hand at attack to see what they're going to do without those trophy systems in play. It looks like it's going to be the bomb leading over towards A. Real might be going for a dip in the pool, see if he can run a quick route. He's seen nothing on this side of the map.
Geo's thinking twice about it. He knows something's up. The numbers aren't adding up, but too much attention and too much pressure being pulled towards A. You're going to have to play the retake and play the 3v3.
He's wide
Can't
open.
worry about the straggler now. Oh, what a masterful load read from Brooklyn.
Real's been getting all of the info over towards the B side. He has so much space back basketball court. They're not going to know he's there. Even though you're in money, this is what you got to worry about. Real's going to have some traffic. Has the first one. Stun out. Wallbang's going to trade it. Bomb down 3v3.
And how does Cammy get to sight now?
See,
He's in the right spot. But as the audible gets called in and the kills fall, you need to make an adjustment. Asim in the water. Brack trying. Asim able to pick one. Aqua Warfare we all thought COD Ghost would be. But still Brack for 2 in the end. Last alive. Geo. Tiki. Bedroom. Water. Earth, Wind, and Fire? Maybe? As we wait. Likely not going to defuse. Not going to happen. Omit Brooklyn. Continue on. 2-0 in a round that was dicey, sketchy, weird at times, but they made it work.
Oh, yeah. I see him just grows gills whenever he's on raid.
Oh, yeah.
That's the second time today that he's had a two-piece in that pool.
Yep.
And this time around, I mean, it is game-saving. To take that challenge over towards Mac, to pull out that pistol, the control in the water. Not an easy fight to take. It looks way easier than it truly is. Go ahead and try it in your ranked play matches. I'm sure you'll realize quickly how hard that is, but Asim makes it look so good. As For Fun Esports have been shut out in back-to-back rounds, now on the attacking side, they need to find something here. Don't want to go down 0-3 to Omit Brooklyn in a map 5. And it looks like it's going to be an A hit. Cammy gets caught. First blood, Geo.
Great timing. Really good hold from For Fun Esports, Geo specifically. Trusting the timing. Gotta trust Vivid in this spot as well. Mac tries to go for it, gets punished. Geo will be there for the cleanup. And now the hunt begins. Asim on the route, Vivid on the run. The numbers
It
are
should
split.
be a map win, or a round win. Smoke gonna go down. See if he can stop a bomb planter, but surprise, surprise, nobody was planting the bomb. Brack playing peekaboo. For Fun Esports get themselves on the board, escaping what could have been a 3-0 deficit. They only leave it at 1.
The difference between 3-0 and 2-1 is massive. It's just massive. It's one round at a time.
Attacking sides, been 8. 3 rounds in a row. Cammy. Late push through mid's gonna wait out those nades. No need to use that trophy. Look how quickly Real is already in laundry. He's gotten rid of the trophy system. Can he get some help with the nades? Cooks one up. Should be on the doorstep. And a team nade from Yuli. Will it matter? No. Yuli finding 3, including his teammate. Leaving Cammy alone in this play. We'll get a freebie onto Mac. 1 versus 2. Throws a shoulder. Gets info onto both.
Can't keep getting away with this, Yuli. At some point, he's got to stop. The menace must be reeled in. Cammy would be a hero. Through the garden. A little Zen-like effort. Time to meditate and find the singularity deep down in your gut.
Oh my
He
goodness.
gets out. It's a foot race. Do they know he's there? They absolutely do. And surely they clean this up. They should. They will. Yeah, all day, every day. It was just COD timing, and you can see it there. Like, all right, we got through it. We found ourselves tied up. And what looked like a hot start for Omit Brooklyn now turns into, again, the mind games that Yuli and company have been playing since the start of the series.
Yeah, I was looking at the minimap, and there's nothing more definitive that you knew exactly where Cammy was going with that bomb. Did not give him away the plant. Ties things up in the map 5. And it's Yuli 3 in a row. Geo 3 in a row. Make it 4 for Yuli, in fact. He took his teammate down, too, in that round. So, clutching up for the squad. Giving them a little bit of stress. Some heart attacks are always welcome this deep into the bracket. So, Vivid's got the snipe out. Omit. Not going to have to deal with it for long. He swaps back to the M15, but could have been a surprise.
Yuli's going for it. He wants to take that fight over to Tiki. He wants to apply this pressure. I mean, it's going to force the challenge from Money Window. Then you expect Vivid to come up and take that M15. There's ways to do this. I think Brack knows enough to know not to challenge. Well, he's at least going to get Vivid on the cross. Yuli's going to trade it out. Riel's got to go. Riel has to go.
Dropping a smoke and going for a swim. Riel is posted up. He doesn't want to go anywhere. Bomb goes down for free, and everything really hems off of this play from Riel. Brack's got to play it close, too. Does not want to give up his life to these players in Tiki. He needs to pin them down.
Don't hit your teammate. Please don't. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. They didn't have to worry about the windup. They knew where they were coming from. It was a double hit from the stairs. And the gunny takes care of the rest.
That is perfect from For Fun. You play out over towards B, and getting that bomb down is just masterful. The double setup over towards Tiki for the 3 versus 3. Brack really just needed to be alive for maybe like 3 more seconds to allow that flank into Tiki happen. For Real, I thought he was going to go for the full wrap. He groups up with the rest of his team, and you were fishing a barrel for Fun Esports top bedroom control. Now For Fun with 3 rounds in a row, looking to make it 4 in a row. Omit Brooklyn trying to stop this momentum, but they lose the first blood. Brack drops that bomb.
Probably worst case scenario for this back-to-back round if you're Brooklyn. You needed to keep a full team clean on their approach. The trades keep the situation the same. Yuli, what a read from Yuli. What an absolute read. Surely not.
2v1. Brack for the clutch. Spots out the first one. He has no idea he's getting flanked out, though. Max should be able to call around and put his team up 2-0 or by 2 in his search round. He's got the defuse. 20 seconds, plenty of time. For Fun in full control of this map number 5. They lose the opening 2 rounds, and since then, it has been 4 unanswered.
I didn't expect that. A hot start from Brooklyn, sure. The bounce back from For Fun, absolutely. But this non-stop chess match between having to call audibles, having to adjust the post plan, having to adjust to the counter wrap, the quick shots, the team shots across the board. The way that For Fun have adapted in this game 5 to every single scenario has been a team full of veterans, and they're showing why.
Yes, they are. Omit Brooklyn need to put their foot down. Now or never. Asim going to draw that first blood. He backs up. In and out. That's Real. Secondary. There's Asim to follow him up. A trade from Vivid, and Yuli's going to get a timing. 2 versus 2. Cammy. Oh, it's all down to 1. Vivid versus Brack. And through the wall, he takes it. Brack is going to keep Omit in the running. Denies For Fun match point.
They needed that, man. You needed to inject some adrenaline into these boys. You needed something. We keep fighting. Omit will not go quietly. For Fun Esports are going to have to earn it. It's only fair if we go 11. I mean, it's just the way today's gone. Dak, by the way, is 2-5, Colin. Which we haven't talked too much about. Just casually. It's not like a big deal. It's just, you know, the way things have gone, keep an eye on it.
Yeah, not the biggest impact, but still so many rounds of S&D. Shots to the wall, Real. Nearly going to be catching a free one. No read on the player in ring. Yuli's going to go dancing. Drops the smoke. He says, come to me if you want to tussle. And Omit have nothing to say about it.
If I'm Yuli, I'm not leaving. I'm chilling. I got a wing. I got an Overwatch and Vivid. I'm hanging out here. I have mid control. I can look over the garden. I can check Zig. I know that they're going to try to stretch. And if they are, I know how to play it. It's just whether or not Real gets the timing.
He's going to see it. The trophy system is going to be destroyed, and it doesn't even come down to a nade. Vivid draws the first blood, and into Tiki, it's Mac. Might be having a slow game, but it doesn't matter. You show up at the end for your team, and For Fun wipe the post plant dry. Oh my goodness. Match point in the game 5. For Fun looking for a top 4 finish. At least.
This team keeps fighting. They were never out of it. Down 0-2. They were never out of it when they lost the opening hard point. They kept moving. They lost the S&D. They kept moving. They win a game 5. They move on. They win a 3-0. Now they find themselves here. The hardpoints have been good. The S&D at times a bit shaky. That den was not close. This raid has been perfect from Vivid. Perfect from Yuli. When you needed it most, they stepped up. Now they just have to close it out.
Easier said than done. As we get to the very end, for Fun Esports, this would be the highest placing in a Challengers LAN tournament that this organization would have. And it is going to be all down to a B hit. See if Omit can keep this one alive into the smoke. Yuli has an angle for it, and Brack's going to be the first one to fall. No, it's a seam. First blood for Fun.
They're happy to stack this. You're going to have to come to us. We have rounds to give and lives to spare. We will happily trade. And when the dust settles, it's Yuli again.
1v3 for Real. And he's got nowhere to go. For Fun Esports. Down 2-0 to the Huntsman. A reverse sweep. And then a 3-0. And you make it to the lower round 9. You take on Omit Brooklyn. And another game 5. You do not falter to the hand of this team. You rise to the occasion. You've brought glory to the organization. The highest placing for Fun Esports on LAN for Challengers. In an incredible way to close out this best of 5. They had nothing going for them on Omit's side.
Absolutely nothing. I mean, those first 2 rounds, excellent. After that, the systematic dismantling that was applied by For Fun was textbook. It was consistent. It was championship caliber. And if anything else, it was tasteful. It was exactly what they needed to simply win the game outright. They handled their business. They took advantage of the opportunities they were given, specifically towards Tiki. They didn't overcommit. They didn't give away anything for free. I look back to that round with Yuli sitting far back in spawn above basketball court and waiting, knowing that, look, we can play this slow when we have to. And it just worked. Vivid, Yuli, Mac, Geo, all of them contributed in so many different ways today to get this team forward through round 9 of lowers. Geo and the hardpoints on Blackheart. Mac on Den in S&Ds. Vivid on Den overloads. Yuli here outside of the teammates, which we can harp on all day, every day. Yuli stepped up again consistently. And this team is full of scrappy shooters. And if they play together the way they have, they've proven that they can shoot back like the likes of P7. We saw it at the very end of Scar. That hard point, it was the way Vivid was playing around P1. They just looked like they were hitting a final form at the right time. And finally, were trusting their own guns. And it worked out.
Yes, it did. I mean, this is the team. Start of the day. I mean, literally the start of the day for you and I. We were questioning the merit of For Fun Esports and, you know, what they can bring to an open like this. And they have just spat that statement right back into our face. Another Game 5 victory. They send Omit Brooklyn packing from Major to Open. A big win for this squad. Pushing further into the elimination bracket for the Major to Open. Not only that, top 4 is where they're going to be looking. They got a lower semifinal, lower finals itself. And if you can win that lower finals, that is your way into not just the grand final for Major to Open, but an opportunity to qualify for Atlanta's Pro-Am. Only 4 teams from Challengers get a shot at that, and 2 of them will be decided this weekend.
I'm telling you, man, that Game 5, we both saw it in the moment, but that reverse sweep, Game 5, earlier in the day, there was something about it that was not only just unexpected, I think maybe it was more embellished because of the 6-0, right? But there was something about it that was not only reminiscent of the Optic Panda match in IW, but it was one of those matches that happens on LAN where you sit there and you say, that's going to matter at some point. That game is going to either be looked back on or it's going to be enough to fuel this team. And when it happened, they took that and rallied it into a 3-0. They win it here. I'm telling you, sometimes it just takes one crucial win, one big swing, and all of a sudden your tournament looks entirely different. Again, if they lose that series, man, to Huntsman, obviously they're out. Huntsman keep going. Who knows what happens? They are now inches away from qualifying for Major 3 just because they pulled off the reverse sweep and have never looked back. It's unbelievable.
Playing with the house money, and they just continue to drive their way forward. Sean, it has been incredible.
We've been here for a
yesterday,
year.
today. This has been fantastic.
Oh, yeah, man.
I mean, I couldn't ask for a better open to be able to commentate alongside yourself. And for you and I, it seems like this is becoming the end of the line for us here on the desk. But it has been quite the treat. We're getting into the nitty-gritty now. I mean, we just to kind of sum things up for what to expect. I mean, you got For Fun making a dream run right now off of what could have been a bounce out by the Huntsman, the reverse sweep, the push through. They knock out Falcons Academy. They knock out Omit. You got FC Stallions versus our EMEA champions on the Elite Stage 2. And FC Stallions are looking for, in their own right, their best placing in a Challenger's LAN. You still got the Major 1 champions in Rock Esports. You still have P7 Notorious looking to find themselves yet another top 2 finish since Afro and Beans have dropped into the challenger side of things. This is so incredible. This is top tier what we're being delivered.
This is one, how challengers should play out. Crazy upsets, long series, really good competition. 2, a beautiful reflection of what Season 2 and 1 of Challengers Elite has brought us this year, specifically with the talent that exists EMEA, North America, but that P7 roster. I know Bush ended the #1 seed. I know they bow out a bit early here in this major. P7 is the team to beat in NA. They are the most consistent. They are the hottest on the spree. The closest we've seen to a break is Eric Boom starting 1-10 in a hard point. Other than that, everything else has looked good. Still waiting to see who's going to kind of take that challenge against them. But if you're going to do it, would love to see a team like For Fun Esports go on this miracle run and give a team a run for their money in the finals. It's a beautiful weekend of COD. There is literally nothing better than watching these storylines unfold and getting to see the fruits of these labors for all of these players come to fruition on LAN. And I'm just so glad that we got to see it all, man. It's been a great day.
It's been a fantastic weekend. In general, we got CDL, Challengers, Warzone, all under the same roof. It has been wild through DreamHack so far. Birmingham, you've been a treat. And we got Chris Tunn and Bryce on the call kind of very, very soon to clean up the rest of this bracket. We'll be set up to see who is going to be our grand finalist tomorrow on Sunday, and the 2 teams that will be seeing us in Atlanta early on for that Pro-Am. That's all for the 2 of us. We're going to head to a break, get things swapped up. We'll be back with more Major Tune very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the air is sweet and the wind is fair, and we're jumping straight in to the hard point on map 4. Project 7, a little bit of a pickle here against FC Stallions. Is there a way back?
You lost me quite literally immediately, but yeah, we are anyway into what is it, cracking match number 4 between these two teams. And honestly, like we've been hanging about for a little bit, knowing when we're coming back into things. It has been a map 5 simulator over in challenges. It has been incredible to keep an eye on and how things have been going. Just insane tournament from so many different teams. Ones that we expected, ones that we didn't. For FC Stallions, they were fully in my not expected category. They've been absolutely brilliant and looking like they're going to close things out here against the EMEA champions in Project 7. 204 and Rising. They're trying to have a little bit of control with 30 seconds to play for here. Over towards P4.
They are cruising towards the end of this map. I know someone in was probably very happy indeed. What a showing from them, and that seemed easy for Icons. Not a bullet missed, not a beat skipped. And now as we rotate towards P1, Project 7 are under the gun.
Got to try and find some good time here. Project 7 maybe just running out of steam. We talked about how Lucifer has just been ever present for this squad. If he's putting up 9 kills over a hard point, maybe you're in trouble. FC Stallions 15 seconds away. It's Project 7 with a little bit of control here. Brycey Millie on an 8 spree. Incredible work from him. Hellstorm is in, and that might signal the beginning of the end.
They would have to find a miracle here, and everything we've watched so far in this hardpoint has looked like Project 7 are a beat off. And with 11 seconds to go, we are talking about comeback of the year. If it can be made, Project 7 though will be looking for something, anything, digging deep into the soul and praying to divine beings, because this is almost impossible.
You'll find one on the Mythics. Is this going to be the break coming through? Millie can find 2. KB for 1v1 on the points. Had to be won by Aspect and was. 15 seconds to go. It's getting in the realms of impossibility now for Stallions. I'm not too sure if they can get the win here. Project 7, similar scenario. Very difficult from this moment, but that scrap time might just seal it. Now all of a sudden you have to find this rotation. You have to quite literally play perfect hard point from here.
Now they're looking, they're waiting for it as well. Mythics will find one on the outside.
Spawn the back.
Time still going to stick against them here, and down they fall already. Going to get a one piece into this one, and that's not going to be good enough. FC Stallions will take the win over Project 7, and they are talking.
Letting them know. The Stallions marching on. For Mythics and Co, that's a disappointing placement. Really, we're expecting them to be finishing within the top 2 or 3 this tournament after what was such an impressive stage in EMEA. Walking home as champions from that side of things. Could not get it done in the hometown, though. Will knock themselves out, I believe, in top 6 placements. It's going to sting. It's going to sting a lot. Great performance, though, from Stallions. Honestly, they really have surprised quite a few people. They're a great team. I don't think a lot of us expect them to go on. They really challenged up against Rock as well. You're looking to try and get some revenge, potentially, with only a few teams remaining. But Stallions get it done within 4 here against P7.
Questions will be asked. Obviously, Project 7 no longer continuing here. But my main question is, where are FC Stallions gone? You've got to play again.
You do have to play. You do have to play again. They're going to be going up against For Fun, I believe. And what will be our losers semis. You've got to win us final to contend with, though, at the same time here, Brycey. An interesting one at that. P7 Notorious taking on Rock here on Alpha. And you can keep an eye on the losers semi on Bravo. We'll be discussing it all very shortly, though, but welcome back. We're here in Birmingham. We went on a little jaunt, in absolute fairness.
Yeah.
Shout out to Simo and Space Map for keeping it locked down, though. I mean, that is a shift, by the way.
No,
and I'm not talking
he's the guy with the LV belt.
That's him. I'm talking about a real shift, though. Casting over challenges, really good job from those guys. And any more jokes?
About shift? I didn't prepare any. No, that was the one I had.
Probably for the best. Anyway, moving on to what we've got going on, though. A big game coming up in this winners final. Rock really had to go through to get here. P7 Notorious, kind of the opposite.
What a surprise.
I know.
For Rock, by the way.
It's the same. But for P7 Notorious, they have looked lights out, to be honest with you. This should be a really, really interesting.
It definitely should be as well. I mean, we've talked about these two teams kind of moving forward, and one of the biggest kind of runs from these teams is from Major 1 to Major 2. The question will always be asked, was it a fluke? Was it consistent? Is it going to happen again? And so far, the story has been, it's been pretty good. We can take a look at the bracket now to walk you down memory lane. and show you exactly what has been going as we start the day, Ton, with Rock Esports, and they took on Falcons Academy Green. Now, that was actually an incredible game. We did manage to catch most of it going through. Of course, it never really stopped there for Rock. On to the next one, Rock Esports versus FC Stallions.
Yeah, really, really close game. Rock just about closed it out. I believe I remember correctly, it did go to around 11. It was either around 11 or around 10, but it was super, super close in that search and destroy. Stallions really giving them it. The map number 1 smoked them, to be honest with you, but the Rock comeback was very apparent. But looking over towards P7 Notorious, their run today being a little bit more simple pressing.
It really has. Kind of a big shock here. Project 7 just did not have a good run out of the gates, and the other P7 team, Notorious, took them to task, but they've been doing it to everybody. Omit Brooklyn also fell behind against Notorious, and that gives us a winners final between two pretty powerhouse teams. One pretty clean, the other a little bit dirty, but both ending up at the same place.
And ultimately, that is the important thing for both these two teams. Got 2 more games tonight. They are fighting very much for a top 2 placement. That's actually a really good point to bring into this one. Guarantees you a place in the Major 3 Pro-Am if you win this game. That is a massive prize, really, that I think a lot of them will maybe look at more so than the money, if anything. I think that's such a huge thing for these teams to be competing for, to have a go at the pros, and that's what you get if you win this game.
It certainly is. Well, we've got to get the teams into their seats. It takes a little while. The players like to mess around. But what we are going to do is go to a break. When we come back, winners final for everybody here on the stream. Don't go anywhere. More from Birmingham. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are live. This is P7 Notorious versus Rock Esports, and these two teams throwing down like they mean it.
Yeah, winners bracket final for both these two squads, and into Blackheart we go. I want to tie here for Rock Esports just to get some time straight off the rip. Let's start from them. Looking really nice over towards P1. Hope that bit of lag's just on our end and not on theirs, so we will be going for a very swift restart, but irrelevant of that. Rock Esports inside of the point. Somebody who has impressed me today when I've been keeping an eye on the stream has been Rixel. He's played really, really well. Of course, everybody else you really do expect the highest of levels, but Rixel has been solid all day long. Afro, though, is going to be a real hot contender. I mean, as mentioned, P7 Notorious have not lost a game today. They've not lost a map. They look absolutely incredible. So Rock Esports, this will be one of their sternest tests.
Would you like to hear a fun fact about this game?
Okay.
In the winners final right now, there's only one North American player. I don't remember the last time that happened.
Do you know why?
It doesn't.
EMEA on top. Always been the best region. Always been the best region.
Sorry for those who are now wishing for Space Madness Team more to come back. You're stuck with us.
Let's start here, though, from P7 Notorious. We'll find a way over towards back P2. Rock Esports still have the spawns. Afro trying to do something about it, though. He's had a really nice start. Trying to find a way through. Eric Boom around the back. He's done well. One more player inside of the point. Going to try and get this one done. It's going to be Dom X. Should be dead to rights and is. Wasted plenty of time. That's going to be 15 seconds of scrap going over towards P7 Notorious. The rotation should be there for Rock. They actually managed to get P7 out of it. So all of a sudden, the setup is a little bit better. Afro, 3 in a row, though. He is really causing some problems. 10-5 out of him. Trying to get some control. Rock Esports giving up the hill momentarily just to make sure they got those back spawns. Probably for the best.
Now looking for it as well. You can see them starting the circle this. They're hoping to make a little bit of a put. Diamond Khan has just gone berserk. And they are now going to be into this point here. Beans on a 5 streak. I think that's actually him who made the kills because, Codecaster. But at the moment, they are certainly trying to stamp their authority onto this one. Rock Esports did have a good start on that P1, but that doesn't matter anymore. You can already see they are struggling to break through this setup here as well. Beans making a little bit of bad timing, but they are now 3 to the front.
So well to find a way back through. Beans on a 6 spree. Gets stopped short. That Hellstorm, I believe. Still spawns over towards the backside, though. Congestion coming in is probably best case scenario for Rock Esports. Don't want to overextend this. You can see they're being a little bit passive. They know there's potentially a gap, but they don't want to get flipped out yet. They're going to have the spawns for over towards P4, but when we get there in a couple of seconds' time, big plays coming in from Dom. The rotation will come through over towards P4. Rock need a good hold here at some stage. P7 Notorious so far have been chipping away. Gunfights have been going their way. The ARs are having their way. Good kill coming in from DC over towards the backhand side. Damicon trying to keep things going. Engagement in and around the point, though. Domex has some defensive work to do. Can't hold it down. Eric Boom and Cole flying through. It's 3 in a row. It's P7 Notorious find a break ever so easily.
It's looking for some sort of entry here, but he's waiting for his teammate. Obviously, at the moment, Kicks is just watching their back. The kills coming through here. This could flip on a knife edge, but they are not going to make the kills that they wanted to. And it will still remain for P7 Notorious. They have not let this one slip yet.
15 seconds to go. And the rotation over towards New once again belongs to Rock. They've been good on the rotation here, Brycey, for the most part. Just haven't been able to hold. P7 Notorious just throwing some different looks at it. Some distractions, and everyone really doing their job as far as execution goes. Damicon now just trying to find a flank over towards this backside. Hill is going to pop, but that lead is significant now for the side of P7. Rock Esports, typically very strong Blackheart team. Are they going to be able to try and hold this one down? A couple of kills starting to go their way, and there's potentially some money on the line. They're going to get some points here. 45 seconds remaining over towards P5. Rock have it locked down.
Eric Boom trying to make a bit of a difference there on that push. It didn't work out from the way he would have wanted to, and Rock looking to lock this completely. A bit of pressure coming through here. Massive win by Beans. He's 19 and 10, 20 and 10. Not going to be 21 though.
Shut down. Domex will find 2, but the break will come through on the back of Beans. One player spawned over towards the backside though, and he's going to be able to do something about this. And this Rexel right now, trying his best just to contest. This has not been a bad hill whatsoever from Rock Esports. Can't give it up though. Diamond Connor Beans combining well. Beans has 23 kills in one rotation of hills. And it's going to be about a 30-point lead by the time we head into the second rotation here for P7 Notorious.
Beans making a case for himself for wants to be back in the league. Taking on this team is certainly going to be a feather in the cap. The winners of Major 1, Rock Esports. have proven, I mean, even now, just making it to the winners final again, that it was absolutely not a fluke.
Absolutely not. Looking the real deal once again. Dom now on a 5-3, and that's just the kind of breeding ground he has for these kind of moments inside of P1. Rocky Spot's typically quite good on this hill. Kick's going to have to hold things down by all accounts. A slow game from him, a game that he has been dealt with, to be honest with you. The AR's on the side of P7 Notorious getting it done, but it's this time Afro and Co. finding a way in. And that's going to be the flip coming through over towards P2. 15 seconds to go here, and this is just a smoke show. P7 Notorious, great time over towards P1. P2 looking good as well. Can they manage to find a good rotation round to it once more? Ooh, can Rock find a break?
Eric Boom, I mean, it's not Eric Boom, it's DC. As he finds 4. This game still very well in Notorious's favor. Looking to lock it completely. You can see already Rocky Sport struggling to really find a bit of a toehold here. They need to get Mixie. Need to start getting some kills down. Put P7 onto the back foot. A few kills now going through. They managed to break into the front door. Problem is they are now surrounded. Got to hit all directions. And so far so good, but they are going to come up against the actual Eric Boom this time.
Kills flying through, and that's just a little bit of space created for P7 Notorious to try and find a way back through. Oh, Kicks doesn't finish his dinner. And that would have been a big opportunity to maybe just get a bigger hold. They may well still have one. Eric Broom killing himself. Apparently, who knows who's killing who. Nade's been thrown in left, right, and center. Ultimately, though, it's Rock Esports coming out on top here. The final 15 seconds. Spawn over towards the backside. Now, last time, Bressie, they had this rotation. They did nothing with it. Can they do a little bit better over towards P3 next time out?
Dom having a very awkward fight there against Eric Boom, but wow, eventually will be them. And there is a massive clear out in the end. Rock Esports found nothing out towards the back. One player left, trying to hold this one down. You see them going back and forth into it. It's just not really able to do what they wanted to. This rotation could mean everything here for Rock Esports. They really need to break in or it will be disastrous.
They have more than enough time to try and find a break here. Afro, try and hold it down, can't get it done. Is anybody else able to find the kills? No, there's the break that Rock needed. 30 seconds to go. They want to keep P7 Notorious over towards the backside. They will not be able to do so. And now the rotation over towards P4 is going to be even more important, but these 25 seconds are crucial. You get aggressive through the middle of the map, you're going to get caught if you're Rixled. Kind of looking at nothing. And now all of a sudden is the break going to come here for P7 towards the front. Nobody seemingly want to get a good hold in. Kicks on the 3 spree, starting to warm up, needs to do a little better.
All the way over the top here, and
Good hold.
this is a little bit of a balm to the soul. It does get more serious from this point here. Rock Esports are again looking for an entry. They are being pushed out into the alleyways. You already see them now backpedaling. P7 Notorious trying to just hold this line out towards the back here. Big kill by Domex. They are trying to break this one down. It will be a headbutt one more time, but it's going to be P7 Notorious that close over that 200-point mark first.
2v4 defensive route has to come through here. Eric Boom and Beans trying their best. They can find a couple. Here come the reinforcements as Rock will just bully their way in. 30 seconds to play for here. One player from Rock inside. The second one is just about to join. And the second one is Kicks. Can he continue to keep it going? Finds another as well. And here come the reinforcements. That's a nice break from Rock. 20 seconds to play for. This will make it a very, very close game. Done well to bring it back. The rotation is now ongoing. Domex will be there. He'll get cut down. So P5 is going to belong to the side of P7 Notorious. Scrap time just about going over towards Rock. It's going to be about a 20-point game by the time we head over towards P5.
On the way to P5, it is going to be again. Rock Esports have felt second to the hill almost every single time, and yet somehow we are within touching distance of these two teams. The issue for Rock Esports will be time, though. It is running down very, very quickly. This means they have to be more reckless. They cannot take their time to break. They need miracles. Already out, one towards the back. They get the spawn. They get the break. That is what they needed.
Yep, 40 seconds to play for here as well, and maybe they can even this game and send us to a third rotation. Domex and Dom starting to get loud on the stage next to us as well. Kills starting to fly through there for DC and Afro. Domex, though, this is where he thrives in these kind of angles. Rixel up close, starting to do what he needs to do. Eric Boom's trying to find a way through. It's a little one by P7 Notorious. Only starting to get a little bit panicky now against the Dallas Open champions.
Sweat starting to gather on the brows of these two teams. Rock Esports will take the lead here. We go into P1, we go into the most mixy hill you could possibly find. And now both these two teams will go to war. Project 7 Notorious are here first.
Managed to find a nice break and a nice setup. Can't Can Rock Esports find a way through? 1-4 on trade. It's fine for the team inside of the hill. Kix now will slide his way through. Which way the kill's going to go? The Calcaster doesn't tell me, so let's just go with the eye test. Eric Boom will find another, though. As Rock somehow find a way in. Kix is now 32 and 32. Hell of a amount of engagements. Rock can now win it here over towards P1, but as can P7 Notorious. They have to find a way back through.
Rock have been better on this hill pretty much every single time. Kix just trying to keep them at bay. Slide down, gets another kill at the same time, and now P7 are getting worried. They know they need to break into this point. They need to hold it down to send it to P2.
The kill's coming in from Tom X. And it can still be won here by Rock Esports. Diamondcon can find a couple. They find a way through. Rock cannot win it here, but they've got the rotation over towards P2. It is going to be not even a 10-point game by the time we head over towards the next hill. Nothing in between these two squads. Can Rock Esports deal P7's Notorious' first map loss of the day?
Rixel being a pain in the middle of the map here. They're going to let it go. They get into this point here. Sort of over to the front door, and there is a number all the way. A spawn out for Rock Esports in the final kill, and it's not going to be enough to hold them. One last roll for Rock Esports. They are spawning out of this point. For P7 Notorious, they have to throw up the defenses. They get a spawn out from Eric Boom. It will end here.
Kill's starting to go the way of Rock, though. Have they found a way through? It looks that way. If you've got one more opportunity for P7, you need to take it.
They're going for it. It's Diamondcon. Diamondcon is going to try and make a play. He gets the first. He looks for it. Gets the contest going through as well. They fly! They fly into the point! And somehow they have wrested this from Rock's control with nothing. Diamondcon has gone berserk, and they cannot get there in time. There will not be a contest. It's P7 Notorious for the win.
And Diamondcon lets them know about it, as does Beans. What a map number one.
We did not see that, but Diamondcon has just played a blinder. I wish we had got that final few seconds, but if you watch the minimap, it was not Eric Boom. It was Diamondcon. Went on the outside, waited, found his kill, and challenged. And there are now cheers, chants, jubilation, and passion pouring from the pit around the feature stage.
Beans, oh my word. What a game from him. 44 and 30 with a 5,300 damage. Incredible work on Blackheart. It's a 2-point game to kick off the winners final. Not a bad way to start whatsoever. Our Open champions from Dallas on the back foot already.
Well, if there's one thing that can be said is that the UK has a really weird obsession with beans. The reason for that is they are really good. Both the food, both that beautiful man.
Brilliant performance from him. 34 non-traded kills. Insane. But can they keep it up? That's a huge map win to find, though, because honestly, I do like that map for Rock. It's one we've typically seen the body teams on online. P7 Notorious still have not lost a map today, as far as I'm aware anyway, unless there was some obscure game that we didn't see in the bracket, but it looks like 3-0 across the board. Incredible work from them. Put themselves in such a strong position now in this series, finding that map win. Rock Esports are going to do this the hard way, but how often do they do it the hard way, Brycey? Quite often.
Yeah, and that was probably one of the most stressful maps here. Realistically, you've got to give credit to Rock Esports. They were behind for quite some time.
Yeah, now they brought it back.
They found magic and miracles. P1 was a bloodbath. Mixiest hill you may ever see. Rock Esports also could have run it here. I mean, they were doing so well. Looks like two of them end up running up the hill at the same time. Tried to hold it. Broken over and over again. And yet somehow P7 Notorious found their way in. I was trying to watch that there, but basically if you watch the bottom half of the minimap, Diamondcon was the only one who was still alive. And somehow, some way, found the second that they needed to get the reinforcements through. Not everything is on the stat sheet. Not everything is captured in gameplay. But sometimes we notice.
It was hard to.
Oh, yeah.
It was quite hard to. Let's roll the dice and hopefully Codcast is working in this next one as a raid search and destroy is inbound, but we'll be seeing a double dent, potentially, if we go to a map number 4. And a Scar search and destroy to close things out. P7 Notorious with a disappointing end to their online season. I think, you know, they would have thought to themselves with how they had looked, they would have been able to really crack on and find themselves a win in that region. We've seen Bush, who went on to beat them, fall out in top 8, by the way. We haven't spoke about that since we came on. That is A massive disappointment for them. Massive, massive disappointment.
Yeah, they really crashed out of the tournament.
Raid Search and Destroy on its way. It's P7 Notorious looking to add further maps to their tally here. There's a lot going on now. I feel like we're getting a bit of a crowd coming over here as some of the games now.
How do you know?
I can hear them.
Oh, okay. We are in the dungeon.
I can hear them.
Nobody knew the NEC had a dungeon.
I tell you what, this is an interesting thing as well. You've
Okay.
got a B-Sport Josh and Steve Vortex coach off here. What a game for the ages this is.
What was the last one we coached?
We coached.
We kind of brought up. Who was Steve O against last time?
I don't know if they played against P7. I can't remember.
There was another coach off it. I can't remember who it was.
There was. It might have been the same.
It probably was the same.
Might have been the same. Honestly, Dallas is kind of a bit of a blur to me.
Hey, you know what they say? 4 weeks on, COD's a different game.
It is indeed. I met all the Rock Boys for the first time there before, behind stage. It was really awkward because I first one went to fist bump, and I went to fist bump the next one. He held his hand out and was being polite, and it was a handshake. Then the next one, handshake as well. I tried to fist bump. Honestly, it was 50-50 of every single one of what I got right. 0 out of 4. 0 out of 4.
Hey, that is not
I
much.
told you there was a crowd. I told you there was a crowd.
Look at them. Look at them. Just incredibly handsome, everybody in that crowd here, ready for this game. And now we go into the S&D and beans. Whips bullet across the middle of the map here.
If we can get chance for a Challengers game here in Birmingham, I'll be very excited about that.
He's in the green room.
We need to lock in. First kill is going to go over towards Eric Boom. Kicks will find one back. Zapper now in control. Over towards Laundry. He'll find another. Kicks going to back 2v2.
Diamond Con. Oh, well, Diamond Con's gone. Afro versus Kicks. Kicks is looking. Kicks is running around here. Kicks is going to run out of time. I think Afro might do this just with a bomb check. He's going to throw a shoulder. Sneezes as well. Kicks was waiting for him. It's not going to be enough, and Kicks loses the gunfight as well. Big start from Notorious.
Yeah, massive start. Get that bomb down. Make it work. And a really nice job from Diamond Con and Co. Kicks just has the time up against him in that scenario. Can't really do a great deal.
In fairness to him, it wasn't a bad play. He was expecting a wrap from Afro. And it's essentially at that point of 50-50. Realistically, you can't see where that player has gone. You can only hope to guess their movements. And he was either going to wait and chow from that angle, or he was going to go for the wrap. And Kicks bet on wrap. And unfortunately, this time he got a sandwich.
Making their way over towards this B side now, our Rock Esports. Domex again will find the pick. Beans will fall this time. And it is a big tool for them to have, isn't it, in Domex, in the sense that that sniper is just such a powerful weapon in his hands. Move over towards B now. Oh, damn it, can't get a bit of time in, but no, he doesn't. The cover is there. And we'll find him. Now all of a sudden it's Afro and Eric Boom left in a 2v4.
Afro ready to go down here. Eric Boom is holding out towards Tiki as well, but that's a massive win by Dom. Afro finds himself outnumbered and outgunned. Smoke going to go down. He's hoping actually to bait somebody out here for him to take down. He's not going to go for it. Oh, that player really managed to get into the corner of Paul. And Rock Esports will just walk their way to that victory.
Nicely done. Opening pick comes from Dom X. And then from there, just make it work with the numbers that you have.
This is where it gets tense between these two teams. For Rock, they'll still be feeling the effects of that last hard point. A 2-point game here on the feature stage at the Major. Now we're wondering who is going to walk away with this S&D. Rock have actually been pretty good at S&D. I mean, obviously they have a lot of 3-2, so they've got to be. But it does mean they're well practiced, and that is a hit marker onto Diamond Con. Dom X just threw one through the glass.
Got to keep eyes on him as much as we can. And he's opening salvos in this search and destroy. P7 Notorious now starting to make their way over to one particular bomb site. Kicks has kind of got to cover, and he's quite often left in this role in the middle of the map just to try and cover as much as he can. He's trusted to do so. 3-1 at this moment in time. Domex looking for some picks. We'll be calling that out over towards A. They've lost laundry control, so they start to close the gap. Keep an eye on number 4. Diamond Con on your minimap. He's going to be massively crucial here for P7 Notorious. The bomb is down over towards A, and they're passing like ships in the night.
He's going to find one as well, and now Domex is going to go for a shout. That is a ridiculous pistol shot! Oh my God! Diamond Con and Afro eviscerated before our very eyes, and now Beans left alone in a 1 versus 2. I thought the pistol shot was impressive. That snipe after was something else.
Domex. The crowd enjoying that one. Looking good with the sniper here on Rock Esports. Now 2-1 up in this search and destroy. Vortex now. Just giving them some words of encouragement as the players now chatting through what they want to get done here in the next round. But insane from Domex, the pistol chal, and then the wall jump as well. Yeah, we'll see in the next round. Ridiculous play.
I mean, the fact he even stayed alive there for a few more seconds against Bean was insane. He chowed that with 55 health and still was alive. Oh, Domex will call that one out over the top. Second player going down low. Not going to get the timing he wants here. And what they're going to do is use that information now potentially to wrap this back, and that's exactly what's happened.
And exactly what's happened is that they've seen they had so much space. There's so many players over towards A. They've used the space to push over towards B, and Kix has got a freebie. And now B is wide open. Kix just ran straight through the middle of the map. Parted like the Red Sea, walked straight through. And all of a sudden, Rock Esports now in a 4 versus 3, bomb down over towards B.
Difficult here, bit of a stair push going into it. Rixel's already going to be found. Domex is way onto it as well, but Afro finds his bringing back to a 3 versus T. This is known post-plant as one of the most difficult ones to deal with. Too many angles, too many ways. 2 versus 3 still.
Hold on.
And there's been a mistake that made. It's now a 2 versus 1. How on earth has that gone that wrong? P7 Notorious have just been given the round.
I don't really know what happened. I genuinely don't know, because I was looking at Domex on the minimap. I'm not too sure how that has managed to happen.
The production, I know it's a big call, but if we could have that on a replay at some point, probably not this second. Just need to analyze exactly where he went.
I could see that Vortex was having a little bit of a word with the referee after it, so I don't know if it's an in-game thing or I'm not sure.
I mean, it almost looked like an impact.
It looked like he wasn't on the edge of the map. Strange one. Very strange one. 2-2 now. Rock will get this next round underway. I was wondering if they're going to be sitting in spawn waiting on a decision from a referee, but either way, we will continue. Number 8 and Kicks starting again. Just mid-map control. That's really what they focus on quite often, Rock. And make their move from there. Laundry, though, has been, well, fought over. Kicks going to back down. He's 6-2, looking to add to the tally.
Sitting good at the moment. Rock Esports have chosen, and they've chosen a headbutt. They are going to push this with numbers.
See how many was there, I'm not too sure. Afro going to try and deal with one. He can do. The trade will come through. Beans is there for the trade back. 2 more players towards his backside. They just won't expect these numbers yet.
Oh, Eric Boom is really dancing around this, and he's burning so much time. The fact he's got one out of there is outrageous, by the way. And Diamond Con flies forward to make sure they do not get any more good trades for them. And in fairness, we don't really talk about this enough, but the fundamentals here is if you are in an advanced position, a position that is not always the most easily tradable, you've got to try and get one. If you get one, it is huge for your team. It allows them potentially to get the trade after you. So what they've done there is they've done it twice. Eric Boom did it, Afro did it. They both got their ones, and that's why they were able to trade out the round.
Job done at that stage. Getting more than that, it's an absolute bonus.
Oh, yeah. Well, at that point, it's a hero play. Like, if you've managed to get 2, as they both chowed you.
Beans now with the scope. I'm going to look over towards the B side. Heavily invested. I think P7 Notorious like to really invest in what they're doing every single time. They seem to have those numbers in place. Kicks is going to be dealt with in the middle of the map, and that is a real poor man to lose with how Rock Esports typically do play this game of Search and Destroy. Double there for the trade onto Rixel. He takes down Diamond Con. And now 2 versus 3 in favor of P7.
They've done a pretty good job here in holding them back, and well, Domex finds a second. And now a 2 versus 2. Bomb is not quite in the possession of Rock Esports at this point. They are burning time looking for a pick. That is what they are playing for. Dominic is coming over. He's going to find one as well. Beans is unaware and doesn't make it. This should now probably be looking to go down. I think Dominic is wiling his way over there. But the more seconds that burn out, the closer Notorious are going to be to counter-attacking.
Eric Boom had a little look. Dominic says, I'm not going to get out unscathed. Very scathed, if anything, but he's going to survive. Under HP, he'll back on down. The nade comes over. Beans is on his way over. I think he still has the snipe in hand. He's waiting for the pressure to come in. Over towards Laundry, has not. Rock Esports just going to hold fire and just going to hold tight, but Eric Boom, he'll find Dom X. Now Dom left in a 1v2.
And he's going to wait this out. He doesn't want to be spotted. He doesn't want to be seen. They do not know where he is. He's ever so sneaky, and Beans will find him. We'll call it out as well. You see Eric Boom get off the bomb. Dom still dancing, still going for it as well. Massive fight to win. He knows where he's going to be at the same time, and he dances around him. Will not give Beans the time of day. Wins the gunfight. Outplayed, son.
Incredible from Dom. And that could be a round that just reinvigorates them. Big 1v2. I think, you know, we've been preaching a couple of players' names quite often in EMEA challenges, and this guy's very much at the top of that. Absolutely incredible player. And pulls off the 1 versus 2. 8 and 4. Rixel sitting at 0 and 5 in the 3-3. If he can start getting himself involved, Rock Esports will be cruising.
We saw a little bit of counterplay last round as well. Kicks really does like to play around that middle island. He's doing it again.
Yeah. But look how much success he's finding with it. 7 and 4.
It's something we noticed when we were casting over him. He's going downstairs already. He's going to get a kill, potentially he does. Cannot be allowed to happen. Afro was the player on Overwatch, has let him go down here, and now Notorious are in an absolutely dire position. Realistically, they don't have a lot of options to get this bomb down.
Stun going over, just an information check. And Rock Esports doing the right thing here, just floating around the site. They don't need to really do anything yet. Sniper's out here over towards basketball. That bomb will now start to make its way down. Beans is waiting on him, changes his mind. He'll find one through the middle of the map, but Dom will find another. Trade will come through though, 2 versus 2.
Now in a much better position. You can see Rixel looking around, looking for this one inside. Doesn't get the centering where Afro was going to be. It leaves Domex with a sniper in a 1 versus 2. He's going to try and make a pick somewhere, and I think Afro managed to see him with the shoulder
Well
and
done.
did. And P7 Notorious getting away with murder here after a big play from Kicks. They weren't able to lock it down.
Afro just gets the angle to plant, and nobody was up top money, I don't think, to have a check on that angle. Gets away with it, gets the bomb down, finding himself now 9 and 5. Big plays coming out from P7 Notorious.
There's a look at the crowd.
You all look great for being on the beers for 8 hours, by the way.
I think you look great anyway. I don't know if they're going out to it anymore. I think they cut it off for the S&Ds. Well, this is a crucial round. 4-4, way better than 5-3.
Oh, what?
We spoke about Domex actually with the sniper before.
Oh my
God! I know he was just about to extol his virtues. They're about a half a second behind us, but Domex has just cut this one open. It hasn't been as dominant from the sniper before now, but we've seen him shut entire games down.
Diamond Khan in trouble, Rock Esports. Domex. Brother is insane with the scope. Once again. Yeah, we have to see this one again. It must have just been a call out from his teammate. Yeah, bang, we'll have him through the wall. And then this. Oh, it's absolutely ridiculous.
And that's the danger. An incredibly talented sniper. Like I said before, we've seen this from him. If that sniper is working like he wanted to, it is difficult to deal with him. And that is case in point. Here we go, though. 4-4. Domex already running here, looking for the snipe. Beans will be looking out towards the window here. Neither team already gone for it, but Beans will find one on the outside. And now the question is, do they stay onto this position or do they go back?
Snipe play over towards B, wasn't it? Well, it's more so through the middle of the map. Let's open things up over towards B. Last time around, when they got this down, Rock Esports couldn't retake it with a numbers advantage. Is that going to get a target on Eric Boom? It doesn't.
Nightmare scenario for Rock. You can already see Tiki Hut is covered. The back is covered. They cannot get into the apartment. There is no easy route here for Rock. They have to win some wild gunfights to open this map up. Making sure there's nobody there. Domex has got the sniper out, hoping for Eric Boom to make himself available.
Lots of fights going on. Somehow they managed to escape in the bedroom, but Kicks now tagged up. Domex can't do much with the pistol from that scenario. Eric Boom will find it. P7 Notorious about to put themselves onto map point. Incredible work. 5-4 lead now for P7.
And Rock Esports have got Rick not having the best of times.
No, sitting 0-7 right now.
And that may start to play into his mind as well. It needs a confidence kill, as they call it. But for P7 Notorious, going up here would be monstrous. They would be one map away from booking their ticket to the grand final.
Beans not going to find it this time. Angle through the middle doesn't pay off. Now he can look over towards his B side. Kicks once again playing that island. Stun check comes out. Beans expecting the push, but this bomb will go down. Kicks will find a kill on the Diamond Con through the middle of the map, and now they're going to have to search for him, so it's kind of a 2 versus 3 on the site here. Eric Boom looking to try to find the pick. One player under the water, just trying to survive. The nade is good, still 4v3 in favor of Rock.
They're originally going to do that. I think Beans saw him as well, and they go for the double chow. Identical 3 versus 3, but time has been absolutely ripped away from them here. Afro's going to look for the player in Tiki. They're not going to be there. There are players in the water all around him. Afro has no idea. And just get cut down. You can already see it was just so tenuous for them. Rock Esport outplayed them on that point.
Dom gets into Tiki. It kind of was chips in the night to a certain degree. But they get away with it, and we see around 11 here on map number 2, and it's a massively important one. If Rock can find this, ties the series up. And P7 Notorious, if they can find this, a 2-0 lead up against Rock would be absolutely massive.
And 11, they're going for it. This is the most aggressive we've seen them on to this point. They're taking it already, but speaking of aggressive, Rock Esports have sent the Wolves in. Kicks and Dom have got a way around the back. I don't know if Diamond Con's already might have done, but damage already gone. Beans is going to be found. Diamond Con now needs to find something here. The flank on the flank.
Oh, they've got the... It's this fight that's massive! And Kicks can find it! Now left in a 2 versus 3.
Eric Boom, all the way in, all the way over the top. Eric Boom and Afro get it down to a 1 versus 1. But trades don't work for Rock. And they managed to get it away in the end. And that's what happens when you have a 2 versus 4.
Tom letting them know. Rixel wipes his brow as they'll get the map win. Rock Esports do it the hard way, as they so often do. Round 11 goes their way.
And they wanted Diamond Con to win that one on the flank. Wasn't able to, did not grab it, did not get it. And for P7, they will be frustrated at that. Rixel got off the donut in the final round.
Tom, 12-6. Kicks, 13-7. Incredible games out of them. But Domex has got to really be the MVP for some of the snipes who are seeing through. Rixel gets his kill in that final round. It may well have been the final kill, to be honest with you. The way the trades went down so quickly. Looking over towards the first bloods, leaning over towards the side of Rock Esports. 7-4 in their favor. Works out in the end. A couple of rounds at P7 Notorious, you thought they were going to probably crumble, but Rock Esports could not quite get the job done, but they do when it matters in round 11. And they will now find themselves tied up in this series. That was a crucial round for Rock to find. If they didn't, 2-0 down against P7 Notorious, don't see it happening.
Well, let's find out. Who walks away with the overload at this point? The games have been close. 250, 248 on the hard point. A narrow Miraculous win by P7. All the way to around 11 on the S&D that P7 were leading on, so revenge has been served. And these two teams, representing some of the very best of their regions, are looking to go the distance.
And the highlight reel will probably show quite a bit from Dom X. This from Dom was massive. This is P7 Notorious to go 4-2 up, plays it perfectly. Rixel just couldn't get anything going in that search and destroy. Honestly, had a bit of a slow map number 1 as well. Needs a pep up. Needs to get himself back into this game. Dom X has got walls, but he also has got the crispy shots like that. Insane from him. Some highlight reel plays. Beansico really nearly forced it to be done at 6-4. When they find that kill through the middle of the map, you think that maybe Rocky Spots are going to fall to pieces. I want to see who actually did get the trade here. It was number 6, but I think it was Dom who found the final moments. Yeah, he did. Found both of them right at the very end. Massive, massive moment as they find it in round 11. Through thick or thin sometimes, isn't it? Yeah, and he's going to start talking to the crowd. He doesn't care. He truly does not care.
What is up with Rock? Why do they always do this?
They don't like to see Stavortex's blood pressure at a normal level.
Well, while we're waiting for that one, we can go over towards Bravo and take a little look-see at what's happening. See how this game is playing out with these teams.
Yep. For Fun going up against Stallions. Onto the Search and Destroy. We're into map number 2. Stallions have made a hell of a run, and it may well continue. 1-0 up here against For Fun. And there has been some teams from North America that haven't necessarily been the package you would expect, and some that have really stepped it up. KB with a good start here. He will find the pick. For Fun Esports are up in the Search and Destroy, but down in the series.
Vivid looking and not finding. Another little snipe off, looking for something. Nobody giving him just the pixels he's need as they go down 2-4, and Vivid almost loses his life throwing a grenade. He's going to try and get out of here, but they've got no map control. They've not really got the numbers, and I don't know if FC Stallions are going to really give them the time of day. Well, Millie says, all right, I'll have a little bit of a chow here. They'll call this one out into the store, and Mac won't get anywhere.
Yep, Stallions get themselves on the board. One apiece now. Managed to find something in this Search and Destroy. And we'll just have to be very quiet because I don't believe the Bravo Nation have the over-ears with the noise cancelling. So we'll just be careful.
That's a good plan.
Yeah, it's a very good plan. Second time we've done that in about a week.
Let's see then. 1-1 between these two. For Fun Esports actually making a bit of an iconic run. Same as FC Stallions, really. These teams have certainly been showing up into this bracket.
I mean, like Stallions were coming in this 13th seed, by the way.
Lucky for some, but not them.
Doing well so far. Potentially got a losers final on their hands after this winners final game if they can get rid of For Fun Esports. Ever so slightly behind the winners bracket game, but not too far. Everybody combining well here for FC Stallions, making their way over towards the ever-favoured A. Just trying to find some picks through the middle of the map here, potentially. Ripper is the one to do that. Good shots coming in once again. This is a man we highlighted at the beginning of the season, Ripper. When we seen him for the very first time, and I believe it was an Optic tournament. Looks the real deal. I think he was part of Kabal at the time, and now on this FC Stallions roster, getting it done here. Another round goes their way.
Well, we're going to see how this one continues to rock and roll, because the winner of this will play the loser of our game on main. So one of these will be playing either P7 Notorious or Rock Esports, but this is an elimination game. So it will be the final run out of these two teams.
Game number 3 should be ready on our feature stage very, very shortly. Stallions looking to try and keep this up, though. Very aggressive approach. Taking a lot of control over towards Delhi. As For Fun, obviously, will make their push. Ripper on a 3-spree, wanting to add to that if you can.
Little check, little shoulder. Oh, another little check here from KB. Mac also running a shoulder, but this time in a circle pattern, both of them saying hello briefly. All information all the time. Somebody's going to have to make a move. It will be For Fun Esports. Maybe the call is to wait for Geo. I don't know if that helps you go faster.
Trying to engage Rupert. Get wall bang. Geo's done really well there, and all of a sudden it just explodes into life. The gunfights go the way of For Fun, but all of a sudden it's a 1v1. Geo taking on Icons. Kind of has a bit of a read on him, does Geo. Icons are on the shoulders, but the time is crucially on for Icons yet. He's the defensive side, sorry. It's going to be Geo. Has to have the plan, but the gunfight will come through the wall. Which way will it go? Icons' way. Stallions find the round.
Well, that was chaotic in the end. Just a massive headbutt of teams. They both knew where they were setting up to. I said they were waiting for Geo. Geo managed to get a big trade out for them in the end, but wasn't enough. Icons, 6-1. And at this stage of the tournament, there is only elite level players left. It is 3-1 to Stallions, though, on the S&D.
6 spree for Icons. If you can find himself a Hellstorm, this could spell a lot of trouble for Fun Esports. We're going to try and maybe find a little bit more. You can see he's playing passive here just because, I mean, you've got to try and play around, especially when it comes down to Scar. It really can't be a round-winning tool. Could it be a map-winning tool with this 3-1 lead at the moment in time? So still do it.
They're actually keeping them off the A point entirely. They're not letting them anywhere near. So Stallions do have the advantage here. They also could potentially wrap this, but For Fun Esports are actually going really aggressive. Icons is kind of trapped and he will go down. That bomb. And FC Stallions are being pushed off of a site that they wanted to plant at.
They really did try to play around the Icons Hellstorm, and they do better than that. Find the gunfight Stallions with another round. And the Hellstorm in the back pocket as well. 4-1 to the good. A million just looking lights out. They have barely faltered all weekend. Went up against Rock, of course, and that went down to finite differences. They're now in the losers bracket, though. It is do or die, and they are very much doing it at this moment in time.
This is just not the position you want to be in as a For Fun Esports fan. Lose the first map. Just not having a great time. There's 5 rounds have gone. 2 players on 1 kill. Working the A site here already. Looking for it over again. And FC Stallions might send a player deep. At the moment, it looks like Rupert. KB on Overwatch. That call's been made here. Smoke going down. KB will call this one out. It might be a move from FC Stallions, because they will now heavily suspect that bomb is about to be planted.
Yeah, they got rid of the trophy there as well, so that's going to be effective. Icons probably doesn't want to call this in on defensive round. Trying to find the picks anyway. Shots coming in from Delhi. We'll have to back on down, but is the bait good enough? Yes, it is. Uli will fall. Big gunny coming through, though, from Matt. KB gets wiped off the face of the planet. 3v3.
Another stack here, but keep an eye on Rupert. Rupert round the back. Prime position. They haven't turned. They have not turned. Rupert, if you find the moment, you will find the kills. He finds one as well. Now they have to split it, but it's gone down to a 1 versus 2. Rupert, all this flank, all this time, he finds the kill, but nothing else for his team here onto this. Knows where that player's going to be. Goes for the reach out on 11 health, but he kind of has to, and eventually gets pistoled out of his mind.
For Fun, find a round, and one that they needed to. The bleeding was apparent. Just hold very, very tight inside of the point. As soon as that bomb goes down, it's always going to be difficult. Rupert needed his team to stay alive whilst the flank was ongoing, but did not. Really good job by the side of For Fun to get themselves back into it.
Well, this is the moment for For Fun. Had a little bit of success in the last couple of rounds. They'll now be looking to see if they can turn that into a real streak of rounds. FC Stallions actually splitting up onto this map here. They've sent bodies to both sides. The bomb will be in the hands of Rupert, who's currently looking over towards the B fight. But information is thin on the ground from both sides.
Hellstorm's on its way in. You're in the venue, you can go over towards the other feature station. You at home can go over towards Bravo to keep an eye on that. Rock Esports now looking to add to their tally as we move over towards the Den Overload. Between these two squads, and which way is this one going to go? The swing game quite often.
Kicks. All alone now. This might be a wrap here. They've already got bodies going for it at the same time. Kicks moving forward. The rest of the players trying to get into a position here for them as well. They've got some blockers onto it. Rixel. It's going to be a bit of a team kill. That is unfortunate as Domek's got himself into a position for the cut, and that comes to nothing. And now they have to be defensive. Unfortunately, Kicks is going to be there, and, well, he is defensive and very, very good at it.
Nice couple of kills. He's going to find the third as well. Found the tick with the stun that came through. They found a couple of kills through the middle of the map as well, and honestly, there was a play trying to be made there by Rixel. He's going to get caught off guard. That should be a cap coming through. And Eric Boom on a 5-spree is going to really help that. Rixel probably did the right thing by trying to push forward, but all of his teammates die in the middle of the map, and it set themselves up for success of P7 Notorious. Afro starting to kick off down. That's 3 in a row. Dojo spawn for the EMP coming through. Domek should be there to slow anything down, but this is a problem. P7 Notorious are in the spawn of Rocket. It can't manage to get them out.
They're going to push this as hard as they can. But Beans standing resolute against a swarm of enemies. Beans just pulled off a bit of a madness. The crowd erupted with it as well. There is no way he should have got 3.
They just set that up so well. Rock needed to stick or twist, and unfortunately for them, I think this is going to be another cap as well. That's going to be another kill coming in from Beans. Can he manage to be the tip of the spear? Not quite. The rest of the team are not on their way through just yet. The pressure is unrelenting here from P7 Notorious, who've been lights out so far in the first 2.5 minutes.
Damacon around the outside. Waiting for this one. They've managed to get them on the back foot here. Rock onto their heels as well, but so far so good. Afro going to try and jump this one in. Should be a short and sweet jump for him. 3-0 already for Notorious. And now for Rock Esports, they want to get their own score in. They don't want this 4-0 an early end.
Still time to bring this one back, but that is a dagger to the start of your game in map number 3 here. Beans continues just putting that pressure on, just being a nuisance. And the question is, do you leave him? Do you push forward? Well, the answer for Dom was, well, push forward and leave him. Starting to get a little bit more control, though. Beans still from behind, and he is just doing what he wants on the map. 9-3, about to be 10. Incredible from Beans. Hellstone with a back pocket, plenty of mid-map control. This is ridiculous from P7 Notorious.
Beans ready for this one. It's going to have 3 players against him here. Still manages to find one. That's all he needed to get, realistically. So on the other side of it, they might even grab this and wrap. Afro coming all there on the back here. Scoop and run. Players getting the mid-cut here. Afro looking for the players out towards server side. He'll keep pushing this tempo. Looking for the player onto the head. He doesn't have reinforcements. His teammate does go down as well, but Afro, massive gunfight to win, and he does so. This is going to be another score ton.
This should be the Mercy Rule coming in with 1.5 minutes to go. P7 Notorious. Ridiculous round of Overload. Beans popping off. Everybody doing what they needed to do. The push through over towards the dojo side was instrumental in getting that done, and they just stayed in their spawn with being a nuisance. Rock couldn't deal with them. Didn't know what to do.
That is one of the most dominant Overload performances we've seen ever against Rock. They're normally quite happy to mix it up. They do not get beaten like that. And obviously they won a round 11 just a second ago, and they'll be like, what has happened from this tight game?
How do they bring this one back? Everybody on Rock being really faltering so far in this Overload. Need to find something. Afro now on a 4 spree as well. Afro now on a 5 spree. As Afro will find 3. And this might be a cap already. You can see the move being made from Afro trying to get the cuts. He will call 2 over towards the backside. Now he's going to be there to find the cut. He's on his way up from the stairs, but good defensive work here from the side of Rock. They managed to find a couple of kills, but the pressure is still very much here, as it always has been in the Overload. Afro 7 in a row. 8 finds it. Locks this down, but the rest of his team are not here. Afro just keeping them at bay.
Afro with a knife out, now with a gun. Looking for more kills. That's 9. Not going to be the 10th. Somehow they didn't get a score out of that. They've just gone absolutely berserk and been slaying them completely. One more player in the corner. Just trying to get away with it for the bomb as well. Beans is going to be in their spawn. Rock are really on damage control.
21-8 from Afro. It's absurd. Clear out the back line. They put the pressure on. Rock need to just maybe get a counter here and can potentially get something going if they get a Dojo EMP spawn, but easier said than done when Beans and Co are shooting like this. They don't really need to make a push here either. They're happy to hold the EMP at halfway and just keep them camped there.
Yeah, if anything, Rock are going to realize that sooner. Like, okay, we actually have to go after this because we're just burning time. And they do so. They find a couple of kills here. EMP's still alive in the hands of P7 Notorious, but it won't be forever. Afro finds one. He does delay this push for just a few seconds, though, but keep an eye on Kicks. Depending on how this fight goes through here, there might be an opportunity for Rock Esports.
That could have done with finding something. Kicks was nice and advanced. Afro will manage to find him on the way through. Eric Boom can find another. Pressure is still very much here for Rock Esports, but big play is coming through from Eric Boom. He finds two. Not going to find the third. Dom can keep that pressure on himself. It's been a game of to and fro between these two, but a lot of to-ing by P7 Notorious at this moment in time. Rock Esports, just as you say, it doesn't feel like it's been put together. The kills come through. Project 7 Notorious defends so well.
2 minutes 47 left to go. Rock Esports will need to turn the tide of this battle. They are now starting to make kills out towards the middle here. They are looking for an opportunity to really start flexing and getting this EMP move. But every time the trades are good enough from P7 Notorious, they will grab it again. On the front, here he comes. Afro, 25 and 11, 26 and 11. Oh, not going to be 27 that time around, but every second that ticks down is doom for Rock Esports.
Hellstone being called in. And is that now going to result in another map coming through? Sent towards the spawn. Doesn't really find a great deal outside of one kill. It keeps that pressure on. Rock Esports have barely been able to get out of their spawn. They're probably thinking about map number 4 coming up.
Being held there by Kicks, and this has not gone the way they would have wanted it to. That will go in for Eric Boom. 5-0 here into this game, and Rock Esports have had one mediocre run. It has not been great in terms of their control on the EMP, and it has not been pretty in how much this slaying has gone against them.
Their overload today has really not quite been there. Seen on a couple of occasions that I think they lost it in their previous 2 games, to be honest with you, as well. Of course, they really do quite often have to go about it the long way. And they are being put to the sword here. P7 Notorious for that. Rock's overload has not quite been there. P7 Notorious has been absolutely ridiculous. This is the real first opportunity Rock have had. And Afro is here to potentially slam the door shut. Eric Boom will be there to pick up the pieces. They stopped them at the final moments. It was 1 yard away from Rock Esports. They couldn't get it over the line. 1 minute to go here. It's still 5-0 to P7 Notorious.
Yes, it has been impossible for some time as well. The relays are not perfect on this game simply because of the fact you have to wait for the respawn timer. And now, Fiends and the rest of his squad can basically just have a little bit of a play here. This is all TDM. This is all holding whatever you want to because you cannot physically lose it. And now as they continue here, Eric Boom's actually still showing out. They're having a great time. That's going to go in for 6 as well. I wonder whether or not they can get this to the 8 in time. I don't think so, even with a perfect relay.
It's not possible.
Not a lot to say about this map, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it's always difficult when there is a game like this. P7 Notorious have just run away with it and have done from the get-go. It was 2-0 within the blink of an eye. And Rock Esports had 0 answers to the questions that have been posed. P7 Notorious have looked like a different beast here in this winners bracket final, map number 3. And, you know, throughout the series, we've been talking about Rock. Brixel has been struggling. Everybody struggling on Rock on this occasion. That was a whitewash. P7 Notorious back in the lead in the series.
At no point did P7 look like they were under any sort of real pressure. Couple of runs there from Rock Esports in the end, but it did not amount to an actual scoring opportunity. For the most part, Rock Esports were defensive. Back in their spawn, holding the angles, including at one point in the second half where P7 Notorious didn't actually try to score. They were like, hey, if you guys want to throw up the battle line, we're 4 ahead.
Easy smoke at that stage, though.
Well, there might be an issue.
I don't think so. I think he's just chopped.
In-depth team talk. That is the most intense stare I've ever seen. He's looking into his soul.
Told me he finds it more stressful coaching than he did ever playing.
Doesn't explain why he's got 4 inches away from his face. Like, brother, I need you to rotate.
Yeah. I think the hairline's actually receded more. So last time it's happened.
That's outrageous.
I can say that. P7 Notorious back in the lead in this series. A really dominant performance there on the Overload in this winners bracket final. 6-0, and I mean, again, like as you said, what do you say? Afro high spree, 9 in a row. Insane. And also, you look at the carrier kills that they were able to actually find there on Rock Esports. There was plenty. There's plenty of defending done, even when you lose 6-0. Massive performance from them, and they will find themselves in the lead once more. Rock Esports, again, gonna have to do it the hard way.
This next hard point will be telling. Rock Esports, just a bit of a blip for them as well, because they just could not get the guns up when they needed it. And this is where it started going wrong, by the way. You're about to see this. Bean should have not got these kills. I do not know how he's done that.
Just ridiculous. They were constantly in the spawn, constantly just throwing different looks. I don't think Rock Esports have really had to deal with that kind of aggression before. And that was the problem. They just could not manage to clear out their own spawn. And when that is the issue, you're constantly thinking about it. It makes it hard to formulate a plan on every other angle. It's a difficult thing to do. P7 Notorious made it extremely difficult. A 4-0 with a minute and a half to go was damning. And Rock Esports would have done extremely well to bring that one back, but they never really looked like doing so.
And the question is always going to be this. What do Rock Esports look like on the next map? That has been the most one-sided out of any map we've had between these two. You've got to remember, Hardpoint was the breath, and it would have changed. The S&D was round 11. And if you're thinking, hey, this is a series we've been waiting to watch here, then Hardpoint may just rekindle that fire.
Well, map number 1 was extremely close. 2-point game. Diamondcon really did clutch up. Could have been staring at a 2-1 lead for Rock here. It was literally the flip of a coin. Was that Black Heart Hardpoint. We stay on Den though for map number 4. That's incoming in a second. Scar Search and Destroy will be map number 5 if we do need to see it. It would not surprise me by any stretch of the imagination. Something to make you think these teams don't like exposure in Colossus?
Yes, very much. Not big fans, of course, but they've prepped for this. They've got coaching staff for this. It is not the end of the world here for these two teams. They will have an opportunity in the lower bracket, but we will throw it into the hard point for Rock Esports. Need a couple of confidence kills, get back into the swing of it. We know how good they are on hard point.
Well, let's see if they can find those confidence kills. Get things up and running again. P7 Notorious, this is just going to feel like obviously you're loading straight back into Den. You have just bodied Rock Esports around this map in particular. It's already been a good start for them. 22 points of rise and 20 seconds still on offer. Rock Esports need to shake off these cobwebs very, very quickly.
Well, that is it. Overflowing with confidence, really. Even Diamondcon getting involved in the action. Beans finds 2 as well at the moment, and Rock Esports, they're on the spawn out. Beans is going to try and catch at least one here. They will challenge him. A couple of players going through. He's going to call this one out. I think he's seen at least 2 cross. The players going out towards the back here. Beans will still get his kill at the same time. Rock Esports, a little bit off the beat.
On the way through towards the lobby. We'll get rid of Beans here as well, so the collapse will probably come in over towards P2. Eric Boom just trying to survive as long as he can. The rest of the team are on their way. The back spawns are there. Afro going to make the most of them. He's found 2 unscathed, and there is the break back. P7 Notorious. The spawn towards the backside, just helping them out. 2 players now. They try and find the flank play. Dom was dealt with, and the flank spawns will come on through. A little bit of a split for P7 to deal with yet.
Trying to get the kills going down at the moment. Rock doing a good job of compressing around this point. Afro last alive, and while he's been a big gun, he's not 2. And now they've managed to push them out for Rock Esports. Some points onto the board here. I don't even think Notorious are going to send that many bodies. They're already looking towards P3. And they clean it. Scrap time fully for Rock. Opportunity in abundance for both teams here. With P7 already set up, Rock Esports will look for a quick break.
They can't let this game get out of control. It could be over before it's even started. Rexel and Domex not able to find their way through in the middle of the map, so you will wrap back round if you're a Rock. Just get a hold of these dojo spawns. Eric Blumenko just going to try and keep them at bay with this utility. Afro dealt with. Kicks now trying to find the second here as well to help his teammate get it through. Rixel is there to take him down. Here they go. Rocky Sports now looking for the break. Can P7 Notorious continue to hold? We'll find a way through. Afro will find one. Afro through the middle. He isn't there to find it because it's Eric Boom who can. But the SMGs combine well. And P7 Notorious in a commanding lead.
And for P7, this is just cleanup after cleanup. They are having a very good time, but at the same time, they are winning gunfights over and over again. Diamondcon getting the action now. He's on a 2. For Rocky Sports, they are trying to regain. See, now they've already tried to get the block out towards the back here. Afro's gone off the map as well. This is good for Rock. That's a complete wipe for them. They're actually going to be pretty happy onto this point for at least 15 seconds. Spawn out is miles away.
Gotta find some time. Similar story, though, to what happened in map number 1. P7 Notorious opened up a lead. Rocky Sports reduced it rather quickly towards the latter stages of that game. This is an opportunity now to find some good time. Find 3 kills, 35 seconds remaining, and they find a full squad wipe momentarily. P7 Notorious going to try and find a way back through, but 30 seconds to play for. Yeah, you can see the flank starting to come through from Beans. He may be influential as he find one over towards the backside. Can the rest of his team get something done on the front? They cannot, and it's a great hold from Rock.
That's exactly what they needed. That's going to bring them right back into this. Still will be, what, a 25-point game-ish as we go into the P1 again. But from what it looked like, Rocky Sports are in a way better position now. Domex on 5, Kicks on 4, Rixel going down to Eric Boom on this rotate.
Fight coming in from Kicks. He will find 2 and gets the spawns for his team as well. When we head over towards P2 in 55 seconds, they will be important. Rock now into the point. And this is pretty much a carbon copy of what we've seen in map number 1. Which P7 Notorious leading the dance. Rock Esports get one good hill back into it, and they are truly back into it.
And they might even take the lead if this continues. Rixel really going to work here. Kicks pushing it out. He's on 7. Hellstorm in pocket. Rixel looking for Afro over the top. Knows he's going to be here. Afro is trying to get Rixel out of this point, but a little bit of a flank over the spawn here, but there has been no kills for Notorious in some time.
Rock Esports proving they are very much a momentum team. Kicks is on a 9 spree. Where has that crept up from? 15 and 7. Hellstorm in the back pocket. It's about to be 10 here as well. Oh, is it? No, it isn't. Afro will shut him down. What about the rest of the kills here from Rock Esports? Are they able to keep it up? 2 for 2 trade. Dom is there to find another. Spawn out there. Going to happen for Beans, though. He's going to spawn over towards his backside. That might help his team out. He's screaming for it as Rock Esports now just trying to cover their backs, and they can do. They get the spawns over towards the backside, but P2 belongs to P7.
Well, Kicks is on his way. Kicks is about to get around the back as well, so both teams getting a little bit crazy with these spawns and positions. They're going to come through here. Diamondcon only going to find 2. Rest of his teammates backing him up, though, as they now pile into this point. P7 Notorious. They have all the choke points right now. Rock Esports are looking and waiting. This has been a long wait for them as well. Now they strike. Now they go in through the doors. Eric Boom just throwing bullets into a pre-fire. He knows he's coming and wins an unbelievable 2.
Crazy from Eric Boom. And this is big, big time for P7 Notorious. Eric Boom continues as well. Finds one on Domex. And now for Rock Esports, you need to think about the next rotation. They really have just headbutted over towards P2. They get absolutely nothing for it. And they'll be the second ones over towards P3. What a swing by P7 Notorious. It's pretty much a perfect hold over towards P2. 60 seconds, new seconds going to pop over towards P3 and Rock Esports. Back over towards Dojo. Need to find a way through once more.
Beans and Diamondcon, though, looking for this. You can already tell. A couple of players moving around. They have a little bit of defense going through. Beans is trying to push a tempo. Does find one here. If his teammates outnumbered under the hill, though, the Hellstorm is going to be an issue. And, well, they use that Hellstorm that Kicks got to get back into this point. And for Rock Esports, with the current setup, it should be more than plausible to get this lead back.
Middle of the map is being lost, though. So Rixel will have to come and fill that gap, but he's going to be a little bit late. Rixel finds one through the middle of the map and the second through the middle of the map, so the late worked. Dom now over towards the front side. Rock Esports have done so well to find a way back through. You keep hold of the spawns if they want, though, over towards P4. P7 Notorious trying to find a way through mid. Kicks has got that covered. Can he spin and find Diamondcon as well? Yes, he can. Kill will eventually come in through. Final few seconds goes over towards P7 Notorious. This lead has changed 3 times over the last 3 hills.
This all really depends on this break. Project 7 Notorious looking for it as well. Eric Boom is the first to fall here. time slowly soaking into the bones of Rock Esports as they continue to win in the kill feed. And the more bodies they take, the more points they make.
The last rotation of hills, this is where Rock really started to come back into the game, and P7 Notorious once again cannot find a way through. Been a hell of a comeback. I think it was a 70 or 80 point lead for P7 Notorious in one stage. The lead is now 30 or 40 in the favor of Rock.
Well, this does not end here if this continues. Rock Esports have done so well on this rotation. It's basically a money hill for them. They've not lost a point. They've not even really let the opposition anywhere near Afro. He started off hot. He was very hot on the overload, but a mild, tepid bathwater for him on the hardpoint.
Esports now over towards P1. They found a lot of time on this hill last time or two, and we'll be looking to do the same. That lead is insane how it's changed so quickly. Dom was on a 6-free, he'll get cut down. Good shots coming in from Domex, not good enough to beat Beans, but Rixel is there to pick up the pieces. He's momentarily on his own. What can he pull off? Everybody else from P7 Notorious finding their way through. Rock Esports are on their way.
Rock Esports now going to try and push this around here. They probably don't need to squeeze a lot of pressure onto P1. They are going to do so. Will be Dom that goes up top. He will get at least one. Domex combines with him, and they get another bunch of points onto the board. They can actually win it here. And for P7 Notorious, that means they'll have to go up the advantageous spawn. They will have to push this one as hard and as fast as possible.
Good time here for Rockville. Find themselves 5 seconds away. P7 Notorious can't get near kicks. 4 in a row. Rock put a deal in it. We'll see that map number 5.
And they erupt. Glasses almost smashed to smithereens there as he pulled his headset off a bit too violently. And he's letting them know across the stage here as we go to a map 5 between these two teams. Vortex is saying your glasses okay.
Where are they, mate? You probably do need them. He's got his torch out. What a coach.
I think that might actually be what happened. There we go. He's got them. He's got them. It's all good. Did lose his glasses. I thought he had.
What a game from Dom.
You need to talk trash more than you need to see.
Nicely done from Rock Esports. They will send us to a map number 5.
I mean, it would have been one of the legendary moments if a player suddenly had to have a bit of a break here to get a new set of glasses if you'd smashed them in trash talking, but all's well that ends well. Speaking of ending well, we are going to a map 5 on this bad boy. We said it. I mean, I don't know why we pretended it was going to be anything different. Rock Esports in a map 5. A reputation that is thoroughly deserved. Trust me, we've done all the elites. They do this every single time.
They know how to close a series. They just do it the hard way. Ever so often, it's very rarely a 3-0 against Rock. It doesn't matter who you're playing. Honestly, they could be playing against the lowest seed in EMEA, and they would still potentially be a map number 5. They quite often do lose maps. Quite often, still results in a victory. But P7 Notorious, a very solid squad. We've seen it throughout. Incredible performance in the Overload. But that hardpoint will slip them by. Map number 5. Coming very shortly. Keeping an eye on what's going on Bravo. That one may well be extending to a map number 4 as well, and that loses semi. For Fun Esports looking like a comeback is on the cards, but this one is going the distance. Rock Esports looking to try and get themselves into back-to-back grand finals in the Omit.
And it really was just almost like a switch flipped. Something changed about the middle of that hardpoint. Rock Esports refused to let it go. They have been firing back onto all cylinders. I just don't understand how you overload was so one-sided, and then we load in 2 minutes later onto the hardpoint. And Rock basically turned the engine on.
Incredible performance from P7 Notorious throughout this entire series. But Rock have brought it back. They've never been in the lead in the series, but can they take the lead in a Scar Search and Destroy? That's what they're going to have to do if they want to go to that grand final once more, Brycey.
Well, we will see. We will see. I mean, they did this last tournament, actually. They did this in Dallas. The exact same thing. They just managed to get into the grand final through Maps 5s. And in fairness, one thing we haven't really spoken about is what that actually means for them. Ice runs through the veins of Rock Esports. So we will find out. Do they have it in them one more time in Birmingham? We will tell you right after this break. Don't go anywhere. More action here at the Major. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the major. We switch over to our Bravo stage to catch you up on what's been happening. For Fun Esports and FC Stallions have thrown it to a map 4.
Very tight start between these two squads as we head over towards P4. Icons at an 8th spree. So Stallions seemingly having a bit of a comeback after a slow start based on what we're seeing in the kill feed at least anyway. And he has a Hellstorm, of course, to his name. So let's continue this as the 4 white will come through for FC Stallions. They get a hold of the hill. 35 seconds to play for here. They could break 100 points quite easily.
Looking for this one, you can see FC Stallions just trying to hold off the players at P2. Millie will fall and opens the door for them as well. For Fun now pouring in. Upstairs, downstairs, through the windows, the doors, the cracks in the ceiling, everywhere. They pile in, but the bloodbath continues. It will eventually be For Fun Esports that walk away. And they will get a bit of scrap time, but what they've given up here is the rotation.
That will suit Stallions down to the ground. Some good time for them either way, and a 20-second lead. Stallions now set up. Not even at the point yet, they're just trying to keep control. Now starting to get some time as the setup had to be perfect before they started to engage, but Vivid and Mac don't care about that. They'll find a couple of kills, Mac with another one, and Uli through the middle of the map. FC Stallions just a little bit slow. And For Fun, we'll find a way through.
Icons looking, but not finding. A little bit of pressure here, a little bit of a contest. Neither team really moving. Double Troll coming over the top. There's one. KB now will go to the challenge zone here. Doesn't matter. Icons will pick it up. They know where the players are going to be. More bodies piling in, but it is going to be FC Stallions that walk away with control up to this point as KB gets his teammates back.
15 crucial seconds for Stallions. 10 more to go, and they'll be more than happy with this lead heading into that second rotation. I don't think Icons did use his Hellstorm. I didn't see it or hear it, at least anyway. If he has done, I'm not paying much attention. Mac, not able to get anything done over towards the motel side. And the setup will be there now, inside of Stallions, as they're trying to find their way through over towards P1. For Fun inside of the point, though, looking to try and close that gap. It's about 20.
A little bit of time squeeze under this P1, but Millie and KB combining. Mac looks for something he isn't going to find either. For Fun Esports, they are now trailing into this series and into this hard point. If they lose this, they are eliminated from this competition. And the winner will carry on to our lower bracket final. KB looking for one round the back end. This is going to be a horrible gunfight this. Anytime you have to get over the heady. Millie now on a 5. Pistol out, doesn't care, going for a reach out. That's now going to be 6. Slaps a new magazine in, but gets cut down before they can do any more. For Stallions, they have made a massive lead over this P1.
Brilliant work from Stallions. Time and time again, just seem to string together so many kills and put themselves in such good positions. Very streaky team by the looks of things, and Rupert beaming right now. 12 and 15 from him isn't necessarily setting the world on fire, but they're doing more than enough to have about a 50-point lead. On inside now, over towards P2. Stallions trying to find a break through the front, not going to happen. Fun just about holding on, but the trades come through. FC Stallions find the break.
Still holding hard here. This is not in the right position to get everything down right now. Rupert already looking on Overwatch. Every angle must be covered. Got to keep the teammates safe. Looking for it again. Throws a bullet. Ubi is already equal to it. A bit of a flank coming around already. Millie about to make a move. Gets 1. Gets 2. They will now call out this swarm going through as Millie gets his 3rd and dives in with a pistol for the 4th. It's greed, but it's glorious.
Stallions really feeling it. Off the back of big plays coming in from Millie. 23 and 16, 4 spree for him. They're all taking turns at lighting it up yet on Saturday in Birmingham. 70-point lead now for the Stallions. Rotation over towards P3. Paramount here for Fun. Need to find a way through, but Ripper and Co are here, and here comes the artillery. But if you want to keep an eye on what's going on this one, you can go at the side stage if you're here in Birmingham, or you can go over to Bravo at youtube.com/CodeChallenges. We got a map number 5 in the winners bracket final to get on with. Into the Scar Search and Destroy, a change of pace. But same location, different stakes.
Well, there is a golden ticket to the grand final. You won't find it in the chocolate bar, you'll find it in a map 5. The Dom, he's going to go down here, leave the sniping to Dom X. We know this. Kicks are going to be already in the middle of the store. It's going to be a 2 versus 4 here, but Rock Esports have backed off. They've lost a lot of map control here. They do not have either bomb site to 3 rotate to. Beans is going to get cut down though. Kicks, finds 1. Reduces that deficit down to a 2 versus 3.
It's just the information that P7 Notorious have here that Kick sliding around. It's the lack of time. Even if he finds that kill on Afro, the kill would be traded. Rixel now left in a 1 versus 3. Not going to happen. First blood to P7 Notorious.
And that is definitely a big one for them. Still always feels very dangerous whenever I see Kicks on the screen. I just don't believe he'll lose a gunfight.
So one of these Saudi players, we've been talking about them though, Brycey, it's just incredible that
They're all so good.
I don't want to say a resurgence, but the surge of good players coming out of the region. I mean, of course, we've had knowledge of them for some time, of course, with the original Falcons roster that came through Challengers EU. Exnid, of course, a big fan favorite. Hasn't necessarily had the best of times this weekend, though.
No, that would be putting it mildly here, but strong representation across the board otherwise. A little bit of a timid play here from P7. Still watching for the overextend that hasn't actually come in. Eric Boom now making a bit of a move here. Fishing through the wood for any sort of a hit marker.
Don't find anything. Eric Boom will continue on. Rocky's playing this very passively, I believe. Up top Church, they're going to be banking on Domex maybe finding something. The scope will be out. Eric Boom will make his move. Rocky Sports will regress just that little bit further. They're offering P7 Notorious the opportunity. That nade doesn't land, but that's enough information to know that they're not planting yet. Domex now ringing shots out across the entire map, just trying to back players down, but they're going to have to engage at some stage over towards the site.
Well, there we go. Smoke down. Eric Boom will plant. Does somebody thread the needle? Not yet. Afro's going for it as well, though. Backs them down. Bomb going to be up here. Beans gets done before they can do any more damage. And now Eric Boom backpedaling. They have control of the site. They have the numerical advantage. And Afro still sitting pretty up top.
Domex just not being offered any opportunities to find anything. And Afro running the show from up top should be a freebie. No, it isn't. Eric Boom's going to be dealt with. And it's Afro. How on earth have they found those kills? Beans and DC need to stay alive. And Rixel's found 3. Diamond Con in the middle of the map gets cut down. How have Rock done that?
That might have been a little bit of a misplay from Afro. He opened the door for them to walk through and they said, okay, we'll take it. And he was in the position to cut them down, but maybe a bit of hesitation. We saw him aim at a player and kind of back off from it. And Rock, once they've got their teeth into something, they are not letting go of those gunfights. Dive from the point here. Domex, though, just that final kill onto Diamond Con. And that does mean we're going to go all square on a round that we all thought was going to P7. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication, maybe a little bit of being flustered around that high-intensity environment, but whatever it was, it doesn't matter now. The round is lost.
It's a big round. It's a round that, honestly, Rock Esports had no right to win. Domex now aggressive with this sniper angle, as, of course, is Beans. Both of them playing this game of chess that has so many repercussions here on Scar.
At the moment, a time burn from Rock Esports. Seen it a few times.
I like the pressure through the middle of the map, though. It's maybe a little bit of a different look. They're so good at finding that space. They may well have found it here through Delhi. Shot's going to start to ring out. It's going to put P7 Notorious into gear in certain different ways. Big gunfight win from Kicks. Rixel finds another as well, but the bomb carrier has actually been taken down on the flank. Eric Boom's done a phenomenal job. And now if you're Rock Esports, you feel pinned in a little.
Domex has got into a great position. At some point, Rock might need to go and get that bomb.
The problem that they've got, though, and I mean, we have the benefit of seeing the minimap, but they think Eric Boom's still behind them.
Well, they're looking for him. They might spot him up the top here as well, but
Info.
they have so much control.
Time.
Dom, going to look for this fight out towards the back here now. A 1 versus 3, but can Beans pull off a miracle? Does he have the magic for him as well? There is going to be an overwatch, and we saw the player. It's going to be Chow. He tries to go for the wall bang with the sniper. There's bodies everywhere. He's erupting and running. It isn't going to be enough here. I mean, you have never seen a team with that much map control.
But to me, it was almost a bit of fake map control because Eric Boom pushed behind, found the kill on the flank on the bomb carrier. So immediately the mindset of Rock is that Eric Boom is behind us. So for all that, they have plenty of control in the middle of the map. They don't know exactly where P7 Notorious are. They could be behind, left, right.
One more kill
Could be
on the
anywhere.
P7. That would have been a bit of a disaster for Rock.
I think it was the fact that they spotted him top church. They knew Beans had the sniper, but a normal gun rings out. They then get eyes on and say, right, okay, well, our flank must be clear. They're both here. We've got eyes on. They can then make their move from there and execute. 2-1 now to Rock Esports. As Beans now will try to find a way through once again. But again, that mid-map control is just ever so crucial. And Rock Esports have taken up their position there now. What can they find with it?
Eric Boom is going to get taken down. Kicks, like I said, I never think he's going to lose a gunfight. Afro's also taking a bit of a love tap. He's in trouble now as the fight do keep erupting here as DiamondCon also falls. Rock Esports grinding these rounds out. Absolutely refusing to lose.
And look at the space they're taking. Everything working in their favor. Beans dealt with. Afro now left all on his own. And that's 4 in a row for Dom on this team. And Rock Esports are running away with this map number 5 now. They want that of the grand final. They want their position in Major 3 in the Pro Am.
This continues on course. Fairly certain Steve Vortex will win more internationals as a coach in 2 months than he did in his career.
Which is criminal, actually.
Yeah, it is. But Rock Esports, are they going to do this again? They did this in Dallas. Took maps right to the edge and grind out a win. I mean, eventually they did win 4-1 in the final. But for the rest of the time, an absolute slog.
Force spray for Dom. Has to be careful over towards his flank, but they're so aware of it happening. And it's kicks to shut them down again. He's ever present. It's 4 in a row from him. Beans will find one back. 3 versus 2, but still in favor of Rock.
Beans backing up. Sniper's not been as dominant as it could have been here. They will need him to play that to the best of his abilities. Afro and Beans now combining, and I don't see Beans catching this player. The angle's just a little bit wrong for him as well, and now Rock Esports are looking. Afro, long range gunfight, massive for him as well. Teammates are going to go down. Afro needs to go high. He needs to win a gunfight. Oh my goodness! Another Lost Player's going to challenge. Lost Player's going to be up top. Don't go for it. Afro is ready. He's going for the chow up once again. It's a stun and Afro finds 3. A round they should not have won. Magic flowing through the veins of Afro there. Pinned into a corner, but unafraid to win, and that stun shut down that last chow.
I mean, you just don't think he'd have a stun still at this time in the round. Richter was a little bit slow for the trade on the initial, then got a little bit scared. There is no way P7 Notorious should have won that round.
I mean, Beans went down. I think he managed to make that player a little bit weak, though, because that second kill by Afro was about 1.5 bullets. But you take those. At the moment, Rock Esports, though, overextending out towards B side, just holding this mid-map control for as long as they can. The game of chess erupts once again. That's going to be a stun. It was not a smoke going down.
That's such a huge round. That's a 4-1 lead for Rock Esports that they would have had. They probably thought they had in the back of their minds. Now P7 Notorious have got themselves within 1 round. And how on earth do Rock respond to such a devastating loss?
Stay down, Afro. Stay down. Domex was on Overwatch. Rock have really set this back, though. Look at how deep they are. One player kicks. The man who a lot of people want to see back in the league, who somehow actually got better after he was out of the league. An unbelievable talent, but they have burnt time here, P7 Notorious, and now Domex all the way up top here. Beans looking to thread the needle. This is going to go down. Chaos will erupt on the flank there. Keep an eye. It's going to be Kicks. He finds the first on the Diamond Con. Afro finds one back at the same time now. Both teams now getting squeezed here. P7 Notorious find themselves with no space. Beans is trying to run the sniper, but he's outgunned, outnumbered, and he will be reduced to nothing but a stain up top. And that is all because of Kicks. There is frustration and flustering. I was going to say both at the same time because that's exactly what it's going to be. Kicks found the kill on the flank, and then you have nowhere to go. If you have a sniper, you want to one direction, and that time you cannot. P7 Notorious. That round has not gone their way, and well, right now they should be thanking their lucky stars that Afro clutched the last one. Now, Tana, I don't know if you've heard the same thing I'm hearing.
I can hear it.
I don't know where that was coming from. I thought that might be a little bit of smack talk going through, but we will find out.
I think it might be coming from the crowd, to be honest with you.
It could be.
Play it nicely. Play it nicely. 4-2 lead now for Rock Esports. Oh my word!
Dom X with the sniper once again. The crowd react to that one. And he must have practiced some of those, Tom, because he keeps doing it.
He's got these little bounce angles that just seem to be working out, but the flank coming through here from Diamondcon is going to pay off. Kicks will be dealt with. And look at the pressure now that P7 Notorious have. You're going to have to fight your way out.
First blood, but no map control. 45 seconds left to go here. Rock Esports having a little bit of a peek. Dom X is going to run into Diamondcon, but Diamondcon was ready for this fight. Dom X was a little bit off of it, but all the way up top here. Afro dancing, diving, and downing too. P7 Notorious, after losing the first blood from a wonder shot, let's be honest, a bouncing Dom X, ripping heads, win that round.
P7 Notorious have got the crowd on side. And if you're Rock, you need to not be rattled by it.
I love this. A little bit of a replay. Here we go. Bounce angle. Bang. Eric, boom. Headshot.
Insane from Dom X again, but the round ultimately will go P7 Notorious's way. And now it's their opportunity to try and find an attack. Rock Esports have set up very similar in a lot of their defenses. And I wonder if they're going to show a different look here, because it's all about to go down over towards this other side. Eric Boom cannot find anything, but his kick's going to be able to take down. But the Overwatch is there from Dom X. And they run through them. And Afro is all alone.
Oh, he's running scared. Health will regen. But a 1 versus 4 for Afro. Technically got a bit of a 1 versus 3. Finds one, though. On the wrong side of the map for this one. Already going to be found out. Sniper bullets echoing around his ankle. Going to go for the chow, because what else can you do here when you're an enemy team spawn? The Rock Esports map and series point is now theirs.
1 round away from back-to-back grand finals. And sending themselves to the Major 3 Pro.
This team lost to EMEA again.
A lot of people used to call them onliners. And the thing is, they might be Lanimals.
It might be hindered, as it turns out. But the ball is now in their court. The fate is in their hands. They have grinded their way to this point. Dom X has come live with the sniper. He is 6-3. Again, will have it in control. Aggressive now. Kicks is going for it. He's already through the middle of the map here. He's going to see a player there. I don't know if that shoulder player saw him. He does back off wisely. They're looking for him as well. But Kicks doesn't lose that kind of gunfight. Finds it on the beam. Sniper down here for P7 Notorious, and Kicks keeps on kicking them. And it's a madness that's erupted here. A 2 versus 4. Dom now swims blood in the water. Afro managed to get one back.
He crucially takes down Kicks. Rixel swings into play. Eric Boom left in the 1v2.
And here he goes. Eric Boom for all the marbles. Grand finals or losers. All hands on this man. Bomb will go down. A 2 versus 1 for them. Eric Boom has not been having a majestic time, but this time he needs to be better than good.
M15 in hand. What can he do with it? Dom X and Rixel to hold it down. Shots will ring on through. He'll give his position away. Will the Rock get aggressive, or do they just hold?
They're just trying to hold the angles here. It's still a 1 versus 1. Eric Boom touch of bands. It's not going to be enough. And Rock Esports book their tickets in back-to-back majors to the grand final. It's never clean. It's never easy. But it works. And for Rock Esports, that's enough.
Vortex can only laugh. They're letting them know about it. As Rock Esports once again send themselves to a grand final. A brilliant performance, a fantastic search and destroy. Fist bumps all around, and respect mutually between these teams. You'll smack talk all you want, but there will always still be fist bumps.
I'll be looking to see them again. That's what that is. Passion.
Dom is such... he's such a wind-up. He's constantly in their faces. But he backs it up, though.
He's trash talking the crowd is the crazy thing. Beans devastated. Thought they had it. Realistically, they could have done. That's the comes the key thing here. But over and over again, Rock Esports, map 5. I don't know what these players have for lunch every day, but it's got to have ice in it because this is ridiculous now. Might have to start delving into the stats here because the amount of map 5s they win is probably an anomaly in the history of COD Esports. It is egregious. They don't even Neslo people. It's not like they're a Neslo team.
Nope.
I mean, a terrible overload, but like...
But the thing is,
what are they doing?
Typically, their overload has been solid, though. I mean, I would say it's their weakest mode now. I would have said it was Search and Destroy for a little while, but they've really stepped up their game. They did before they went to Dallas. They've stepped up their game again. They had a poor season, honestly, in EMEA. But when it comes to LAN, they've just got the sauce. Whatever the sauce is, stick it on my breakfast, lunch, and dinner, because right now, Rock Esports, they don't look beatable. They've got every single facet, and that's the thing, you're right. Like, they win so many tight map number 5s, but they do it in so many different ways. They win all the S&Ds, typically in map number 5, but the route there is always different.
You can never tell what a series with Rock Esports is going to look like, other than, and I know we joke about this, then we're going to go the difference. Like, as casters, we kind of know going into a game what we're expecting to see, and we always joke saying, well, we're going to be a map 5 here, so if we're behind schedule, we're going to be further behind. And turns out, again and again, they do it. They do it in EMEA, they do it in Challengers Elite, and they do it at LAN. But look at those scores of what could have been.
Very close games. Map number 1, the closest of the lot. 2-point game, around 11 in the raids. Goes Rock's way. Domination in map number 3. Comfortability in maps 4 and 5 for Rock. He'll get it done. And we can nearly breathe. We have one grand final participant here in Rock Esports. The thing is, Brycey, you need to decide who else is meeting them on the main stage tomorrow morning to kick off Championship Sunday. And that's another pressure for both these two teams. You're going to be in front of 5,000 people who are just starting their day when it does come down to Championship Sunday. It's going to be an insane time, but we need to figure out who's going to get there. We're going to be doing that show.
We certainly will, and these two teams are going for it. One more game, one more opportunity in the pit for these two for a grand final, but all that and more coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It has been a long day, and
Yep.
don't laugh at what I was doing before we came on camera. You're making it weird. You're making it weird.
Well,
Anyway,
it wasn't weird.
I was just inspecting our backdrop because it has broken on us
did
today
fall.
already. Look, it's a long day. We're a little bit delirious. Technically, we opened challenges this morning, then opened the main broadcast. We're still here 12 hours later, and we've got one more game on our hands.
All the CDL talent are out having dinner.
Yeah,
You know what it is?
they hate us.
Part-timers is
Yeah,
what it
oh,
is.
no, yes,
This
yeah.
is the real workforce here.
Exactly.
We've been doing everything that we possibly can. And again, shout out to Spaceman and Seymour for really holding down the fort whilst we were doing little bits. But look, we've still got one more game to go before we have our final two teams. And hopefully there won't be a brawl breaking out in the crowd this time. Let's have a look at how things have went down for both of these squads, though, as we do indeed have our final game here in the losers final with P7 Notorious taking on FC Stallions. And for me, we'll delve into the teams maybe a little bit more if we have a chance, but I really want to give a shout out to FC Stallions, by the way, and I'm not just doing this because of the Stallions and co, etc., etc. The improvement on this roster is made. They came in as 13th seed, Brycey. They shoved Rock all the way, only just lost out to them. Now they dropped down the losers bracket. They dealt with For Fun, they dealt with Project 7, and now they have P7 Notorious to potentially find as well. They have had a hell of a tournament.
There's some big names to take out. I mean, Project 7 is probably the biggest name they've really got. Oh, actually, yeah, Project 7 is probably the biggest name they've taken out so far.
Yeah.
It's a very, very good team. But, I mean, their run has been phenomenal. And now we will see. Bearing in mind, not only for the grand final, not only for the chance to play on that grand stage, Tun, to see the lights, to hear the roar of the crowd, to feel the tingling in the fingertips, but also to book their way to the Pro-Am. Another opportunity to shine, to be stars upon the night. And these two teams have this opportunity here. In the dying light of Birmingham, they will play these maps out. Exposure, Hardpoint, Den, Search and Destroy, Den, Overload, Scar, Hardpoint, and Scar, Search and Destroy. These are the maps they have chosen to realize their fate on.
Now, let's see how it's going to go. Fast and Furious maps, to say the least, though. And I think for me, the overarching, without like really delving into any maps or anything like that, the overarching feeling for me is that FC Stallions have won 2 games in a row through the losers bracket. P7 Notorious have just lost a very close game up against Rock. So if I'm P7, you need to go again. You pick yourselves up, give yourself a talking to. If you're Stallions, you are walking into this game knowing there is a wounded lion on the other side of that stage. And you need to deal with them somehow, some way. Exposure Hardpoint will be kicking things up. Den, Search and Destroy to follow. Den Overload will then be the third map. Scar Hardpoint and Scar Search and Destroy. Maps 4 and 5 if we need to see them.
The map is underway. Get ready for the next hour and a half of your life to be unhinged but fun. As these two teams have got to put everything they've got left in before we'll let them go to sleep.
What a resurgence it has been from these players on the Stallions to get themselves this far. And Project 7 Notorious looking for the bounce back after a devastating loss to Rock. I think this first map is crucial. I think if Project 7 Notorious can come through and find something and get that bounce back immediately in map number 1, it's best to get this done. But can FC Stallions spoil the party? Let's find out.
All right, now, a little bit of fighting around the middle here. You are right, though. P7 Notorious will want revenge, but to do it, they will have to go through the Stallions. These two teams really have had a long, long day. So they must muster up one last huge effort to get this one down.
Sorry, so a little bit of control here. 20 seconds to go up towards B1. It has been a war of attrition to get this battle underway. P7 Notorious, a good enough start. Honestly, I think if they play how they did, they should be able to find the win here. They would have played up against FC Stallions plenty of times. I haven't had a chance to even look at the statistics. We've been flying in and out of games. Doesn't matter at this stage. Honestly, it really doesn't. It's a 20-point lead now for P7 Notorious. FC Stallions have to get themselves on the board. B2 control just about there for P7. Stallions are surrounding them though.
Well, this is a massive break from them as well. I mean, Diamond Khan's on a 5. Didn't really help them hold the point, though, in that point. And he's now 6-1. He's looking for his teammates to reinforce. Can he find the needle, find the thread that will help his team out already? A couple of kills going down. Eric Boom finds one into the point here, but hasn't worked out for them. Diamond Khan eventually going down here. Icon should fall pretty shortly. Players against him. P2 has gone back and forth between these two teams. Afro having a slow start, I can never tell what is going to happen with him. Sometimes it looks like two pieces are the easiest things in the world, other times a bit slow.
Got break coming through. How on earth has he found that second?
This is what I'm saying.
You literally spoke that into existence.
I know.
Icons now, 9-4 from him. He's been having a really good tournament every single time. He seems to be hitting up. He's finding plenty of kills. He's finding streaks. And he's finding plenty of time for his team as well. Some great time over towards P2 there for Stallions. They were heading in 20 down. They will leave it a couple up. And with P3 under lock and key.
And now a bit of a push. You can already see them starting a stack here. Trying to get in around the back. Eric Boom, maybe the main man, to split the fire. He's got reinforcements into the window, into the doors. Afro finds one as well, up the stairs, and round he goes. Millie looking for him, not gonna find anything but one here for Millie, but it's good enough on a 3 streak, but his team does lose the hill. Now it's Notorious that will try to rack up this point to get the lead back. Afro already throwing bullets through the doorway.
Haven't had a reload as Beans will fall, and this is going to be an easy wipe. Yes, it is. Millie with 2, KB and Icons combining well. Nice break back for Stallions. They would have liked to just keep a hold of it, full stop. A small respite that P7 Notorious might have as Beans is out of the hard point and will be able to make his way over towards P4. It's 10 seconds to play for, and the rest of his team will spawn up with him. He does the right thing. Was it maybe a little bit of a moment where you probably weren't going to find your way through? How on earth has he found that gunfight up against Millie? 7 in a row from Millie. He will eventually get shut down, and all of a sudden Stallions are going to have to race across the map as P7 Notorious now will set up their stall over towards P4. Need some decent time.
Hellstorm incoming. Player spreading out to try and get this one done, and impact onto nothing. Here comes the main missile. Millie does manage to find Afro in the end. Icon finds one and the second. You could see that one coming from a mile off. And yep, don't throw a nade at the trophy system, it won't work.
A bit of a slow start to the map, but it's still a lead here for Stallions. Icons is really popping off here. 16 and 8 already. He's got more kills just about than his entire team combined. Still trying to keep it up, can't quite, as P7 Notorious will find a way through once again. Through thick and thin, they managed to get in. 15 seconds to go here, and the Beans fans are still very much here in Birmingham.
Let's see. This game tight as it could be. A little bit of a rotation here for P7. They are losing bodies for it as well. It will be Eric Boom to hold mid-map control. Give their team the opportunity for it. Knows where the play's going to be, and Millie wins that gunfight after taking the first couple of bullets off of Eric Boom. DiamondCon finds the first and the second. Big shots by DiamondCon. Keeps them in control. They've lost mid-map, but still have the hill.
Still keeping control of it. Now the pressure's going to come through. Eric Boom could do with finding something. Finds absolutely nothing now. DiamondCon pretty much should be dead to rights here. Has to pull off an absolute madness to keep this under lock and key here for the side of P7 Notorious. He cannot. Very close game here. Looking over towards both two teams. Both teams have got players really struggling. Afro being one of them, Rupert being one of them. Combined 8 and 24 for the pair of them, and it's such a tight game. If either one of them can find their thumbs, then all of a sudden, they should be able to take the lead fairly handily.
There's a bit of a fight still continuing on with this one. P7 Notorious will grab these last points, and this will be a tie game going into the second set of rotations. They'll be able to find the difference here. First couple of kills will go to P7 Notorious. They hold the map control at the moment. To extend this lead, you can see the Stallions coming off of the respawn. Trying to get into a position here. Afro still holding now. Bit of a bounce back from his poor start. Eric Boom cleans up. He's on 4 at the same time, but he goes down to Millie, and what was a good map position for P7 Notorious has evaporated.
Yeah, they look to be in a really good spot to pick up some good time over towards P1. Middle of the map was pretty much on lockdown. Millie will find one back onto DC though, and all of a sudden, pressure will start to come in here from the side of Falcons, trying to get some good positioning for P2. Icons is the only one who can answer, and everybody's dead. P7 Notorious with 20 seconds to play for here at P1, and the rotation over towards P2, ever important. Push going to come in on the solar panel side, and trying to find a way through is going to be KB and Cole. They do so. P2 very much theirs to play with now. But a lead for P7 Notorious that we kind of haven't seen from either one of these teams so far. It grows to around 35.
Oh, this is going to be the difficult one for them. They lost a bit of P2 time here last time. And now this is a hard break already. You can see Afro has spotted his prey, his quarry through the middle of the map here. Now we'll slip down the stairs, but nobody else going to be here from P7. DiamondCon finds Icons. Millie now going to come under a little bit of pressure. Eric Boom takes down one. Millie trying to get a little bit of a trade here going through here, but he's taking a lot of damage and will be broken out. It's a big break from P7 Notorious. They took their time, but they got it.
Still trying to find a way through though to get a hold of those P3 spawns if they can. Diamond can't heat up to find the second. Everybody else is there to pick up as many pieces as they possibly can. Beans and Eric trying to hold it down, but P7 Notorious have let this one go. Stallions will find a way back through. We're going to try and get a little bit more time. They've got the spawns for P3. We're heading there in around 10 seconds. Still this fight that's been raging on for around 20 seconds or so. It's Stallions who come out on top. They've got the spawns that they need. They transition towards mid-map. Will not go their way. P7 Notorious are going to be here in numbers.
Millie going to be the first to try and hold this one down. Already taking a little bit of a love tap. Millie now fighting, trying to find more than one here, but does just enough in the one to keep them staggered for a second. Already out towards the back here. Diamondcon finds the first. We'll be looking for the players of the spawn. KB trying to hold as well. Diamondcon throwing out all the tentacles he can possibly have. Afro breaking through the front door, and well, this is still going on a bloodbath, but it will be Notorious into this one right now.
Can they continue to add to this tally? They've held this lead for a few hills now, and Stallions are trying to close that gap. They may well be able to do so here with the Beans team kill, but Diamondcon finds one. The rest of his team, unfortunately, have been cut down, but the middle of the map is where they are on their way from. 20 seconds to play for here, over towards P3. The spawns are okay for P7 Notorious. They can get some time, but just contest this. It will work out very much perfect, but the spawn out, not going to come. They will keep a hold of those P4 spawns. They will find their way there first, but they're going to find themselves behind Bricey for the first time in a while.
Well, Beans is going to try and cut them down at the same time, and you can see that they were looking for him already around the back here. Icon's going deep. Players moving dirt side, looking for this one as well. They've gone deep in depth. They are waiting for these flanks to hit here, and the fight's now erupting out towards the back. Icons duoing with Rupert. Beans crawling into the hill. He was so weak, he's decided to try and stay alive for as long as possible. Isn't going to be able to. Diamondcon is seeing his teammates go down, trying to help out by throwing bullets to the front, and eventually Diamondcon cleans it up and gets back into it.
Such a tight game here. Neither really wanting to give an edge. It's feeling like P7 Notorious are the ones leading the dance. Stallions trying to find a way back in, but Beans will find three. And Afro and Co, can they clean up everything else? KB is left on his own momentarily. Afro on his way out cannot do a great deal. P7 now will take that lead of 30 seconds or so once more. Diamondcon here to hold it down. We're looking to breach 200 very, very shortly, but the rotation over towards Dirt has already come through for FC Stallions. Can they find something with it? They need some decent time. This is the biggest lead either team has had all game long.
Diamondcon going around the outside. Is he expecting this player to be here? We know they are going to be, but they've missed him. Now he looks out. We'll see that one out of the corner of his eye as well. DC looking for the players. It's going to be P7 Notorious again. They had a great time on P5 last time around. They're doing the same again. Diamondcon playing his life. He's really weak. Reinforcements flowing in through Eric Boom.
Too easy though. Far too easy to break in the Stallions who had so much time to set up Bryce.
And this is working out for them very, very well, Ton. P7 Notorious moving further and further into the lead. That's a full hold for them now. They have the reinforcements. They were worried a little bit about the spawn. You could see Diamondcon trying to block. And for Stallions, it's through the middle of the map they must break.
Afro massively stepped his game up, and I said if either one of him or Rupert can start to find their thumbs, then it could result in some aggression, some points falling the way of their team. Diamondcon with a long-range pistol. Rupert just cannot catch a break. 24 and 20 from DC. They are 14 seconds away, and they are heading over towards P1 with full map control.
And now they are locked, loaded, and Stallions will have to perform a miracle. Divine Intervention was the only way they're really going to get into this, as they don't even get into P1. It's over. It does not end with a bang, but with a whimper. The Stallions were AFK.
Impressive performance from P7 Notorious. Coming off it, map 5 loss. Shake of the head from Beans. I don't know what he's so angry about.
Well, I think that it's maybe a vindication after that last game. I think that's probably what it is. Old passionate Beans, they call him.
Is it because Nando's a shadow?
Is it? Hey, it's still open. Although there are many other restaurant establishments you can choose from. Little bit of a bad game from Rupert. We didn't normally mention these things here, but 9 across a hard point. Yeah. A lot of assists, got 14. Still put up a decent bit of damage, but it is going to be on the low side. And
yeah,
it just means they're a little bit off of the pace as they go into this one, and this is the time we need to be on it.
Yeah, that's hard. it's hard to defend as well, though, isn't it? We also don't ever really want to over-focus on that kind of thing. Ultimately, you did lose by 90 points or so, and it's probably not going to make up that gap if you did have a relatively decent map. But yeah, 9-26 is not great. Into map number 2, we'll be heading very, very shortly, but the exposure hardpoint goes the way of P7 Notorious. And again, I'm going to reiterate what I said. I think this first map was absolutely crucial. I think Stallions had come out and found a bit of flow after a couple of wins here through the losers bracket. P7 Notorious, after that loss to Rock, may well have been in a sticky situation. But as it goes, P7 come out, find the win, and now Stallions. How do you answer? P7 Notorious can do that after that loss. As this game goes on, they may well grow in confidence. And has the Stallions momentum just halted ever so slightly? Icons was trying his best. I mean, he was popping off right at the beginning. Going crazy for the squad. But just not enough to get it over the line, and it's a comfortable victory in the end for P7 Notorious after what was, for about 2/3 of that game, a very, very close one.
And they needed that. They were devastated, as you could see, after that last one. I think he's saying, hey, that was a very good game. I'm really glad that we won that in the end. And
you have very good players,
exactly.
And we appreciate your participation.
My shoulders are light with joy. The sunshine and the clouds whisper nothing but sweet memories to me. A bit of a poet, actually, Beans. Now that you mention it, he quite regularly waxes lyrical about his musings of the natural world.
Den Search and Destroy coming up as map number 2. As you can tell here in our little dungeon, we have lost the plot. Search and Destroy coming in a second. Then Overload will then follow. If we need to see it, we'll see a double scar for maps 4 and 5. And with how challenges been going today, hey, strap in is all I'm going to say. No, realistically, I think P7 Notorious, after that victory, will be feeling very confident about themselves. You have to remember, before they faced up against Rock, 3-0ing. Plenty of teams to send themselves to this stage. Look good for it as well. Can they keep it up? 250 to 163 in map number 1. Convincing scoreline.
Another big game coming up, of course, here. I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a rock for the FC Stallions, but they have not made it through this bracket without a little bit of resilience, a little bit of grit, ground into the souls of this team. And you are right, Tom. We spoke about it a little bit before, right? This is a team that was seeded 13th coming into it. They were not expected to make it this far, but they have done so. They have not done it by losing composure after one map.
Absolutely not. But these long days are meant for players who can withstand not just the pressure, but the intensity of it, right? I mean, look, we feel it ourselves to a certain degree, of course, you know, commentating over these things. So, contrary to what a lot of people believe, is it's mentally tiring. We've got to concentrate on what's going on. You think about what the players have got to do. You've all sat at home and had gaming sessions for 12 hours before. You find yourself absolutely knackered.
Yeah.
Just think it added that pressure onto it of playing for this money, of playing. It's their job.
It's not even that. You say, you know, 12-hour gaming sessions, it's mentally taxing.
Yeah.
That is very true. But I can guarantee you most people aren't playing at this level.
No.
And most people aren't playing where they have to win every single time. You can't have a bad game. You can't have a map off. You can't have a little bit of a nap in between series. This is full throttle, full time, because if you lose, you are eliminated. And for this game in particular, at the end of a long day, it's not just a grand final. It's not just a chance to show out in Birmingham tomorrow on the main stage. It is booking a ticket to Major 3 as well. So much on the line here for Stallions. A wondrous run through the lower bracket. For P7 Notorious, a chance to get revenge.
All on the line for both of these two teams. Do or die here in Birmingham. Who will be meeting Rock in the final? Both of them falling into this losers bracket via the hand of Rock Esports. And they will both want their revenge. That is of no question. As we head into map number 2, back over towards Den we go. Can Stallions find a rebuttal here up against P7 Notorious? Or, well, P7 find themselves 2 up after 2.
This is where we find out what these teams are really made of. For Notorious, if they can get this second map, it will certainly put them in a dominant position, but the Stallions, they have already run this gauntlet. They've already been deep in the depths, and that is one of the quickest first bloods you're ever going to see. Eric Boom runs straight into it. KB in a bit of trouble. Afro takes him down as well as Notorious start as they mean to go on.
Eric Boom tagging players up here as well. Putting that pressure on. Icons find an incredible snipe though, considering the pressure that was there. And what felt like a very comfortable 4 versus 2 is now a 3 versus 2, and decisions having to be made. Stallions on the attack though, so P7 Notorious can just back down. They don't necessarily need to get aggressive. And they will just wait for this pressure to come on through. P7 Notorious, what can you do?
Beans. A little bit of a snipe. Oh, sees the last player as well. Not long for this world here. Melly is going to go down. P7 Notorious will get that first round in the S&D ton.
The Beans' chance. Long may they continue. Eric Boom here, finding the final kill. Beans with a couple in that round as well. I think he may have just found the one with Afro chipping in as well. In the round number 2 now. Stallions need to just temper this a little bit. It's only 1-0, but start to fall behind 2-3-0. That tiredness maybe starts to kick in that a little bit more.
Here comes the push. A little bit of control towards mid-map. Beans looking for the cross here. Oh, tries to get it. Gets a hit marker instead. Rupert has to back off here. Beans decides against the lethal. I'll go for it again. They're wondering if anybody's going to be close. Bounce nade will find nobody. Problem is, with that hit marker, they're a little bit worried about going through here. There is a sniper on the other side. Beans trying to thread the needle. Will do so as well. Rupert is going to fall. Beans seems locked in.
The big crowd loving every moment that Beans is able to provide to them. What a commitment from those guys, by the way. Call it a 10 here in Birmingham. He's sticking around all day long. Icons now will find his way over towards this A side, which is exactly where everybody from P7 Notorious is going to be. Smoke will go out. That will give the indicator to exactly what's going on. It's going to allow a lot of setup, though. I love that smoke. Now for P7 Notorious, can you use it to find something? Beans just so patient. And there's another. Afro will take down Icons. This is so easy for P7 Notorious right now.
You're playing it well, and hey, say what you want about Beans. Passion has never been his shortfall.
Yeah.
Not for a single second, and that sheer force of will is driving his team into this one, taking it on himself to make the moves. He's 3-0. P7 are 2-0 and 1-0 in the series. Here we go. It's going to be a big hit. FC Stallions heading towards B. They've got all 4 players running towards us as well. Eric Boom will get here first. Smoke's already going to go out. This is going to be chaotic. Somebody's going through the smoke. Eric Boom's already going to be here, but he's laid down. They've laid down in front of him. It's going to be a kill by a teammate as well. They get their own trade.
Being still alive and kicking over towards Dojo. Needs a little bit of help from the middle of the map. He's going to get it here as well. Afro doesn't find the last. KB, though, not long for this world as DiamondCon will find the win. P7 Notorious absolutely cruising here.
Not having an issue. I mean, they played the smoke play, and Eric Boom could not have been in a better position. Can be a difficult gunfight in smoke. We all know this. It's no secret, but if you lay down in front of him, it's going to be pretty easy for him in the end. He didn't even have to move. Here comes the push now. For P7, they have been spreading out the kills onto this map. They haven't been that aggressive here. Looks like they might be. Beans already. That sniper's gone away, which means he should be more to the fore of this fight. We've got Afro making a move out towards server room now. Oh, he's actually gone up top. There is a flank coming into it, but I think DiamondCon knows it's going to be there. Millie is going to have to try and back off. Everybody's in a absolutely chaotic position, but Afro will win the first gunfight. Smokes himself out and sits in it. Staying alive. Bomb is going to go down. Advantage to P7.
through. This should be a freebie. Yes, it is. We're sitting on a donut until that moment. And they can find Diamond Con as well, so surely this is a little bit of life here for the side of FC Stallions. It absolutely is. Rupert getting himself off that donut was so crucial, and he did so with 2 very, very big kills.
Some miscommunications there from P7 Notorious.
Had to be.
Afro smoked himself out and got away, and somehow they didn't know they were being pushed through mid. Nobody had control. And lost 2 players for nothing. And you cannot make that kind of mistake against the Stallions. Numbers swung back towards them, and they converted. A big round onto the board for them, and a big couple of kills for Rupert as well. Didn't have a great hard point. So a couple of kills there will certainly help soothe his soul of any guilt or embarrassment.
We'll keep this one rolling.
Actually, this is an interesting strategy for Stallions. Not only have they got first blood through the middle here, but they've sent a couple of players over towards A. Rupert is going to look for Diamond Con. If they can make any play around here, not only will it pull players away, but it could give them a potentially entirely free bomb site. Notorious now in a 2 versus 4.
Tagged up with your Rupert, but it's just the bait. Afro can't find the 2, and now Beans left in a 1 versus 3. Tough position to be in. One will go down. It's 1 versus 4, sorry. Beans just no chance at all. Back-to-back rounds here for Stallions, giving them that chance.
Good recovery. Starting to move a bit smoother around this map here, the Stallions. Gameplays are coming out of them. They are not allowing this one to go. And for them, it is absolutely crucial.
It's insane to think that this Stallions team have barely really been together. And the fact that they have performed in such a way to have this top 3 finish. Millie will find the opening pick here as well. P7 Notorious have slowed down.
Afro will pick this one up. And the sniper wants to thread a needle. Eric Boom's all the way through here.
I think he just has to be patient, to be honest with you, but he's talking about the opening. Still very much here. Stallions aware of what's going on now, though. Lack of action over towards B indicates exactly what else is going on, and A has got to be the pick here. The side of P7 Notorious. Oh my word.
Nobody really knows what's happening. Bomb hasn't gone down. Smokes are out. Diamond Con coming to reinforce. And the Stallions are about to send a tsunami of players around the roofs. Nobody's watching. This is going badly.
Diamond Con will fall almost immediately with a call out quite a few players, and they're just trying to squeeze them in. Afro can find icons, though. 2 versus 3, not going to happen. Nice retake. 3 rounds in a row there for Stallions. And that's a little more like it. Some life in this series from them.
That's the second round that P7 have lost where, quite frankly, they're not watching the angles. Obviously, they did try and hold server room as well, but nobody onto the flank. And that lets the players get that easy first engagement. And we just had a bit of a lack of control, but this does go down to a 3-3 here. The Stallions fighting back.
Surprising after the start from P7 Notorious that Stallions could find those 3 rounds. And that's a little bit more like it. 5 in a row here from Rupert. That's such a poor map, number 1. But he found those 2 kills to find the first round there for Stallions a couple of rounds ago. And now he's on a 5-3. Has not slowed down. Look at the setup, though, from P7 Notorious. You're going to be aware here of your Stallions, as Afro will find the first kill on Icons. P7 Notorious looking to just steady this ship. 3 rounds in a row is not good. Oh.
Well, Eric Boom imitating Clayster, but Beans managed to get one back, so all is not lost. Beans wondering where Eric Boom has gone. Have a little look over the edge. Maybe you can throw a rope down.
Have to be a long rope. That man is quite short.
I thought you meant because the building was high, but never mind.
That as well.
Rupert here taking a little bit of a look. Beans very much scoped in, but does miss that close range snipe. Pistol going to be out here. Does have a little bit of reinforcements going through as well. Beans will pick that one up. And now 1 versus 3. Beans trying to shut the door around the back here. And yep, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Notorious, take that round.
Obviously, to the crowd, we've got a slight delay from what we see the gameplay, and it's just like every time he gets a kill, 5 seconds later, it's just beans, and I am all for it.
You know what? I don't like it. 1, it sounds like a boo every time. And 2,
We know
we
it's
already
Beans.
have Bruce.
We've got Hook as well.
And Hook. Yes. Yes, we do. So maybe they should make up their own one. I mean, Beans already has his own song, technically, but that's not really about his gameplay.
I can't remember it.
It's more about the actual food.
Oh.
And that doesn't really apply here.
It doesn't.
But hey, you could change the lyrics.
Does it not? Keeping this one rolling. Afro will find one back on the Rupert. As Millie takes down Beans. 3 versus 3. Aggression coming out from Afro. Getting tagged up from the middle of the map. Kind of wants to back down from that, but the aggression probably would have paid off. His team have done well, though, to put themselves in this position. Stallions going to have to work together here. As Notorious take control of this A side of the map, and this bomb may well be going down.
Bomb down this time, a little bit cleaner. This time, Afro is sitting, waiting for this push. Now, they are going to check this. But can he get a kill before they get him? Because this is a very common check. There we go, Icons goes flying across. 2 versus 3 here. Millie's going to find one out towards the back as well. And post plant just not going well for P7. And Millie shuts down Eric Boone back to 4-4.
Timing working so awfully over towards that backside, but you're right, the post plant there from the side of P7 Notorious. Not as clean as they potentially would like.
They've got to find something a little bit different to do here on these post plants. Obviously, it's an awful lot to cover, and that's probably the issue coming up from. Got to watch both sides of the bomb room. Got to watch the roofs as well. And because they haven't really pushed out one side out towards the back here, which, I mean, would open up its own problems because there are even more alleyways in there. They're really struggling on that post plant. Here comes the push, though. Again, Stallions are sending 2 across the rooftops. A little bit of fight out towards the middle here. Icons will throw out a smoke. This is going to be a bait. This is going to be a bait and wrap.
It has been said. Can Stallions formulate something that will offer them their first lead yet? Pretty much in this series at any given stage. Bomb will go down over towards it. P7 Notorious going to have to retake this in a 4 versus 4 fashion.
Right out towards the back. Afro does find
Big
one
win.
here. They are so far away from this bomb site now. That is the biggest issue. Rupert going out to look for player into P2 and wins an incredible gunfight. That is massive. That may have just given Stallions the round.
The thing is, though, Ripper would have been told that there was 2 coming around the flank. Millie's going to deal with the other. Finds Beans, but Diamond Con, he's found one on the Millie, 2v2.
Diamond Con left alone again, though, in a 1 versus 2. Finds the first. Turns to Bones with the pistol. It's not going to be enough. Stallions get the round. Rupert made the kill. It cut down the pressure from one direction, and now they find themselves in the lead on the S&D.
Find themselves in the lead at a crucial time.
And for P7, they were leading in this S&D quite significantly, 3-0. No longer there. No longer having a good time.
I was about to say, when it was 3-0 to P7 Notorious, I thought the steam had maybe just run out for FC Stallions. But the horsepower is very much still there. Needs to slow down a little bit with this sniper, still sitting at 6 and 5, and now 21 HP. Has to back on down. Stun check for a little bit of information. Is anybody pushed up? Seems like no. What is the player here for P7 Notorious? They need to find 2 rounds in a row. Both 2 teams don't want to make a misstep yet.
Couple of issues for this now with the time burning. Afro looking for a way forward. A man and a mission. A man and Ireland who may have just got some of the greatest timing I've ever seen. This was being watched almost the entire time. He also might make a move here. Rooper is going to go through to P2. Afro is still sitting. Beans is holding the close angle.